Qingyan City. Manor. Congratulations! The high school principal called personally. As a parent, Tang Qing, the school naturally knew the number. The principal was very happy. The first and second place were both in their school and in the same class. City. District. They also called to confirm the identity of the candidates. Of course, being able to bother them was related to the Tang family, and precisely because he knew it, the principal couldn't help but sigh. The Tang family has really good genes. Have a look. Tang Qing, Tang Qing. A handsome one. A beautiful one. At the same time, they are all top academics. Although Tang Qing ranked second this time, the score is there, more than 740 points. At this score level, the difference is actually very small. Look, it may even be luck. English, language, all have compositions. The activity score of the teacher who corrects the paper has a great impact. The gap between Tang Qing's 741 and Tang Qing's at that time is completely negligible. Anyway, the school is embarrassed. The city has become embarrassed. Tang family? Forehead. It's not clear that a top scorer in the college entrance examination is just the icing on the cake compared to the Tang family status. But his children are outstanding, so he is definitely happy. Tomorrow morning, according to tradition, the school will hold an outstanding graduates meeting to cheer up the class who are about to enter the senior year of high school. Also, in view of Tang Qing's excellent results, the school will give a reward of 80,000 yuan. Of course, the school will reward Tang Qing for coming second in the college entrance examination. The top prize is 100,000 yuan. Second place is 80,000. One listen. Money? Tang Qing shook his head. 80,000. What are you coming for? He had no shortage of daughters, but he couldn't make such a decision for Tang Qing because he still had Qin Shiyu, and that was other people's money. Okay. By the way, in order to thank the school for a cultivation, I'm going to donate a building and go to the school tomorrow to discuss it. Before, Tang Qing had never donated anything to the school his daughter attended, but it was different now. After graduation, the school suddenly had an additional name, his alma mater. Therefore, not stingy either. A building is only worth a few dollars, just 18 million. Really? Thank you, Mr. Tang. The principal smiled broadly. Extremely happy. Donate a building. Okay. This is the largest donation the school has ever received. Not many people can be so heroic these days. He donated a building to the high school Tang Qing went to. Luxury. Style. Big. It can be said that many schools are envious. Now, it's finally their turn, and they're about to send it out. Night. Manor. There's a lot of excitement, celebrating their good scores in the exam, but Tang Qing didn't come back, and neither did Qin Yugong, who only used a projection to connect remotely. Now, this application has begun to become popular. Thousands of miles apart, you can sit at the same table, eat, and chat, and every expression can be conveyed in place. Although not as clear as video. But it's more visual than video. Sister, when will you finish the exam? Tang Qing asked Qin Shiqi. Can she wait to go out to play again? 2 months is still a holiday, without homework, so don't be too good. Next Friday, Yintang University's exams have already started for a week, and all exams will be completed on July 3rd. By then, Yintang University's first summer vacation will usher in. Brother, you don't know what I went through today. People called me one after another in the afternoon, and they all didn't know me, and they were talking about activities. It's so boring. Tang Qing complained. Aside, Qin Shiyu also looked sad. Today, the calls between the Tang family and the Qin family were lively. Interview. Title. Admissions. There are also those who want to take advantage of the heat. One after another, it is impossible to verify where the number was leaked from. There are so many students and teachers, and there are many channels. To the end, I have to set up a whitelist to only allow certain numbers to call. The next day, morning, Tang Qing came to school. At this time, the students in the lower grades have not yet had a holiday, and the sound of reading can be heard loudly, and the school leaders have been waiting at the door for a long time. This is Tang Qing's first time coming to school. Before, the parents' meeting was all attended by Yuman. Although the people were different, everyone recognized Tang Qing. As one of the local super rich, he had also appeared on TV. After greetings, come to the office. Classmate Qing, this is yours. Classmate Tang, this is yours. Tang Yin'er and Qin Shichi accepted the bonus. Logically speaking, it would be more appropriate to give this bonus on a more grand occasion. However, it depends on the situation. Truth, 100,000. Already quite a lot. But it also depends on who you give it to. It is a big number for an average family, but in front of the Tang family, who are so rich that they have no friends, people may not even bother to pick it up if it falls on the floor. This little money, and $10. In the hearts of the Tang family, perhaps the gap is not that big. Therefore, it's better not to embarrass the other party. For 10 yuan, such a reward is embarrassing given by the school and embarrassing by others. Simply skip this relief. Subsequently, Tang Kai and the principal sat down and talked about donating the building. A consensus was reached on a building plus a sports field, as well as some experimental equipment. In total, it cost more than 10 million, which Tang Kai thought was okay. Anyway, just this time, then donate to your daughter's alma mater, which is the university she went to, Yintang. It was completely his own, and when the time came, he wouldn't care how much it cost. At this time, on the playground, the two girls took turns to go up and share their so-called learning experiences. Below, a pair of big eyes looked at the stage. Envious, admiration, admire. One is number 1, the other is number 2. Heaven. With such grades, many female students are wondering why they have such appearance. While male students are very simple, their eyes are full of light. So beautiful. Speak nicely. Good. In front of the junior students, the two girls were not embarrassed at all. It was not like they had never mentioned it before. They had been the top students in the class for several years in high school and had been on many stages. That's all. All morning. Finished this inevitable thing. Noon. Invited the school leaders to have a meal. Afternoon. Item 2. The Education Bureau, as the #1 winner and the pride of the city, will of course give out bonuses. Just like the school, 100,000 is 80,000, which is not bad. Go out for a walk. After receiving 200,000 yuan, Qin Shiyu was quite calm. Money? It seems useless. Food. Drink. Used. It had been a long time since I had spent money, and I was even a little unfamiliar. My aunt had a great time chatting with the leaders of the bureau. She is a member of the education system. Excellent teacher. Also, she was Qin Yugon's wife. How could the bureau not know about her? They were polite and sent her to the gate before leaving, then turned back. Everyone sighed. Tang family. They're really good people in this generation. Back then, Tang Qing emerged, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and a long face. For years later, another one came out. This time, another honor. The next day, school. A visitor arrives. Only, the principal looked at him strangely. Talk. You really don't know who you are looking for to donate? Want to get excited? Can a small company like you afford the popularity of the Tang family? Principal, then tell me about Mr. Tang's home. We are a formal education, publishing, and training company, and we want to advertise with Mr. Tang. No, really, I mean no harm. No. Why? Their family is not short of money and doesn't like to be disturbed. No. Finally, the principal still didn't tell him what kind of Tang Yin'er's Tang was. I just keep emphasizing that they are not short of money, so don't bother. Door. Take a look back at the school. Have no choice. As for that, I'm giving money, not asking for money. It's a large amount of money anyway. If you don't want it, you don't allow others to want it. However, when he went through all the trouble to find out where Tang Yin'er lived and arrived by taxi, he just stood there with an incredulous expression on his face. No wonder. He finished. Turn around and leave. Knock on the door? Silly. I don't want to be beaten out. The next day, Saturday, if there is anything special. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. The streets and alleys are filled with the fragrance of rice dumplings, and the Shengtang clothing flagship store in Shanghai is bustling with activity, with many fashionable people invited. Handsome guy. Beauty. The aroma is fragrant, and it can be described as lively. Certainly, reporters are also indispensable. Everyone was waiting in an area set aside by the door for non-press conference seats. They just thought that the seats were not ready yet. Over time, people, more and more. Hi, you're here too? Yeah. I received an invitation from Tang a week ago, saying it was a new product launch. I didn't pay much attention, but I didn't expect it to be here. It's a bit weird. I also think that this time and this place is abnormal. Everyone discussed curiously. Before coming, Tang Group only said that they would release new products. They were very confused. Wouldn't it be better to have a fashion show to launch the products? Here, it's so weird. And there's no need to invite so many reporters. It seems that all the media that can be called are here, and there are also online media. I heard that there will be a live broadcast on the internet. Talk. A new product launch is so grand. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by reporters? Around, there are indeed reporters who are dissatisfied. Although Tang Group is backed by Tang Qing, is it necessary to call them all for a new product launch conference? Think we have time. New again. Tight again. More fashionable. There are only so many people paying attention, unless you come up with the emperor's new clothes. Otherwise, a fashion conference would not be as popular at all. Really, what do you think we are? Not many people watch the news, and we still have such a grand ceremony. Is Tang Group trying to reduce its presence? That's right. You think too highly of yourself. It's ridiculous. The reporters from the main station were talking in low voices, expressing their dissatisfaction. All right, I endured it. Just give Tang Qing some face. Suddenly, one person came over and said, "Good news, Tang Qing will be attending this press conference in person as one of the guests." Really, it's absolutely true. Everyone suddenly realized. Turned out to be. There are also mystery guests. Tang Qing. This weight is enough, but they are a little speechless. Tang Qing's weight is as big as a mountain. Is this fashion conference worth his presence on the stage? 2. The price has dropped. A bit. But no matter what is released, it is enough to have Tang Qing as a mobile hotspot. Coming here this time is not in vain. Yeah. Same. No matter how confused you are, you can only wait for the announcement later. Anyway, Tang Qing is here and it will be popular. However, they believe that this is Tang Qing's most expensive appearance. Inside the store, Qi Yin was nervous. This press conference, which was a milestone for Tang, was of great significance. It meant that Tang was about to take off. After today, the prosperous Tang dynasty. It will no longer be the bottom company under Tang Qing, but will probably quickly grow into a world-class, well-known group. All this depends on the new product. At first, she was worried that the technology would be cracked and that Tang's advantage would be short-lived. However, Tang Qing's words seemed to give her reassurance. Don't worry. In 10 years, no foreign company will be able to crack it. Tang. It will have the largest share of supply qualifications. These words, the former is confidence, the latter is commitment. After all, the technology is not in the hands of Tang. Tang only uses it. The largest share is enough to ensure Tang's profits. As for being bought and used by other companies, not afraid. Anyway, Tang Qing will make the most money. And, as a group owned by a technology owner, is a publicity point in itself. If it were like this, it would be beaten down, and there would be no need for the Tang dynasty to exist. Shameful. Soon. Time's up. Open a card. Reporters and industry insiders rushed into the launch site. The flagship store was very large, with a courtyard of more than 100 square meters and a total area of more than 800 square meters. It's one of the best in the entire mall. Most people want to get it, but they can't get it. And this is the Jinghua Plaza built by Jinghua Real Estate. As one of the major shareholders, Tang Qing has always had a close relationship with both parties. Tang made a reservation in the early stages of construction. Area. Location. It is already determined when designing. What's going on? Where's the runway? Where are the models? Why is there only one stand? Everyone looked at the store. It was different from the usual sales layout. There was a large empty space in the middle, and a slightly higher stand was placed. Around, it is a circle of various clothes. To this, they only glanced at it and stopped paying attention. These clothes are not for release, right? Real. Real. So ordinary. Shape, cloth, style, color. Although it looks pretty good to you in general, many of the professionals present just think it's average. If this was released, the scene would definitely be overturned. Under the guidance of staff, peers, reporter, as well as the randomly invited customers from outside, they all sat down. Although it was early, there were still customers, and most of them were invited female customers. See this. Everyone felt weird. Could it be? Want to sell to these people? Talk. What you sell is fashionable products, and your positioning is clear. If you just want to attract people on the street, I really don't know how to describe it other than sloppy. If you ask them, you might as well ask the store clerk to make up the number. Really, it's time to play. Comment video. Official website. Front page. Shengtang Group, preview of new product launch, was written in big characters, and at the same time, Tang Qing's face appeared on the bottom map. Suddenly, attracted a lot of attention. Netizens were surprised that Tang Qing's participation in the company's product launch is not new. The era of Qingyuan technology and the era of microcrystal technology were all launched by him. But the prosperous Tang dynasty? Isn't this a place that sells clothes? Naughty. It's a bit weird to bother Tang Qing to announce this. It makes Tang Qing look like a cabbage. Many people suspect that the current situation of the prosperous Tang dynasty is not good. Therefore, Tang Qingkai stepped forward to promote Shengtang. That's how it should be. I think it must be that Shengtang's financial situation is not good recently. Tang Qing was specially invited to come and stand on the platform. It may even be a live broadcast selling goods. Tang Qing is selling goods. Fresh. Click in. Bian Shui. Start waiting. Some people have made up their minds that as long as the things Tang Qing sells are usable and the prices are not outrageous, they will support him. After all, he's also an idol after all. Put down your posture. Selling goods live. This face. Still have to give a little. The entrance of the shopping mall. Looking at the comments from netizens, Tang Qing couldn't help but be stunned, and then smiled. Although there is a slight difference, it is essentially correct. It is indeed selling goods. However, it's not that Shengtang Group is financially strapped. Rather, want to eat more. Is that Tang Qing? Wow. There were already many customers in the mall. When they saw Tang Qing, there was a sudden sensation. They waved and took pictures, but they didn't rush over like crazy. After all, this is not a fan meeting. Soon, when Tang Qing walked into the store, the reporters' cameras all turned around. They clicked, and the unhappiness they just felt was forgotten. Dr. Tang! Dr. Tang! The staff at the flagship store shouted excitedly. A week ago, they were very surprised to learn that a new product launch conference was going to be held here. They thought they needed their own help, but they didn't expect that many people came directly from the headquarters. President, vice president, as well as some designers, the lineup is quite large. I am very curious about what is being announced, and the president is here. This morning, I even heard that Tang Qing was coming. Different from the outside world. Shengtang is a non-listed company and does not publish financial reports. Therefore, there are many outside speculations about Shengtang's operating conditions, but they are Shengtang employees. No, that's not the case. These few years, Shengtang's domestic sales have always been very good. Generally, clothing brands, after being active for a while, will gradually become dull and their sales will decline significantly. But that's without sustained attention. The prosperous Tang dynasty. The bosses behind it are Tang Qing and Tang Wani, who often appear on TV media and are mostly in the headlines. Every time he appeared, he wore clothes from the prosperous Tang dynasty. How much powdered sugar? Just by Shengtang. Therefore, the probability of any business problems is too small. Vaguely, they felt that something big might happen. Tang Qing did not go on stage directly, because before it officially started, I came backstage and saw Qi Yin, who was nervous but excited, and CEO Yang Kai, and smiled slightly. Have confidence. Yes. Yang Kai said quickly. Confidence. He has. However, it is just like giving a good pastry to others to taste. Although I have tasted it and know that it tastes good, I can't help but worry. Does the other person like the taste? And, as the president, he will be the first to take the stage and give a general introduction, while Tang Qing is mainly responsible for the special material part, not the whole process. He had to be nervous. After a while, time's up. Outside, all reporters and invited guests are already present. When I saw Tang Qing coming out from the backstage, I thought I was going to go on stage, but I didn't expect to sit in the front row first. Just sat down. Okay. A Comet Video staff member immediately started the live broadcast. In an instant, a huge data stream was transmitted back to the company's server through the network. Then, presented in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers. TikTok, headlines, Comet Video. The three largest user platforms of these groups all have live broadcast links. As long as they are open during the live broadcast, they will appear after swiping at most 3 times. Therefore, the number of hundreds of thousands is not fixed, but is constantly growing. Tang Qing. It's really him, so what's wrong? I don't know. Let me see the barrage. Hold the grass. What's going on? What happened to the Shengtang group? More and more people clicked in, and their hearts tightened when they saw the barrage saying Save Shengtang on the screen. Shengtang. That is not Tang Qing's company. What's wrong? Going to collapse? No way. So exciting. However, when connected to the reason. So that's it. We can't jump to conclusions. The sales of Shengtang's products seem to have been good. It's unlikely to go bankrupt. Of course, you can't know before the financial report is released. Whatever, as long as Tang Qing recommends it, buy it. Yes. Support. The money is ready, come on. They all express their support. Seeing the man sitting quietly in the picture with a smile on his face, many women narrowed their eyes. Handsome. Nice. We'll definitely support it. On site. Huh. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai stepped onto the stage. Looking at the reporters, insiders, and the biggest boss below, he forced himself to calm down. Journalists, friends, customers. Welcome to Shengtang Group's new product launch conference. This conference is different from the ordinary situation. First of all, allow me to be a little shy. I would like to invite a few people to come up and experience our new products. Friends who are willing to come up, please raise your hands. Wen Yan. Most people were stunned. What? Experience? Talk. Isn't a release of clothes? I haven't heard that customers need to experience it. Isn't that a matter of models? Doesn't it mean that they have to go backstage to change clothes? For a while, many people hesitated. Live broadcast room. What? You want people to come on stage to try it out? Get rid of it. These are clothes, not electronic products. That's it. Is this the level of Shengtang's marketing department? I'm confused, but it's quite fun. I wonder if this scene will be awkward throughout. Haha. I'm looking forward to it. Interesting. I don't know what to sell. Could it be that? Is it selling? Guanzi. Pfft, just your skin. Haha. It makes me laugh so hard. You're so clueless at first glance. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. The clothing company's new product launch conference was not about models, but customers. This was something new, and they were a little suspicious. Is this really the CEO of Shengtang? How? There's a sense of stupidity. Everyone ate melon seeds and continued to watch. On site, it didn't embarrass Yang Kai for too long. This time, many people from the fashion circle were invited. Trying on clothes is my specialty, but I was just a little surprised. After all, if you try it on, first, most of the time, they will find their own people to act as extras. Second, let everyone know in advance. Now, depending on the situation, neither was done. As a colleague and someone who has collaborated before, Yang Kai cannot be embarrassed on stage. Not to mention Tang Qing is still sitting here. Me. Count me in. Me. Soon, 6 people were chosen. There were both men and women, 2 reporters, 2 customers, and 2 insiders. They thought they were going to change clothes, but Yang Kai didn't let them do so. Please come on stage. Hearing this, with a skeptical attitude, get on stage. Then, I saw a staff member bringing up a tray. When they saw what was on it, everyone was stunned, with an expression that looked like you were kidding me. Are you sure this is the new product you are going to release? Scarf. gloves, wristbands. Said, I'm afraid you don't know, but it's summer now, and one of the basic characteristics of summer is that it's hot. Posting this, I'm afraid it's because my brain has been tricked by a donkey. Live broadcast room. At this time, I was blown away when I saw the three-piece suit. Why? What did I see? Scarf, gloves, wristbands. Who can tell me? Am I seeing it wrong? Or am I dreaming? It's really these three. Oh my God, how funny is it? In the summer, the new product released is this. I have reason to suspect that the person on the tray has been bribed. It's possible. It's so cool. Although I really want to support it, I feel very sad when such a hot product is sold and I have to wait until winter to use it. It's overturned. Tang Qing's live broadcast overturned. Everyone laughed. Summer. You should at least post a cooler and warmer three-piece set. None of it is cool, and it looks hot. By the way, are you trying to laugh them to death? Want to be amused by? To sell goods? Could it be for warming up? What's this new joke? Gloves for warming up? By the way, it really means something like that. Okay, I accept it. Why not buy it? Warming up has a new definition. Funny. Many people thought it was a joke and started to cheer. However, wait until you finish laughing. Many people also began to calm down. No matter how stupid Sheng Tang is, he will not make such a joke. Unless the president of Sheng Tang Group is crazy, he will not play tricks in front of Tang Qing. So, the new products it releases are them, yes, or part of them, and there must be something special, otherwise it is unreasonable. Take a look. More people recovered from laughter. Yes, play again. It's not like this. A joke you tell is more useful than these three things to warm up the scene. Afterwards, everyone's eyes are glued to the screen. Maybe there will be a surprise. On site, on stage, in great confusion, the 6 people put on three-piece suits. Nice touch. Move freely. Can anyone explain this? I can't comment anymore. Suddenly, one of them was already exclaiming. Everyone looked over and saw a female customer with a surprised look on her face, looking at the three-piece suit with incredible expression in her eyes. Others were puzzled. Talk. At this time, don't ask for trouble. How can you judge this three-piece suit as a good one? The style, fabric, and workmanship can only be said to be very good. Praise this. Are you sure you won't be laughed to death? However, what the female customer said next shocked everyone else. I've been wearing it for so long, but there's no warmth at all. Boom! Instantly, several other people's brains trembled, feeling and tasting carefully. I found that this is the case. This is a three-piece warm suit, even if there is air conditioning. It should be warm. No, it's quite warm now. Only, the temperature was different from what was expected. It was much lower. I didn't feel anything when I first put on, but now it's still not hot, which is amazing. Really, the temperature, well, there's no temperature at all. Hot, cold, none. In addition to the fact that the gloves are a bit tight and almost invisible, even the scarf is only a friction texture, and the sense of temperature is very insignificant. Oh my God, it's really not hot. Several other people were surprised. Magic. It's amazing. This moment. They seemed to understand what Sheng Tang Group's new product was, but they didn't think about it deeply. They just thought it was a new heat dissipation design. Below, the reporters also pricked up their ears. Not hot. It seems interesting. At this time, Yang Kai on the stage smiled and said, Dear friends present and watching the live broadcast, yes, this is the new product of our Sheng Tang Group. Thermostatic clothing. The words thermostatic clothing came out. Live broadcast room. Suddenly, it blew up again. What? Thermostatic clothes. Holy crap. So this is the highlight. No wonder there are no models. No wonder there isn't even a show. They are not here to sell a certain product, but a category. Great. Is the effect that good? Someone questioned. However, the next moment, Yang Kai on the screen continued. A new constant temperature material has been added here, which can maintain a constant temperature for a long time. Summer. Wear it out, even if you're wrapped in a down jacket containing it, and stand in the sun, you'll not feel too hot, but a kind of constant temperature comfort. Think about it. Many people have already thought of its role in certain clothing fields. Hearing this, the live broadcast room was silent for a second. Then, suddenly, it became lively again. Heaven! This is going against heaven. That's awesome. I'm convinced. What's the point? Some people still don't quite understand. The next moment, there are people who popularize science. You see, you are a man. Going out in the summer is hard for some people, and people have said it clearly. Certain fields, even if you're a man, think about it. Go out and stand under the sun and feel as cool as the inside and outside. This feeling is exciting. Men get it. The women were excited. Summer. What a painful realization. Now that I have such clothes, I'm no longer afraid. Looking at Tang Qing, each of them seems to be looking at friends of XX. He is indeed the man we have liked for so long. Too considerate of women. On site, the reporters were also excited. At this moment, they discovered that this seemed to be a huge news, at least in some fields, that would shock the world. Constant temperature. Not hot. Added up, it was a completely revolutionary event. And this is our Shengtong's new product. It is an independent brand, positioned at the mid to high end, and is not cheap. But in terms of quality, everyone can rest assured. Yang Kai confidently said, "This, very important, this is not a dress, but a frequently used product that may be worn every day. If it were of average quality standards, it would definitely be scolded. Therefore, very strong and durable. After all, even if only 10 million people buy it, and each person only buys the cheapest one and only sells one piece, that's still a sales of more than 2 billion. And the most important thing is, materials are recyclable, not disposable." However, these words did not put off the audience. Where to buy? Tell me quickly. Money's not a problem. It is. Don't underestimate us. Just kidding. Several hundred. Several thousand. They can even buy cosmetics, bags, and jewelry worth tens of thousands of dollars irrationally. Such a summer necessity is completely acceptable as long as it is not too outrageous. On stage, Yang Kai continued, "As for the price, after the press conference, you can see on the official website of Shengtang that due to production problems, it is temporarily unable to meet everyone's needs. Therefore, the first batch, 30 basic models, each limited to 1 million pieces, and each account is limited to 2 pieces. This is the July share, and the August share will be released at the end of July. Within the year, strive to expand the production line to meet market demand." Yang Kai explained that although he had been stocking up before, the marketing department estimated that the volume was too large. Nationwide, worldwide, when something becomes a necessity, it is not difficult to imagine how big the market will be. Moreover, hunger marketing is a very good strategy in itself. 1 million, 30, multiplied up, that's 30 million pieces. Each piece earns 50 yuan, which is also 1.5 billion. Thinking of this, Yang Kaisen trembles. This profit is too much. I never dared to think about it before. The annual net profit is only a few hundred million. Now, 1 month. As long as you buy it all, you'll make a profit of more than 10 to 2 billion, or even more. Sure enough, if traditional companies want to fly, they can only make breakthroughs in technology. Otherwise, the vast majority can only struggle to survive. For a moment, Yang Kai felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. Live broadcast room. Limited. Damn. Sure enough, nothing related to technology can be bought casually. 1 million pieces, that's 30 million. Why do I think it can't be sold out? How could it be? That's right. Do you think Tang Qing's face is whitewashed? Now it's only live broadcast, and not many people will watch it. Wait until it spreads on TV media and social platforms. That scene. I'll let you see what madness is. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and make a reservation. Upon hearing the limited quantity, the audience's hearts tightened. Most of them go directly to Shengtong's official website and hang them aside, waiting to grab one directly after the pre-sale opens. Worry? Oh, Tang Qing is already there. So what is there to worry about? Such a product must have gone through rigorous testing. Otherwise, Tang Qing would not slap him in the face for some money. After all, his trillions worth is so dazzling. Everyone is looking forward to it. At this time, in the screen, inviting people to the stage again, but this time it was to test formal clothes. After all, its audience's main purpose is not to wear gloves and scarves. That's to keep warm. They want to dissipate heat. This time, many people raised their hands. Same. 6 were chosen. There are men. There are women. We quickly put them on, including jackets, vests, t-shirts, and one wearing a swimsuit. He was from the fashion industry and was very relaxed. Cool, comfortable. Can I buy a set now? After hearing what they said, the people in the live broadcast room did not doubt it. The effect must be significant. Even with the mentality of trying something new, many people plan to try it. After all, it's summer now, and many companies require you to wear a shirt and tie. It's okay in places with air conditioning, but it's hard to squeeze into subways and buses. Slimy all over. Uncomfortable. I've been swiping for a long time, but it still hasn't come out. It's so slow. At least let's take a look at the basic models first. It would be nice to save the time of choosing later and place an order directly. This is a bit inhumane. Yeah, that's right. Any dissatisfaction. They all got direct reactions, but they didn't know that Tang did this for a reason. If you open it now, it would affect the live broadcast. From a business perspective, this is the best solution. On site, the people who tested it were extremely novel. They were already convinced that this material would change the industry and become one of the necessities for women around the world. Not much. 1 billion people. With just 1 piece per person, the prosperous Tang dynasty could become one of the world's top 500 companies. Thinking of this, everyone looked at CEO Yang Kai in a different way. Once successful, by then, this is the president of a Fortune 500 company. He is completely different from the previous prosperous Tang, which was large in scale but had low profits. The prosperous Tang dynasty is about to fly. At the same time, he looked at the face in the audience again and sighed in his heart. Tang Qing. He is indeed a miracle man. Many of his companies were not favored by others at first, but later they were discovered to have risen like rockets. What to do? What does it become? It's like God's blessing. Could it be? Is there really a chosen one in this world? If so, I guess it has to be Tang Qing, a company that constantly uses technology to refresh people's understanding is much better than companies that don't have enough technology to do marketing. Yes, the latter is small and broad, can eat a lot of meat, and can be praised by others. But most are like a flash in the pan. Stand up, fall down, batch after batch. Many people look back at the rich people in China in the past. Most of the reasons for their bankruptcy were elimination, and most of Tang Qing's companies were technology-based. World leader. Its success is natural. If you don't seek death, you won't fail. At this time, the press conference has entered the middle and late stages. Down below, I would like to invite the chairman of Tang Group, Director Tang. Yang Kai said loudly. Wow, there was a round of applause. Now, compared with the decadence when they arrived, the reporters were as excited as if they had been given a shot of blood. News, big news, even world-class news, is about to be born. Go on stage. Tang Qing smiled slightly. Good morning, everyone. Just now, Mr. Yang has given you a preliminary introduction. I believe that you have a preliminary understanding of our new product. I hope you like it. Mr. Yang is talking about the product. I'm here mainly to talk about the technology. This is a laboratory I invested in. After several years of research and development, I finally conquered a constant temperature material. You can see its biggest priority. Constant temperature. Generally speaking, the most comfortable temperature for people is around 25 degrees. In such an environment, poor dilation, blood flow, etc. are at their best. No matter how low it is, no matter how high it is, it will make people feel warm, that is cool and hot. Of course, our constant temperature material is not a constant temperature of 25 degrees. This temperature is the comfortable ambient air temperature and the temperature of non-contact objects. Compared to the ambient temperature, the optimal value of the contact temperature will be higher. Following the introduction, everyone's understanding of this new material has become deeper and deeper, and they nod frequently. they can't help but be shocked that there's such a magical thing in the world. Certainly, some people are also curious. Does this violate the laws of thermodynamics? But, as the explanation deepened, everyone suddenly realized that this was not a solid material, but hollow, with multiple designs to ensure temperature stability. Insulated, endothermic, heat dissipation, 3 characteristics integrated into one. Otherwise, this thing is completely a bug and violates the laws of physics. At first glance, it seems quite simple, but why has no one done it in so many years? Those who think this way are naturally ordinary people. In fact, constant temperature materials have always been one of the end points in the field of materials research. However, the progress is slow, and more importantly, it is difficult to commercialize any results. At this time, many people in related fields are very excited. Perhaps, in this material, they will find a breakthrough. In short, this is a thermostatic material. Safe, stable, durable, environmentally friendly, won't affect skin metabolism, won't fall below the safe temperature. Live broadcast room. Countless by words were written up. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 3 million. What is Tang Qing doing? Selling goods. No wonder, full-screen shopping. Our powdered sugar is so powerful. But what are we selling? High technology. People kept coming. Take a look. Stayed. After understanding, there was almost a voice of support. If it were an ordinary live broadcast selling goods, they would still hesitate, but this time, they were selling a new necessity. Constant temperature. Safety. How many girls looked out the window at the rising sun and smiled? If it is true, as Tang Qing said, from now on, there is no need to be afraid of wrapping up in 2 layers. Today. What a great day. After being excited, many people began to expand their thinking for Tang Qing. In addition to clothes, they also provided sheets, quilt covers, and cushions. Don't be too versatile. The size of its market has shocked many people. Tang Qing, I'm going to make it. Definitely. Besides women's clothes, children's clothes are definitely a big market. In summer, children don't dare to turn on the air conditioner, and it's very hot. I won't say any more. I will buy a set for my child after I try it out. Me too. The baby is suffering too much. These words, it won unanimous approval from everyone. They all said that women and children are the best business. This product is what women and children need. Therefore, as long as it's not too outrageous, parents will definitely be willing to buy it. On site. On to the next item. Ask a question. Now, reporters are invited to ask questions. Each reporter present can ask one question. Please consider it carefully. When you have thought about it, you can raise your hand. After hearing this, the reporters all raised them up, and Tang Qing clicked on one. CCTV. After all, he is the first brother, so give him some face. Director Tang, congratulations for your company's development of such excellent technology. He added, everyone knows that research on material technology is very difficult. Why did you invest a few years ago? The prosperous Tang dynasty is not enough. This question, not too sharp. The problem of insufficient stamina is almost universal among clothing companies, unless they eventually become luxury goods or century-old stores. But that is really difficult. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled. Nod. I have this consideration. A few years ago, at the Xingtang conference, I once said that the road of a clothing company is difficult. After it develops and grows, it is easy to go downhill. It is not because it has done something wrong, but it is old. Everyone has no sense of freshness and is more willing to try different brands. Therefore, the future of Xingtang must be different from that of ordinary clothing companies. Xingtang, as the name suggests. As the first company I founded, I don't want it to decline. Therefore, I have to think about the future 3 to 5 years later, or even longer. Materials. It is set as the breakthrough direction. Business. It is to solve needs and pain points. Gradually, constant temperature materials came into my field of vision, and after that, I had an attitude of trying. Suddenly, a far-sighted story emerges. Everyone's blood boiled when they heard it. Inspiring. Quite inspiring. This is a story of a traditional enterprise's self-rescue and success. It has a strong reference significance and points the way for traditional enterprises. At least that's what they think. The lack of ambition in most companies is nothing new. Rely on relationships, rely on marketing, and rely on false propaganda. Many people want to eat it for a lifetime. However, the world is changing. These people, most of them collapsed, and less than 1 in 100 survived. Therefore, Tang Qing's forward-looking investment can be said to be a model of positive energy. Just like when he made a smartphone, no one even knew it was successful. But once born, everyone knows it. Good. What a rich man in China. He is indeed a role model for our generation. Then, the second reporter stood up. Dr. Tang, will all products in Shangtang use this new technology in the future? This is the Shanghai TV station, and it is on their territory after all. No. Tang Qing nodded. This technology, it is more suitable for use in summer. In winter, everyone likes to be warm. Ordinary clothing is enough to meet this requirement. Winter, everyone wants warmth. Not cool. But what Tang Qing didn't say is that the summer market alone is enough to account for a considerable proportion of a person's annual clothing consumption. Therefore, winter clothes? Never mind. Have. But we are too lazy to do it. Leave some way for other companies to survive. If Tang Qing hadn't been too miserable and was at the bottom of his own company, Tang Qing might not have come up with this technology. Is good stuff. Too much. A third reporter stood up. Director Tang, is this technology exclusively supplied by Shangtang? No. Tang Qing shook his head again. This technology product will be sold to the public. All clothing companies can purchase it and add it to their own products. It will not be exclusive. Yiting. Colleagues who were called by emergency calls to watch the live broadcast couldn't help but smile on their faces. Good. Very good. This kid is indeed a good person. Although the share of don't eat alone may not be as large as that of the prosperous Tang dynasty, it is better than nothing and gives many companies hope. Only, Tang Qing is probably going to make a lot of money. At the same time, consumers were also happy. 30 styles. If they don't like it, it will be annoying to buy it back. Now, the introduction of competition will diversify the products and give them more choices. The questions kept coming. Information. It was like having wings, spreading to more people through various channels. Most people were stunned after seeing it, and then they flocked to the live broadcast room. Although it's nearing the end. But the website provides playback. After playing it at twice the speed, you will immediately know what you should do. Open the official website of Shangtang and refresh it every 5 seconds. Finally, the 1-hour press conference ended. For a moment, the official website of Shangtang has new columns on time. Thermostatic clothing. Everyone quickly clicked in and then saw the 30 basic models from top to bottom, from inside to outside. It's all there. It's pretty good. Yeah, I thought the styles were average, but I didn't expect them to be pretty good looking. That's right, they are positioned in the mid to high end, and if they are ugly, it would be a loss of face. Different from the rigid styles that everyone thinks, these styles are quite novel. Although there are 30 basic styles, each one has a different color. Therefore, the choice is huge. It's so expensive. This is a steal. Yes. The cheapest ones are 200 yuan, usually 3 to 500 yuan, and there are also 1 or 2,000 yuan. Anyway, I can't bear to spend so much money. Just buy a cool one. Yes. Some people were speechless when they saw the price. 9 years. Several thousand. But it's a big number. Only, those who say this are mostly men who are just here to join in the fun. I'm not mainly selling you. Don't take it for granted. That's right. If you say something like this, you must either be a man or have no children. Yes. The female compatriots didn't care at all. Summer. Men can go out with just 1 pair of pants, but women can wear at least 4 pieces. Breathing in summer is painful. Standing, sitting, and walking are simply miserable. Now, the cheaper ones cost a few hundred, and the more expensive ones cost thousands, which can solve this pain point. Expensive? Just kidding. If you dare to go out in just a pair of pants, I'm afraid you only think it's normal if you're in the dozens. Anyway, they won't let you go, and Must wear one pair. Purchase, purchase, purchase. For a while, the data flow of Shangtang official website is skyrocketing. When ordinary enterprises face this situation, they do not have enough servers, and there are only two results: collapse or card. However, for Tang Qing's companies, we have never seen such a situation before. If it cannot be opened, your home network must be down. If stuck, then it must be that your home network is not working. To date, still maintains a record of zero paralysis. Flagship store. Goodbye. Walk slowly. Thank you for the gift. After saying hello, the reporters left one after another. They had gotten what they wanted. All that's left is to go back to the big picture and make the news spread wider. Before leaving, I also received two gifts: scarf, gloves. They're all the display models just now for experience. After they left, on site, after a few encouragements, Tang Qing also left. The flagship store is closed this morning and will only open in the afternoon. Moreover, the physical store does not sell thermostatic clothes for the time being. This month we will only focus on online sales. Next month, when there is more stock, it will be sold in stores. 1 month of online sales is also to reduce the popularity. Otherwise, the store won't be able to handle the influx of people all at once. After all, this is one of the necessities, one of a kind. Hey sister, go to Shangtang's official website to buy constant temperature clothes. Isn't it hot there? With it, it won't be hot when you go out. Hurry up, it's limited. What? Don't ask so many questions, just go. Qian, I just found a good thing. What? Shangtang's new product. You won't be afraid of the heat in summer anymore. I'll buy one to try first, and if it's good, you can buy it again. Good besties, of course you have to share. Mom, I have my eye on a piece of clothing, and I want to make some money. Hey, Lao Lu, isn't your girlfriend having a birthday? You could buy a coat like this. She should like it. No, I have to buy one too. Word of mouth spread, and more people gathered on the official website. Seeing the rapidly declining inventory, a feeling like panic buying came to my mind. Then, log in, choose, place an order, waiting for notification that the order is successful. Phew, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Fine, I finally got it. Although many people were still confused, since Tang Qing stepped forward and said yes, there should be no problem. Then, open comment video. Looking back, after reading it, I feel more confident. Expect. On the march. Tang, how are the sales? Tang Kai called. Not bad. How many were sold? The total sales volume exceeded 4 million. Tang Qing said. Haha, okay. Hearing this, Tang Kai smiled very happily, happier than Tang Qing himself. Now, no one said that the prosperous Tang dynasty was useless, and no one said that Tang Qing's investment was wrong. Have a look. This is called farsightedness. This is called a comeback. Forehead. The meaning is a bit vague, but it's pretty much the same. He knew about thermostatic clothes last year, but he didn't usually wear them, mainly because most of the places he went to had air conditioning. Period. Tang Qing kept saying he was testing. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that it was on the market, the sales data were so good. He couldn't help but calculate the profit in his mind and was shocked. Be good. Want to send it. Same. This is how Tang Qing feels. He can intuitively see the skyrocketing back-end data. In just 30 minutes, an unprecedented 1/6 of the sales were made. 5 million pieces. Is it much? Not much. 5 million. The total number of accounts placing orders has just exceeded 3 million, and there is still a lot of room for growth, especially after the first batch of people use it. Try it. Just know how good it is. Then, as clothes-fitting clothing, you must always keep a few pieces. In other words, the real peak of ordering will start tomorrow, or even tonight. Why is it so fast? Hummingbird. 30 million. All are delivered by Hummingbird. A week ago, these goods began to arrive in the warehouse one after another, and some were pre-packaged in advance, leaving only the order. And this, completed by newly added automation equipment. At this time, every Hummingbird warehouse is stocked. Once the order is placed, delivery will begin immediately. The fastest, it may be delivered before lunch is finished today. By then, that's crazy. Now, after placing the order, many people checked the back-end logistics information. Then, just stunned. Then, many people sent a sentence, "Hold the grass." I just placed an order, and 5 seconds later it was prompted. Your order will be delivered today. 10 seconds. Your order will be uploaded to XX Hummingbird warehouse and ready to be shipped out. 20 seconds. Your order is printed. 1 minute. Picking completed. 1.5 minutes. Scan completed. At the same time, packaging is complete. 10 minutes. Your order has been shipped from XX receiving warehouse. After reading, how many people were almost speechless? So fast. In 2 minutes, the exit from the library was completed. At this time, in some logistics companies, it can actually be completed within 1 minute. After all, it is all background data. And it can also reduce the probability of people returning goods. Many of these operations are quick in the early stage, but very touching later on. But the speed of Hummingbird is real. When it is shipped, it means that it has been loaded into the car and is on the road. Calculating the time, we will arrive in the afternoon. Damn, the logistics is so fast. Me too. I just wanted to change the style, but it has already been shipped. Mine is shipped by Hummingbird Logistics. How about you? Same. +1. Only then did everyone realize. All thermostatic clothing comes from Hummingbird Warehouse. Today's Hummingbird warehouses have spread all over the country and are a must-have in major provincial capitals and municipalities directly under the central government. Therefore, almost all logistics can be considered as intraprovincial delivery or even delivery from neighboring cities. Even a new province with a huge area can be delivered within 2 days. Quite powerful. Damn, it's so fast. Yeah, it seems that Tang Qing must have expected it. That's right. Definitely, if such a good product is not easy to sell, it would be abnormal. Everyone admired the power of Hummingbird. At the end of last year, Hummingbird officially started operations, but they couldn't feel how good it was because the products they could buy were limited. Mostly big names. Small brand. If there aren't that many sales, you might lose money if you put it in a Hummingbird warehouse. But they still like the fast logistics. When they think of hummingbirds blooming everywhere abroad, a sense of pride arises from the bottom of their hearts. Shanghai Stock Exchange. A certain neighborhood. Thank you. Lingshan got the package and couldn't wait to open it. She immediately saw 2 items inside, a coat and a top inside. Take it out. One touch. I don't feel anything. Oh, I'm in the house now. He said, go back to the house quickly. Put on. Looked in the mirror. It fit well, and the material itself had a certain amount of elasticity. Although it was close to the body, it didn't get hot. After feeling the new clothes, she went out immediately. Outside, but the sun is scorching hot. Go out. Go downstairs. Stand in the sun. A rolling heat wave hit her face, and her breathing was so hot. But the temperature of the upper half of her body seemed to be shielded and slightly cool. Lingshan was surprised. It's really cool. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour. It's so effective. Lingshan sighed. It's still like this after half an hour. It's really too powerful. Moreover, Tang Qing said that long time depends on the day. 12 hours of ultra-high temperature exposure. At that time, the heat-absorbing material inside will reach a threshold. By then, it is necessary to dissipate heat in places below 30 degrees Celsius. But theoretically speaking, there are very few places in the country where the temperature is above 30 degrees Celsius a day. Therefore, if worn normally, it can be worn for a long time. Moreover, the heat dissipation is automatic and very fast. It can be used for a whole day in half an hour at most. Therefore, in most environments, there is no need to deliberately dissipate heat. Nice. No, 2 pieces are too few. I want 1 pair of pajamas. After that, she hurried home. These 2 items were given as a try. They were both small items, and the total cost was less than 800, while the pajamas cost more than 1,500. Expensive. Even more than 2,000, there were doubts before. Now, after she no longer had any doubts about the efficacy, she naturally wanted to collect the suit. Is there a limit to 2 purchases per number? It's okay. She still has friends and family, so what the hell? 20 minutes later. Clothing. Pants. Scarf. gloves, pajamas, plus a change of wash. A few $1,000s are gone. As the first batch arrives one after another. Suddenly, rave reviews. Just now I walked in the sun for 10 minutes. All I can say is that it's so comfortable. If I don't wear this when I go out in the summer, I won't be able to adapt to it. Same. I put it on and couldn't stop at all. Good stuff. I decided to buy a few more sets to give to my family. After marveling at the remarkable effect, it goes without saying that those who placed an order before immediately used the share of another order. Then, use someone else's number to place an order. For a while, sales volume stabilized and set sail again. Domestic. Major clothing companies, after watching the live broadcast and reports, also placed orders. After the express delivery arrived quickly, they immediately took it apart and tested it themselves. After the test was completed, silence. I have mixed feelings in my heart. Indeed, as Tang Qing said, the constant temperature effect is remarkable. Even in a stuffy room without air conditioning, as long as you wear it, your body can stay cool. Time is short. They haven't been able to test the endothermic threshold. But judging for the current test results, the effect is so strong that it is undoubtedly an epic-making technology. It solves the pain of a certain type of people. What should I do? Buy it. Is it too expensive? I'm sure. But you can't just wait and see. The general trend is in front of us. Unstoppable. Soon, they reached a consensus that they would cooperate. Tang Qing said that the Shengtang family would not do it, which left them a way to survive, so they contacted them immediately. Hello, we are XX Group. We want to buy some constant temperature materials. Next month. Okay. We will definitely be there by then. Okay. Don't think too much about it in the short term. They don't have enough for themselves, so how can they give it to you? But the promise of supply starting in August is good news. By technology? Want authorization? Cut. Unless Tang Qing was crazy, they didn't bother to ask. It was definitely impossible. When had Tang Qing's technology been licensed to others casually? Find an expert and do some research to see if there is any way to imitate it. Yes, imitation. There's no shame in that. Who has advanced technology and others don't want to imitate it? Look at the United States. It is at the forefront of the world in various technologies. Have other countries stopped catching up? No, therefore. There's no shame in that. Foreign. Now, it was already dark, but the management of many clothing companies were called up to hold meetings all night long. After seeing the effectiveness of thermostatic clothing, everyone was shocked. Constant temperature, long-lasting, plastic, oh my God! They are also researching such materials, but there is no progress. Moreover, I haven't paid much attention to it all the time, but unexpectedly, someone got ahead of me. It's not hot in summer. No need to think too much about how big the market for this function is. It is a super huge market. They calculated an account and found that the first batch was 30 million pieces. The average price is $205. So, here comes the problem. What will the total sales be? $1 billion. Hiss. Everyone was shocked by this sales figure and thought they had made a mistake. However, this was not a difficult math problem. After another mental calculation, finally accepted this fact. Tang Qing, is he the son of God? Someone exclaimed. What to do? What does it become? He became the second richest man in the world in 5 years, with assets exceeding $300 billion. Such a terrifying existence appeared in a young man. Do the math. Now, Tang Qing hasn't received his college diploma yet. Compare with the celebrities on the rich list of the United States. Many of them became famous in college, but they are far inferior to Tang Qing. Billion. First batch. They will go crazy with jealousy. Chet, why don't we invent this technology first? Give me some thermostatic clothes immediately, quickly, and with the highest efficiency. Tear it down. Crack it. We have to keep up. Same thing. Major international apparel companies have also issued similar orders. It is definitely impossible to buy such technology because the owner is not short of money. Therefore, there is only one way to crack. After, see if there is any way to imitate it without violating international patent laws. They felt that Tang Qing's technique shouldn't be too difficult. Reverse. It is always simpler than forward research and development. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Qian was in the living room, holding a tablet stupidly, constantly refreshing and refreshing. Every time she refreshed, the numbers inside would rise and fall. What went up was sales. What fell was inventory. Now, driven by the first batch of consumers, the entire Shangtang official website can only be described in one word: fire. Although the total inventory is still in the tens of millions. But that also depends on what the quantity unit is. Haha, another 100,000 less. It's made. It's made. Like a money addict. The corners of Qian's mouth were moist with joy. She was not ladylike at all, but she didn't bother to care. If she wasn't excited at this time, she would be excited when. For several years, the profit pressure of Shangtang has always been great. Thanks to Tang Qing, who never took away a penny and continued to inject capital, the existence of Shangtang was maintained. Now, how can you not be happy when you are about to turn over 30 million, if sold out? Heaven, just ask who else. The door. Tang Qing basked in the sun, rocked the recliner, and looked at the silly Qian from time to time. The leisurely afternoon passed like this. Good news came in the evening. More than half sold. After dinner, Qian returned to the room, hugged the pillow, and shouted, "Express the joy in my heart." She knows very well what it means to have more than half of the sales. First, total sales exceeded 15 million units. Second, total sales are nearly 4 billion renminbi. That's right. That's all. Before, what is the annual sales volume of Shangtang? But it was surpassed by a revolutionary technology in one day. This was something Qian had never dared to think about before. Now it's happening before our eyes. Do the math. The profit is close to 800 million. 800 million. 800 million. Qian's eyes are full of little stars. It's really all profits. As the second shareholder of the group, she owns 3% of the shares. It's equivalent to saying, if there is a dividend, she can get 20 million. Certainly, the most profitable person is Tang Qing, because 800 million is only the profit of Shangtang. The profit of the technology company owned by Tang Qing should not be less than that of Shangtang. Phew, take a deep breath. Really, as long as you make the right choice, your life will be brilliant. Living room. Congratulations. The sales are over half. You really can create miracles. Chiron called to express his congratulations. He was a little confused when he saw the data. Sales exceeded 10 million in one day. Such data was unprecedented. Once, he also thought that the prosperous Tang dynasty was useless, but Tang Qing was nostalgic for the past, so he kept doing it. Now it seems that they are confident and ready to go. And, out of control, respectable, envious, have, but not much. After all, he is also a man worth hundreds of billions. He no longer cares so much about the accumulation of money. He is really happy for Tang Qing in his heart. Evening. There are many people who haven't slept. There are a large number of customers who have received thermostatic clothes. This thermostat is so comfortable. I don't have to turn on the air conditioner when sleeping in pajamas like this, and I'm not afraid of the heat when I'm covered with a quilt. I'm convinced. Awesome. Tang Qing is going to defy the heavens. No, it's a huge profit. In summer, you no longer have to worry about blowing the air conditioner to catch a cold because you don't have to turn it on at all. I guess companies that sell air conditioners will hang Tang Qing on the wall. What are you doing? Curse. It's possible, but you still have to buy an air conditioner. The thermostatic clothes are only effective for the clothes fitting part. In many scenarios, they can't replace the air conditioner for the time being. That's right. It's selling out so fast. No, I have to buy one for my mother. Penguin. WeChat. Weibo. Various sharing and tap water. After using it, I really like it. I no longer have to worry about summer. I feel refreshed when I go out, feel refreshed when I work, and feel refreshed when I sleep. Everyone, hurry up and buy thermostatic clothes. You no longer have to get up early in the morning and get sweaty from buses and subways before arriving at work. This is an absolute artifact. A person in a certain work group called out. Really, it's absolutely true. I also bought a suit, but it hasn't arrived yet. It's tomorrow. There are 30 basic styles, including shirts and suits. Many people bought them and put them on directly. Suddenly, it was as if a new world had opened up. Life. Suddenly, there was a sense of relief. For a while, on the official website of Shangtang, the sales data still did not stop. Word of mouth spread, orders were placed frantically, and half of the products were sold in one day, making many people nervous. Because this month, there are only so many sales. Want to buy? The next batch will go out next month. Thinking of this, many people don't think much about it before buying it. Otherwise, the heat for a month will be excruciating. Go and buy it quickly. If you don't buy it, you will have to wait until August. I heard that scalpers are stocking up and are preparing to make a fortune. I don't want to spend more money. Hurry up now. Hold on. The scalpers are here. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Absolutely not fooling you. Don't think about it. It's only that much. You have to wait until August when it's sold out. It's hot in July, so there must be people willing to buy it at a high price. That's right. I don't want to be hot for another month. Let's go. Place an order. Are you so crazy? Fake it. We all seem to have underestimated the thermostatic clothes. At this moment, colleagues were stunned. One day, more than half sold. No, it's not even 24 hours yet. It won't arrive until tomorrow morning. They don't want to imagine what the sales volume will be by then. What the hell? It's so devastating. Envious. Envy. The falling inventory and the huge sales that they couldn't see behind the scenes, but rising steadily made them seem to see Tang Qing's smiling face. Villa. Now, Tang Qing was indeed smiling. But not because of sales, but because of everyone's comments. This feeling of recognition is quite good. At least he's doing something meaningful. The next day, early morning, as soon as many people wake up, they hurriedly turn on their mobile phones and look at the logistics, because not all thermostatic clothes can be delivered on the same day. Mostly the next day. Take a look. Good guy. When I arrived at the nearest business outlet, I felt instantly relieved. Suddenly, they remembered something again and clicked on Shangtang's official website. Suddenly, I was shocked by the number above, because it showed more than 4 million remaining. What? Many people exclaimed. 4 million. Depend on. Should it be so exaggerated? And nearly 1/3 of the styles have been sold out. More than 4 million, accounting for 14%. That is to say, 86% have been sold out. Then, click to enter the discussion area. Crazy. The fighting power of women is too strong. Yeah, I thought it would take half a month to sell 30 million, but I underestimated Tang Qing's ability to create miracles. At this rate, it can be sold out in 2 days at most. It's so bright. Awesome. Unfortunately, some models are sold out, and the rest are useless. Many people regret that there is nothing left that they like. But no one thinks that these styles cannot be sold out. There are 30 basic styles, each of which corresponds to the corresponding summer scene, but the frequency of use is different. Therefore, the number of 4 million is still declining. Every swipe, there have been changes, and they are not small. How much do you think will be left when the 24 hours are up? 3.5 million. 306. 300. 200. Just like bidding, netizens speculated. Sold out. That's what you dreamed about. That's right. I'm afraid you look down on 4 million. Sold out? It is possible today, but more than 4 million is not a small amount. Everyone is looking forward to what Shangtang's single-day sales will be at 11 o'clock, but it is undeniable that no matter how much, Shangtang will be prosperous this time. 8:30, 3.6 million pieces. 9 o'clock, 3 million pieces. 10 o'clock, 2 million pieces. 11 o'clock, clear. Boom. Netizens exploded. Now, the internet is abuzz. What did I see? All sold out. Someone tell me, this is an illusion. Also, why did it drop so fast in the last hour? That's right. It's unreasonable. Could it be that Shangtang falsified the data? It's possible. Many people questioned it, but there's still people who understand. Because everyone is up and the sun is out. Many people are basking in the sun, and then being basked in friend circles creates a chemical effect. What? Impulse shopping. What he said makes sense. To this, no one discussed it too much. They still trust Tang Qing's company. There is no need to fool investors or worry about the company's stock price. There is no need to sugarcoat the data. For this, can't do it. Tang Qing couldn't afford to lose that person. Ha! I suddenly feel very good. Some people who haven't bought it have to wait until August. Suddenly, I feel cooler. In that case, I am the same. Fortunately, I started early. It's cool. You guys are good or bad. Suddenly, I understand a truth. Happiness really comes from comparison. In the summer, I have a thermostat of clothes, but you don't. This is happiness. Happiness plus one. Happiness plus one. For a moment, human beings' inexplicable sense of superiority arises spontaneously due to the rhythm, and the distressed feeling of just spending a lot of money is immediately soothed. Cool. Bang. Villa. Chi-Yin and her colleagues at the group headquarters opened champagne to celebrate. Through remote video, all subsidiaries of Shengtang became lively. Great. I can't believe it sold out in one day. Miracle. Ah, the prosperous Tang dynasty. The prosperous Tang dynasty. The prosperous Tang dynasty. Long live Mr. Tang. Shouted. Happy. Excited. Shouting Tang Dong is mighty. There's no other way. To be able to make this money, I have to have some relationship with them. But it's really not big. It's mainly about technology. They lived without technology for 4 years. Looking back on those days, although I was not poor, I was far from wealthy. Now, once flying to the sky, it was entirely due to Tang Qing's foresight. Also, all major stores. Bang! They fired salute cannons. At the same time, there was also melodious music playing in the store. Long live. Today is a group dinner, and we will go to the hotel in the evening, the store manager said loudly. Woo! The shop assistants beamed. Sold out. It means the company has money. In this way, you can look forward to the year-end bonus. Although it is currently all online shopping and has nothing to do with store sales will begin in August. The unit price is high. Sales are good. End of the year. With Tang Qing's generosity, he will definitely get a big red envelope. Previously, Shengtang could only envy the annual awards of microcrystal technology, Qingyuan technology, Comet Group, etc. Now, you can look forward to it yourself. Comfortable. Just yesterday afternoon, everyone was given new work clothes, all of which were made of thermostatic materials. The feeling of wearing them made them firmly believe that the Tang dynasty will prosper. Domestic. The major media also went crazy. Record. 30 million pieces of clothing were sold out in one day. The miracle happened again. Tang Qing once again proved his vision with facts. The prosperous Tang dynasty. A great victory. 8 billion sales. The spring of the prosperous Tang dynasty is here. The reporters were also shocked. One day, 8 billion. This is a number that many large companies can only look up to. With the high profits of clothing companies, Shengtang Group earned at least 2 billion this time. Even, they dare to think of 4 billion. Only, this technology is not under the name of Shengtang. It is not known how much Shengtang earned in the end, but we can know that Tang Qing is the boss of the two companies. Make money with blood. Shengtang Group is expected to become one of the most profitable companies under Tang Qing. This is the consensus of everyone. It is inevitable to break into the top 3. Third, it is obviously the Comet Group. Although it has made a lot of money from film and television entertainment, the cost is also huge. If you save a little every year, it can cost tens of billions. Second, microcrystalline technology. First, Qingyuan technology. If we look at the market for thermostatic clothes, they have reason to believe that Shengtang may even reach the top spot. Thinking of this, the reporters were speechless. A few days ago, no one was optimistic about the prosperous Tang dynasty, thinking that it would last forever. A few days later, sales of 8 billion laid the foundation for its meteoric rise. World, sure enough, it has changed. I haven't seen you for 3 days, so I'll look at you with admiration. No, I have to wear sunglasses because it's too dazzling and I can't stand it. Europe and America. The colleagues in the industry were speechless. They had calculated before and found that if 30 million yuan was sold out, the sales would exceed 1 billion US dollars. They couldn't be more envious. Today, shocking news came. Sold out. God, today is not April Fool's Day. How much they hope that this is fake news, but their reason tells them that it is true, and they sell 1 billion yuan a day. Shit. They were so jealous that they almost separated from each other. When will it arrive? The president yelled. Tomorrow. They bought a lot in the name of employees in China. Since it was an experiment, of course they had to have enough materials. For this reason, they contributed a lot to sales. Once you get it, just ask someone to fly and bring them back. Crack it. You must crack it for me. Oh my God. 1 billion. This number deeply stimulated them. An opponent who had never faced him seriously before turned into a rich man after just one night. How can I bear it? Soon, thermostatic clothing has become the focus of the world, selling for $1 billion a day. No matter what it is, this number is as shocking as the U.S. president being slapped in the face. Shocking. Subsequently, it's joy. Where is it sold? I want to buy it. Currently, it is only sold in China, and the quantity is limited. Even in the Chinese market, a large number of new products will not be launched until after August. So long. Can't wait. Is there any other way? Yes. What? Online shopping. Some multinational purchasing agents sell it online, but the price is increased by 200% and the quantity is not much. It is best to hurry up, otherwise it will be gone. Go right away. Xiatian. Hot. Regardless of national boundaries, even for people in many regions, it is hot all year round. A piece of clothing with constant temperature and comfort is extremely attractive to them. An increase of 200%. Do the math. It is 3 times the original price. For people in many countries, this number is too high. However, never underestimate the high-income groups in this world. Now, it is only sold in China and not in foreign countries, so you have no choice. Anyway, it is bought and sold by others and has not been worn. There is nothing difficult to accept. Purchase, purchase, purchase. This shocked some scalpers. After working overtime last night, many people used various means to place hundreds or even thousands of orders without placing too many orders. Expensive. This is hundreds of thousands. Which material? It's only been less than a day and it's almost sold out. What a shame. Of course, there are also powerful scalpers who place tens of thousands of orders with the mentality of taking a gamble. Now, smiling from ear to ear. Somewhere, a small factory building. Cheers. This money is so easy to make. We finally got a handful of Tang Qing's hair. This group of second-rate dealers toasted in celebration. This time, some of my colleagues earned hundreds of thousands, while many like them made tens of thousands of orders. Big investment. Nature. There will be big output. Such a good opportunity, but it doesn't happen often. And things happen so fast. It was only after gritting one's teeth that I decided to make a big fortune. Apparently, they made the right bet this time, and conservatively estimated that they could make tens of millions. Thanks to whom? Own? No, I have to thank Tang Qing. After all, the things belong to others. Cheers. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Thank you. Thank you. They had other thoughts. Acquisition. Double the profit is enough to drive many people crazy. However, I soon discovered that no one was selling it, and I thought it was right. After all, those who placed an order on the first day mostly thought it was useful and bought it just to wear it. Hot day. For tens of hundreds of dollars. Stay hot for another month? This account is unfair in every way. Therefore, this leads to a result. Prices are rising. Selling less. Buy a lot. Even if it doesn't rise, I'd be sorry for such a hot weather. The scalpers are busy tinkering. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a product with high demand and low supply. And legitimate. The next few days, nationwide, worldwide, everyone is talking about Tang Qing and the thermostatic clothes. There is no other way. It is so easy to use. Many people bought it from various channels and were immediately conquered after putting it on. Around, Many people came here to try it. Give it a try. I also immediately made up my mind. Get one. Otherwise, how to keep up with the trends. This also caused the price of second-hand thermostatic clothes to rise steadily. In the end, it was even a bit irrational and shocking. After all, August, a new batch of thermostatic clothes will be on the market. Calm down, don't let some unscrupulous dealers prick you. However, no one listened. The person who said this is either wearing a thermostat or has never experienced its benefits at all. I believe you are the only one who is evil, buying at a high price. Me too. Everyone didn't care at all. Joke. 30 million. If it is sold out in one day, even if it is sold out next time, it will be 30 million. With the current popularity of thermostatic clothes, the possibility of being sold out in one day again is very high. If so, wait. That's September. It's autumn. Elder brother. If you do this for a few times, the whole summer will be completely over. Some people say it is over, but this part is mostly just standing and talking without back pain. Anyway, thermostatic clothing. It's on fire. Explosion. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. Tang Qing still lives a life of clocking in every day, writing and drawing in the office, which is very comfortable. This year, he can earn tens of billions just from thermostatic clothes. Not too much. After all, there are many places to make money, and there are many places to spend money. With the speed at which he is wasting money, it seems that the money cannot withstand any big troubles. Just then, hey, suddenly, a message flashed before my eyes. Finished reading. Tang Qing suddenly smiled and said, "A dog can't change its habit of eating shit." It's talking about some Western media. At this moment, an American scientist issued a warning that wearing thermostatic clothing for a long time may affect human health. Suddenly, reprinted by major media. Report. Wired. Discuss. What a joy. It is reported that Shengtang Group has not obtained marketing authorization in the United States and has not passed our safety demonstration. Everyone should calm down. Use with caution. Use sparingly. We haven't had to live in the same way before. The point of view is very clear. This is a new technology, product that has not yet proven its safety over time. We call on everyone to be rational, restrained, and not impulsive. At the same time, Xingtang was also reminded that it is irresponsible to put a new technology into the market in this way, and safety testing should be submitted to relevant European and American departments as soon as possible. Anyway, something is going to happen. To this, European and American netizens are in full support. Anyway, it's right to object. There is nothing wrong with what is said in the news. As for checking whether the thermostatic clothing technology has been verified for a certain period of time in China, they are not interested. Follow the roar, followed by shouting. Follow the call. Be consistent with the media and be right. For a while, there are doubts in Europe and the United States. Certainly, there are also different voices. How can you say that they haven't gone through long-term safety testing and demonstration? Tang Qing's video focused on this aspect. It's just that it is so powerless under the wave of waves. The mainstream media have all spoken out, and most people choose to follow the trend. Anyway, winning or losing doesn't mean much. Take a look. Chinese netizens couldn't sit still. A slap in the face. Not safe. Okay, don't buy it. It seems that our market in China cannot support a prosperous Tang dynasty, and Tang Qing spent half the time at the press conference talking about safety issues. Therefore, criticize some experts who do not even conduct investigations and just talk nonsense. In recent years, we have seen a lot of biased reports in Europe and the United States. For the heat, exaggerate, made up. Various methods are emerging in endlessly, without any lower limit, and now Tang Qing is in trouble. Of course, we can't pretend that we didn't see it. Many people jumped over the wall and went to the internet to criticize. Park. Office. Tang Qing watched silently. He knew very well the urinal nature of the Western media. I'm not surprised at this. They will do all sorts of things to anyone who is hot. Dig history. Make up stories. Find an expert. Fool the public. There are too many to describe, But this is a group of lords who are so afraid of the world being in chaos that they won't even say a word about their own country, let alone a foreign country. Just get used to it. This time, in addition to the media, there are also some clothing companies that are promoting it. They hope to turn thermostatic clothing into a non-general consumer product, which will require a separate process. Then, fruit wine is food, medicines. The processes of these two are different. Some European and American companies are clamoring that this is a drug and must go through a strict listing process, otherwise it cannot be imported. Now, the same is true. Thermostatic clothing. Many people believe that this has medical functions and has special uses for specific groups and specific diseases, and they hope to be classified as medical supplies. That way, it is estimated that it will be a long process to go public. Take the original transcription solution, for example. So far, Western countries have not allowed it to enter the country for sale. Yes, I can admit your effect, but we won't let you sell it in European and American countries. Period. They can think of ways to crack it and develop it, leaving themselves enough time to react without being hit in the face or beaten to the ground. Very good. Tang Qing smiled lightly. Operate? No. He has no such intention. The original transcription solution proves that if you don't agree with me to enter, I will still make all the money in the world. If you still can't crack it, I will starve you to death. Come on, see who is disgusting. Certainly, the premise is that you don't go too far. If you are brave enough to be evil, use extreme methods, and don't follow the rules, then don't blame me for being even more unruly. USA, a certain laboratory. Ow! It's difficult. Can't crack it. No. The researcher shook his head. The principle and technology of thermostatic clothing are actually not very advanced. Even the materials are not unavailable in our laboratory, and there are even more than one kind. But it is too expensive and difficult to commercialize. These words, let a circle of company executives frown, and it cannot be commercialized. Everything is in vain. How many excellent technologies produced in laboratories are stuck in the cost? Their materials should be easier to commercialize, right? Someone suggested. Hear the words. Yeah, the researcher nodded. It should be. After all, everyone has commercialized it. Unfortunately, we don't know the preparation process of this material, and it is very difficult to crack. Technology. Sometimes it's like a layer of window paper. Poke through. It's another world. However, how many technical barriers are blocked by these layers of window paper, preventing any progress? Sometimes a new idea, a new method, is a revolution. Hear this. The executives were silent. Very big. It almost means don't even think about it this year. People have achieved industrialized preparation, and within this year, no matter how much they make, they can sell almost as much. Therefore, the top brass are having a headache. One day, billions of dollars in sales stimulated them. 1 month later, the billion-dollar market would be profited by Tang Qing, which made their hearts bleed. Envious. Envy. Hatred. Have a look. They have only invested for a few years and have produced such materials. Looking at the teams in front of them and spending huge sums of money to support them every year, they can only say, it is very difficult. What the hell? Are all the ones you raise just freeloaders? You said that if we propose technical cooperation to Shangtang, is it possible to obtain manufacturing technology? At this time, a deputy general manager said. It breaks the silence. But what greeted him was a circle of idiot looks. Just kidding. If Tang Qing is willing to cooperate with this technology, what are they still discussing here? What a fuss. Money. Tang Qing is not lacking. Also, what else can they do to impress Tang Qing? Originally, everyone is in a competitive relationship. If someone has good technology, they will share it with you. This is not nonsense. Have a means? Cut. It is impossible to think that Tang Qing is a vegetarian. Even within the legal framework of Europe and the United States, it is almost impossible to make Tang Qing feel uncomfortable. Without it, eye of heaven, this global enterprise services group. Under it, the lawyers themselves and the cooperative law firms have formed an extremely powerful legal service team. They will solve all legal problems for Tang Qing. Therefore, it is still possible to bully other companies that do not understand European and American legal systems. But for a team that has clairvoyance and an incomparable understanding of, and even proficiency in, European and American legal systems, no way. Many large companies are saddled with lawsuits. Tang Qing's company is no exception. In recent years, its companies have been litigated every 3 days on average. Check it out. The winning rate is extremely high. Certainly, extremely high means that there is a possibility of losing a lawsuit. However, these losses are mostly very small lawsuits. Major lawsuits have never been lost. Why we lose more in small lawsuits? Simple. In European and American legal systems, the protection of some personal rights and interests is very strong. It is inevitable that some small lawsuits will arise due to the sale of goods, and the compensation requirements will vary. Compensation for goods. Lose money. Apologize. Nature. Some lawsuits that can be settled with an apology or small losses are often lost in order to maintain the corporate image and avoid more troubles. It seems in the short term, thermostatic clothing must not be allowed to. Enter here. The media must maintain the heat of doubt. Relevant departments should increase public relations. Yeah, that's the only way. Alas, helpless. Facing such an opponent who could easily injure themselves with unconventional methods, they still chose to be cautious and did not use more drastic measures. After, the interest in thermostatic clothing continued, and finally, on July 4th, relevant U.S. departments stated that technical observations on thermostatic clothing were needed. Anyway, if you want to come in and officially sell, don't think about it in the short term. Win. We won. Long live democracy. Many Americans shouted for victory. In response, Tang Qing, who was far away in China, curled his lips and said, "Just wait. We will let you understand one thing again. The general trend is unstoppable. No, cut. Just like the original transcription solution, you limit yours and I earn mine, which makes you sick to death. Anyway, some money will always flow into our pockets." Snort. I just like the way you look at me making money, feeling envious and jealous, and then keep giving me money. Just thinking about it makes you feel refreshed. July 6th, noon. Sanya. The Gulfstream G550 landed slowly, and Tang Qing stepped down from it. Behind him were Lin Jiaxue, her 3 younger sisters, her second uncle, and her second aunt. At this time, the final exams at Yintang University have ended and summer vacation life has begun. Qin Shiqi took over the task of accompanying her 2 younger sisters on a graduation trip. First stop, Sanya. It's not that I came to Sanya to play, but to participate in the launching ceremony of the yacht designed by Tang Qing. After several months of assembly, it was finally completed at the dock. Trial voyage. Examine. Today is delivery day. Wow, to the ground. Tang Qing exclaimed and saw a huge thing parked in the inner bay of the shipyard. Its size was bigger than the yacht Wang Sa bought for $200 million US. Almost like a warship. White. It is said that there is a Tang painted on the body with a flying dragon and a phoenix. This was written by Tang Qing himself. Because the writing is a bit floating, at first glance, it looks like a demon. To this, Tang Qing said it was good. Anyway, you can change it at any time. Theoretically, the Tang family will only take this one, and they will use another one after that. Later, this ship is mainly used for lending. So big, so beautiful, more beautiful than Uncle Wang Sa's. After that, Tang Qing took a step forward and rushed over, saying it was delivery. There were no lights and fireworks, and there were no outsiders here. Then, Qin Shiqi followed. "Come on, let's go up too," Tang Kai said enthusiastically. He had seen this design drawing many times, and there was also a scaled model. Therefore, I'm really looking forward to the real thing. Get on board. For decks, the layers shrink. Ground floor. It is a circular swimming pool that surrounds the deck and almost occupies the entire first deck. Such a design is the only one in the industry. How to get here? Standing on the edge of the narrow deck, second Aunt Yuman asked curiously. Hear the words. Tang Kai just smiled. Stand still. He finished. He took out the intercom and said, "The auxiliary deck is unfolding." A few seconds later, everyone saw that the surroundings of the hull began to change. In just 1 minute, the area of the entire first deck doubled. From above, the yacht looked even bigger. 10 minutes later, "Set sail," was the order. The Tang sailed into the sea, making huge waves. Even the shipyard staff who watched it every day were amazed by its huge size. "It's so big, beautiful. Mr. Xiao Tang is so talented." Yes. Within a few months, they witnessed its assembly. At first, when I got the drawings, I was surprised. This is not a yacht. It is completely a cruise ship. Boat? This word may make those who are more than 10 meters away feel ashamed and want to sink into the sea. And the beauty of the design contained in it also amazed them. Concise, science fiction, streamlined. It was used to the extreme, especially its deformation function, which was even more bold. I once doubted its safety, but after testing, everyone was speechless. Material, craftsmanship, technology, all use a variety of top quality. In terms of yacht safety, it far exceeds standards. Think about it. Tang Qing designed it for his own use. There is no reason to cheat yourself. Watching the yacht go away, the crowd dispersed. It's time to eat. It's time to drink. I have a rest today. Although it is close to Sanya, I'm not interested in going there. There is plenty of food and drink here, and there is no shortage of sea views and beaches. Months of living here have made them like it. Other shipyards are mostly located inland and along the coast, and the seawater is murky and dirty even for washing feet. But where's this place? South of Hainan Province. Water quality is good. Even, you can get a lot when you go to the sea every day. There are many good places to visit nearby. With such a working environment, why bother looking far away? Maritime. The oversized yacht sailed, riding the wind and waves, moving forward at full speed and making waves. The oversized tonnage and balance system prevented any bumps. Bow. After walking around for a while, everyone came back. Plop. Qin Shichi, who loved swimming, jumped in and occupied the first floor swimming pool for the first time. Not to be outdone, Tang Yinner followed closely behind. Extra wide, extra long. After a while, they circled back. "Brother, your swimming pool is so well designed." He finished. Plop. Qin Shichi entered the water again. Aside, Qin Shiyu just sat by the swimming pool, dangling in the water with her bare feet. She likes bathing, but doesn't like strenuous exercise like swimming. Not far, Tang Qing and the others were enjoying the wind leisurely under the sun umbrella. A big circle. Afternoon. Tang Qing Seaview Villa is not far away. Now, many men and women are sitting in the pavilion halfway by the sea. Drink tea. Chat. This villa area. It is quite famous in Sanya because the owner of a villa not far next door is Tang Qing. Although I don't necessarily come here twice a year. But, just because of the name, it is worth money. Unfortunately, the 3 villas over there are separate from theirs. They are surrounded by fences and have security guards. Except for the usual cleaning staff, no one can go there to take a look. In the hot summer, a sip of ice-cold fruit wine is so refreshing. It's just too expensive. Yeah, for $1,000 a bottle. Even if the family is well off, it's impossible to drink it as a drink. There's only so much pocket money in a month, and there are too many places to go. Therefore, for them, fruit wine is also a luxury product. Chatting. Everyone couldn't help but turn to a topic. Thermostatic clothing. Thinking of Tang Qing making billions in a day, everyone had mixed feelings. At the same age, people making in a day exceeded their own family's total assets. Even, still far more than that, the gap is too big. Just chatting. Suddenly, a person pointed to the sea in the distance and asked in surprise, "What are the cruise ships doing here? This is not a coastal tourist area. Generally, cruise ships will not be so close." Suddenly, everyone looked over. At first, not too concerned yet. However, as it gets closer, "Damn, this is a yacht," someone exclaimed. For a moment, everyone stood up and looked at the huge yacht in the distance, which was as big as a small cruise ship. Whose family does it belong to? I don't know. Has anyone seen it? No. They have almost never seen such a big yacht. Looking at the direction, it was still coming towards them, just when they were guessing whose house it belonged to. "Look!" another person exclaimed. "Look with pleasure." A familiar yacht was heading towards the big yacht. They were familiar with this yacht. It belonged to Tang Qing and was parked in the berth almost all year round. It only sails during maintenance. Now, obviously not for maintenance, but to pick someone up. That's Tang Qing's yacht. Upon hearing this, everyone got excited. Tang Qing. There's a 90% chance that there is Tang Qing in our sugar powder group, but we only know that he got on the plane. Now it seems that he is coming to Sanya. A girl said, "Powdered sugar. Like chasing stars, Tang Qing's movements are updated almost every day. Although the exact itinerary cannot be obtained, there are enough powdered sugar to know most of them." Airport. There are already a lot of people, but Tang Qing's way of traveling is like a light bulb. Bodyguards, marching, most of the time, people will spread it to the group. That must be Tang Qing, that's right. At this moment, everyone was already convinced that Tang Qing was above, and many people hurried home and brought binoculars. After all, the distance was too far, and the people above could be easily seen with the naked eye. "What are you doing on the small yacht?" someone asked. One listened. The person next to me immediately explained, "It's too big. With such a large tonnage, our big dock can't accommodate it, let alone the small dock over there. If you want to get ashore, you will have to reverse the ship." Same thing. With such a large tonnage, there is no berth in the villa area. The only option is to drop anchor offshore and let the small yacht pick up the people from the big yacht ashore. Think of this. "Come on, let's go take a closer look." "You're crazy." "No, we're not going up, and we're not going to disturb anyone. We're just taking a closer look. Tang Qing won't be unhappy, so just tell us whether you want to go." "Go. A fool won't go. But we have to wait until they get ashore." "Yeah." People watch the boat. Onlookers. The former is less likely to be resented. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, they saw the small yacht coming back. They immediately came to the dock and started their own yacht. Speeding away. 10 minutes. Wow. Handsome. Beautiful. Especially the two dovetail-like scissor tables. So cool. A man looked excitedly at the raised circular platform behind the yacht. "That should be the tarmac." Someone analyzed. Everyone was amazed at the size and luxury of this yacht. Their own yacht looked like a sampan in front of them. Looking in front of me is like looking at a beautiful woman. The corners of the mouth are moist. I really like it. I really want to go up there and have a look, but it's probably impossible. If I had known better, I would have brought a drone to take some aerial photos. No, I'll take photos when I get back later. Okay, that's a good idea. Yeah. 5 minutes later, I have already taken a long circuit and took a lot of photos. This yacht is not available online yet. As one of the first people to watch it, I feel lucky. Looking at the dozen bodyguards on the railings around the yacht, although they were silent, they gave people a sense of oppression, so they returned home not long after. There's no way to go up anyway. A few turns are enough. To the shore. The man with the drone rushed home, and the others were waiting at the beach. Although the distance was a bit far, they were not playing with ordinary equipment. Wait. Post a moments. Soon. Full of admiration. The news that Tang Qing bought a new yacht suddenly spread. After an insider revealed that this yacht was designed by Tang Qing himself. Information, like a whirlwind, it quickly swept across the internet. Actually, everyone is no longer surprised by Tang Qinghui's design. We have known about Tang Kai's electric motorcycles and electric car models before. Designed by Tang Qing. Architecture. Industry. Tang Qing is good at both of these two items. Therefore, no one doubted it. During the past 4 years, Tang Qing's college classmates reported that he often wrote and drew in class, saying he was designing things, but he didn't know what he was designing. Now, as soon as a yacht came out, everyone's brainstorming was completed. Although it feels expensive, this kind of behavior is admirable. It is a process full of dreams and efforts to implement it. The design is really good. I agree. Do it yourself. This is the correct attitude towards luxury. There was a lot of appreciation. Yes, people are extravagant, but it also depends on who it is. Tang Wani, he is incredibly rich, and he designed it himself. This is fundamentally different from buying something made by others. One is consumption. Spend money. One is creation. Accomplish. Everyone's tolerance for the latter. There are almost no limits. When you hear a rich man buying a sports car worth tens of millions, you may think it is a waste, but when you hear that he spends tens of millions to build it himself, it feels completely different. This is the romance of tech nerds. I accept this wave of showing off wealth. It's a good show-off. I hope other rich people can learn from it and show off their wealth in a stylish, level, and somewhat technical way. Welfare. Come in and take a look. At this time, someone sent a link. Click in. Tang's shipbuilding industry. The huge web animation flashed by, but everyone could still clearly see the 4 simple words on it. After the fonts disappeared, the screen changed. Tang Qing's yacht. No. At this time, the homepage of the Tang family shipbuilding company clearly stated that the big yacht was the first one launched into the water, and Tang Qing designed it for himself. Why do I feel like I'm being shown off? Many people found that this was special. It seems to be just an advertisement, and it's a super luxury product, but it doesn't stop everyone from going up and taking a look. On the homepage, it's Tang Qing's yacht. Under, there are various types of products, ranging from millions of cheap ones to tens of millions of expensive ones. At the end of each one, there is a line of small words. Designer, Tang Qing. I'm convinced. Kneel down and submit. Tang Qing alone can support half of the industrial design team. No one. Suddenly, I feel again that it really makes sense for someone to become the richest man. Learning, progress, hard work, hobbies, and career are in the same direction. At the same time, the name of Tang's shipbuilding industry was instantly remembered by many people. Evening. Villa. The lights are bright. The Tang family was paying attention to the development of the situation. Seeing that everyone accepted and even praised this, Tang Kai and others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and let go of their worries. After all, ultimately, this is luxury, the object of widespread public condemnation, but this law does not seem to apply to Tang Qing. That's right. Make mistakes. Consumption. These are 2 concepts. Even if it is announced that this yacht cost $2 billion or $3 billion, it is estimated that everyone will only call Tang Qing a prodigal instead of criticizing him verbally. Tang, the publicity effect is pretty good. Just now, more than 20 people have placed orders for yachts ranging from 200 to tens of millions. Hearing this, Tang Qing smiled. It's pretty good. Although a considerable number of the first batch of people who bought this kind of high-priced industrial product were their peers who bought it and dismantled it, it still created a profit. Not afraid. Dismantle. Casual. I'm also afraid of being plagiarized. On the beach, hundreds of people were standing on the shore, looking at the brightly lit yacht in the distance. At night, the entire hull of the yacht was emitting a soft white light. Apparently, the entire hull is coated with a layer of photoelectric material. From a distance, it looks like a piece of warm white jade. It can be seen from a long distance in the dark night. Beautiful. Amazing. Everyone is familiar with this kind of optoelectronic material. Since the launch of the Xinyue car, it has begun to enter people's lives on a large scale. Car. Architecture. Road sign. You can see it almost anywhere where paint can be used, and there is demand. They know that this is a technology that belongs to the Myanmar Bank Group. Awesome. At the same time, it's also super profitable. Even though it is overshadowed by Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company and Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group, no one dares to underestimate the future of this technology, let alone the present. 1 year, earning tens of billions is not a problem. What a pity. The aura of peers is so dazzling that it makes a company with annual profits of tens of billions less conspicuous. There are many brothers and sisters who suffer the same fate, such as Jihua Technology, 4G, cell phone, and other products in cooperation with Huawei, which are sold throughout the world. The annual profit is also measured in tens of billions, which is quite profitable. Also, car, chemical industry, energy, forehead, never mind. The Myanmar Bank Group is a supergiant, but it can print money. It is still a valuable and stable currency. Talking about money is boring. 10 billion? People can probably create it by typing a line of numbers in the background and use it to buy assets from various countries. Talking about money is really boring in such an existence. Woo! It's so boring to think about it. Soon, the pictures and videos were uploaded to the internet. Everyone had a meal again. After watching, they all took a rest. No matter how good the food is, it belongs to others. There is time. Learn from Tang Qing. Effort. Progress. Only then can you change your destiny and change your present. That's when. Democratic Republic of the Congo. Capital. After a month of inspection, design, and discussion, a new city construction design that satisfied everyone was officially approved by the Preparatory Committee. Presidential Palace. Witnessed by President Waite and senior officials at all levels. Brush, brush, brush. The members of the Preparatory Committee signed their names on the document, which means that this more than $70 billion project is about to enter the construction stage. Okay. Wade had a big smile on his face and said 3 times in a row, okay. A project worth tens of billions of dollars couldn't be better, no matter how good it is. He fainted with joy. Once. Wade's hope is simply to activate the country's big capital and let them use money from foreign banks or their home sellers to stimulate the economy. Later, under the overwhelming public opinion, the scope of fundraising continues to expand. As the number of people increases, the amount of funds raised exceeds expectations, creating great results of tens of billions of dollars. Now, except fun, still happy. At the same time, looking at the representatives of Myanmar Bank Group, their eyes were extremely soft, as if they were looking at relatives. Its help to the Democratic Republic of the Congo can be described as huge. Before, various loans. Now, raised funds to build the city. Just these 2 items solved more problems for him than he can count. The economy of the Democratic Republic of the Congo has developed almost by leaps and bounds since he took office. 2 years later, his re-election is almost certain. Click, click. The reporters kept pressing the shutter to record this moment. Since then, a $10 billion project is about to enter the construction stage. This is of extraordinary significance not only to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, but also to Africa. Next, there is some news. After the meeting, the news spread throughout Africa. Suddenly, there was a lot of excitement. Godlike efficiency. So fast. Like India, what I see is not speed, but a serious attitude towards doing things, which proves to us the sincerity of the Myanmar Bank Group. Yes, I agree. I like this attitude. At the same time, I have to admire the speed of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Their cooperation proves that Africa also has high governance efficiency. That's right. Big praise. We still have great potential. The mainstream voices in African countries are all full of praise. Although this project seems to make some foreign companies make money, it is not difficult to accept. After all, the goods they provide are of good quality. Have a look. The planning map of the entire new city is so beautiful. In the animated visual, beautiful modern buildings stand all over the city. Tall buildings, garden, fun, medical, educate, transportation, communications are all of high standard, which makes it look like a modern city. As for the Western capital that was still clamoring to come in, they all curled their lips. Cut. Roll. If you have such good intentions, what have you been doing for the past 100 years? Can conscience discover it? Who are you lying to? You're not trying to make money from our pockets. Go aside. How far? How far away? Even if it is to make money, wouldn't it be good to make money for the Myanmar Bank Group? Look at people's sentiments. Once they become prosperous, come to support them and provide them with loans. True, people have a purpose. But you guys are not even willing to invest up front. You just want to make money. So what else is there to say? Please get to the end of my field of vision quickly. Goodbye. At this time, Mozambique, capital. In a building, more than a dozen people were arguing. As the second African country to publicly announce that it will allow urban construction projects to enter, Mozambique's design plans are slower than those of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Preparatory Committee is having intense discussions. At this time, the site selection and planning are completely gone. What remains is mainly some details. everyone still has some objections to certain architectural styles, and it is mainly a conflict of views among the members of the preparatory committee and has nothing to do with the Myanmar Bank Group. They are the designers. As long as you make the request and it is reasonable, the other person will be satisfied. Suddenly, a committee member who had barely participated in the project said, "The plan of the Democratic Republic of the Congo has been officially approved. Hurry up, take your time, see their efficiency, learn from others, give in, and fight for nothing. Next time, there may not be a chance to build again." Really? After scolding other people, the committee member continued to drink tea and look at his mobile phone. These committee members were composed of representatives of big capital and some private investors. Therefore, the appeals vary. But there are no fundamental differences because the Myanmar Bank Group has mastered the overall plan. Otherwise, this group of people will definitely complete the design as a sandbox. By then, the situation became even more difficult to clean up. To this, everyone acquiesced because everyone's interests were the same. Just let the project be implemented. On this basis, certain demands of all parties will be met. Now, the argument almost went to the end. Have to. Seeing that construction was about to begin in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the committee members couldn't help but speed up. Although there was nothing comparable, they were still walking behind others. And the majority of investors are anxiously waiting. 5 days later, the tender is completed. Democratic Republic of the Congo. Capital, 23 kilometers south. This is used as the construction site of the new city, and demolition work has begun on dozens of square kilometers of land. Boom, crack, buzz. Dust was flying. Vehicles are flying. The people who used to live there all left happily. Some used the demolition money to squander. Some went to the city to buy houses, and most of them agreed to change their houses. The area is 1 to 2, replacing the houses in the new city. Previously, the people living here are all poor people. All of a sudden, they all turned over. Although there were many house changes, the real estate itself was an asset, and it multiplied many times. Nail house. Without. None. Don't dare. This investment is public funding. There are big capitals, big tribes, all walks of life, and even underground forces. If you dare to be a thorn in your side, you must really think that they are vegetarians. Then, the demolition went smoothly. Then, that is to bulldoze the houses. Most of these are bungalows with a maximum of 2 or 3 floors. The super-large demolition machinery will directly run over them, leaving behind ruins of houses along the way. Quite efficient. After, the excavators began to clean up the site and were very busy. According to the plan, all the houses had to be demolished within a week, but fortunately not many. This day, Capital Airport, a passenger plane from China landed slowly, and more than 200 Chinese workers got off. They looked at the unfamiliar land with curiosity in their eyes. The company won the bid. Then, the company began to transfer people domestically, and the company also hired African workers in Africa. It was just some jobs that had requirements on quality and construction time, so the company could rest assured. And the Myanmar Bank Group's tenders have always not prioritized cost, but retained enough profits to allow the company to afford wages. Let's go. Go and enter the customs. The leader said, "Get off the plane. Go through customs." "Do you want to prepare a tip?" someone asked. "No need." The leader shook his head. Since weight came to power, there's been a severe crackdown on this behavior. Don't worry. Most people in Africa will feel this way. Everything costs money. But there are always exceptions. Like here, after 2 years of Wait's crackdown, the security force in the capital, Kinshasa, has been increased threefold, and police forces at all levels have also been greatly expanded, making security in the Democratic Republic of the Congo better. Anyway, among African countries, the public security of the Democratic Republic of the Congo ranks first. Q. Pass. Really, there was no difficulty but a kind smile. After knowing that these people were here to build the city, the customs officers all cast a kind look. Because they voted too. Even many of the civil servants in the Democratic Republic of the Congo have voted, making this project a huge protective force, and no one will make things difficult. Exit the airport. Suddenly, a rolling heat wave hits. It's so hot. It's like a steam oven. Seeing this, the team leader smiled inwardly and said to himself, "Fortunately, I bought the thermostatic clothes earlier." Thermostatic clothes. It was difficult to buy in China, and it was sold out in one day, which made many people dumbfounded. He started early, knowing that he would come to Africa next, so of course he bought it as soon as possible. 3 sets. Change clothes. Now, I felt happy in my heart. This was not my first time in Africa. It is famous for its heat. The Democratic Republic of Congo is located to the north and south of the equator, so you can imagine how poisonous the sun is. Now, but he felt slightly cool. Comfortable. But don't worry, the company has ordered work clothes from Tang Group. They will be delivered by the end of this month at the latest. By then, you won't be afraid of the heat. Thermostatic clothes. Good stuff for construction workers. Even, he has heard that quite a few domestic companies have placed tooling orders with Tang Group, and the total order volume has even exceeded 1 million sets. Quite appalling. Work clothes. Whole body. There are a lot of materials required. A set costs at least 3,000 yuan, but some companies can afford it. Moreover, there is another voice in the country. Netizens appealed. Military, police, special professions should also be equipped with constant temperature suits to keep them cooler when on duty in the summer. This view has high support. Let's go. Get in the car. Everyone filed in. Their company has been contracting projects in the Democratic Republic of the Congo for many years and has a complete office and various vehicle equipment. Soon, the convoy arrived at the construction site. At this time, the accommodation was almost completed. Just like the Indian side, the accommodation conditions were guaranteed by the Myanmar Bank Group. Therefore, only a few days, a large living area was assembled. Air conditioner, network, television, all cleared. What a luxury! Everyone exclaimed. Domestic. It's not that it's not equipped before, it's just that this assembly workstation is much better looking than a prefabricated house. Not cheap at first glance, and more advanced than a color steel house. Huh. The team leader smiled. Of course, the big projects in the Myanmar Bank Group have a minimum living environment guarantee. If we do more projects for them in the future, we will know. People like to do things in style. Then, separate dormitories. Make the bed. Is this electricity supplied all day long? Someone asked curiously. Yes. The leader nodded. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is completely different from a few years ago. Since the establishment of the Congolese United Grid Corporation, a large number of power facilities have been built. It has been able to guarantee 24-hour power supply in most areas. This is the capital, and as the first guaranteed area, it has already achieved all-weather power supply. He said. The leader smiled again. Guess who is the shareholder of this power grid company? After hearing this, everyone was confused. Our company? One person asked. Hearing this, the team leader was speechless. Please, our company is a construction company. No, our country's. State Grid. No. South China Electric Power Company. No. Huaneng. No. China Nuclear Power. No. Tang Qing. What? It's him? He also invests in electricity. Everyone was surprised. Tang Qing, the richest man. I really don't understand investing in electricity in Africa. Yes, it's Tang Qing. He was a shareholder when the United Power Grid Corporation of the Democratic Republic of the Congo was established, but his shares were not large, only 9%. But this is already very powerful. This company is equivalent to China's state grid and controls most of the supply and transmission network in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. In addition, it is also supplying power to neighboring countries and has invested in power in 5 of the 9 surrounding countries. It is now developing very rapidly. Very awesome. At this point, the team leader also sighed for a while. Tang Qing's investments were really diversified. As far as he knew, he also invested in oil exploration in Algeria. In other words, in the energy field. Electricity, oil, solar energy. Tang Qing mentioned that the holographic projections sold by microcrystal technology are so popular that many people will forget that it is also the world's largest photovoltaic company. Number 1 in the world. This time, you may not understand that 80% of the steel used in the new city construction project comes from Wanqing Mining China-Africa Park. Suddenly, everyone was stunned again. Electricity, steel. Tang Qing is actually doing very well in Africa, and he has set out in Africa a few years in advance. Now is the beginning of the harvest season, so look far ahead. Good luck. Almost like a demon. Great. This was everyone's wish, and Tang Qing proved his vision by being right again and again. One word. Close. Thousands of miles away. Wanqing Mining China-Africa Park. Yeah. Okay. Not bad. Shushan, the president of Wanqing Mining, couldn't help but cheer after hearing the report from the person in charge of the park. There was an unstoppable smile on his face, and he was extremely happy. Wanqing Mining is finally going to start making big money. Although the economic cycle obtained through steel goods trade is good, the cash flow has never been good, and most of it is book profits. Now, DRC, Mozambique. 2 major new city construction projects have been launched, and the amount of steel used is large, second only to the steel used in the high-voltage power grid of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The production capacity of the China-Africa Park is in short supply, because, in addition to these 2, there are 6 other countries in Africa that have passed the urban construction qualifications of the Myanmar Bank Group, and the number is still increasing. Therefore, 24/7, fully loaded. Even if the second phase of the steel smelting plant in the China-Africa Park is added, it is impossible to be satisfied. But Chushan's feeling of the cake has slipped away, calmed down a little when he thought that Wanqing Mining has another park, the North Africa Park, located in Algeria, in the desert. Although far, however, the supply of construction projects in North African countries should be sufficient, and just this month, the North African Park will be officially put into production and begin exporting steel. Think of this. Shushan felt comfortable for a while. At the same time, I thought my boss again. From the very beginning, we invested in steel plants in Africa, but saw little benefit for many years and incurred billions of dollars in debt. Take a look now. That called layout. This summer, it's the season when the first fruits are harvested. It makes me happy just thinking about it. After listening to the report, go out. Shushan wandered around the park as the largest manufacturing project of Wanqing Mining. Every quarter, he comes to take a look around. Although the entire company is under the supervision of the eye of the sky. There is no such thing as the mountain is high and the emperor is far away and the wind is blowing in the corner, but it still needs to be done. After all, Tang Qing rarely comes. No, that's very little. But there are very few. In my memory, Tang Qing has only been here once since its establishment. Others, mostly during the Spring Festival, were connected remotely. Once. This is definitely a frequency that is unimaginable for ordinary companies. Billions of investments. Who can ignore it? However, in Tang Qing's enterprise, this large enterprise and large group are so inconspicuous in the eyes of outsiders. For several years, there has not been a dime in dividends. On the contrary, Tang Qing also needed a blood transfusion. Think about it. As an employee of such an unprofitable company, it's actually a bit embarrassing. It's like a company that is constantly losing money. Employees blush when they see their boss. Before, in Shengtang, this humble brother. Now, the emergence of thermostatic clothes made a big difference in the situation. The brothers who were salty fish at the same time turned over and soared into the sky, suddenly becoming rich brothers. Too fast. Shushan was a little confused. Good thing. Wanqing Mining is also about to usher in great development. Otherwise, Shushan didn't have the nerve to report to Tang Qing because there was really no results. After today, I can finally stand up tall and say to Tang Qing, "Welcome Tang Dongduo to guide our work." To the park. Shushan is extremely familiar. Several years ago, Wanqing Mining was established, and as president, he watched it step by step until today. Xu Shan participated in and followed up almost every project. Right here, it's like knowing your own home. Far away, the tall chimney, emitting white smoke, and industrial-grade filters make the park's waste emissions zero, almost becoming a demonstration project in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Evergreen. It has become a major steel supplier in neighboring countries. Compared with importing from Europe, it has huge advantages in terms of speed and cost. And excellent quality. To this end, there have been proposals to build the China-Africa Phase 3, but it was rejected by Tang Qing. The original words were, "Don't worry, it's enough for us to eat the bulk." In fact, Xu Shan was also puzzled. The involvement of business and ethics was generally a taboo for companies, but Tang Qing made his career prosperous and prosperous. Some laws did not apply to Tang Qing at all. All right, although I don't understand, but he still resolutely carried out Tang Qing's orders. His existence was to implement Tang Qing's instructions and complete the task 100% instead of questioning it. At this time, a group of employees passed by. Under the sun, everyone was smiling. It's so cool, comfortable. The benefits of the company are so good. They sell for thousands. The company is so generous. No, we should say that our Tang director is generous. He has nothing to say to us. Yeah, our chairman is the best. After hearing this and looking at them, Xu Shan smiled slightly. Today, the park issued constant temperature work clothes to every employee. 25 days ago, before the constant temperature clothes were on the market, they were shipped to Africa. They just arrived here the day before yesterday. Too far away. Air transport? Expensive. To know, this batch of work clothes, including replacement and washing, exceeds 100,000 sets. Although the company has more than one plane, it does not have the luxury of transporting goods across states. Soon, Xu Shan came to a nearby mountaintop. Originally, this place was a bare mountain. Later, the park expanded and surrounded the place, and it was converted into a park. On top of the mountain, a Chinese-style pavilion was also built. In the pavilion, view of Xiushan Mountain, I saw a huge industrial area stands tall. In addition to the steel plant, there are two huge factories that are also running continuously, refining barrels of oil. After, the derivatives enter the next process. When they come out, there are various raw materials. After another process, they become industrial commodities. These is changing this land subtly, extremely far away. Small villas are looming in the mountains and forests. The villas assembled by the steel trade have allowed all the surrounding tribes to live a life with houses and electricity. In the past, there is leisurely strolling everywhere. Now, there are fewer and fewer people loitering outside, and there is more of a busy atmosphere. Television, network, game began to enter their lives on a large scale. I think the public security is better than before. After all, there are things to kill time. So why are there a group of people causing trouble? There's time. Make more money. Otherwise, how to recharge the game, how to shop online, how to live such an exquisite life as shown on TV. Suddenly, they realized that they were very busy, reminiscing about the past. Forehead, what the hell is that life? How did I survive before? And this is what the company needs. Manufacturing companies are most afraid of messy surroundings. 18th, Myanmar. Dream Province. Island. A group of men and women are enjoying summer on the beach. Suddenly, one person shouted, pointing into the distance. Ship. I heard. Everyone was speechless. Boat? Is it strange to see a ship on the sea? However, after looking over, oh my God, so big. Another tanker-class yacht. Everyone stared blankly at the behemoth in the distance. Wang Sa's yacht had already shocked them, but this one was bigger than the one in Wang Sa. Whose is it? I don't know. It must be valuable. Nonsense. Everyone was talking about it. Soon, the yacht sailed into the island bay, and they finally saw the word Tang on the side. Although the word was a little floating, many people present recognized it. Chinese character, in Myanmar, is quite common nowadays. In fact, if Chinese people look at it, they may not be able to recognize the word Tang immediately because they will compare it from the Chinese character library in their brains. At the same time, analyze strokes and structure. However, for Burmese people who don't know many Chinese characters, they mostly use the criterion of to identify a Chinese character, so they can recognize it immediately. You can't go wrong with the Tang family's boat. Are you sure? That word is Tang. One person said firmly. In fact, he was not sure, but the thought that there were not many he could afford gave him confidence. One listen. Everyone was stunned. No wonder. If it's from the Tang family, it makes sense. Subsequently, I saw the yacht entering the exclusive pier of the Tang family. This pier is very large, but there are only 2 small sampans parked there all the time, which looks like a waste. Take a look now. It turns out that the Tang family is holding back a big move. Many people found out the news from the past few days and immediately checked in, looking at the snow-white yacht as if they were looking at a peerless beauty. In the discussion room, the big yacht stopped. Then, a large group of people came down from above. In addition to Tang Qing's family, Chai Ren's family of 3 also came. They arrived in Sanya on the 2nd day after the yacht was launched. Follow the boat. After sailing for many days, we passed through the Strait of Malacca and arrived in Myanmar. The main reason is that there is no place to park in the country, and the water depth in the Sea View Villa is not enough. Rent? Forget it. Here, however, there is a natural deep-water port, which belongs to the Tang family, and it is also a vacation place. Therefore, Tang Qing decided very early on that the big yacht would stop here. Convenient. Get off the boat. Chai Run hugged his daughter, pulled his wife, and took a deep breath of the warm sea breeze, with a look of satisfaction and comfort on his face. This maiden voyage was quite enjoyable. Along the way, didn't play much. It only stopped for 1 day in Singapore. Ordinary sailing on the sea is quite boring, but this yacht is fully equipped and the time flies by. It's unsatisfactory. Close your eyes. Open your eyes. Then he entered the Myanmar Sea area. Noon. Just arrived at the island. You can park a lot of big yachts here. Why don't you leave a berth for me? Chiron decided on his own yacht on the way here. However, there are not many places to park in China, and this place is really nice. Blue sea, blue sky, Shenzhen and Hong Kong. If you want to play, just come here. Okay. Tang Kai agreed. This island belongs to the Tang family. It is only for rent and not for sale. The inner bay is very large. There is an extra large yacht, which was built by himself. It's not a big deal. Great, he said. Chiron was as happy as a child. Zheng Lin followed suit and asked for a berth. On the boat, he also ordered a 280 million yacht from Tang's shipbuilding industry. Okay, Tang Kai didn't care. Anyway, it's all designed by Tang Qing. Stop here and it looks comfortable. 2 days later, return trip. After traveling for more than a week, it was considered enough fun. The trip of the 3 sisters Qin Shiqi is not over yet. Their travel plan is not until mid-August. Europe, North America, Australia, North Asia, across 4 continents. It's not about playing everywhere, just a few key countries. As for South America, Antarctica, and Africa, forget it, but a few little girls have already started planning. Take some time and go to the North and South Pole. Meet the penguins. Look at the polar bears. Anyway, it's quite reasonable. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is called adventure, but for people with a certain level of capital, it is just a trip. It's normal. In the air. Tang Qing's Gulfstream G550 did not fly to China, but to the west, to the Wanqing North Africa Park in Algeria after nearly 2 years of construction. Officially built. This time, he was going to attend the inauguration ceremony. As for the rest of the Tang family, they were on Chai Ren's plane. Tang Qing was the only one going to Algeria this time. Inside the cabin, very quiet, because Tang Qing is not on it at all. Now, he was in a deep pit, watching huge machines drilling continuously. With each drill, or with extremely high gold content, was dug out. Then, transported to the ore cabinet by conveyor belt. After waiting for full, a flash of light flashed, and the cabinet containing dozens of tons of ore suddenly disappeared. Within 2 seconds, the cabinet reappeared, an empty cabinet. And this, it's the underground gold mine in Equatorial Guinea. As one of Tang Qing's 3 major sources of gold, Tons of gold are being dug out every day. Nordic Underground River. Algeria. Equatorial Guinea. The total monthly output of the three major gold mines has exceeded 230 tons. Tang Qing is always surprised when he sees the gold reserves rising every day. 1 year down, the total output is even close to 3,000 tons. In 1/3 is sold to China, 1/3 is stored, and 1/3 is used to support the increasingly large issuance of Asian dollars. They all have their places. Last year, Myanmar openly sells 300 tons of gold futures to the public. So far, more than 260 tons have been delivered, and the countries that bought it are very satisfied and said, "I want more." Therefore, next, Myanmar Bank Group will also increase gold selling. This year, in addition to the gold trade with China, another 500 tons of gold will be sold. Estimate: the world is in trouble again. 300, 500. The total adds up to a full 800 tons. Historically, physical gold sales of this scale have not happened a few times, but there will definitely be a rush. After all, in human history, gold and silver, it has always served as a currency, and gold is one of the high-priced currencies. In the past, it could be bought everywhere, but it was impossible because countries rarely reduced their holdings. Now, for sale. Of course, some countries are willing to do so. And this is still official gold sales, and private gold sales have also begun to increase their efforts. There are so many rich people from various countries coming to Myanmar. It would be a pity to let them go. Bullion. Gold bricks. Very popular. No purchase limit. Check it out. It was all leaked out from the Myanmar Bank Group, which caused a heated discussion at the time. Everyone speculated that the Myanmar Bank Group was illegally selling the central bank's reserves. However, the next day, the central bank issued a statement. No. Suddenly, many people feel suffocated for a long time. The Central Bank of Myanmar, that is, the Bank of Myanmar, has refuted the rumors on its own, which looks very strange. At last, I had to believe it. Now, private gold shipments have been stable at around 80 tons, which is the same amount sold to China and can generate more than 200 billion in revenue a year. Is it much? Good. It's just enough. The next moment, Tang Qing disappeared into the mine and came to the training area. In a huge factory not far from the city, there were bursts of sound and the machines were working continuously. Oil refining, production, to serve all the external and internal needs of the Myanmar Bank Group. For many things exported from Myanmar. In fact, the production capacity of external factories simply is not enough. However, the entire Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is firmly under control. It can produce as much as it says it can, and neither the official nor the private sector has the right to question it. Anyway, it is a fact that sufficient quantities of goods are provided. For example, 70% of Myanmar's export production capacity of prepared liquids, filtered solutions, in Myanmar are all here. As for the factories built by other countries, they should follow the normal rules. After all, it is their territory. The more they produce, the more taxes they have to pay. Why bother? At this time, Algeria, capital, Algiers. A group of people came to the airport and boarded an Airbus private plane. Suleiman sat in the cabin in high spirits, looking forward to the meeting later. At first, through his son-in-law Ayman, he met Tang Qing and then promoted the cooperation between the two companies to jointly invest in the construction of Wanqing Mining North Africa Steel Park. Although their family doesn't hold much stock, but he attaches great importance to it because the partner is Tang Qing, a man who has created many miracles and continues to create them. For the park, he was looking forward to it. Before, I'm still a little worried about the market after steelmaking. Although the North African park radiates across North Africa, it is ultimately limited by market demand. But now, he suddenly felt that the investment at that time was correct. Who could have expected that Myanmar's loans to Africa would expand like crazy after that, and even Algeria would receive loans, build railroads. It also created the Loy City model in India, which attracted capital from various African countries. A large number of construction projects are about to be launched, including the Algerian Railway. TSK. This time, as long as it is produced, there is no need to worry about lack of sales. Thinking of this, Suleiman was in a good mood. Cool. This kind of investment in heavy industry is still in Africa, and the results are generally very slow, but it has taken over the situation and is in the spotlight, making money very quickly. Now, Suleiman couldn't help but wonder if Tang Qing knew something in advance. Otherwise, how could he invest in heavy industry on such a large scale in Africa? True, Tang Qing is very discerning, but that is also the case of scoring and business vision, which can be attributed to individuals. But this heterogeneous trend cannot be seen from a business perspective. After all, in the business rules, there is a tradition of supporting Africa without making money. The behavior of the Myanmar Bank Group is an outlier. It doesn't conform to business logic at all. Therefore, Suleiman had reason to believe that Tang Qing must have known something in advance before deploying in Africa. This probability was extremely high, exceeding 60%. Think about it. It may be related to Tang Qing. Otherwise, this thing cannot be explained. It should be. 3 hours later, the plane arrived in Lasset City, the capital of Tamanrasset province. Compared with a few years ago, the urban construction here is also very different. New building, new road, new population, and many projects have been started, and it is a busy scene. He knew that this was because the railway was to be built, which would create a railway effect. Funds, project, population, it will keep coming. After all, the area of Tamanrasset province exceeds 550,000 square kilometers, accounting for a quarter of the total area of Algeria, and is about the same size as Myanmar. But the population is just over 200,000. The land is vast, and the people are sparse, rich in resources. In the past, it's just that because of the lack of railway access and the harsh environment, no one is willing to come. But it's different now. The railway is open, and the desert transformation technology is also very mature. Therefore, it attracted a lot of people, right? Suleiman quite understands that the former speaker here was promoted to be the top leader of Algeria's Ministry of Energy and Mining, his second brother's boss. The previous one was quite unlucky. Corruption. Step down. This person is a legendary figure in Tamanrasset province. Within a few years of his rise, he worked his way up step by step and managed the place in order. Now, how many people wanted to exchange the position in their hands for him? But how could they be willing? Suleiman had been in contact with him, and he was very thoughtful, but also a little stubborn. Fine. As long as he is not his opponent, Suleiman doesn't care. After getting off the plane, didn't leave. Instead, he drank coffee at the airport and counted the time. In 1 hour, Tang Qing's plane should arrive, also because of the province's hard work. Just set up customs here. Otherwise, you still have to go to the international airport in Algiers to go through immigration formalities. Drinking, chatting, patriarch. The butler on the side said suddenly, and gestured with his head outside. Suleiman raised his head, looked out of the glass, and saw a row of black off-road vehicles. A group of black-clad security guards descended from above. On the car door, it is painted with a shield-shaped icon. If you don't pay attention, you might think it is a police car. To this, of course he's familiar with it. Chong Yu Tui, as a shareholder, he has been here many times and knows that this is the park security guard, but he thinks it is too luxurious. All personnel are equipped with bulletproof vehicles and does not take the cost seriously at all. But when I think about how rich Tang Qing is, all right, poverty. Sure enough, it will limit people's imagination. Just say that at the end of last month, the emergence of thermostatic clothing blinded the world's eyes and sold for $1 billion a day. Depend on, so envious. Billion. Even if the profit is only 20%, you can still earn $200 million US. Not to mention that this is a high-tech industry that relies on the effect of diminishing marginal costs. TSK. Earn? No. This is called picking up money. This is just the first batch. Suleiman can't figure out how much money he will earn by the end of this year. Just know, This partner is going to make another big fortune and leave a strong imprint on his rise. When the world sees him, he can only worship and persuade him. Outside the door. Get off. The security guards looked around with vigilant eyes, and a hint of excitement flashed in their eyes. After a long time, they could finally see their big boss. Since joining the company. Truth. Not many people in the Central Imperial Guard have seen Tang Qing, and Tang Qing has never been to this North African park except for the field trip. Therefore, today they are very excited. Respect, gratitude, worship. Various emotions were intertwined. They respected Tang Qing's status as their boss and were grateful for providing them with a high-paying job. True, this is Africa, but it's not a messy place, it's just in the desert. Sometimes, if you don't leave the park, it's hard to feel like you are in the Sahara Desert. There is electricity, there is water, there is internet. Eat well, nice stay. This kind of working environment is impeccable, and the expected salary is more than double that of working in China. How many people came after hearing this? Pity. The Imperial Guard only recruits retired soldiers. Think about it. Let's go join the army first. The final admiration is for Tang Qing's personal achievements, not just money, but also his academic qualifications, quality, etc., which are all so outstanding. Around, seeing this group of people, many Arabs gathered around to watch. What's going on? There are so many security personnel. Hearing this, just not local. The next moment, someone explained, they are not, but security guard from an industrial park. They came from China. I saw that there were no cars. They were all bulletproof cars. All of them. The man was surprised. Count. More than 10 cars. Of course they are rich. Do you know who their boss is? Tang Qing, the second richest man in the world and the richest man in China with assets of more than 300 billion US dollars. After finishing speaking, seeing the shocked eyes on the other side, the man looked proud. Really, it's the most enjoyable to explain to Xiao Bai. Local people are no strangers to this park because it has recruited many local employees. Enter 1005. Here. But large companies that were unimaginable before are still number one even now. Many people still go there often because they are really rare. What are they here for? The man asked again. Hear the words. The native pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Tang Qing. The park was officially handed over a few days ago and even started trial production. As the boss of Wanqing Mining, Tang Qing is the controlling shareholder of the North African park. Maybe coming. After the analysis, the man suddenly became excited. Then, I took out my mobile phone and started to go crazy in the family group. When I heard that Tang Qing might be coming, many people said, wait, I will be here soon. Although this is biased, but still connected to the internet. No matter what, there are also satellite channels to watch, and some world-class celebrities are still known. Although Tang Qing was suppressed by ERV, it is undeniable. Its assets, so many, from the 3rd place to the 10th place, the total is not as much as Tang Qing. Bill Gates and Buffett can only become a fraction of Tang Qing. What else? See this. The man looked comfortable. Cool. I couldn't help but admire my own wit. As for whether Tang Qing came in the end, it didn't matter. Anyway, he was just guessing, not saying it would definitely be the case. Outside the airport, next to the car, in addition to the park security, there are also several men in suits, including Chu Shan. Waiting. Zhuo Feng, general manager of the North Africa Park, suddenly saw Suleiman sitting by the window in a coffee shop not far away, and said something to Chu Shan next to him. The two hurried over. Enter the store. Come forward. Hello, Chief Suleiman. Chu Shan greeted politely. Suleiman's family owns 32% of the North African Park. Of course he does. See you. Definitely come up and say hello. However, when I called the park office to ask, Suleiman's housekeeper said there was no need to answer the call and he would go there on his own. Otherwise, he would not see Suleiman and come here in a hurry. Hello. Suleiman responded with a smile and asked casually, how are the arrangements going? It's ready. Yes. Okay. No more chatting. Sushan went out and waited. It was not good to be too close or too far away from such a big man. Sushan was very measured and knew where he should be. Soon, many people came one after another outside the airport. Through social software and word of mouth, the high probability at the beginning became that Tang Qing would definitely come. Then, everyone came to join in the fun. Where are the people? Not here. When will they arrive? I don't know. Is the news accurate? With so many people coming, there should be no problem with the accuracy of the news. You see, the Chinese guy in the suit is the manager of the North African park. Really? Yes. Then I'm relieved. The general manager will come in person, and there will be no one else except Tang Qing. Zhuo Feng has been here for more than a year, and many people have met him. As for Chu Shan, they didn't know him. See this? Chu Shan was also speechless. Watching the excitement was indeed human nature. When it comes to gossiping, there is no distinction between regions. He immediately ordered the security guards to be careful. Although, accidents are unlikely, but when they do, it's a big deal. Needless to say, the security was on full alert, switching from security guards to bodyguards. Suddenly, coming, someone exclaimed. Look up. Xu Shan saw a plane appear on the horizon. This was a remote area, and there were only 5 or 6 flights a day, so it was absolutely correct. In fact, the airport in the park has also been built. But, don't forget, this is entry, so driving directly to land is a serious illegal border crossing and must go through the country's customs inspection at least once. Otherwise, they won't come here to pick you up either. Soon, the plane lands. The crowd was in commotion, looking at the exit without blinking. The security guards quickly took up their positions and deployed at the exit of the airport, leaving a passage leading to the cars not far away. At this time, Suleiman also came and stood at the exit. His bodyguards joined the vigilance. Looking at these sturdy men, people around him took out their mobile phones and took pictures wildly. This place. But it's not easy to meet big people. Suleiman was wearing sunglasses and a white robe. They didn't recognize him either, but they instinctively turned the camera away. Soon, Suleiman saw a familiar figure. Tall, young, handsome. The key is the financial resources behind it. Suleiman seems to see a moving golden mountain blooming with dazzling light, which makes people feel a bit dazzling. Hi, Chief Suleiman. Long time see. Tang Qing and Suleiman hugged each other slightly. Release. Welcome to Algeria again. Suleiman smiled. This partner is just too lazy, even for the earliest China-Africa industrial park. I heard that I have only been there once. Therefore, he had reason to suspect that Tang Qing would only come to this North African park this time, and the next time he would come might be 3 to 5 years later, or even longer. No way. People have more money and their stalls are bigger. Thank you. Tang Qing smiled. The second time? No. He has come to Algeria no less than 20 times. In the past, when he was bored, he often came to visit the gold mines here or wander around in the desert. Director Tang, it's been a hard journey. Chu Shan stepped forward and said respectfully, I'm very good, but you guys have worked hard. The desert is so hot. Look at you, the desk manager is so tanned. Ha, let's go to the park first. Tang Qing said with a smile. Yes. The words fell. Zhuo Feng leads the way. All around, the security guards only glanced at their big boss out of the corner of their eyes and turned around to be on guard. The Arabs who saw Tang Qing were all excited. It's really Tang Qing. Handsome. Finally see the real person. Tang Qing has already become a legend. Now, the legend is right in front of us. I guess today is the closest to such a figure in my life. I'm very happy. Hi. Hello. While walking, Tang Qing smiled and waved and got into a marching vehicle. His itinerary was decided a month ago, and the logistics arrangements were already in progress. Now, seeing Tang Qing get into the car, the security guards breathed a sigh of relief. When the march started, they quickly ran back to the off-road vehicle and chased after him. Half in front, half behind, the long motorcade drove toward the park in a mighty manner. The Arabs behind them were still a little unfinished. In less than 2 minutes, they disappeared. Never mind. Be content. It's better than what many people miss out on. Then, with satisfaction, each went home. On the wide road, the motorcade passed quickly, The entire Tamanrasset province only had a population of more than 200,000, and not all of them were in Tamanrasset City. Therefore, the streets are quite wide and there is not much traffic. Along the main road, we drove directly out of the city. The further outside we went, the less vegetation we could see. But 30 meters on both sides of the road, there is a vast expanse of green. This was not the case before. After the oasis appeared, the city bought a lot of it to green both sides of the main road. So, after driving for more than 10 kilometers, the near-field vision has been quite good. Soon, a fork in the road. Left, turning onto the road that only led to the park. Tang Qing looked out the window and smiled slightly. This road, with 4 lanes in both directions, was only for the park's own use. It can be said to be quite luxurious. Also, both sides are still covered with grass, adding a touch of vitality to the dusky desert. Even the Sahara Desert can only be conquered by oases. Soon, a large building appeared in the distance. The closer, the bigger it feels. The main buildings in the park are all on the side facing Tamanrasset City, while the other side is the mining area, with large tracts of open land. Finally, get close. The huge main entrance is supported by a dozen concrete columns with a diameter of 3 meters. 2 half-moon-shaped steel-cast buildings lie on top of them. That's the security office. Quite impressive. Stand tall. See far. Wanqing Mining North Africa Industrial Park. 10 words. Glitter. Good. Tang Qing nodded, and the words he mentioned were certainly good. When the convoy approached, the ground stakes 100 meters away slowly lowered, and the fence at the door gradually rose. On both sides of the door, more than a dozen security personnel stood upright and looked quite powerful. Enter the park. There is greenery on both sides and a straight, spacious road that leads directly to the other end of the mining area. However, after driving for 300 meters, the car turns left. Entered the administrative area. Soon, the car stops. Now, the front of the administrative building was almost full of people, forming a square formation. Although Tang Qing didn't like any formalism, sometimes it was really unavoidable. It's been so long since I've been here. If you are still sneaky and don't let everyone express their enthusiasm, it will only make people feel that the boss does not value them and turns a blind eye to their enthusiasm. And it's a big day like today. Therefore, these processes are inevitable. Tang Qing didn't care. It was just once anyway. He didn't know when he would come next time, maybe 3 to 5 years later. Perhaps it will be longer. No way. There are too many industries and branches everywhere. Just take Tianyin, which has more than 100 branches, and an astonishing number of other companies, many of which have branches around the world. Even if he does nothing, 1 a day, 2 years, you may not be able to finish the race. If you do, you won't be able to survive. Get off. Wow. Seeing Tang Qing, warm applause rang out. Chinese, Inhuman, Arabs, there are all kinds of colors. Even, there are also European employees, which are quite mixed. This is an Arab country, with Europe separated by the Mediterranean Sea to the north and African countries to the south. If you want to do business, of course you can all be Chinese. Now, more than 95% of the park's employees, nearly 8,000 people, are gathered here, all waiting for Tang Qing to make an opening speech. It's not easy. Then, Tang Qing walked onto the stage. The next moment, the applause gradually stopped, and everyone stared at the young man on the stage who seemed to have a halo. Good morning, everyone. Today, it's a good day. The North African Industrial Park is about to go into production. Thank you for your hard work these days, working hard in such a desert environment. Here, the company thanks you. Here, it used to be a desert, but with everyone's efforts, it has become what it is today. But this is just the beginning. We still have a long way to go. Bullshit. Keep talking. Encourage. Inspire. Agitate. In short, no matter how exciting it is, Tang Qing still restrained himself and did not act like he was beaten to death like Chen Gongshui did. Learning successfully is often called cheating. And this, what's the real deal? Salary, welfare, condition. It's all true. Compared to advocating everyone succeeds, This probability is only slightly smaller than winning the lottery, and the salary and benefits are much higher than reality. After today, the park will enter full capacity production. Of course, there will be no overtime work in violation of regulations. This should be clear to everyone who has followed me for so long. After hearing this, some are happy, some are depressed. Work overtime. Not great though, but not everyone is against it. Really opposed. It is free overtime, forced overtime, idle overtime, moral kidnapping, etc. However, Tang Qing's company does not allow overtime work for free, but it does not allow excessive overtime work. More than 8 hours up to 10 hours. After, let's get off work. It's time to eat. It's time to drink. Time to play. In fact, quite a few people feel that this kind of work arrangement is not humane enough. As long as it does not harm the body, they may not be able to work voluntarily. So, the salary is also high. After all, everyone comes to make steel in the desert not for dreams and responsibilities, but to actually make money so that they and their families can live a good life. It's that simple. And this is a desert, and there aren't many places to go after work. Although the park has entertainment facilities, internet, TV, and sports fields. But when working in a steel factory, most people move around all the time, so there's no lack of exercise. As for playing with mobile phones, surfing the internet, and watching TV, they're not as interesting as making money. Pity. These words. It is estimated that Tang Qing will not listen because his companies have been fighting for a long time, but they have not won the right to work more than 10 hours a day. Most of them can't even work 9 hours of overtime. Therefore, to Tang Qing, they were both grateful and helpless. They were lucky to have such a boss, but it was a bit like being overly pampered. I feel quite helpless. The day before yesterday, the park provides everyone with a set of constant temperature clothes. It's great. Don't be too comfortable. Working with such a boss makes them feel energetic all over. At last. Okay. No more words. I hope everyone has a good time at work and pay attention to safety. Thank you. After hearing this, some people are helpless. Joy. Let's work overtime for 2 more hours and we'll be happy. Thinking. The hand did not stop. Wow. Applause. Enduring. Then, under the leadership of their respective teams, they took the public transportation in the park and returned to their respective posts. Production was officially launched today, and all employees were on duty. Top layer. General Manager's office. Nice view, beside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tang Qing looked outside and nodded with satisfaction. He saw a large fountain directly opposite the administrative building. He had a good view and could see the factory area. Go right. You can also see the living area, where there are small villa-shaped buildings, and next to the community is a huge artificial lake, which has been built into a park. Grass, green trees, pavilion, stone path. In such a desert, it is quite good. If water were not constantly brought in, the evaporation here would evaporate the lake clean in a month at the latest. There's also a river not far away. Otherwise, the park will not be built here either. Far away, 2 thermal power plants and 1 photovoltaic power plant continuously provide electricity to the entire park, and the combustion materials are also very simple. There are already iron and coal mines here. Diesel fuel, gasoline, directly from the refinery that cooperates with Iman. It is quite cheap. The price is only 1/2 of the domestic oil price. Of course, this is the internal price. Let's go. Let's go out for a walk. Tang Qing said. Yes. Chu Shan responded immediately. Go downstairs. Get in the car. But it's not a march, but a sightseeing car in the park. It is open top and snow white. It is the product of Tang Kai's electric car company and is also available in the Shanghai Park. Administrative district, living area, production area, warehousing area, mining area, the entire mining area. It is nearly 210 square kilometers, but buildings only occupy less than 6 square kilometers. The rest of the area is a mining area with the roar of mine carts. Like a Big Mac. Ordinary people. It is less than half the height of a tire, which is quite shocking. This is a product of XCMG, and there are also some brands from other countries, so they are not exactly the same. Wanqing Mining has been in debt. Therefore, some mining equipment is bought secondhand, especially after the establishment of the African Mining Federation. Many mining companies sell secondhand mining equipment on it. As an initiator, of course, Tang Qing couldn't let them hang around. Cheap, not broken. It comes in handy. Purchase. Anyway, it's not expensive. At worst, you can buy it and renovate it. For Tang Qing, the problem of old and new is almost non-existent. At worst, you can produce a new one. Replace it, small things. Mining, crushed ore, mineral processing, smelting. Those high-quality ores are transported to the factory via conveyor belts, trains, etc., and enter the smelting process. Within an hour, steel production begins. General Control Building. Top layer. Hall. Nearly 100 people stared at the screen in front of them, with data flashing on it. Normally, there are actually not so many people, but today is special and all staff need to be on duty. Every process. They are all intuitive data and quite convenient. Certainly, there are still people needed at the scene, but it's not that it can't be unmanned. However, when you come to invest, what they want is not just to build a factory, but also to create jobs. Therefore, the equipment used in the park has only been optimized in terms of process control. In terms of process and number of people, reasonable adjustments were made, and everyone was happy. In the screen, that string of data is hot to watch. The entire steelmaking process is accompanied by high temperatures, often hundreds or thousands of degrees, which is higher than the temperature of magma. Aside, the person in charge on site kept explaining. Listening, Tang Qing nodded. You're right. In fact, Tang Qing knew nothing about these data. Tang Qing's familiarity with the process is no better than his own, but still didn't show it. After all, it's not easy for people either. As a boss, when it's time to be stupid, it's better to be a little stupid and give your subordinates a chance to perform, or else just stare at them. How embarrassing. Listen for a while. Withdraw. One step away. The person in charge breathed a sigh of relief. In front of his big boss, it was impossible to say there was no pressure, and it was also very high. Chairman, President, General Manager, Major Shareholder, as well as many senior executives of the group and the park, they are all here, so there's no mistake. Every sentence I just said was prepared and recited a week ago. Soon, the group of people came to the discharging area. Now, after smelting, casting, and rolling for many times, hot rebars came out of rollers in front of you. After several passes of cooling, the temperature dropped significantly. But it's still nearly 60 degrees, so you can feel the heat when you breathe here. The rest, leave it to natural cooling. After all, this is a desert, and the temperature of the sand outside sometimes exceeds 70 degrees. You can even fry an egg, but at 60 degrees, the temperature is not high at all. At this time, Tang Qing stepped forward. Reach out. He grabbed a 25 piece of rebar. Chong. Pull out. This rebar is 12 meters long and is HRB 400 grade. It is considered a high-standard construction steel and will also be the main steel product in the future North African park. Weighted, 12 meters, nearly 50 kilograms, which is quite heavy. With a thought, powerful mental power vibrated and swept across the inside of the 12-meter-long steel bar in an instant. Okay, the quality is good. Test it, Tang Qing said. Yes, it's not that Tang Qing is making things difficult, but this is the content of the visit. Random sampling and testing of the first batch of steel, otherwise Tang Qing would be stupid to read it. There's soldiers watching. Raw material, technology, process. Everything is fine, and the steel produced is naturally fine. Within 10 minutes, the test results of the first batch of steel bars came out, and they all met the standards. Then, the next outfeed area. Steel plate, steel pipe, rails, steel ingot, section steel, special steel. Since it wants to serve the entire African market, it has a lot of products. Just like the China-Africa Park, rails are also included in the production. At present, Algeria's railway is under construction, and China Railway is undertaking the construction. China-Africa Park has already begun to provide rails for previous railway projects in various Central African countries. Therefore, China Railway recognizes Wanqing Mining's technology. Then, for Algeria's railway project, nearly half of the rail orders were placed in the North African Park. The railway is currently still under construction. 2 months later, only then will supplies be started to the project. Soon, the group came to the storage area again. Huge, huge. Only can describe the scale of this place. The nearly 2.5 square kilometers of storage area is covered with thick concrete, with warehouses on top. Each one has an openable skylight. In addition, a huge gimbal transport crane can lift hundreds of tons of finished steel products into it at a time. Not far, rows of brand new trucks are parked in the yard. They will be responsible for the main steel transportation work in the future. In comparison, their transportation capacity is worse than that of the railway, but better than flexibility. And oil here is not expensive and transportation costs are relatively low. Relying on Suleiman's connections, the park has also signed contracts with many Algerian steel frame dealers. Quite popular. Only, Tang Qing doesn't have much hope for them. The real big part depends on infrastructure, and a considerable part of Africa's infrastructure involves the Myanmar Bank Group. Therefore, don't worry about selling. Good quality. Cheap. Even if he competes with some local European and American steel agents, he is not afraid at all. Tang Qing is accustomed to holding his destiny in his own hands, not others. God-given destiny determines the start. Plan your destiny and control your future. Noon. Canteen. There was a lot of excitement. After arriving, thousands of people poured out of various buildings and rushed to the canteen. Taking into account the many tastes, there are 4 canteens in the park. No. Europe. Magnificent. For types of cuisine, you can choose what you want to eat, but sometimes you have to walk a little longer. People usually go back when they want to try something new and usually eat in the canteen with customary cuisine. 1 bite, and I immediately felt resurrected. It's delicious. Do these chefs still accept apprentices? I want to become a disciple. Same. Everyone sighed. Eat. Many people used to think that it was enough to fill their stomachs, but the chef here made them wonder, what did they eat before? Life. It seems to have more colors than before. Have a meal. It has become something that can be looked forward to and enjoyed. The key is that the company is very generous and has a dedicated food supply system, so you don't have to eat too much. Every meal has meat, plenty of vegetables. Fruit is free. Certainly, it's not unlimited. If you want to eat only meat, it's obviously impossible. As for the fruits, you just have to choose from those available that day. To this, of course, no one has any objections. It's much better here than other places. Fruit is a luxury product in the Sahara Desert, rarely eaten. Therefore, the local employees couldn't be happier. In addition, you can also purchase a certain limit of high-quality fruits at employee prices in the park and send them to your home. This policy, it has received a lot of praise from the locals. The park's discount price is really a discount. It is at least cheaper than Tamanrasset City. What surprised them the most? Still over there in the living area. In order to reduce supply costs, the park has built hundreds of greenhouses dedicated to growing vegetables. Relying on the strength of the oasis, the supply is now stable. Quite magical. And, within the park, fruit trees were also planted in the second phase greening area. Although the environment is harsh, as long as the soil is suitable, some fruits can grow in this air humidity. Banana, mango, pineapple, apple, pawpaw. Thinking of this, they can only marvel. Oasis is awesome. Other side, East End. The first canteen is a canteen that provides Chinese food. Wanqing Mining has recruited nearly 3,000 Chinese employees from China, which is the largest number. Therefore, the canteen is also the largest. Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese food, Lutsai. The 8 major cuisines are complete, and they're all the same as the canteen standards of the China-Africa Park and even Tang Qing's domestic companies. Tang Qing treats everyone equally. Although, the cost is a bit high, but Tang Qing has also been an employee. As long as he doesn't bring down the company, it's fine. Besides, if he can bring down the company, why is this company still doing business? Almost all of their own businesses are turning a profit. Microcrystalline, Qingyuan, Comet, Qingyang sound effects, Eye of Heaven, the prosperous Tang dynasty. All of them have achieved positive cash flow. Wanqing Mining previously suffered losses, but will soon be able to achieve profitability through the construction of new cities in Africa and loans. Therefore, to date, in other words, Yutwei has the worst profitability and poor profit prospects. But for this company, Tang Qing never thought of making money from it. Its existence. The main purpose is to serve as an independent security service provider for its affiliated companies, and the fees paid by other companies are enough to maintain its operations. Right? There's also a hummingbird that is losing money. All right, a loss is a loss. It is temporary anyway. Top layer. Box. Sit in a circle. Director Tang, this has grown in the park. At present, the vegetable plot in the park can guarantee 30% of the vegetable supply, and it is still improving. Sushan reported with a smile. Nearly 10,000 people. 30. This ratio is already very high. Eat every day, 3 meals a day. Growing vegetables is not the production of industrial products. No matter how fast it is, it still takes time. At first, give an order. 2 agricultural projects were opened here. One grows vegetables and the other grows fruits. It's not that the park can't afford it, but it's that this is a desert after all. Too far from the place of origin. Accident. Inevitable. Like a sandstorm. Completely hand over the supply of vegetables and fruits in the park. If something happens, everyone will not be able to eat, which will be a big problem. Simply grow some of it yourself. Certainly, it's impossible to be hungry. After all, you can feel full even if you eat staple food. The park has a lot of rice, flour, and frozen meat in reserve. Tang Qing's goal is to have enough food for 2 months. Therefore, several large grain warehouses were built. Why are there several? The main reason is for safety. If a fire breaks out, it will be ignited all at once. It's about to be although the probability is extremely low. They also raise some poultry and aquatic products. Anyway, the byproducts of vegetable cultivation can be made into feed. This is also the case in the China-Africa Park. Okay, after saying that, pick up chopsticks. Tang Qing started eating. Good. Although it is not as good as our own, the park also uses prepared liquid to specifically water the ingredients. For most people, it can be called delicious. Take a bite, the kind that is full of happiness. Then, everyone moves their chopsticks. Suleiman was not to be outdone. In order to learn to use chopsticks, he also spent a lot of effort to learn it, which was not easy. After learning it, Suleiman found that it was really useful, especially when eating Chinese food. This kind of mixed meal mode, if you don't use chopsticks, you don't know how to eat. Knife, fork, very awkward. Clan Chief Suleiman, good use. Tang Qing said with a smile. Thank you. Hearing that, Suleiman was full of joy. Tang Qing's identity was enough to make him feel this way. They were playing on the world stage, not him. Think about it. I still want to thank my son-in-law, Iman. Otherwise, there would be no chance to get to know Tang Qing, let alone the chance to do business together and sit at the same table for dinner. That's right. Amin will be here in 1 hour, he said. Today, the Saudi royal family had an important event that he was asked to attend, and he couldn't get away. No, after attending the morning activities, Amin flew over in a hurry. After meal, Tang Qing was still strolling around the park. Different from a morning stroll in the work area, this time it was mainly about some living facilities, such as supermarkets, sports areas, etc. When it comes, the supermarket is quite busy. Come in. Welcome, Chairman, the Chinese girl at the cash register said excitedly. She stared straight at him because she knew that the next time she saw him, it would be several years before she met him. Nothing happened. Tang Qing probably won't come. Since her family was recruited, she also came with her. At first, she was very worried about coming to Africa. But, after coming, discovering the hardship is different from what you imagined. There is no shortage of food. No shortage of drink. Nice stay. The internet connection is very high speed, which is great, and the salary and remuneration are not to mention more than twice as high as those in China. Thinking about it, fortunately, I didn't hesitate at the beginning. Otherwise, I can't tell you where I'm doing the same job for half the salary. This place is different from the China-Africa Park. To the north is Europe, separated by a sea. Quite close. This year, you must visit it during your annual vacation, which also counts as a trip to Asia, Africa, and Europe. Meet her. Tang Qing responded with a smile. Hello. Then, after wandering around inside, this supermarket, strictly speaking, can be regarded as a small shopping mall. It has 3 floors, and each floor sells products from different countries. Ground floor, naturally, is a Chinese product. Second floor, all from Algeria. At last, it comes from Europe, and the employees are from different countries and have different consumption habits. This also disperses the customer flow. Looking at the prices, they are similar to those in China. Even, many European and Arab products are even cheaper because they are nearby and tax-free. This makes many Huaxia employees often come to the second and third floors to buy things. But not much. Most of them are just trying new things. Habit, taste, brand. It's not that easy to change. Moreover, there are also vegetable sellers here because many of the employees are family-style and humane. Can cook, but not many do this. Busy. Even if I have free time, I rarely cook it myself. The food in the company cafeteria is not expensive unless there are some special hometown dishes, which are not available in the cafeteria. That's why I chose to do it myself. Then, Tang Qing followed the process and planned to visit places such as employee protection one by one. As for making suggestions, no, Tang Qing mentioned it at the beginning of construction. Now, just check whether it is implemented properly. Soon, Iman arrived late and was dressed in a white robe. Compared to when they met a few years ago, Iman was much more mature. Well, mainly because like Tang Qing, he had grown a bit of a beard. Otherwise, it's also a piece of fresh meat. Hi, come up with a bear hug. Look around. This factory of yours is really well built. Iman admired that such a large park, located in the Sahara Desert, is not very bold, but he didn't dare to organize it like this. In the past, there are also people who suspect that it will be a mess. Now, I can only praise Tang Qing for his wisdom. At least, this is not a failed investment. Afterwards, he followed Tang Qing and started walking around, exclaiming from time to time, "Such a boss is really a blessing for employees." Soon, over a hill, what a flash! Iman narrowed his eyes. I saw. What comes into view is a huge solar power plant divided into 2 parts. The left side is the solar panel that generates electricity, and the right side is the molten salt tower. At this time, the sun is shining. Therefore, the top of the molten salt tower is almost illuminated like a high-power light bulb, surrounded by a halo, which is very visual. From a bird's eye view, nothing much happens. The beam will be blocked by the cover at the top of the tower. But look below. However, the light pollution was quite dazzling, so we built it behind a hill so that it would not affect the factory personnel. Aside, Zhuofeng is explaining. This is the main source of electricity for daily life in the park. The daily power generation can be fully guaranteed to provide uninterrupted high-load power consumption 24 hours a day. There is still a considerable surplus. Wen Yan, everyone nodded. No one asked, "Why is there electricity at night?" Everyone has seen the world before, and the molten salt power tower was originally designed to solve the problem at night. Daytime, some of the light energy generates electricity directly. A considerable part will be stored in the molten salt. When the sun sets, the molten salt releases energy, drives the equipment, and continues to generate electricity, but not for too long. If it is cloudy for several days in a row, you have to kneel down. But this kind of power generation tower is mostly built in places with plenty of sunshine and few clouds and rain. In this place, it is easy to generate electricity for 20 hours. And it is also one of the leading products of microcrystalline technology. At present, they are built in many countries, but the largest number of them are actually concentrated in the Middle East. First, they have money, and second, they have a suitable climate. Soon, the convoy approaches. Tang Qing visited his company's products. This technology has been out for more than 2 years, but Tang Qing has never been to a tower built by his company. Then, come and take a look, at least. The next time you have a meeting and praise the project for a good job, you can make your subordinates feel more sincere. Practicing in vain is actually not a good idea. In front of you, data items flashed by. 45. It is the power generation utilization rate of this tower, which means that the remaining 55% will be wasted because there is no shortage in other places. At present, the storage of electrical energy is a big problem. Electricity that is not used regularly will only be wasted. However, this status quo will soon change. Afternoon, 6 o'clock. After shopping, Tang Qing and his party set off and left, not to Tamanrasset City, but to the airport in the park, with a plane had already parked early. Next stop, then he and Suleiman went to Algiers, the capital, and finally came there. They said they wanted to show their friendship to the landlord. Of course, Tang Qing did not refuse. Otherwise, come in a hurry and go in a hurry. How hurtful. On board. Now that the North African park has been established and put into production, how is your South African park? Have you determined the location? Iman asked curiously. Before, he had heard about Wanqing mining strategy, which planned to build 3 large-scale steel companies in Africa. Currently, they have been built in Central Africa and North Africa. Only Africa and South Africa remain. Yeah, Tang Qing nodded. Sure. Where? South Africa, Tang Qing said. Sure enough. Iman smiled. In Africa, there are only a few important countries in Africa. In Central Africa, the Democratic Republic of the Congo radiates to more than a dozen countries. North, Algeria has good security. South, it is Africa's big brother, South Africa. Choosing to build factories in these 3 countries can be said to occupy an advantageous location. Iman can't help but praise his wit. Although, this is not something difficult to analyze. Sole proprietorship? Iman asked again. No, there are 3 partners. Ooh, then, after listening to the 3 names reported by Tang Qing, Iman suddenly realized that this is what it is. It seems that he is Tang Qing's partner in Hummingbird. The 2 are powerful South African families with great power and connections. One of them is the family of the current president. As for the 3rd one, it is not from South Africa, but Nigeria. Inconspicuous. But its power over there is a bit too much to cover the sky with one hand, but it can still cover half of the sky. In this way, the 3 major parks will receive a strong boost. All right, I'm in suit. Share profits. It is for better profits, which is in line with Tang Qing's business rules, which is vividly reflected in Hummingbird. A company is like a bond, forming a huge network of interests. Future, as long as this relationship is managed properly, Tang Qing's position in world business will be much stronger than it is now. Iman is convinced by this layout. Besides, when he heard that it was those 3 families, Suleiman immediately suppressed his nascent investment thoughts. These 3 families are not small fish or shrimps. Everyone, all have great energy. South Africa, Big Brother Africa. Nigeria, the most populous country in Africa, although relatively poor, cannot be ignored. After all, this is a country with a population of 200 million, 7th in the world. And Algeria, separated by Niger. Park. Evening. The sun sets. The sunset in the desert has a unique charm and often becomes a masterpiece for photographers. Of course, for someone who grew up here. That's it. Lakeside. Garden. After dinner, Chusheng held by Qing's hand and walked for a walk. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected their silhouettes. The evening in the desert was no longer as hot as the afternoon. Here, the humidity of air is extremely high, and the moisture can't store much heat. Starting from the evening, the temperature will drop rapidly. It will be extremely hot in the afternoon, but you will have to cover yourself with a thick quilt at night. Walking. Chusheng sighed. This is the 2nd time I've met Director Tang. I don't know when the next time will be. The last time we met was not in the China-Africa Park, but in the capital. Then, Tang Qing went to CCTV to record dialogue. He was waiting for Bai Qing outside, and he happened to meet him. He even called out, It has been almost 2 years now. Such a boss makes people like him, but also makes his employees depressed. Coming. Afraid. It feels strange if they don't come for a long time, and many questions will pop up in my mind. Do I not pay attention to them? Have you forgotten them? Yes or no? Anyway, being a boss is really hard. At this time, Algiers. Airport. The plane landed slowly, and a group of people got off. Suleiman couldn't help but feel depressed. His plane was really slow. It was still flying on the road. Only, he remembered that the speed of the Gulfstream G550 was not much faster than his own plane. From this, he determined that Tang Qing's plane was definitely speeding. Ask. Just forget it. Asking is also speeding. Anyway, since it was not a problem with his own plane, Ayman didn't have so many worries. He said seriously, for safety's sake, it's better not to speed next time. Dangerous. Okay. Tang Qing agreed casually. Speeding? No. This is the low-speed cruise of our aircraft. If you want to exceed the speed limit, you can arrive half the time early. The maximum cruising speed of Mach 2.6 is not fake. And, from Tang Qing's point of view, this is not too fast. The fastest passenger aircraft ever had one that exceeded Mach 2 in the 1980s, but it was later banned from flying. 50. No. 60 years ago, Western countries began to study supersonic passenger aircraft. It took Britain and France more than 10 years to develop a Concorde exceeding Mach 2. Superfast. It is known as the sun never sets because its flight speed exceeds the rotation of the Earth. In the evening, fly towards the west, and the sun will always be at dusk. Therefore, the limelight lasted forever. A large number of people flocked to it and experienced the speed of having the flight time. However, in the end it didn't become popular. In 2003, when the last Concorde was retired, there was no longer a supersonic civil aviation route in the world. There are many reasons. Internal, external. Constant blows have made what was originally a good project go cold. Later, when major aviation manufacturing companies saw this, they also slowed down. That's all. Decades. The speed of passenger planes is mostly below the speed of sound. This is not because the technology is not good, but because the current speed is sufficient to meet market demand and is sufficient. Fine. Why update? It's free. It is not a mass consumer product, so it needs to be updated to capture the market. The Concorde proves that if you walk fast, you may not be able to eat hot food, and you may even be burned to death. Soon, the convoy arrived at Suleiman's estate. Now, almost all the main members of the Booty family are here. No matter how many people invite such a distinguished guest, even if the president of a country invites them, no one will go. Tang Qing, already eligible for rejection. Therefore, every one of them paid great attention to it and put on their costumes. Even if they were costumes, they were still wearing white robes, but the fabrics were better and the matching accessories were carefully selected. Door. Standing in a row. Welcome. Thank you. Tang Qing shook hands with Suleiman's second brother. As the eldest of the 5 Suleiman brothers, he inherited the position of patriarch, and each of the brothers was unique. Second child, currently the second in command at the Algerian Ministry of Energy and Mines. The third child, currently vice president of the Supreme Court of Algeria. Fourth child, join the army. A general star has been hung up. This is still the direct line. Many people in the collateral line either hold important positions or have great wealth and great influence in Afghanistan. The Booty family is enough to rank close to the top 3. Also, for example, his youngest daughter married Ayman, the Saudi prince. This kind of marriage is obviously not an isolated case, and the relationship is intricate. Therefore, Hummingbird's partner is the Booty family. Last time I came, only Suleiman and his second brother came together this time, mainly because of their different identities. Last time they came, the relationship between the two parties was not so close. It's not appropriate for everyone to come. But this time, the alliance has been completely established, so it is natural to take it seriously. Suleiman introduced them one by one, and Tang Qing recognized them one by one and responded with a calm smile. Soon, see acquaintances again. Allison, long time no see. Tang Qing smiled. Allison, Ayman's brother-in-law, also invested in the oil field together. Allison smiled from ear to ear when he heard that Tang Qing still remembered him. 3 years ago, before Tang Qing was so famous, the two of them had been in contact. Who knew that the subsequent development would be a complete leap, and he would become the second richest man in the world? Looking back, real, incredible. Tang Qing was already rich enough at that time, and he thought he would be like any other rich man, with ups and downs. Unexpectedly, they played several trump cards in succession. Civilization, time, epic. The kind of person who suddenly pushed his net worth to the sky and was proud of the world, that's all. The series of actions that followed were almost blinding. Hummingbird, blossom everywhere. Evergreen, a series of very large orders are coming soon. The prosperous Tang dynasty. Now, thermostatic clothes are out again, making money every day. This series of achievements is destined to be written, or has already been written, into business textbooks in various countries. What a pity. Learned. Who can copy it? Dream on. It is estimated that it will take 50 years to create such a monster. He is worth more than 300 billion US dollars, which is terrifying. The most powerful thing is his growth potential. Every step. None of them are false. Unlike many companies, the market value is very high, and the boss is worth tens of billions. But that is mostly the value of the capital market, and it is difficult for him to come up with 100 million in cash. Whereas Tang Qing? Same. More than $300 billion is the market valuation. But its hematopoietic ability is also powerful. Comet, Qingyan, microcrystalline, Qingyang, plus the prosperous Tang dynasty that is in its explosive period, this year's profits will definitely be reported. If it's less than 150 billion renminbi, he'll eat up his family's plate. End of introduction. Go inside. The table is filled with ingredients. Vegan. There is no meat because it is not available. Only vegetarian vegetables can be cultivated with prepared liquid. Therefore, the chefs tried their best to make the dish vegetarian, even though it is vegetarian. But the cost is no less than $100,000. Sit down. Start eating while chatting. Hearing is better than seeing. In just a few minutes of contact, they almost fell to their knees. Because the whole journey, Tang Qing always communicated with them in Arabic. He didn't feel unfamiliar at all, and his accent was pure. They wanted to ask, "How many Chinese languages do you know?" But I still held back. But Amin was not so reserved and asked. 6. Tang Qing reported the number casually. 1. Listen. There was a big word written on the faces of everyone present. Obey. 6. Amin asked about foreign languages, so, plus mother tongue, it is 7. It is said, Tang Qing has been going to school, and he has to deal with company affairs after school. He also likes to do personal research. They wanted to ask, how can you have time to study? Really? Incomparable to monsters. Never mind. Let's just quietly be immortal. Eat, sleep, have fun, work, do what a normal person should do. It's great. Eating. Opposite. A cousin of Suleiman asked, Dr. Tang, your company's constant temperature clothes are really good. I don't know if our clothes can use that kind of constant temperature material. Hearing this, Tang Qing nodded. Okay. Truth. The clothes they were wearing looked hot to Tang Qing. Clothes made of constant temperature materials would probably sell like crazy here. Fortunately, these people were not short of money at all. That's great. I wonder if my company can purchase some. Okay. It doesn't matter who you sell to. However, the current production is limited and we can't provide much. You first send a team to learn how to make it. This is very different from normal. Okay, thank you. The man was very happy. He is in the clothing business, and the emergence of thermostatic clothes has opened his eyes to a new world. Such an existence will definitely be very popular among them. Pity, he doesn't know Tang Qing. And it's hard to find Suleiman. I was able to mention it in person today and got a positive reply. I'm very happy. As for the little tricks that Europe and the United States are doing, no problem. It's your business to turn it into medical supplies, and we don't need to work with you. Algeria has always been neutral and will not sway easily. What's more, for them, it is really needed. After meal, everyone sat in the pavilion and looked at Algiers at night. because Europe is to the north and self-produced oil makes the city relatively prosperous. There are many ancient buildings. Once, this has always been a French colony. In that battle, Algiers became the temporary capital of France because it was unable to find the north. It has a long history. The next day, morning, Suleiman took Tang Qing to a construction site, which was located in the outer suburbs of Algiers. It originally belonged to the Bouty family. After cooperation, they set a price to buy shares. At this time, you can already see the prototype of the factory area. Quite large, covering nearly 3 square kilometers. Estimated. There's still 2 months to complete the factory construction, plus equipment debugging, trial operation, etc., and it will definitely be put into use in October this year. Sighed. Suleiman said happily. Hummingbird. It was the second project he and Tang Qing had collaborated on, and they took it very seriously. They came almost once a week, and the 3 square kilometers of land didn't cost much. February. Propose. March. Signing. April. Construction has just begun. Since most of it is factory construction, as long as there are enough materials, the speed is faster than that of steel concrete construction. Now all that is left is capping and welding. And equipment. It has been shipped from China and shipped here. Yeah. Okay. Not bad. Tang Qing nodded. In front of you. It is the largest hummingbird warehouse in Algiers and one of the 3 core cabins. Algeria has a total of 48 provinces, but only 3 large warehouses have been built. Without it, just because some provinces are too small, Algeria's more than 2.3 million square kilometers of land, nearly a quarter of China's, can be developed unevenly. South, it's the vast Sahara Desert. Therefore, most provinces are located in the north, and the vast majority of the population is also concentrated in the 4 to 5 million square kilometers of land in the north. How big is it? It is similar to Huaxia Sichuan province. So, 3 core cabins are completely enough. In fact, there is no need to build this core cabin so big, but don't forget Algeria's geographical location. Europe is to the north, separated only by a sea. Now, Hummingbird only has a partner in Sweden and Europe. Therefore, this core module in Algiers will also serve European customers in the future. After all, too close, although there won't be too many customers. But it's not completely impossible. Many European companies want to sell things in Algeria. After seeing its strong logistics, there must be some who are willing to cooperate. Now, many domestic companies are gearing up to sell their products around the world through Hummingbird's network. For this purpose, they're preparing half a year in advance. Stocking up? No formalities. Many things cannot be sold directly if you want to sell them abroad. For example, food must at least go to other people's food control agencies for testing and filing. Get a sales license. After, only inbound sales can be made. To this end, Hummingbird has set up a special department to help companies that want to expand overseas markets and apply for documents from that country. It has been crazy busy during this period. And it has also stimulated many companies to increase innovation, because many products on the market are imitated by foreign companies, which is theoretically illegal. Go abroad. Everyone will tell you accurately. Therefore, Tianyan also intervened and helped them conduct preliminary investigations on some infringing designs. The result was very helpless. More than half of them were suspected of infringement. For a while, revise, innovation, before their eyes. To this, Tang Qing is supportive. Our IQ is not bad. It doesn't matter that the core technology is difficult to develop. You can copy everything from industrial design to outer packaging design. How boring. If a product like this goes out, you won't make any money, and you'll get a lawsuit. So why bother? In order to avoid the hummingbirds being blamed in the end, you can only block them in advance. Take a look now. The effect is good. At least, they began to learn to use their brains, instead of just copying everyone they saw, and they copied it so closely. Intellectual property rights are not taken seriously at all. Future. Tang Qing hopes that they will sue the foreign company instead of becoming the defendant. The original intention of Hummingbird is to help Chinese products better enter the world market. Help valuable businesses grow. Salted fish? Okay, then just watch from the sidelines. This can be regarded as a way for Tang Qing to promote their growth. Sometimes, really, it is hard to make steel out of iron. Well, just hope. More valuable companies will emerge. In the afternoon, we set off again to Saudi Arabia with Ayman. It was a rare visit, and I had to invite him to his house, but I dropped in anyway and didn't refuse. Soon, then it entered Libyan airspace. By the window, looking at this country, Tang Qing sighed lightly. 2 years later in his previous life, this place would turn into a battlefield and bring huge harm to this country. It's sad. To this, there's nothing to comment on either. Right? Wrong. Have your own opinion. And this is not what Tang Qing wants to see. You know, in the past 2 years, this country has bought more than $5 billion of oases because Gobi is old. Therefore, the intention to continue buying is very strong. In private, can't bear it. Yugong, if a fight breaks out and the United States freezes its funds, what will happen to our balance? That's quite a loss. Therefore, Tang Qing will not sit idly by. Want to touch my money? No. 1 hour later, entering the Egyptian airspace and looking down, Tang Qing's eyes softened, because Egypt was also a big customer of Oasis, especially the second purchase volume was huge. At first, during the first purchase, the Egyptian authorities planned to do something good with the intention of boosting their reputation. Unexpectedly, this good thing could actually make money. Below, this country depends entirely on a river, Nile River. Nearly 100 million people. The vast majority of people live on both sides of the Nile River. The land is tight and the environment is harsh. Even if there is water, it cannot change the continuous desert Gobi. Then, the authorities bought the oasis and greened a large area of land. Immediately afterwards, developers bought it and turned it into a community. For a time, the sales were booming. That's all. Everyone found a business opportunity. After, authorities, funds from both parties have begun to join this cycle of buying an oasis, building a house, and selling it. While making money, they have also greatly changed the local landscape. Win more. As estimated, in the next 3 years, the purchase volume of Egypt's oasis will exceed $20 billion. It is a high-quality customer. It is true that the more you look at it, the more you like it. At last, entering Saudi Arabia's airspace, Tang Qing's eyes narrowed even more. This was a super rich man, richer than Egypt. He didn't know where to go. It was like walking in a treasury. After the experience, purchase, cash, not short of money. The current king has stated that he will build the capital Riyadh into a green city with a radius of 30 kilometers, and any open space must be able to grow grass. Be firm, and it has won the unanimous support of the Saudi people. In the past, it was a method that could not be used even if you had money. But now I have found that money is easy to use, so of course I will not be stingy. Also, many countries in the Middle East have become big customers of Oasis. In fact, the main sales target from the beginning was to target these rich people. Kuwait, Qatar, Aliencio, Saudi Arabia. Everyone is extremely rich, and most of the territory is desert. The desire for Oasis has lasted for many years. So, they lived up to their expectations. Everyone placed a big order. Less often, 2 to 3 billion. Many times, 5 to 6 billion. Even, several small countries are planning to transform all deserts within their borders into soil that can be planted, completely changing their country's environment. Such as Qatar. It is only 10,000 square kilometers. Even if it is fully renovated, the cost will be less than 140 billion yuan, which is only 20 billion yuan when converted into US dollars. And this, right card, it can only be said to be a bit stressful. Therefore, last month, the Qatar authorities announced a greening plan for the entire territory, but they did not place an order because the Oasis quota for this year was sold out. We can only wait until March next year. In addition, Kuwait, who is not much bigger than Ka, also plans to transform the general area into soil suitable for planting, ending the situation of seeing sand every day for thousands of years. Besides, Abu Dhabi and Dubai, the capital of the United Arab Emirates, have both imitated Saudi Arabia and decided to green the city for dozens of miles. Anyway, in the next few years, Oasis will not worry about selling. 5 years later, it is estimated that there will be a bottleneck. But it doesn't matter, we don't just have Oasis products. For example, if we sell the prepared liquid for decades, there will be a market for it. And it's getting bigger and bigger as long as everyone still eats. So, it is inseparable from the temptation of delicious food. 2 days later, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing ended his week-long trip and returned to China. At this time, after nearly a month of use, the heat of the thermostatic clothes is getting higher and higher. Summer. Hot. For some people, it's cool to go out. Some people sweat when they go out. Then, the people in front are no longer calm. In the past, everyone came here like this in the summer and thought it was nothing, but suddenly you feel cooler. This contrast, full of damage, and word of mouth has also begun to grow. At this time, there are many anchors who want to gain popularity, specialized in video shooting. I have been wearing it for almost a month without any discomfort. I wear constant temperature outerwear during the day and constant temperature pajamas at night. For a while, I feel that the quality of sleep is improved. Although it is expensive, but it saves electricity. And you won't be woken up by the heat in the middle of the night or the air conditioner cools you down. I can sleep until dawn. It's really good. I will buy a few more next time it goes on sale. After reading, everyone is enthusiastic about buying. At first, although Tang Qing said that some people are still worried about whether this will be harmful to the body, based on more than a month of feedback from users in various environments. Put all their doubts to rest. Then, they all looked eagerly at the official website of Shengtang. 26th day, morning, 10 o'clock. Swipe. The content on the homepage of Shengtang's official website was refreshed. The content was very simple. In the early morning of the 28th of this month, constant temperature clothes will be officially sold. The online sales limit is 20 million pieces. Available for pre-order. Below. Direct link. Suddenly, the internet is abuzz. Hurry up, the second batch of thermostatic clothes is on sale. Hurry up if you want to buy it. There are only 20 million pieces. I don't think I can last half a day with this quantity. Right away. Haha, I finally waited for the second batch. This time I must not miss it. Wait for me. Log in. Place an order. Full payment in advance. Phew, to be completed. After seeing the success message, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and finally got it. This month, I have been shown off enough by some people, and they wanted it too. Expensive? No. What we buy is face and coolness. Moreover, when other clothes are spread out, thousands or hundreds of people, most people can't help but come out. Now, thermostatic clothing starts at 200. A top, well over 1,000. And the style is relatively simple and easy to be recognized when going out. There are only a few people who want to pretend to be X. However, a small proportion does not mean a small number. For the sake of face. For the sake of coolness. This X, they set up. For a while. Sales are booming. Official website. The total amount of 20 million is declining rapidly. Many people who have bought it once are still thinking of buying one for their families, so they're quite active in placing orders. 19 million. 18 million. 17.5 million. One brush at a time. Then, newcomers immediately complete their orders as quickly as possible, just like rushing. 1 month, no matter how difficult the choice is enough for them to decide on the style they like. No more decisions. Buy them all. What a big deal. At worst, there will be some bleeding. Although the thermostatic clothing is expensive, it is not outrageous. It will only cost you 1 or 2 months' salary. Foreign bags. Foreign cosmetics. Several thousand. Tens of thousands. If you could spend it all, what a big deal. Quick, down. Don't stop. The scalpers were in a hurry. Compared to the last time, everyone didn't know enough about thermostatic clothes. It took them a day and a night to sell out 30 million pieces. This time, after being showcased for a month, they were very aware of how hot the market was. They became busy one by one and felt heartbroken when they saw the numbers drop. Slower, slower, but the numbers won't listen to them. 17 million, 16 million, 15 million. Impatient. With such a rapid decline, they can buy it, but the quantity will not be too much, and it will definitely not be as good as last time, but there is nothing they can do, and it will take time to clear orders. Once the order is placed, a sum of money will pass. Busy as hell. Manor. Office. Tang Qing paid attention to the sales of the second batch of constant temperature clothes. Sure enough, as expected, the pre-sale effect should not be too good, and the money will be paid on the official sales day. It is expected to be sold out. More than 20 million. This is the production limit for this month. At present, even if Sheng Tang activates all production lines and a large number of cooperative factories, there will only be this output, but it is enough, and 20 million will be used online. Others are all sold offline. With this, let's check out the popularity of Sheng Tang's major stores. Just yesterday, the police department came to our door and wanted to purchase constant temperature materials for use in making police uniforms. Not much. The first batch of only 1,000 sets was purchased. Pilot first. If it works, we'll increase purchases. To this, Tang Qing also understood that it would be fanciful to place a big order as soon as he came up. And Tang Qing also knew that half of it would be used to make military uniforms. Therefore, once piloted feedback was no problem. Next, it could be a big deal. And he will also open up a new big market and run it well. The thermostatic materials company can count money until his hands cramp and become one of the best cash cows under his banner. That night, it's early morning. Wow. At the Sheng Tang Group headquarters, bursts of cheers rang out, because after a day of pre-sale, all the products released this time were sold out. Excited. Fanaticism. Hug each other indulgently and express joy. Great. Winning again. Broken record. Everyone was laughing from ear to ear. They once again experienced the speed of making money from Qingyuan technology, because it was like this when Anno 2 was listed. Snap up. Selling crazy. Count the money. One day only. The sales volume exceeded 10 billion, and more than 2 million units were sold on the first day. They were envious of them. Now, it is finally the turn of the Tang dynasty. How could they not be happy? For the second time. But they understand that such a good thing will not last long, because their big boss's constant temperature materials company will continue to supply supplies to their peers. Truth. At first, they think in their hearts, why should we give it to others? Later, it gradually became clear that his boss was not an ordinary person, with a different structure and different position. Tang Qing had always been doing cooperative business. Win-win. Win more. Win-win. Such as Comic Group. Yes, it is unique in the field of entertainment culture, but the reason for its success is not to be exclusive, but to be good at itself, make good products, and be inclusive and absorbing. Eye of Heaven. Serving global enterprises. Hummingbird. Only by attracting many shareholders can we achieve the current trend of Huangwang. Whether from a practical perspective or a benefit perspective, it is inevitable to be open to peers. That's fine. With such a first-mover advantage, but still clamoring for monopoly, what happened to the prosperous Tang dynasty? Such a prosperous Tang dynasty is not what they want. Online, there was a lot of excitement at this time. Great! It's sold out again. It's only been half a day. Sheng Tang has made a lot of money again. A conservative estimate is that the sales this time will definitely not be less than 5 billion yuan. Profit will not be less than 1 billion yuan. Oh my God, strong. I am so jealous that I can't sleep tonight. 1,000 words can be turned into 2 words. Envy. As expected of Tang Qing, worthy of being the richest man. You never know how he will shock the world next. I am very much looking forward to Sheng Tang's listing. Looking forward to the same. +1. +1. Before that, Comet, Qingyuan, Microcrystalline. All 3 companies have achieved great success in going public. Compared with ordinary companies that go through a lot of trouble, Tang Qing's company should not be too simple to go public. Market recognition is extremely high. Now, the market value of every listed company is no less than $100 billion. Microcrystalline technology has reached $200 billion early, followed closely by Qingyuan technology. The Comet Group is a little lower, but No one dares to look down upon it. Headlines. TikTok. People's time was being spent like crazy, and the capital market unanimously believed that with these two apps, there would be no problem for Comic Group to reach 200 billion US dollars. Before, everyone thinks that it is impossible for Tang to go public because there is really no growth point. It is difficult for a clothing company to describe a future to the capital market. However, now, Tang proved it with facts. You all underestimate me. No, everyone underestimated Tang Qing. Who would have thought that they directly jumped out of the conventional competition model of clothing companies, turned to materials, and achieved great success? Keep the clouds clear. One day the sky rises. Since then, beyond the so-called Red Sea and Blue Sea, look down on all living beings from the sky. At this time, some people commented on the listing of Tang. The probability of Tang going public is very small. People are really not short of money, whether it is Tang Qing now or Tang now, so don't dream about it. Yeah, disappointed. Alas, I can only buy stocks of Tang Qing's other companies. Everyone was helpless for a while. Listed, many companies dream of it. But they're also scoring targets. Generally, companies seek to go public, intend to cash out funds, and obtain tickets to the capital market, so they are all very interested. But today's prosperous Tang dynasty is definitely full of funds and cash. Make money every day. However, you can look forward to Hummingbird. According to my analysis, among Tang Qing's current holding companies, only Hummingbird has the need to go public for financing. First, the investment is large. Second, there are many shareholders. And the debt exceeds 100 billion yuan. Therefore, Hummingbird has the need to go public for cash in the future. If you're interested, don't miss it. Take a look. Many people have questions. A debt of 100 billion? Is it reliable? Suddenly, there are countless messages. Brother, you'd better understand what a stock is before you speak. Although debt is a consideration, what is ultimately important is growth. Hummingbird, across dozens of countries, debt development is normal. How many companies are not in debt? Anyway, I am extremely optimistic about Hummingbird's future. Same. If I want to go public, I will definitely buy it. Yes, it must. At this time, someone asked, what about Wanqing mining? There's also a demand for listing, right? These words, it also confused many people. But soon the man came out and answered, I thought so before, but you probably haven't paid attention to the recent African news. Do you know what's hot over there? City construction. Currently, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Mozambique have more than 130 billion yuan in funds, and several other countries are beginning to raise funds. It is expected, before the end of the year, the investment in city construction projects will exceed 400 billion yuan. Just last week, the Wanqing North Africa Park was completed and put into operation. Now, Wanqing Mining is the largest steel supplier in Africa. According to what I heard, a large proportion of its steel is used in these city construction projects. Think about it. Think about it. Will Wanqing Mining be short of money in the future? After reading, there was a sudden sensation in the message area. What? Africa's largest steel supplier? Hold the straw. My eyes are going to be blinded. With more than 400 billion projects, who said Africa is poor, squeeze out such a big piece of cake. It's amazing. Come on, damn it. Short of money? Without Chuan, they have large orders and they are continuous. They will only become more and more profitable in the future. They can't help but be shocked by Tang Qing's layout. I surrender. Kneel down and surrender. I surrender to the ground. Once. They are also not optimistic about Wanqing Mining. They feel that resource-based enterprises are too heavy on assets. When it comes to making money, some high-tech products are better. But now, Evergreen. The huge amount of orders taught them a good lesson. It's not that the company is not important, it's not that the industry is not good, but it has something to do with the boss of the company. The next day, the prosperous Tang dynasty once again made headlines on every page. One day, sold out. Although this is the second time such a result has been performed, it is equally shocking. After all, a company that sells billions of dollars a day is really scary. Envious. Envy. Hatred. What do you hate? I wish I could go back in time and tell myself 5 years ago, I must go to Qingyan City and meet a high school student named Tang Qing. Hold your thighs tight. Never let go. Loose. You will miss the greatest opportunity in your life. Starting a business? Forget it. Even if they knew what Tang Qing's company did later and wanted to copy it, they would still find it too difficult and impossible to replicate. Profit. Martyr. The two can be converted at any time. Learn from the comic group and create civilization. Good. First, you have to find a special effect company, and you also need money, a lot of money, at least hundreds of millions. At that time, how much was the box office of Chinese movies in a year? Annual. The total box office of domestic films, 800 million. That's right, a whole year. The national budget is only 800 million yuan, which is still the box office, not the cost. As for the cost, a compromise is 400 million, but you have to use it to make a movie. Therefore, when looking for investment, people will only pay attention to him unless they are crazy. Qingyuan technology. Make epic. Okay, first organize a large number of people, then prepare hundreds of millions in cash, negotiate with major suppliers, and obtain their spare parts, which are also the most advanced. Then, after a year or two of hard work, finally, it was ready for production, but it was discovered that Europe and the United States had taken a lead. If you act like this, you would have been sold out long ago because you have no core technology at all. Chip, system, videography, battery, not even one could be produced, which is why many people admire Tang Qing. God knows how he created the era with the advantage of Western technology. Not scientific. How to see? How weird is that in the end, Apple's first-generation smartphone was suppressed and only held a press conference, but did not have time to go on the market. It was eliminated. Not many people can understand this wave of operations. And the helpless fact is, there are not hundreds of millions. Have to. I can't even lift my head. Third, microcrystalline technology. Time. Forehead. Made. This is simply not possible. The core of their technology comes from the Myanmar Bank Group. If you want to get its support, you must first get familiar with them. Therefore, I have to go to Myanmar. However, if you go, why do people know you? Big brother? Just kidding. People may not pay attention to you. If you want to be recognized, you must at least have some money. All right, back to square one. Evergreen. Eye of Heaven. The prosperous Tang dynasty. Qingyang sound effects. This type of enterprise still cannot be learned. They all need capital. In the end, unless they cheat, even if they travel back in time, it will be useless. I can only hold my thighs. Alas, several people sighed. Really, without this life, rebirth is useless. The success of entrepreneurs is difficult to copy, but Tang Qing's success is not difficult, but simply impossible to copy. Washington, go to sleep. 10 o'clock in the morning. Yangsheng, a grand investment promotion conference began. Clothing companies from all over the world came to China to participate in the share sales conference of constant temperature clothing materials. Mr. Wang, long time no see. Nice to meet you. Have a drink after the meeting. Okay. They were all in the same industry, greeting each other. This month, they didn't know how they got through it. The advent of thermostatic clothes suddenly broke the existing market structure and created a new big market. And with this humble company in front of us, who would have noticed such a materials research and development company in the past, but now everyone in the industry knows about it. From now on, no surprises. It will become a new giant in the industry. Looking around, in addition to China's, there are also many foreign clothing companies, and their proportion is not small. I suddenly felt a little worried. What? There are so many European and American companies and many big names. If they buy a large part, our share will be reduced. After all, they have money. What can we do? That's right. Everyone was nervous. But one person's words, it made their eyes light up. Don't worry too much. Although European and American companies are large, don't forget that their authorities now require thermostatic clothing to go through the listing process of medical supplies. 3 years, 5 years. God knows when it will be completed. So, They want to buy it, but they may not sell it. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod, and their eyes became unfriendly towards these European and American companies. Depend on. Can't beat it. Just close the door. Play tricks. What logic? I really think the world revolves around you. Other side. What? Discrimination. This is discrimination. We demand equal treatment. Representatives of several well-known American clothing companies were clamoring because the company had just told them that they could participate and buy without any problem. But, limit. All our actions are legal. Please don't make unreasonable troubles. We can wait until one day we go through the process in the United States before continuing to talk about opening up. The staff had a firm attitude. In front of you. Most of them are doing business in Europe and the United States. In that case, why buy constant temperature materials? Can it be used for hoarding? Of course, this kind of behavior cannot be tolerated. We also have companies in China. The other party was dissatisfied. Hear the words. The staff nodded. Yes, we know. That's why you can buy it. But most of your clothes are high-end products, and the annual sales are limited, so there will be a quota. This is the reason. Pull. But it still makes sense. One listen. The corner of the other person's mouth twitched. Shit. Clothes with thermostatic materials can easily cost thousands, and they have entered the ranks of high-end consumer goods, almost on par with their own mid-range products. Is this a real reason? But I really want it. All major companies are working on cracking constant temperature materials, but progress is slow. Many companies have not been involved in this aspect before. Therefore, if you want to buy more, produce it, sell it in some countries with no restrictions, and take advantage of this opportunity to make a lot of money, you can't just watch it with bare feet. As long as you are not in the United States, you will not violate government restrictions. Which material? They are not willing to sell more to them at all. Many European and American small and medium-sized clothing companies are not happy about this. It is not that they are unhappy with this company, but big capital, because small and medium-sized enterprises have no R&D capabilities at all. They will eventually have to buy from outside. In this case, it will be from the company in front of them or an American company. None of it matters. Make money. That's the most important thing. Although they're willing to buy from China. When things have developed to this extent, the barriers set up by large European and American companies in the industry will not be open to everyone. 10 minutes later, alas, negotiations were fruitless. Some European and American companies had no choice but to give up. The surrounding companies from various countries also quickly learned about this and looked at them, full of weirdness. Keep working. Cut. I really thought people were easy to bully, just ordinary companies. Behind him, the second richest man in the world stood, and he was not afraid of them jumping at all. What a fool. Just stay. Deserve it. Soon, a middle-aged man walked onto the stage, and the investment began. After a brief opening remarks, we got down to business and waited until we heard the announcement of the total annual supply. It's boiling. 60,000 tons? That's great. Enough points. The distribution method is good, based on the existing market share and production scale, and avoids the arbitrariness of large companies. This method is very conscientious. That's right. Finally, I don't have to leave empty-handed. Yeah, it's a little expensive, only 1 yuan per gram, but when I think about the sales of thermostatic clothes, it's not unacceptable. It's better than not buying it at all. Yes. They were so happy. Good. 60,000 tons of constant temperature materials. According to the man, one product consumes an average of 150 grams, which means they can make a lot of money. Plenty of share. Certainly, this materials company is even more profitable because the wholesale price is 1 yuan per gram. That is to say 1,000 yuan per kilogram and 1 million yuan per ton. 10,000 tons is 10 billion yuan. 60,000, 60 billion yuan. Depend on. After a simple calculation, they are incomparable. A company with annual sales of 60 billion is so fresh. No, it's more than that. Don't forget, this batch of shares does not include Sheng Tang's. As his own son, Sheng Tang must have a large share, so at least another 20 billion must be added. Oh my God. Sharp. If we were to expand production, wouldn't we be able to spend hundreds of billions of dollars properly? Heaven, if you are so partial to Tang Qing, all good things will happen to you, and you can easily cultivate a company with annual sales of hundreds of billions. Although the profit is unknown, if this company, plus Shangtang Group, earns less than 30 billion yuan a year, they will never believe it. Because, after knowing the cost, they could calculate in their heads just the profits of Shangtang. In less than 2 months, they had already pocketed several billions. This year, but it's far from accepted. Phew, take a deep breath. Calm down. Calm down. If you're not envious, then join in. Tang Qing also has a conscience and does not eat alone, so everyone gives a thumbs up and praises its business structure. Clothes. Real. First, it's his vision. The second is his mind. After all, even if other people have such technology, they are not like treasures. They dominate the market alone and don't give their peers a sip of soup. How can they care about the life and death of others? Therefore, they were really convinced. Then, it is to determine the share. There is no surprise. They calculate a total based on the annual sales of the participating companies and then divide it proportionally. Fair, public, just. No one has an opinion. After all, if you really fight for money and relationships, it will be even more difficult. In this way, no one will have an opinion. If your business is good, you will get more points. If your business is bad, you'll get less points. Not biased. Don't lean on it. The vast majority of vulnerable groups have been taken care of. After getting the share, you just have to pay, because just like joining a franchise to sell equipment, it is the same here. Processing of thermostatic clothing is not something that ordinary production lines are capable of. Special equipment is needed to finalize the shape of constant temperature materials, and a set of this equipment costs 2 million yuan. According to the subscription share set, 1 year, it can process 100 tons of constant temperature materials. Therefore, most companies only need to purchase one device. In other words, this company has sold more than 1 billion just to sell the equipment, but it can only buy it. Otherwise, thermostatic clothing cannot be processed. Q. Pay the money. This time, corner. A representative of a European and American company looked at the person in charge of a small business with a smile. Friend, do you want to sell your company's constant temperature materials? Hearing this, the man was stunned. Then, shaked his head. No sale, I'm sorry. After saying that, he turned around and left, joking, why should we sell? What should we do if we sell our company? The most popular thing right now is thermostatic clothing, and we don't have an extra share of it. Take a look. The corners of the other party's mouth twitched. After, ask everywhere. Most of them said they would not sell, but there were always those who were not so determined, because the other party's starting price was almost close to the profit from making the clothes. Then, deals were made one after another. To this, no one is in charge, and the contract is not written and cannot be transferred. In fact, this superficial fairness will lead to various private transactions. Noon. Hotel. Representatives of clothing companies from various countries gathered together, eating and drinking with great joy, because their purpose of coming to China was achieved. After, just wait, and other equipment, and other materials. One is indispensable, and for the former, the company promises that it will all be shipped within half a month. As for the arrival time, it depends on the speed of shipping. The materials will be shipped together. At first, everyone was worried about what would happen if an accident happened during transportation for such a valuable thing. To this, the company also explained that overseas transportation is specially transported by hummingbird shipping, and the goods are inspected upon arrival. After hearing this, everyone no longer has any doubts. Good. It turns out that Tang Qing's own company is delivering the goods, so that's no problem. No matter what, they won't just watch and steal, and he just has to wait for the delivery. This meal, they ate with great joy. First table. The top leaders of the city have also arrived. There is a company in the jurisdiction with annual sales of nearly 100 billion. It is like a dazzling beacon. It is difficult not to see it. To know, last year, Yangqing's GDP is only over 800 billion, which means that the GDP created by this company alone accounted for nearly 1/10 of the city's GDP last year. Therefore, the joy in my heart. Silently, there is such a big company, but what if it is ignored and people move away? How many thousands of tons can your output be per year? 80,000. Can you increase the output? 80,000. It can create an output value of 80 billion. 100,000. Easily break 100 billion. What about 200,000? That's 200 billion. For such a company, they can't wait to double their revenue several times a year. So don't get too excited. Hear the words. The president shook his head. Not yet. Why? Because we cannot produce the core material of this technology ourselves. Strictly speaking, this technology is a derivative development of a new material. Oh, they didn't know this. Who's? The Huaxia branch of Jia Technology. Although most of the derivative technology patents and production patents belong to us, the core reactants cannot be produced by ourselves. Want to join? We can only look at them. One listen. Everyone at the table was stunned. That's it. Jia. They're all quite familiar with this term, because not far away from Shenzhen City, Jia and Huawei cooperated with the company to promote the advent of the 4G era. Equipment, cell phone, software. It is blooming in many fields, with annual sales exceeding 100 billion. It is so close. How could you not know about it? They also know how big the background is behind Jia. Myanmar Bank Group. Rich, powerful. The existence of money that can be printed. A good friend of China and their friend. As the largest concentration of light industry in China, the two sides have close exchanges. Before, commodity loans add a large number of Chinese products to the catalog, a considerable part of which are from them, creating a large number of jobs and GDP. Therefore, very familiar. Only, it is unexpected that the core reactant of constant temperature materials is also its production, but it feels quite reasonable. Some of their technologies are unparalleled in the world. Transcription stock solution. Filter the solution. Water purification technology. Global number 1. No, there shouldn't be any rankings. Because there is almost no competition. Let's just say that this year's sales totaled more than 3 trillion yuan. It is estimated that the auction in March will only be Oasis and Concoction. Just over 2 trillion yuan. That time, but they were shocked. Firstly, they were shocked by the huge sales volume, which was more than twice the annual GDP of Yangqing. Secondly, they were shocked by the O Foundation. More than $30 billion in donations. Scary. For the first time, they discovered that charitable organizations can actually be so rich, and they're still working on it this year. It is said that the amount of donations has exceeded 10 billion. Still dollars. Heaven. There are so many caring people in the world. Also, clean water, air filter. These two items can easily push sales to the threshold of 3 trillion, plus the income from other industries. Well, it is another huge number. All I can say is, awesome. We can only wait. Weiwei was disappointed. But the output of 80,000 tons is also gratifying. $1 per gram is equivalent to 80 billion. Many of them are purchased by foreign companies and can earn foreign exchange. Be content. After all, this is almost like falling from the sky. No one expected that a humble materials company would create such a big business. After meal, everyone goes back to their homes. At the same time, the news also spread all over the internet at an extremely fast speed, and it was suddenly very lively. $1 per gram? So expensive. It's a bit. It's not bad. After all, it's a high-tech product. The average product is 150 grams, 60,000 tons. How many clothes can you make? Damn, how many? I'm not good at math. Same question. 10 pieces means 1.5 kilograms, 1,000 pieces, 150 kilograms. 10,000 pieces, 1.5 tons, 100 million pieces. That's 15,000 tons. So much. 400 million. Hold the grass. Are you wearing them all? That's right. You guys are stupid. Is 400 million a lot? One set for washing and one for spare. Moreover, many people don't just buy 2 pieces, but 4 pieces for both tops and bottoms. By inside and outside, it's 8 pieces. So, 50 million consumers. Do you still think it's a lot? There are 7 billion people in the world. In absolute terms, only 1 in 140 does business. Multiple strings. Being calculated like this. Really, although 8 cases are a bit too much, even if we look at 4 cases, there are only 100 million people. This ratio, in terms of the denominator, is too inconspicuous. And everyone knows very well that not only adult customers, but also children's clothing and special clothing markets will occupy a lot of these constant temperature materials. Therefore, the amount of 60,000 tons is intense. It seems that thermostatic clothes are still a hot commodity. Although I don't know how much Tang Qing can earn from these 60 billion. I'm sure it won't be too little. Of course. Yes, this is someone else's investment, and it will get a return. I heard that some European and American companies are clamoring in their countries to relax the control of thermostatic clothes. What? Is there such a thing? Transformed. Soon. The man explained. No, today's shared distribution. They came and wanted to buy constant temperature materials, but they only sold a very small amount, almost nothing. This made many European and American companies anxious, and they will quarrel with the media when they get back. After listening, everyone had a good time. You deserve it. They are jealous. They have to use conspiracy tactics to turn a civilian consumer product into a medical product. There's really no bottom line. You did the right thing. Relieve your anger. If you don't want our products to pass by, then we won't do your business. It's just Tang Qing. Suddenly I feel so good. We are strong. That's right. Tang Qing is mighty. Long face. Netizens were happy. Snort. You have today too. Good. For this. We also need to support thermostatic clothing. Only, the products on Xingtang's official website have been sold out. If they want to buy them, they can only wait until next month. However, at this time, a piece of news quickly spread. On the first day of next month, all Xingtang's physical stores in China will sell constant temperature clothes. The daily limit is limited. First come, first served. Don't miss it. Suddenly, it was lively again. Really or not? Don't be deceptive. Really? Xingtang will announce it soon. Do you really think that the products produced by Xingtang are an integer in the tens of millions? That's right. That's the truth. In an instant, the news spread like crazy. The next day, morning, Xingtang also confirmed the news, and many people immediately started to look forward to it. After all, this second batch was snatched up too quickly, and many people missed it. Another month of heat? No, can't bear it. USA. Public opinion is booming, and the discussion about thermostatic clothes has once again made the headlines, especially since they sell nearly $10 billion a day, and they're happily counting their money. What about them? Like a clown. Call. Noisy. Pull. In the end, I was the one who got into trouble. I realized that I was wearing thermostatic clothes to keep me cool all summer long. Although I could buy them, the price was too high. Double. 3 times. Even 5 times. This is the result of their trouble, and now they are in an embarrassing situation. Big companies want to create negative news about thermostatic clothes. Take a look. Shed. You won't let anyone sell it in the United States. Therefore, if any American uses it and has any problems, he won't be able to sue Xingtang Group. After all, the channel you purchase from is not formal. In theory, any sales behavior in the United States is illegal. In this case, you must bear the consequences of breaking the law yourself. Think of this. Many people's mouths twitched. Was my brain kicked by a donkey back then? In fact, if I had known that thermostatic clothing materials were so cheap, I would have treated everyone equally. What else are you boycotting? 1 gram, piece, or RMB. Depend on. If they were to do it, not to mention converting it into US dollars, it would have to be multiplied by at least 2 or 3 times. Considering the consumption power of Europe and the United States, this price would be considered reasonable. Well, what a waste of natural resources. Worry. Such a good thing. Why doesn't it belong to us? All right. It's useless to say anything now. How to make your own thermostatic clothes is the real thing. As for causing trouble for Tang Qing, I thought about it for a long time and had no idea. After all, already on sale. Billions of dollars were recorded. Moreover, it is not sold in Europe and the United States. In this case, it is simply unrealistic to ask other countries to boycott it. Other countries will be afraid of the United States, but they will not care about them. After all, they are just a clothing company. 28th. Morning. The second batch of thermostatic clothes has begun to be shipped. The huge order volume has brought benefits to Tang Group, and, at the same time, it has also created considerable profits for Hummingbird. After all, brother companies also have to pay for shipping. Because the unit price is high, Tang offers free shipping. Not much. The shipping fee for each order is only 6 yuan, but the quantity is large and can easily reach tens of millions. 2 sales have brought Hummingbird nearly 200 million yuan in revenue. Make a small profit. At the same time, we have also signed quite large contracts with major clothing companies, because thermostatic clothes are not like ordinary clothes that cost tens or hundreds, but often hundreds or thousands. In order to reduce the possibility of accidents in transit, Chinese companies that produce thermostatic clothing have decided to use Hummingbird's logistics network for transportation. Not expensive. Safety. Fast. There are many benefits. Don't worry about the shipment being lost midway. Even if it is lost, Hummingbird has fair and strict claims settlement channels and will not shirk its responsibilities and get into wrangling. Used. All agreed. At this time, Hummingbird's delivery men are crazy busy, placing tens of millions of orders. According to regulations, they must deliver them all to customers within 5 days, which is a huge pressure. But, fortunately, after the last time's chaos, everyone has gained experience. Last time, the delivery took 1 week, but this time it took 5 days, which is not too difficult to accept. Dry. For wages. For the bonus. For every order, they can get a commission, which is $1.50 for each order. If it is 100 orders, it is 150. If it is 100 orders per day, plus the basic salary. TSK. Beautiful. Tang Qing's companies are known for their benefits and benefits. As long as you work hard, you can easily earn 5,000 a month as a frontline delivery person in Hummingbird. 9 years. 5,000. Not a small amount. And this is the income after deductions. In addition, the benefits are also good. Double salary on weekends and triple salary on holidays. If you are willing to work, you can get it. Not willing? Okay, don't force it. But it must be said in advance that as a result, the delivery date displayed on orders in this area will be delayed, but under normal circumstances, this is unlikely to happen. There are many people at a delivery station. It is obviously unscientific to take a full holiday, and don't forget that Hummingbird also has many partners, frontline delivery people, who are not all Hummingbird people. Otherwise, 5 days, with nearly 10 million orders, it would be impossible for Hummingbird's couriers to deliver them all. July 1st, morning. Shanghai Stock Exchange. There was a long queue in front of the Shengtang flagship store. They learned that the physical store was going to sell thermostatic clothes. Many of them who had not been able to buy them were ready to try their luck. I thought I came early enough, but I was so naive. Same. Hey, aren't you wearing a thermostat? That's right. Then you're still here. My sister has her birthday in a few days, and I'm going to buy it for her. Their school is too hot and has no air conditioning. I heard that the physical store has a new product, a 3-piece set. What? Grapevine. Then I have to take a look. I have long heard that the material of thermostatic clothing can be made into sofa cushions, sheets, and bedding. It has not been released in the Tang Dynasty, so I thought it was incomplete. How is it possible? If there is demand, why don't they make it? That's right. Around. The clerks in major clothing stores looked at all this with envy. Clothing sold by one shop was still so expensive. It was unimaginable to have such a customer flow. Now, became a fact. Envious. It would be great if these customers were theirs. But I'm not too frustrated, because those who can open a store here are at least on a certain scale. Therefore, I also participated in the investment promotion conference for constant temperature materials. The company is making room to prepare for the upcoming production line and start making clothes immediately. Soon, in mid to late July, their thermostatic clothes will also be on the market. Although it may not be as grand as the Tang dynasty, at least they won't just watch. Soon. Dang. Opening. The crowds came in droves. Good thing. Passenger flow restrictions have been increased, otherwise it will be impossible to leave. As soon as they entered, many people saw the very conspicuous thermostatic clothing, which occupied the new product area. Walk over quickly. Some people still want to pick and choose, try them out, etc., but find that everyone comes here for the thermostatic clothes, and many people just grab the ones that suit them and leave. Apparently, before coming, I already had a goal. Then, after a dozen seconds of hesitation, half of the shelves were missing. I looked at it and wondered, so I quickly picked one according to my size without bothering to try it on. Joke. There are only a few changing rooms in the store, and with so many people there, we have to wait until some time to go there. So we simply don't waste everyone's time, grab our things, and head to the checkout counter. Scanning. Pay the bill. Leave. Done in one go. Go out. Seeing everyone staring at the bag in his hand, I couldn't help but straighten up, feeling like I had done something outstanding, humming a song, and went home. Inside the store, the loading clerk is extremely busy. Too fast. Although I expected it, I was still shocked. Such a sales speed was like a rush. The shelves were kept from being empty by the constant replenishment of goods. Happiness. And be happy. This time, the company didn't give them a share of the store. As the largest flagship store in Shanghai, they gave them 50,000 pieces, and they estimated that they could sell them out in half a month. Even faster. At this time, furniture area. I just said there are beddings, but I don't know why they aren't put in the constant temperature clothing area. I guess the output is not large. Hey, I got them. A woman was lying on the display bed with a happy face. Get up. Take a look at the price. Forehead. So expensive. No wonder it wasn't put in the constant temperature clothes section. At this price, it's no longer an ordinary consumer product, but as one of the first batch bought, it can be considered a long-term one. Immediately, she walked to the checkout counter with a three-piece suit worth 8,800 yuan. It took a while before it was returned. When she learned that it was 8,080 yuan, everyone around her was stunned. Just ask. He immediately clicked his tongue. It's so expensive. But I felt relieved when I thought about the size of the three-piece suit, 8,080. Obviously, the density of the thermostatic material used in it is not as high as that of ordinary clothes. Otherwise, such a large area, 8,080? Pull. Don't even think about it if you don't have 20,000 yuan. No wonder Tang Dynasty didn't advertise it. At this price, it can scare most people away, and it can only be sold as a real luxury product. Soon, the sky-high price of the quilt has become a hot search topic. Suddenly, it was very lively. Expensive. Grab it. 8,080 is indeed a price I can't afford. A thermostatic jacket, if it is considered a necessity. This sheet can only be a luxury item. Normal, but it is undeniable that there are many people who can afford it. No one thinks much about its pricing. Anyway, most people will not buy it. With this money, it would be very practical to buy 2 sets of pajamas. That night, good news comes frequently. A considerable number of physical stores have sold out their thermostatic clothes, and enthusiasm has shifted from online to offline. Fortunately, starting from this month, there will no longer be a large stock of thermostatic clothes. Good production. When a certain quantity is reached, it will be sent directly to each store. Domestic. Foreign. Send them all. Anyway, starting from the second half of this month, thermostatic clothes from other competitors will also be on the market. As long as there is a Shengtang branch and entry is not restricted, they will be on sale. That night, Xianan City. Night. Urban projection illuminates the entire city. New themes, diverse interactions, and a unique visual experience in the world make it worth visiting. Suddenly, thermostatic clothing, a must-have in summer. A voice said. It resounded throughout the city. Then, advertisements were lit up on the projections all around the city. This behavior was something everyone took for granted, because the projections around the city accounted for a large proportion of advertisements. That's an advertising screen. All around, a circle of hotels is all visible and extremely conspicuous. At the same time, everyone knows how expensive it is to advertise on it. Usually, Everyone selectively ignored it because they knew many of the advertising words by heart, but now a new advertisement suddenly appeared, which was refreshing. New advertisement? Really? What are you selling? Constant temperature. What? Thermostatic clothes? Looking at the big advertisement on the city projection, many people were stunned and then became excited. Before, the thermostatic clothes were only available in China. Want to buy? High price. But now that they have logged into Mian Yao, it means they can buy it directly and the price will not be too outrageous. For a time, everyone's desire to buy has greatly increased. Although, some European and American media are saying that thermostatic clothes are unsafe. But so what? Don't forget, what is the purpose of most people coming to Xinan City? Cure. Want to live. But, what the hell? There's still many European and American media saying that the original transcription solution may have unknown hidden dangers. They want to say, you all deserve to die. Depend on hidden danger. Uncle Ian, labor and management are going to die. Tell me about the hidden dangers. Also, after all this time, there are more than 1 million people alive, and the media is still talking about risks. Let's talk about you. Never mind. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Therefore, regarding the words of the media and experts, they can only say, go ahead. If we had really listened to your deception, we would already have grass growing on our heads. The next day, early morning, the streets of Xinan City are as lively as ever, with a constant flow of people with different skin colors, and everyone is very kind. After all, this is someone else's territory. City center, street frontage. The signs of Tang Dynasty clothing are extremely conspicuous, and the shops here are all gold shops. Countless luxury goods companies around the world want to come in. What many people are extremely envious of is Shengtang's store. Facing the street, the location is good, and the daily business is not too good. The owner of this store is high-end, expensive, but even so, it can't stop the large number of wealthy people. These patients from all over the world have gone through hell and are very open-minded about consumption. And there are also a lot of tourists. Anyway, it is usually very profitable, but today, it is even more crowded with customers. Half the city saw the advertisement last night and knew that Shangtang would start selling thermostatic clothes this morning. Then, come in droves. Q. Report code. Pay the bill. Get the goods. Try on clothes? No, because there were so many people, only some areas of the store were open. After paying the money, they could touch the thermostatic clothes for the first time. The shopping experience was extremely poor. However, but it still cannot stop everyone's enthusiasm for buying. Hurry up in front, don't delay. If you don't have a good idea, go to the back and think slowly. There are always some people who have difficult choices and are urged by people behind. One listen. The man smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry. Stand aside. Continue to struggle. 1 piece. Still 2 pieces. Gray. Still black. This kind of panic buying attracted more people. For a while, the road outside the store was almost blocked, and the Public Security Bureau personnel quickly came to maintain order. Longyu County. At this time, it was the same scene. Since thermostatic clothes were not on sale in India for the time being, a large number of Indians in Loy City came to buy them early in the morning. Those who can produce in Loy City must have at least a middle-class family. After more than a month of fermentation, the thermostatic clothes have already gained a certain reputation in India, and moving towards the meaning of status symbol. Then, another long queue formed in front of the Shengtang clothing store. Those who bought it were all smiling. Those who didn't get in the queue just prayed that the store would be well stocked. Same. Drin Province. Neibidu. Yangon. The same phenomenon has occurred in major cities in Myanmar, because the sales volume here is far less than that in China. Therefore, it is all sold in physical stores. 3 days. On sale in Thailand. For days. It is on sale in 6 countries including India, Malaysia, and Singapore. 5 days. 6 days. The sales of thermostatic clothes are blooming everywhere. In the prosperous Tang Dynasty, branches in various countries were put on sale. On the day of the sale, they all looked the same, and there was a rush of people. It will start on the 7th day. There are already garment companies that have successively received processing equipment for thermostatic clothing, are arranging production intensively one by one, and are investing more in publicity. Late at the latest. On the market, there will be a large number of competitors from the prosperous Tang dynasty. However, no one thought that it was possible to defeat the prosperous Tang dynasty. Today's prosperous Tang dynasty has a transcendent potential. Park. Office. Looking at all this, Tang Qing was very satisfied. After getting on the right track, he didn't need to pay too much attention to it. If he followed the steps, he would be able to make money every day. Certainly. Earn more. It's not as fast as our secret industry's ability to make money. The gold dug out of major gold mines every day is worth tens of billions, and it's still rising. At the same time, the fighters are also making money. No, it can't be called making money, but more of a redistribution of wealth. For example, the Pichot project can swindle tens of billions from casinos around the world every year. Still dollars. The global industry leaders have suffered serious shrinkage, with many assets shrinking by more than half. Tang Qing has no sympathy for this. Who told you to gamble? It's very harmful. Willing to bet. Accept defeat. This is their teaching to losers. In this case, then enjoy what it feels like to be treated like a sheep. No rush. Take your time. The future is still long for their assets. There seems to be quite a bit left. USA. Las Vegas. Oh, how can I explain this data to the boss? God, if we keep doing this, we will become a charity industry. On the top floor of an entertainment city, the manager looked at the semi-annual report and was about to cry. Front page. Everything is credited, all plus signs, which is quite gratifying. But, one page turn. Hua. All minus signs. Those huge figures were subtracted from the income, which made people's hearts beat wildly. Until the end, fortunately, the income was not equalized to zero. But this data is so irritating. $2,200,000. Yes. For ordinary companies, this is a lot of money, the kind that can make you laugh out of your dreams. But for them, this number is marked with two words. Laugh at. And. This is still a semi-annual report. Chet, earning $2.2 million in half a year, his boss probably wants to strangle him, but he can't help it. The data in the first half of the year is too bleak. February, earn more than $5 million. March, a loss of more than $7 million. April, earn more than $3 million. May, losing more than $5 million. June, I finally made a profit of $8 million, and in July, I lost another $2 million. So, in the end, there was a terrifying profit of more than 2 million yuan in the first half of the year. It's so scary. This little money. The boss buys a few sports cars, and then they are gone. Phew, take a deep breath. The manager remained calm. This data will eventually have to be reported. I guess I will no longer be able to keep the job I have been working for half a year. I am really unlucky. My predecessor opened the business because of a net loss of $12 million last year. Although I made more than $2 million, I couldn't guarantee the second half of the year. Last year, predecessor, it was because he lost $12 million in 2 months at the end of the year that he was fired. After thinking about it and accepting his fate, he called his boss. Boss, how's it going? Asked the other person. Profit. How much? $2 million. For a long time, after the other party calms down. I know, work hard in the second half of the year. Yes. The manager was delighted. Very good. He didn't need to be fired. How could he know that on the other side of the phone, his boss was hugging a group of comrades in distress to keep each other warm and complaining to each other? Did you lose? No. Then you're lucky. Poor me, the entertainment city lost $4 million in the first half of the year. I went to Europe and made a finish gambling and lost more than $5 million. I haven't. It's been a bad year. Oh, everyone was helpless. It felt like there was a big hand in the dark that robbed their luck. I once thought someone was trying to trick them, but after countless investigations, I found nothing. Normal. Everything works fine. They had checked the whereabouts of some funds and found no problems and could not find the slightest trace of man-made traces. Therefore, they had to think of feng shui. Could it be? Is this business really so heartless that God can't stand it? At this time, Indonesia, East Kalimantan, North. It is only 30 kilometers away from Malay. In a mountain forest, there is a large courtyard hidden in it. It looks dilapidated on the outside, but inside it is a unique cave. The underground level is bustling with activity. Nearly 100 people are busy in front of computers. Pick layers. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, a man looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction. His small team grew and finally reached its current scale. Happy. Joy. Lihi. I'm even more excited when I see the money coming in every day. Haha. Last month's data increased by 60%. Sure enough, China is a big market. We should continue to work hard and strengthen the team. People are stupid and have more money. That's right. Although the crackdown over there is severe, we are not a country in China, so we can't catch it, haha. This month, we will strive to achieve another 50% increase. Make money. I want to change my car. He and his confidants were looking forward to the future. Luxury cars, villa, beauty, yacht. It will be there soon, be happy. As for whether this business is illegal, who cares? He just takes advantage of people's greed. If you are not greedy, no one will be fooled. Since you want to be greedy, it means you recognize the risk. It is normal to lose. You just take this opportunity to teach the other party a lesson and teach them social experience. Help people grow. This, the kind that does good deeds without leaving a name. Suddenly, a stranger is here. The subordinate came to report. Suddenly, the man became nervous and looked at the surveillance camera. It was a hidden camera at the entrance to the mountain. If someone came to catch them, they could escape early. Take a look. 2 cars. One off-road and one sedan. It's not like they're here to catch them. 5 minutes later. Roadblock. I'm sorry. There's a private forest ahead. A guard came up and was about to dissuade him. When the co-pilot rolled down the window, his smile froze. On the forehead. Cold. What did you just say? The person inside asked. I said this is private. He didn't finish his sentence. Crack. Bang. There was a buzzing in his ears, and the peanuts passed through his ears and hit the tree behind him. His claws were numb, his legs were shaking, and his eyes were full of panic. Oh my God. Seriously. If he disagrees, he will be killed. It's too scary. That's not what the boss said when I came here. I didn't hear that it would be life-threatening. I'll answer after I think about it. Please come in. His forehead was no longer as cold as before, but with a touch of warmth, he answered with a sad face. Lead the way. The person in the car said. Okay. How dare you refuse? Move the fence. Run ahead. Vehicles from behind followed closely. The emergency situation here was also directly reported back, and for a while, the entire small courtyard felt like it was facing a formidable enemy. No one knew what was going on, but the man also took out an iron guy from a hidden place, as did several of his henchmen. Soon, the 2 cars approached the courtyard gate and were expecting to stop. Suddenly, there was a sound of accelerator behind me. Woo! The guard cried in fright. He jumped into the grass nearby. When he turned around, he saw that the off-road vehicle had no scruples, directly knocked through the gate and rushed in. Clang! Wow! Okay. Brutal. The people inside were also frightened. This meant breaking in. At first glance, it seemed that the person coming was evil. They saw the cross-country rush to the front of the small building and suddenly stopped. Click! Stopped. Then, opened the car door. Just when they thought they could negotiate, something unexpected happened, and they saw 4 people walking out, each holding something that shocked everyone. God! He finished. Ta-da-da! Ta-da! Suddenly, the people inside were so frightened that they ran away. Jump! Take cover! Call for help! They were just liars, not robbers. They had never seen such a scene before. No matter how strong their psychological endurance was, they simply couldn't bear it under the rain of bullets. It's over. Their hearts felt cold. Once upon a time, I just thought that I could just come here and deceive people, but now I encountered this kind of scene that I saw in a movie. Terrified. Heaven. To be given another chance, I want to be a good person. Click, clang, click, click. Several minutes. It finally stopped. The entire facade of the house was full of holes. Fortunately, Everyone hid in the basement. Apart from their own injuries, nothing happened. Do you want to fight back? The subordinate asked. One, listen. The man is helpless. We have weapons, but it depends on who we compare with. Compared with ordinary people, is a huge power. Compared with the opponent, he doesn't even have the courage to lift it. Depend on, didn't you say Indonesia is safe? How could such a thing happen? Could it be revenge from peers? It's possible. After all, fraud gangs also have competition. But there's no need to be so cruel. Just open it up when you get up. Basement. You. The timid one cried directly, tears streaming down his face, and everyone was terrified. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside. Where is the person in charge? Come out. Hearing this, the man trembled. If he went out, he would not be beaten into a sieve. The past few minutes have been extremely exciting, just like watching a movie. The sad thing is that he became a character in it. Even he did not expect that the fraud industry would have such an exciting side. Where are the people? The voice sounded again. Now, the man was still hesitating. This was not the time to show off as a hero. If he really had to go out and kneel down, he would really not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Tangled. Hesitate. Confused. At this time, clang, 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 gulialu, a black object rolled in from the basement passageway. When everyone saw what it was, everyone was stunned. Ah, Mom, God, no. They screamed and went crazy with fear. Thunder. What the hell? It turned out to be a thunder. Although it was Indonesia, it wouldn't be such an unconventional thing. What kind of existence did this provoke? Everyone was so frightened that they ran away. Take cover. Get down on the ground. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Until half a minute later, there was no loud noise. Everyone was wondering, why didn't it explode? No pull ring, someone suddenly said. Suddenly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was great there was no ring. If this exploded and the layer collapsed, they would also be unlucky right now. The voice sounded again. The speaker. Come out. Otherwise, next time, I can't guarantee whether my hands will shake and pull the ring. At this time, the man discovered. Everyone looked at him with something strange in their eyes. Obviously, if the man didn't stand up in this situation, everyone might be in trouble. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. See this. The man had no choice but to take a deep breath and step up the stairs. As soon as he reached the ground, he saw everything was in a mess. None of the furniture and furnishings on this floor were intact. Full of holes. He couldn't help but tremble. So fierce. So crippled. So cruel. Brother, if you have something to say, please speak it carefully. Don't be impulsive. If you have offended me in any way, I will apologize. It's not easy to just go out and make a living. The man looked sad. Afraid. They were afraid of being attacked. This group of people acted very unconventionally. When they came up, they would just attack without saying anything. They were definitely a model of ruthless gangsters. Are you the talker? Someone came up and asked. Yes. Do you know why I'm looking for you? I don't know. The words trailed off. Bang. Ah. There was a buzzing in his ears, and the man jumped up in fright. Have you remembered? He asked again. No. Bang. Ah. The ground on his toes was shattered. He jumped again and was frightened. These gangsters were too scary. They take action whenever they disagree, without giving any reason. Depend on, how do I know what's going on? Have you remembered? Yes. I couldn't remember, and I didn't dare to say it. I remembered. The man trembled. What? In a man's mind, 10,000 alpacas ran over him, and every one of them was spitting at him. How'd I know what it is? You didn't tell me. I want to go home. Woo. But he still bit the bullet. I shouldn't have been on eldest brother's territory and not gone to pay him a visit. The man was so anxious that he could find this place and still be so arrogant. Probably a local snake. Only, the words just fell. Bang! The ground at his feet was shattered again. Ah, it seems that you didn't remember it. The other party said quietly, if I give you another chance, you'd better use your brain and recall the memories. At this moment, the man almost collapsed. Elder brother, Lord, God, can you give me some tips? He racked his brain and couldn't figure out what connection he had with this group of people. Could it be that the people he deceived were hired to take revenge? Yes, it's possible. If there is any grudge, the person who was deceived must hate them to the core and wish to strangle them to death. Thinking of this, the man said carefully, "I shouldn't have lied." Yeah, finally a little enlightened. The other person nodded with satisfaction. After saying that, squat down. The warm metal drew a circle on the man's forehead. Now that you know it, then correct your mistakes. This industry cannot accommodate so many people. Next time, if I know you will compete with us again for business. Death. After that, turn around gracefully. Go out. He suddenly took out a guy from his arms, pulled off the tab, and threw it directly toward the pickup truck not far away. There was only a roar, and the whole vehicle was turned into rubble. The man was stunned. The one below. Within 3 minutes. I want to hear a noise. Target the pickup truck next to it. If you don't hear it in 3 minutes, I will come back and let you go to the sky with it. Then, I saw 2 cars and drove away. Now, the man was confused. After doing this for a long time, it was not the people who were deceived who came to take revenge, but his colleagues. However, are all his colleagues so aggressive now? He is risking his life at every turn. God, it's terrible. Besides, the last sentence is why come here, go to heaven together, go up together. Together. What? The man suddenly came to his senses and rushed down like crazy. He grabbed the iron lump on the ground that no one dared to approach. Go upstairs. Rush out of the room. Pull tab. Throw. Boom. The second pickup truck carrying goods was reported dead on the spot. Although this place is deep in the mountains, there is no guarantee that there will be no outsiders. If it roared twice, someone might call the police. This place obviously can't stay. What should we do? Yes, this business is too dangerous. The men came up, a sad look on his face. They heard the conversation just now, but they were frightened to death, so we just lied. They had never seen such a scene before, and it was terrifying just thinking about it. Final, the man said decadently. Withdraw. This line, obviously it can't be done. If you want to do it, you have to be as ruthless as the other party and be able to kill. But then, the fraud team will not become a gangster. From now on, killing people at every turn. Or be killed. Sky, this kind of life is too exciting and he can't accept it. Or do something else. Cheating, at least it can be done here. So do it somewhere else? Like, suddenly, the scene just flashed. No. He shook his head vigorously. This industry is not a regional industry. A phone or a network can connect the world. Wherever you go, you may compete with each other. And people say they're stealing business. Rob, I didn't seem to have encountered it before. Why did it suddenly appear? Could it be that his team has grown too fast? Or maybe he has hit their big cake. Cake, egg. Suddenly, the man seemed to have thought of something and was speechless. Could it be because the Chinese market was opened? Does the other party regard that as their own cake? Think about it. It makes sense. China. There are many people. Naturally, the market is huge. Greed. Fear. As long as you grasp these 2 things, you'll be successful. Throughout Southeast Asia, most people are very poor and don't have much money to defraud. Then a crisis occurred, and everyone was excited. Get ready for a big fight. But as soon as I entered, I was blinded. First, after Zero came to power, he implemented a comprehensive ban on internet phone calls through administrative means and technical means. As a result, the cost of a number increases. Certainly, this is nothing. After, another policy is released. The Myanmar Communications Security Management Office will provide every new user with a security education, which is to receive a regular fraud demonstration. Learn to be a liar. Use your words once again. A lot of. Win the prize. Guess who I am? Family car accident. Kidnapping. Threaten. You're suspected of XX. Tax refund. Social security. Credit card. Almost all the common sayings on the market are given to you to experience over and over again, not just for the first time, but one at a time and after that. Per month. There will be one more. It can be said. They have taken the anti-fraud safety education to the extreme. After these rounds of adaptation, it has become much more difficult for them to successfully deceive. Later, more absolutely, international transfer controls. Have to. Once you have taken the money, it is difficult to wash it out. The Central Bank of Myanmar requires that funds for cross-border consumption with personal bank cards must be deposited in the card 1 week in advance. Otherwise, can't take it out. Therefore, the time cost has become particularly huge. The reaction time of many people may be 2 days after being defrauded. During these 2 days, the funds cannot be withdrawn at all. After calling the police, freeze. No matter how you turn it around, people will know it clearly. Good. Nana is taken in Myanmar. However, we have carried out an unprecedented crackdown on any illegal organizations in the country, with no blind spots, and there are no gangsters on the streets. I want to disperse and take them out within Myanmar. 3 words. Impossible. No one, gangster, involved in evil. Many of these people are still moving rocks in the mines, and now there are jobs everywhere. After they come out, they all become honest and do not dare to commit crimes. Then, Myanmar. It has become a forbidden area for fraud gangs. It gives me a headache when I hear about it. It is also because it is difficult to do business in other Southeast Asian countries that I think of expanding my business. But there are only so many choices. Day, Han, print. We don't know their language either. Do the math. Only China is familiar with it. Therefore, there are many people watching, and the man joined because he thought he saw an opportunity. I just didn't expect that this cake would be surrounded by hungry wolves. Just took a bite. Got targeted. Scam. It has turned into an industry that licks blood on the tip of a knife. In general industries, there is legal protection, but if something like this happens to them, how dare they go to the police? Doesn't that mean he surrenders? The man was helpless. Make money. So difficult. Recalling the Huaxia market, the man's heart bleeds. Such a big cake is as tempting as a beautiful woman. As soon as he took a bite, his mouth was full of oil. Just about to take a second bite. Suddenly, someone comes to the door. Point to the head. It would be too uncomfortable for them to just watch from now on. As soon as my career entered the fast lane, I was informed that the vehicle did not have a pass. Not allowed on the road. Oh my gosh. Why am I so unlucky? Let's go quickly. If the police come, it will be hard to explain. Looking at the surroundings, it was as if they had just fought a war, and the men trembled when they thought about it. Others were even more frightened. Oh, let's go. What should we do after we leave? Here, what should we do? Hearing this, everyone hurried back to their rooms, packed their things, and prepared to go home and have a good rest. They were so shocked that they almost thought they were going to die here today. It's terrible. Scam. It's so exciting. I might as well change careers in the future. Finished. The man did not hesitate and was about to go back and pack his things. He sighed in his heart that his luxury car, villa, and beautiful life were about to be lost. Woo! Want to cry? Fine. We still have a little home. A howl resounded through the yard. He was confused when he saw the cash and bank cards that had been snatched away at some point. They were the majority of his worth, cash and cards. In order to avoid being traced, those cards are all anonymous. In other words, not even a reissue is possible. No more, just really no more. Online transfer? Feel sorry. Banks in Malay and Indonesia do not provide online transfers for anonymous accounts. Many countries are abolishing anonymous accounts, let alone providing services. Plop, sitting on the ground. Wow, he howled loudly, just like the people he had deceived. It's just that one was robbed and the other was deceived. The man felt sad. Bandits. Bastards. Siete. You guys are just a bunch of XX. You just took a bite of the Huaxia market. A warning is enough. I quit. It's not necessary. Abuse. Curse. Vent. It is really difficult for him to accept the reality. The reality is too cruel. More than half of his net worth was robbed like this. Although it was cheated, in his opinion. Got it. That's mine. Why am I so unlucky? Another howl. Turned out to be. After checking online, I found that all the money in the bank card had been transferred. Although anonymous accounts did not provide online transfers, general inquiry services were available as usual. No. Another heartbreaking cry. outside, listening to the miserable howl of the boss. No, the original boss. Everyone shrank their heads and packed up silently. Everyone just thought that today's blow was too big. Didn't care. Alas, everyone sighed. Really, do bad things. There will come a day when your shoes get wet. In this wilderness and secluded mountains, it was a good thing that the other party didn't have murderous intentions, otherwise no one would know about his death. Killed another one. Shanghai stock market. Park. Tang Qing was helpless. These fraud gangs are really like leeks. One crop is cut and another crop grows. There are too many people who want to make easy money and take advantage of others. Hit the big one. After, some are scattered into countless small ones, and the small ones gradually become larger, and they are beaten and scattered again and again. It really makes people speechless. Are there too many lazy people, or are people easy to deceive? All right, it's both. Greedy, fear. There are two emotions that cannot disappear. As long as people have these emotions, some people will want to take advantage of them and make profits from them. It is really difficult to eliminate them, such as Myanmar. Yes, scams are almost extinct, but it was based on a strict system, and the price paid was also very high. With the help of many super-era technologies, the current situation was achieved. It's hard to follow, so the main focus is on cracking down on large gangs, using both formal and informal methods. The former is to provide intelligence and help crack down on these fraud gangs. The latter, like just now, threaten, intimidation, frighten, but it is not commonly used. After all, there is too much movement, so it can only be used in such deep mountains and old forests, and most fraud gangs are mostly in towns. It's the end of the month again. Please vote. Good thing. These few years, according to the intelligence provided by the soldiers, larger fraud gangs in China will be eliminated before they can get too big. There are many benefits. First, you can often see on TV that a certain fraud gang has been arrested, so be vigilant. Second, it also avoids the emergence of large-scale scam villages. It doesn't take long for people around to take risks after just starting out. People around them will see who dares to take risks. Then, many turn abroad. Pity, you still can't escape the crackdown. Many times, the reason why it is difficult to crack down on foreign fraud gangs is that it is difficult to collect evidence, and you cannot just follow the internet search. No, that is someone else's country's network. Can only watch. It's okay to proceed. Check. That has to be done by the relevant departments of the country. In addition, it is also very difficult to collect many other evidences. However, it would be different if there was evidence. For example, someone in the gang suddenly has a conscience. Report with real name. Or, it's easy to send relevant information about the company to the internet police and get direct evidence. Location, personal information, accurate to everyone. What else can you say? Grasp. Even if some gangs are protected in some parts of Southeast Asia, they cannot cover the sky with one hand. Even if they run away, it will be difficult to survive in the country. After all, the information is all there. Run, go directly to wanted. Airplane, passport, visa, full records. If you are a foreigner, you will be blacklisted directly. In this way, transnational fraud gangs were arrested one after another. Those who should be arrested should be extradited. Sentence of that sentence. It has shocked countless budding bad intentions. Certainly, under such circumstances, repeated prohibitions continued. And, more interestingly, there are non-remote scams that promote health products to the elderly. Instead, it gradually disappeared and was almost empty. Without it, transcription, stock solution. Cut. Cancer can be cured, so why buy this thing? This is a byproduct of the advancement of medical technology, unless someone says that his stuff can live longer. Otherwise, general situation. No matter how you calculate it, if you spend tens of thousands to buy that thing, you will still lose money. Therefore, this part no longer needs to be attacked, but to improve medical technology. Certainly, telephone fraud, protect fraud. These two categories can only be said to be the big ones, and there are many deceptions that are prevalent among the people, and there's no way to crack down on them. After all, many of them are accidental. One person, no more money. Good. Find someone to say, I am XX. I have XX billion assets in XX. How much money do I need to unblock it? Many of these behaviors are not gang-related. Telephone. Network. No one needs it. A mouth. It's just a game. In this way, Tang Qing has no way of knowing that he is not a god. In this regard, he can only say, "We are at the end of our power and cannot take care of the world's affairs." 2 days later, Myanmar. A piece of news once again shocked the world. Myanmar Bank Group announced that the first batch of gold futures has been delivered and the second batch is now on sale. Not much. 500 tons. Suddenly, the world was in an uproar. Hold the grass. 500 tons? Is there an extra zero? God, is today April Fool's Day? When is the sale of gold? You can use hundreds of tons as the unit. Last time 300 tons, this time 500 tons. How much is this worth? Hundreds of billions of Asian dollars. About more than 10 billion US dollars. I don't know what to say anymore. Even in the year when South Africa had the largest mining volume, it was less than this. Scary. What kind of gold mine is this with such a high output? Envy. 500 tons of gold. The reserves of various countries have reached this figure, and they have only just passed it. How about you sell 500 tons at once? This is Chi Guogua showing off his wealth. Sky. Crazy. We strongly demand that the origin of gold be announced. Let us also take a look at what kind of gold mine can be so terrible. Otherwise, we will definitely not buy it. Yes, I won't buy it unless it is made public. That's right. These words. There was a lot of shouting. Pity. Useless. Because they're not selling to a handful of consumers, but to bulk demand, major national reserves, and major related companies, not individuals. It's useless to yell at the sky. With such a large amount of gold being sold, I can't help but suspect again that the Myanmar Bank Group may have misappropriated the gold reserves of the Central Bank of Myanmar without authorization. I hope that the Central Bank of Myanmar, and international authoritative institutions will come to a conclusion. Speaking of this, stop number. This highlights the helplessness of that person, because the Central Bank of Myanmar can almost be said to belong to the Myanmar Bank Group, and the most powerful person in the Myanmar government is its boss. Therefore, everyone remembers the last self-refuting rumors. Annoying. You're right. We have to check. I'm a little doubtful. 300 tons is understandable, but it's also 500 tons. What kind of gold mine does this have to be, and how high-grade it is? I'm very doubtful. Yes, it's so weird. More and more people are asking whether the Myanmar Bank Group is secretly selling the gold reserves of the Central Bank of Myanmar. Otherwise, what kind of gold mine is it? The yield is so high. It's like producing iron ore. And the calls grew louder. Even some people in European and American countries have proposed it. In order to prove innocence, I suggest that Myanmar hand over more than 2,000 tons of gold reserves to the Federal Reserve for safekeeping. I will not doubt whether they sell it in the future. That's right. That's how it should be. We will help you keep it. There are many answers to this. The Myanmar authorities have remained silent. When other countries saw this, they also regarded it as a joke. Can they come back? How many countries have deposited gold that they cannot get back? However, just when they thought they would ignore it, the Myanmar Bank Group announced that after the gold is sold out, the location of the gold mine can be announced to the public. For a while, it's even more lively. Haha, we won. Some people thought that their threats had worked, and they were as happy as if they had snatched a lollipop from a child. Extremely happy. Finally, is the veil about to be unveiled? Looking forward to it. Great. Wait for the announcement. Also, the countries that want to buy it should hurry up and buy it. It is best to sell out today. Who told people to add a condition and only say it after it's sold out? Yes, hurry up. Countless eyes gathered. Gold mine. In human history, they are all synonymous with wealth. Such a gold mine can produce thousands of tons per year in the first 2 years, pushing Myanmar to the 3rd place in the world with gold reserves. It's terrifying. And, let's do the math. Without misappropriating the reserves of the Central Bank of Myanmar, if the 300 tons last year were not sold, and the 500 tons this year were not sold, God, nearly 3,500 tons, the second largest in the world after the United States. Beyond? Impossible. The United States has more than 8,000 tons of gold reserves, more than twice that of the second largest country. If there was such a terrifying gold mine, many people would be so envious that they would vomit blood. Not God's favor. Otherwise, this can't happen never. Ne bidu. Poof. Embassy. See the news. Sun Jiang spurted out the tea without swallowing it. He did not expect that the Myanmar Bank Group would have so much extra gold in its hands. And he was more shocked than most. After all, as one of the insiders of the gold transactions between the two countries, I know deeply that the sale of Myanmar Bank Group to Huaxia Gold is a huge number. At first, 50 tons per month. Later, 80 tons per month. This means that nearly 1,000 tons of gold are exported to China every year. But on this basis, the other party still has room to sell. Depend on how productive is this gold mine. All right, no matter how productive it is, it belongs to the Myanmar Bank Group, and it can only be envied. As for the outside world's belief that it has misappropriated gold from the Central Bank of Myanmar, Sun Jiang curled his lips. Cut. Ignorance. Appropriation? Is this a crime? Just say that the ones sold to China, plus the 800 tons before and after, are almost close to the reserves of the Central Bank of Myanmar. They really have gold. Envious. Real. Because according to current data, the 2,650 tons from the Central Bank of Myanmar, plus the 800 tons sold to China, the total exceeds 5,000. 5,000. That's 5,000 tons of gold. Sky. What kind of gold mine allowed Zero to mine 5,000 tons of gold in more than 3 years? It's too scary, but as promised, you will know soon. By then, I hope I can go and see it and open my eyes. Xiamen City. Street. 500 tons. That's really a lesson. When we buy gold, we measure it in grams. People measure tons in hundreds of tons, not in 10 tons. God, heaven. With such a profitable transcription solution, numerous derivatives, and such a large gold mine, it makes sense to say it is God's favor. Incredible. When I came to this country, I saw all sorts of unbelievable gold sales. I was really shocked. 300 tons was not enough, but 500 tons. They feel the benefit is in modern times. Otherwise, 100 years ago, for thousands of tons of gold, the great powers would have beaten them into pieces. At that time, gold was a real hard currency. GBP, dollar, franc. The currencies of various countries are all based on gold. For this gold, everyone will definitely fight to the death, making this a battlefield. Now, I can only watch. Beat? The reason is not easy to find. Today's Miao, although like E, is rich but weak, like a child carrying cash and no one to protect him. But the location is too close to a big country. Yuzhong. Defection. Everyone must be dumbfounded. Same day, a large number of countries sent official letters. I want 10 tons. I want 20 tons. I want 15 tons. Countries have a strong demand for gold. As long as it appears, is clean, and is in large quantities, countries will naturally be very willing to buy some for later use. At the same time, many companies have also sent requests for purchase. 10 tons, 20, 50 tons. It is more generous than some countries. One word, want. Some companies even have a bigger appetite and want to eat hundreds of tons, but the Myanmar Bank Group ignores it. These golds are mainly sold to various countries. Therefore, only 100 tons are reserved for enterprises. Inside, outside. For both sides, foreign companies couldn't get much at all. It was almost the same as last time. In just one day, 500 tons of gold were sold out. Countless envy. One day, more than $10 billion have been accounted for. For many countries, this is an astronomical figure. It is a pity that it cannot be found in our own country. For thousands of years, humanity's exploration of shallow surface gold deposits is quite thorough. As a precious metal, once gold is discovered, it faces frantic mining. Now, it has been difficult to discover new gold deposits. And, even if it is discovered, it may not necessarily make money. You must know that the gold content of a gold mine may not be high. Most gold companies do not make money by refining gold. Most of them are small profits or even losses. But The output of thousands of tons gave them reason to believe that this gold mine must be extremely profitable, rather than making a meager profit like most gold companies. The profit is less than 2/3. That night, with much anticipation, the Myanmar Asia Bank Group announced the name of its first gold mine, the Tianduanshan Gold Mine, located in the eastern and southern mountainous areas of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. And he also said that in a week, it will be open to visitors. In short, it is planned to treat it as a tourist attraction and open to the public in the future. Finished reading. Many people were stunned. The first gold mine, and the second. Nonsense. The year before last, the Myanmar Bank Group said that it had discovered several gold mines, but it didn't mention the taste and reserves, let alone the location. It was not one. I thought it was just one. Silly. How can one gold mine produce so much? But the significance of the first gold mine is that at least 1/3 of the gold comes from there. Even a higher proportion. Even so, it can be regarded as the first in the world. It is very representative. Oh, that's right. How many people are eager to try it and are very interested? It is the first in the world. Although it may not be a reserve, it is the first in content. No one doubts it. Then, they all looked at how to get there, and just an hour later, this route appeared on the travel routes of major travel agencies in Myanmar, and it was immediately booked on the first day. After, the tickets turned gray day by day. Soon, I booked it until the end of the month, but there was nothing I could do. Many people come to Myanmar for medical treatment, and there is a time limit. Most of the air tickets are booked 1 month in advance. Therefore, want to see, only during this period. At this time, USA, Washington, a building. Underground. Southeast. A middle-aged man asked doubtfully. This is the CIA's Asian Information Processing Center, which is responsible for Asian affairs, which naturally includes Myanmar. Before, as soon as the original transcription solution comes out, they are responsible for finding and stealing technology. In their opinion, this kind of task is not easy to grasp. With the ability of the elites in the Bureau, it is a piece of cake. However, dreams are good. Reality taught them one lesson after another, and it is a class with the same content. The name of the class is on how to shamelessly go to the Ministry of Security of Myanmar to pick up people, brackets, you must wear a smile. That's right. These few years, they tried their best to do this, and the elites they sent out were captured one by one. If they were lucky, they could travel for a few days, but if they were unlucky, they could only travel for half a day. Then, inform them that it is not enough for the CIA to pick up the people alone, the envoy must come in person. Otherwise, don't let go. You also have to pay a fine. God, they have never been so angry. But I could only swallow my anger. After all, they didn't use torture or even torture, which was quite benevolent and righteous. Tasty. Delicious. After returning, the elites all said they felt pretty good. Helpless. Not all are tasty and drinkable. Arrest. Confrontation. Hurtful. The treatment is different. You may be locked up in a dark room, but it won't last long. It's just a small punishment. For the elites in the Bureau, it's like drinking water. Afterwards, there was also food and drink. Certainly, there are still major frictions. For example, if a human life is caused in Myanmar, the Myanmar side will definitely be cruel when it starts to attack, losing contact and being silent for a long time. Just ask. The other party only replied, "Sorry, I have never seen this person." In short, evaporated. How to steam. How to send. It's unknown. All I know is that there will definitely be more misfortune than good. It is likely to disappear forever. Anyway, none of the missing people have come back in the past few years. One word. Ruthless. There is no regard for the face of the United States or the face of the CIA. Revenge. Think. But I'm also afraid that the situation will escalate. Say it again. How to report. Send your men to kill people? Who to kill? How to kill? Myanmar's arms control is among the best in the world, so we can't go over and throw stones at it. Create a riot? Okay, it's not like I've never done it before. However, the superiors do not support this plan. The United States, a conglomerate United States, is now deeply divided over Myanmar and unable to take drastic action. After all, once it is adopted, the higher-ups must cooperate. The higher-ups are trying to pull things off, and they are still cooperating. In the end, it may end in an anticlimax, and everyone will be disgraced. Then, gradually, everyone knew the other party's bottom line and did not touch it. But they kept getting nothing, and they were caught one after another, which greatly damaged their self-confidence. Later, 2,700 tons of gold appeared. Suddenly, they were also confused. What? Did it fall from the sky? They started an urgent investigation, but as before, they found almost nothing. It was too difficult for Western faces to operate in Myanmar. There's no way to fake it. And, due to the lack of attention in the past, the number of their intelligence personnel in Myanmar was pitifully small. Later, they were dug out one by one, and they were almost blind. Then, don't give up. Check with satellite. Be very careful. A gold mine is not just a trash can on the roadside. It must occupy at least a large mining area and surrounding ancillary facilities. Very easy to recognize. Underground? Roll. To say this is to look down on their IQ. It is impossible for such a large amount of gold mine to be mined underground. It is absolutely impossible. But I searched all over the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, but still couldn't find it. Now, suddenly someone said it was in the east and south. The man was confused and pulled up the map. No matter how he looked, there was nothing like a mine here, but there were buildings in the mountainous area. But most of them are labeled as military installations of Myanmar. Where? I have never heard of Tianwan Mountain. Is there such a mountain in Myanmar? Check. We must find out as soon as possible. One by one, the staff began to analyze. Everyone has told you where to find the open book questions. If you still can't find them, it will not only be embarrassing, but also dereliction of duty. 1 day later, nothing was found. 2 days later, nothing was found. 3 days. 4 days. 5 days. It's almost the opening day, and there's still no confirmed location. The entire branch was dumbfounded. Same. They were greeted with a scolding, and the boss was also very angry. Tell you, you can't even find such a large mining area? Inability. Waste. A freeloader. July 18th, night. Dark clouds cover the moon. The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, the legendary Tianwan Mountain mining area, is less than 100 kilometers away from Xi'an City. It is located deep in the mountains and has inconvenient transportation. There is only one road through. At the foot of the mountain, a cluster of buildings stands. Not high. Most of them are 2 or 3 floors, and they are well proportioned. At first glance, they are carefully designed. Looking from top to bottom, most people will think that this is a small village. However, this is the true form of the Tianwan Mountain mining area. Boom! A bolt of thunder and lightning flashed across the sky. July. It was the rainy season, and it rained every 3 days. Brush. On the cement floor, a light flashed, and a figure appeared, wearing shorts and short sleeves and slippers on his feet, looking like he was strolling leisurely. Not bad. Looking around, Tang Qing smiled. At first, in order to find a cover, the soldiers also chose many places. A huge gold mining area suddenly appeared, which could not be photographed by satellites from various countries. It's obviously too weird. Then, with the current plan, such as the underground river gold mine in Northern Europe, since it is inappropriate to suddenly pop up above the ground, it is better to directly create an underground river gold mine like Northern Europe. Hidden. Just like that, search and search. Finally, I found this place. There is a huge underground river inside this mountain. It is not fast, and there is enough space upstream and downstream for transformation operations. That's all. An artificial underground river gold mine, freshly minted. Soon, Tang Qing walked into the cave. At this time, the surroundings of the cave have been reinforced like a concrete tunnel, and they have been decorated for tourists, with a red carpet on the ground. Once inside, whoosh, the cold wind whizzed. All around, several warriors stood upright, like door gods, advancing 100 meters, and the terrain became lower and lower. Compared with the entrance, they had dropped nearly 10 meters. At this time, a splashing sound can already be heard. Go another 50 meters. a huge natural cave appeared. The cave is very large, with an area of more than 3,000 square meters and a height of about 10 stories. This is rare in the world. And the platform, at the top of the cave. Look down. Wow! The underground water flow, illuminated by the lights, rippled endlessly. In addition to the underground water on the right, there was also a water outlet on the upper right, like a small waterfall, similar to the Nordic underground gold river. Only, the Nordic underground gold river only has small waterfalls and no underground currents. When it was first discovered, a lot of gold was extracted from the sediment. Not much. It's less than 10 pounds, but it's gold anyway. On stage, Tang Qing looked down quietly. The entire cave was brightly illuminated. If the lights were turned off and only the platform was left, most people would feel weak in the legs if they looked down. Dark, claustrophobic, fall. It is easy for people to think, is there something under the water? Don't say it. There really is. There are some small fish living in it. Tang Qing did not destroy the fragile ecosystem that had been formed for who knows how many years, but even raised it. At this time, because of the light, they all dived to the bottom of the water. The water here is very deep and funnel-shaped. The deepest point can reach 60 meters, and there are many small caves. There is no place to hide. On the left side of the platform is a plank road leading down. In order to make it more similar, an elevator was built. There are also several boats and motorboats below, under the waterfall. A collection device similar to the Nordic underground river is not in operation, and 1,000 meters upstream of the waterfall is connected to the Nordic underground gold river. In this way, perfect. At most, one transmission node is wasted. This thing, he still has a lot of money left in his hand. The system gave him 100, which he can use for 7 or 8 purposes. For extravagant uses, there is still a lot of surplus, so it is not a waste to put them here. On stage, Tang Qing looked at the rushing water below. If most people knew that nearly 2 tons of gold could be collected in a day, they would probably be so envious that they could not sleep. Worldwide, this is the only one. Therefore, in order not to cause trouble to some people, the gold output here in one day will not be announced to the public. Only the past will be announced. And the rhetoric is the same as that of the Nordic gold river. Thousands of years of precipitation. Even the pictures have been edited. In the photo, under the trembling water, there are grains of golden gold. The picture is not high definition, but it is better to be modest and gentle, leaving more imagination for people. Speaking of the Nordic gold river, Tang Qing smiled. Then, the light flashed and disappeared on the platform. Nordic, underground, in a cave that had been formed for countless thousands of years, a figure appeared after a flash of light, standing in the air. Lowering your head, you can see the gurgling underground water. To the left and right are walls. There is a river in front and behind. Before, he has always suspected that there can't be only one place where gold is deposited. The underground river is intricate and intricate. If you follow it, you might gain something. The day before yesterday, the detection equipment has already found the 8th sedimentation tank, which is also the largest one. Although there is gold in the first 7, the total amount is less than 300 tons. Less. In the 8th place, it is here, located deep underground, nearly 4,000 meters. For others, it is impossible to mine, but for Tang Qing, it is not difficult. The river seems to be no more than 5 meters wide from left to right. But the depth is more than 300 meters. It is precisely because of this depth that heavier materials in the water sink. At this time, the dark water surface gradually becomes brighter, getting brighter and brighter. At last, wow, a submersible carrying a square box broke out of the water. Then there was a flash of light, and the box containing the gold sand was teleported away. At the same time, an empty box was also delivered. Gulu, dive down. The submersible continues to work. The river here is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, like a bottle. There is a huge space below, and a lot of gold sand has been accumulated. This time, you can also make a small profit. The day before yesterday, after negotiation, The monthly gold trading volume of 80 tons with China was increased by another 20 tons, bringing the total to 100 tons, which is 1,200 tons a year. It's crazy. From now on, there will be no more increases. After all, the demand is not unlimited. Even if the current 100 tons can be purchased in 1 or 2 years, the transactions between the two parties will probably stop, and gold cannot be eaten after all. Just enough. By then, China's reserves are well over 3,000 tons, ranking among the top 3 in the world. There is no problem. After that, there's no need to worry about the gold not being sold. Joke. Gold. The value is recognized. And don't think that gold will lose value if you sell thousands of tons. You must know that the main trading parties are various countries, and only a small amount is invested among the private sector. Therefore, the value of gold cannot be considered in the usual way of quantity increases and price decreases. Do countries reserve gold to rely on it for investment and value preservation? No. The gold reserves of various countries will almost never flow into the private market. Instead, they're used as a kind of credit guarantee for their own countries, and a small part is used to maintain value. Over the years, gold has experienced ups and downs many times, but which country is afraid that the gold in its hands is worthless and sells it for this reason? Very rarely. And the reason is not this. On the contrary, when the price drops, I even want to buy more. So, gold. There is no shortage of customers. Future. The gold Tang Qing wants to export is more than just these few thousand tons. Only the more gold everyone owns, the more they will recognize the credit value it supports. That way, only the Asian dollar can go a long way. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. It depends. I just hope that the hearts and receptive abilities of the world can keep up. For example, don't be too surprised tomorrow when the first batch of tourists arrive at this pseudo-underground Golden River. The next day, July 19th, Sunday, tour buses departed from Xiamen City, full of extremely curious tourists, heading towards the gold mine, and they were all extremely excited. They were lucky enough to be the first visitors. Brother, I'll be there soon. I'll take photos for you then. Okay. I'm so lucky. I got the first day's sightseeing ticket. I know. When I arrive, I will notify you as soon as possible. If there is an internet connection, I will show you the video. Such a good thing must be shared with friends, of course. Some internet celebrities even started live broadcasts directly, and the number of people watching quickly exceeded tens of thousands. Much anticipated. Half an hour later, get off the highway. 10 minutes later, a split. The bus drove into a mountain road. It was said to be a mountain road, but it was well built, a two-lane, asphalt road, and the color was very dark, not the usual gray. It seems that it has just been repaired not long ago. Certainly, there is another possibility. There is no car running. Blue sky, white clouds, green road. It reflected a beautiful scene, and many people took photos. Some people took out their mobile phones and opened a map to see the location of this road, but stayed for a moment. Why isn't it on the map? There's no information about this road on the map. That's strange. The map I downloaded is the one recommended by Myanmar officials. Was it forcibly covered up by the authorities? It's not on the tourist map either, said a passenger. No, another person retorted. I have it here, look. 2 people in pairs. Dumbfounded. One did and one didn't, but they soon figure out the reason. The latter clicked OK on the map update just now, while the former clicked later. After the update, it's really there. Let me see the end of this road. Tiandunshin Gold Mine? I didn't expect the Myanmar Bank Group to be so cautious and only updated it today. Understood. Looking at the map, this road is not marked on the paper map. It is only shown on the mobile map, and it was updated this morning. Otherwise, I don't even know it exists, so everyone understands that it's kept secret. Soon, someone suddenly realized. Is there still a signal here? One person exclaimed, having already driven more than 10 kilometers into the mountain. Really? Amazing. It is indeed one of the countries with the most complete 4G network coverage in the world. There are signals in the mountainous areas, but there are no base stations around. Maybe they are disguised as trees. It's possible. That's great. In our country, in the mountains, there is no 4G signal, not to mention 2G. It's not like here. As long as there are roads, there's a signal. A European and American tourist said. Haha, compared to this, it's really good here. Everyone was shocked that there was actually a signal in such a place. Not only was it there, but one could even access the internet and watch videos. You must know that this is a mountainous area. Unmanned. Especially European and American tourists complain about their own network signals. Since they're all private companies, they need to consider costs, and there are many equipment in places with many people. There are few people. Some are even directly uneasy. Anyway, a bit of rant. When I arrived in Myanmar, I found that even in places with a huge flow of people, the internet was not stuck, even in elevators, underground garages, and remote suburbs. There are actually signals, and they are not weak. A comparison. What a difference. Capitalists are inhumane and only know how to collect money. European and American tourists were stunned. Everyone seemed to have found a common topic and started to criticize together. At this time, USA, Washington, how could it be there? Impossible. Is the information wrong? Shit. Looking at the news that came back, everyone at the CIA Asia Information Processing Center was dumbfounded. They called up satellite images and checked the area again. House. They're all just houses for living in, nothing to do with the mines at all. Mechanical. Mining face. Transportation. There is nothing in this place. You tell me that it produces gold? It's nonsense. They had noticed this place for a long time, but didn't pay much attention to it. How to see? It's just like a residence, not a mining area. Although there are often vehicles coming and going, there are too few, so few that they are only considered to transport daily necessities. To say that those vehicles transport minerals, I would not believe it to death. Soon, it is confirmed that this is the legendary Tianwan mountain mining area. Fake. Shit. Asshole. After the curse. Going back to work again, today, I must understand how this place can produce gold. If your face is swollen, you must know how to do it. 10 o'clock. After nearly 2 hours of driving, the first group of tourists arrived. Get off the bus, the tour guide shouted. Subsequently, dozens of people in a car got off the bus and stood on a square. As soon as they got off the bus, they saw the words Wang on the square building against the mountain in the distance. Tianwan Mountain Mining Area. Below it, there are also projections and English annotations. Looking at the majestic mountain behind it, everyone was amazed. It really lived up to its name. The top of the mountain seemed to be topped by a huge stone, but half of the stone was cut off. Like the sky is broken. Everyone was excited, and just when they thought they were going to walk to the mining area where the shadow had not yet been seen, the tour guide said, "Everyone, follow me, go over there." As he said that, lead the team in front and walk towards the square building. Take a look. Everyone didn't pay attention. When they went to the house, there were just a few things. Security check. Buy tickets. Shopping. However, they guessed the beginning but not the ending. They indeed went through the security check and then bought tickets. This was included in the travel fee, which cost 200 per person for a group. Read the notice. It's free for locals and tickets for foreigners are 30 renminbi. To this, we also understand that similar things happen all over the world. It is a bit inappropriate for you, a foreigner, to have to compare your treatment with locals. After, follow me, the tour guide said. Soon, go around a screen. What a big hole. Everyone was shocked when they looked at the big hole in front of them. It was a semicircular tunnel, larger than the tunnels of ordinary highways and bright, directly into the depths of the mountain. Now, many people have speculated that the gold mine is on the opposite side of the mountain. It seems that the mountain is too big and it would be troublesome to go around it. So, they can simply dig a tunnel and go straight through it. It must be. Only, the thought didn't last a minute. At this time, the tour guide began to introduce. As you have seen, the Tianwan Mountain Gold Mine is located in the mountain. It is not an open pit mine. It cannot even be called a gold mine, but a gold river. The words just finished. What? In the mountain? Isn't on the other side of the mountain? That's wrong. Golden River? Everyone exclaimed. See this? The tour guide had expected this, smiled slightly, and nodded. Yes. Gold River. The Tianwan Mountain gold mine is not actively mined, but comes from the underground river water. As for where it comes from, it is unknown. Later, you will see the core of the Tianwan Mountain gold mine. Finished. The tour guide said no more. Give them time to digest. Regarding this gold mine, she also came yesterday morning to understand the basic situation and then memorized it overnight. Truth. Shocking. Who would have thought that the gold mine is not on the surface of the earth, but underneath? It can't even be considered digging, but it can be loaded just standing there with a funnel. Oh my gosh. The word mining is outdated. People are just pocketing money. Soon, go through the long corridor. Wow. With the sound of water, everyone couldn't help but quicken their pace. When they reached the platform at the top of the cave, they looked at the scene below through the glass and were stunned. Such caves are indeed rare in the world. At this time, the tour guide continued to explain. As you can see, this is the core of the Tianwan Mountain gold mine, the Tianwan Mountain Gold River. It is said that when it was first discovered, the water level was 15 meters higher than this. There is a thick layer of gold sand under the entire water. Bien said. Then he pointed to a hanging TV on the upper right side. Above, a picture is being displayed, and the location is this cave. Under the huge searchlight, under the clear river water, there is an enchanting golden light. Moment. Countless flashes. Everyone's eyes turned red when they saw it. That was gold. Later, from these golden sands, more than 1,700 tons of gold were extracted. You heard me right. It's a ton, a full 1,720 tons. The tour guide's voice trembled as he spoke. Nature. The tourists who heard this were even more horrified. Oh my God, this is a gold mine. It's a treasure. Everyone is going crazy. 1,720 tons. Hold the grass. Isn't it so scary? Thousands of tons of gold can be extracted from the sand in this 15-meter riverbed. How high of taste do you have? Do the math. 1,720 tons. 1 ton is cheaper, 200 million Asian dollars. That is 340 billion Asian dollars. And if you add it all up, that is 350 billion Asian dollars. God, that's worth $50 billion. Sky. It had been lying here for thousands of years without anyone noticing. Really? Someone questioned. To this, the tour guide smiled, pointing to the waterfall not far away. You see, that is the source of gold in Jinha. There is a collection device below, more than 1,700 tons, accumulated over thousands or even 10,000 years. It is still flowing gold, which is recovered by the collection device. As for the daily output, it is not too much. It can only be said to be a long-term income. In the current Tianwan Mountain mining area, thousands or tens of thousands of accumulated gold have been mined, and then it is open to the outside world. So far, the tourists were stunned. 2. If they haven't finished mining, how can they know that there is only one underground river mouth left? Although the gold is produced, I don't know how much, but it will definitely not be too much. Otherwise, the Myanmar Bank Group may hide it for a long time and will not display it randomly. How many babies are born every day? I don't know. The tour guide shook his head. One listen. Everyone is more certain of their guesses. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the amount of production has nothing to do with them. What is more shocking now is the previous production. Be good. $50 billion. Pick it up for free. How much can be extracted per ton? A reporter asked. 330 kilograms. Many people's mouths twitched. Hold the grass. Gold or contains 2 to 3 grams per ton, which is valuable for mining. Rich or is 5 to 50 grams per ton, and extra rich or is 50 to 500 grams per ton. However, 330 kilograms, 1 ton. No wonder more than 1,000 tons of gold can be mined from a place like this. It is indeed free, with almost no cost. Natural cave. Stable. Not deep. It is easy to mine in it, and the volume extracted is not large. There is no need for large transportation equipment, such as trains and mine trucks. Trucks are enough. Now, the first visitors were awestruck. Same. After the news spread through on-site reporters, tourists, and anchors, the stimulation to the outside world was also huge. How many people stared at the picture in a daze? Stupid. Stupid. The first reaction was, I don't believe it. But this came from the scene. There is no fraud, so it should be true, but this is too exciting, even though I know that the gold mine has a high output. However, most people think it is a super rich or now, but someone told them that it was not a super rich or but. That damn thing is not considered a mine. It has far exceeded the definition of a super rich or. That's a gold pool. USA. God. 1,700 tons. How come such a good thing has not happened to the United States? If it were in the mountains behind my farm. Oh my God. A netizen's speech made everyone despise. Dream. It's going to happen in the back of my house. Speaking of which, there's indeed a cave in the back of my house. Will there be a golden river in it? No, we can't wait any longer. Mian Yao, you are really lucky. Yes. Countless voices of envy. Gold mining. In the history of the United States, there is a unique flavor, but it has never been like this. It is just some gold nuggets in the river, and you only need to get a bucket to hold it. After the shock, many people want to go shopping. However, but he was poured cold water on him. Stop dreaming. The location of the gold mine is located in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. All the underground mineral deposits in this area belong to the Myanmar Asia Bank Group, and you have no share in it. For several years, all the mineral deposits in this area are mined by the Myanmar Asia Bank Group itself. No natural mine has been sold to any outside company. Secondly, it can't be done elsewhere. The minerals in Myanmar are currently in a semi-frozen state. After they got money, they shut down 80% of the country's natural resource mining. So if you want to go gold mining, they won't allow you to open new mines, let alone foreign companies. Many people are helpless. Indeed, this is a routine operation. For example, in Europe and the United States, when you have money, you can buy minerals from all over the world, but you have begun to restrict your own mining and do not allow you to mine them casually. Now, there is nothing wrong with doing this if you have money. But, envy. Washington. Everyone at the CIA was speechless for a long time. They had thought of many ways, but the form of the underground Golden River was unthinkable. There was no precedent. Yes, the situation of river gold does exist. Some shallow gold mines, or even surface gold mines, may have water flow or sedimentation if rivers pass through them. Gold mining. The name is very apartment, but that still needs to be panned, which is very troublesome. As for Tiandunshan gold mine, look at that picture. There's no need to pan, just go down and dig. God, more than 1,700 tons, equivalent to 1/5 of the total reserves of the United States, were picked up by a small country. It was so easy and relaxed. Depend on. That envy made their eyes turn red. As for the subsequent output of this gold mine, they don't care much. They can make 100 kilograms a year. It's worth tens of millions. Neibidu. Somewhere. Why is it so unfair? Lang Kai's relatives beat their chests one by one. The one was jealous. Why didn't he notice this after being in office for so many years? To know. We will definitely capture it at any cost, but it's too late to say anything now. People have already mined it and bagged more than 1,000 tons of gold. Thinking of this, the eyes are redder. Certainly. It's just a bit of hit. What's your plan? Don't dare. The era of Lang Kai has passed, and Ling is the representative of this era. In recent years, with the development of the economy, its position has become unshakable. Be united and united, because they are not all acting in the same way, and they are gradually being kicked out of the center of power. They are expected to do whatever they have to do. They predict that Zero's ruling career will be long-term. Period. They also thought about supporting a faction. However, the effect is extremely poor, but most capable people think that Zero has done it perfectly, and that this is their ideal, and only by following Zero can they realize their ambitions. So, most of those who come here have little ability. It's strange that a group of ragtag people can accomplish anything. At one gathering, one person even proposed to assassinate Zero. That time, it was really thrilling. Afterwards, everyone was visited by the Burmese Security Department, taken to drink tea, and asked if they were accomplices in plotting to assassinate Zero. For a time, many people were frightened. After, the rabble dispersed like birds and beasts. This moment, the big families in Burma are quite calm. No matter how capable they can eat as much as they want. If you don't have such a destiny, don't expect too much about such a windfall. Now, doing business well is the right path. In the past few years since Zero came to power, their assets have increased more than tenfold, and they're already very satisfied. Neighboring countries. Thailand, 50 billion US dollars. Hiss. God's blessing. This is definitely God's blessing. Starting from the original transcription solution, good things happen one after another, and now there's such a big one picking up gold mines for nothing. Good luck. The Thais were so envious that they vomited blood. Once, they were brothers, but now, they can only be younger brothers. After a few years, they gradually adapted to it, and this time the gold mine was announced, making them have to doubt again. God favors me? Otherwise, really can't explain it. Too fast. In a few years, I have traveled a road that would take more than 10 years in other countries. Although it is mainly driven by money, being able to make money is a skill. Now, it has surpassed Thailand in all aspects. Economy, transportation, people's livelihood, tourists. In the past few years, they have seen the development of Myanmar, which is incredibly fast. 3 years later, all infrastructure construction in Myanmar has been upgraded. By then, Thailand can only look up to this neighbor. By then, even without the original transcription solution, the living standards of most people will be elevated to the forefront of Asia. The transportation is developed. The city is clean. Perfect protection. These are all problems that Thailand cannot solve in the short term. In one word, money. Myanmar has invested more than 1 trillion in funds for this in a few years. Want to learn? Simple. It's also difficult. Where does the money come from? Secondly, there's the problem of resistance. Finally, there's the problem of scope and courage. Look at Myanmar, which builds new cities at every turn. Strong planning and strong execution have rapidly changed its appearance, especially in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, where almost all old houses have been demolished. Build new. Build roads. Bridge. New countryside. Matching. No matter the cost, no matter what the cost, make it look brand new. At least for the next 20 or 30 years, it will not require major changes. Simple maintenance every year will be good. Well, think about it. Envious. A few days later. Hot. Tiandunshan gold mine has become a global hotspot, mainly because it is so shocking, just like a person who picked up 50 billion US dollars in vain at his doorstep. And it's almost cash, and more than 300 kilograms can be extracted in one meal, which greatly reduces the cost. Experts estimate that the entire extraction cost will not exceed $100 million. 100 million, 50 billion. The difference between the two. Fear. For a while, the popularity of cave exploration has also soared, and it is expected to become a second miracle. However, experts are very calm about this and feel that the probability is too small. It's harder than winning the lottery 10 times in a row. But no one listened. Small? No matter how small, there are still some people who have won it. Just look at it. The first one is a big one, with 50 billion US dollars. 5 years ago, it would have been among the top 3 richest people in the world. Or cash. Unlike others, most of which are virtual assets, in terms of actual wealth, even now, in terms of total cash assets, it can become the second in the world. First? Never mind. Can't compare. The ERV is standing there. Not only is his net worth terrifying, but his cash assets are also terrifying. Just from war and world alone, he can earn tens of billions of dollars every year. Also, there are also many industries. Internet, manufacture, finance, insurance, bank. Making money every day is not an exaggeration. Now the field of mobile communications is booming. As a company that holds patents on the core architecture of microprocessors, it also develops its own chips. Make a lot of money. Everyone has analyzed the actual wealth controlled by ERV, but it is no less than 50 billion US dollars. Therefore, 50 billion in cash can only rank second. As for Tang Qing, forehead, Suddenly everyone was a little confused. Before, there is no suspense. Although Tang Qing has a high net worth, he doesn't actually have much at his disposal. But now, a thermostatic clothing has sold for more than 10 billion US dollars a few days ago. And it is sustainable, and coupled with the steady growth of other businesses, 50 billion US dollars will not be reached for the time being, but 20 to 30 billion US dollars, I believe it will be no problem. The key is its growth. Too fast. Like a miracle. All right. The second one may be squeezed out, then the third one. The emergence of the Tianduan Mountain Gold Mine has given Myanmar another world-class landscape. Compared with some that are just in name, this is the real deal. Produce gold every day. Therefore, it immediately became a popular route, and many people in the industry wanted to come and see it. The underground river gold mine is also a wonder in the mining field. Unique. Suddenly, there are so many tourists. Time. The end of July soon came. The Shungtang has released thermostatic clothes again. How much? Not much, only 5 million. It is estimated that the rest of the production has gone to offline stores and abroad, especially Myanmar. I heard that it has been sold like crazy. Good stuff. Don't worry about selling it. Yeah. After adapting. Crazy production, day and night. Therefore, it would obviously be unwise for Shungtang to sell too much online. As thermostatic clothing goes abroad, foreign demand has begun to grow explosively. Qingyan City. The prosperous Tang dynasty. Headquarters. Yang Kai looked at the sales data with a smile. The 5 million pieces sold online this time did not mean that he was going down the road, but that the production was transferred abroad, such as Myanmar. This month, a total of more than 8 million items have been shipped. Tourists from various countries are extremely enthusiastic, as well as local people who now have money in their pockets. Like it very much. Also, there are other countries that are still in short supply under full production capacity. According to estimates, this kind of popularity can continue until the end of next month. It's autumn. The weather is getting cooler in many places. But even if winter comes, sales will not drop to zero. Conservative estimates suggest that even in December, shipments will remain at around 30. After all, in some latitudes, there is almost no cold winter. Looking at the data, he couldn't help but smile stupidly. Shungtang finally turned around. This year, it is conservatively estimated that the profit will exceed 10 billion yuan. What a fat year. Suddenly you have so much money. How do you spend it? All right, this is not something he should worry about. Everything is decided by Tang Qing. The main reason is that there are not many places to spend money in Shungtang. The headquarters was repaired a few years ago. Spacious. Atmosphere. Factory building. The large land next to it has not been used up yet, so there is no need to expand production. Branch? Relying on Tang Qing's capital injection, branches have spread all over the world. It can be said, Shungtang was almost pushed by Tang Qing to reach the top of a clothing company. Now that he has made money, looking back, he realizes that he has everything. Truth. Lucky. This is Yang Kai's only feeling. He is lucky to meet such a boss. Now that he has made so much money, he should give back. Tang Qing can use it however he wants. However, July 30th, morning, Shungtang's second quarter reporting meeting ended. This year, Shungtang made a lot of money, and it will become more and more. I believe everyone is concerned about where this money goes. Here, let's simply confirm it. After hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears. As usual, 10% of the profits will be used for public welfare every year. The remaining 20% will be reserved as emergency funds. Another 20% will be used as year-end bonus, salary reserve, rent reserve, etc., and the remaining 50% will be invested half and half. At this point, Tang Qing paused. Then, welfare. The two words were spoken, and everyone was shocked. For example, Qi Yan's eyes were gleaming. In the past few years, although she had received salary, she had not received any dividends. Although I am not short of money, I am still looking forward to it. She owns 3% of Shungtang's shares. Tang Qing promised not to dilute it in 3 years. Now 4 years have passed, and it has not been diluted by the constant temperature clothes. Period. She took the initiative to find Tang Qing and felt that it should be diluted. To this, Tang Qing just smiled and said casually, "Just think of the undiluted part as my future wedding gift and money for your child's full month." Of course, Qi Yin knew that this was Tang Qing's care. Seeing the once youthful face grow into the mature and handsome person it is now, Qi Yin was filled with emotions. What kind of benefits? You won't be able to give out money. That's a matter of year-end bonus. Before, Shang Tang had raised funds to build a house. This time it's still the same. The scope. It's tentatively said in China. Our main long-term employees are also here. The location is in the city with 12 first-level branches. If there are many people, build a community. If there are few people, buy a house in a group. For level 2 and below, subsidies are mainly provided. As for overseas employees, a higher proportion of rent subsidies can be reimbursed. You decide the details. House. Bearing too many emotions of Chinese people. Therefore, since it was about giving out benefits, Tang Qing first thought of this. He didn't care about other companies, but in his own company, he would not be stingy with the people who followed him. Dividends. It's not a lack of money either. It's just a normal way of operating a business, and it can be regarded as giving benefits to the management. As for the money given to himself, Tang Qing is still afraid that it will become infested with insects. Below, listen to welfare. The management's faces were all smiles, because they were also the recipients of benefits. Although the salary was high, who would mind having an extra apartment? Yes, they do too. Welfare. It's not poverty alleviation. It's only provided to employees who don't have a house, which obviously doesn't meet the definition of welfare and is unfair. Therefore, even if you own a house, you can still raise funds, as long as the conditions are met. And the area is not small. For management, it starts at least 150 square meters. Really, Tang Qing is as generous as ever, especially this year's year-end bonus, which everyone is looking forward to. From now on, this is probably the bulk of the income. In the past, the profit of the prosperous Tang dynasty was impressive, and it could not support the slightly higher year-end bonus expenditure. This year, it finally turned around and managed to keep the clouds clear and the moon shine bright. Then, Tang Qing talked about the next item. Invest. 25% is for investment. What to invest in? Of course not real estate, nor internet companies, nor finance. It's still physical manufacturing. Direction. There was a pause. Tang Qing said, creative life. From then on, the prosperous Tang dynasty is about to start the next step of development. This is something Tang Qing has considered for a long time. Before, the conditions were not mature and the stall was too big and easy to mess up. Now, the original business is stable, and now that I have money, I can continue on the road. The words fell. The eyes of Xingtang's senior executives lit up. This term was actually not new and was very broad, but it did not prevent them from quickly thinking of projects in their minds. Real. A lot of. Clothes reflect personality and preferences. Clothing design is a kind of creativity. Now, we need to extend this concept to life. Tang Qing smiled. I want to come. Everyone can understand the meaning from the words. Yes, this is the next step of Tang dynasty. Let life or the environment be better. Creative home. Creative supplies. Creative home appliances. Creative gifts. Only by constantly innovating and constantly surprising people's lives can Xingtang stay in people's hearts for a long time and become a truly big brand. Finish listening. Everyone agrees. Indeed, Xingtang is a clothing company. The biggest problem, as I said before, is that it gets old easily and suffers from aesthetic fatigue. Many colleagues in the industry have died here. Didn't they save themselves? Saved. But it is really difficult to regain its luster. Most of the comments from later generations think that it has not grasped the pulse of the times and has fallen behind, but they rarely mention the curse of the industry. Now, Tang Qing gave them a goal that they could pursue almost forever, which directly redefined the core values of the prosperous Tang dynasty. How could they not like it? He talked for a few more minutes. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. The meeting is over. After that, Tang Qing's projection disappeared, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Qing was still there, and their breathing felt tense. The magnetic field effect brought by the wealth behind it. It is becoming more and more prosperous day by day. After, the meeting continues. Everyone has heard that Director Tang pointed out another clear path for Shengtang, creative life. This is to allow us to truly integrate into the hearts of consumers. Next, this is the focus of our work. First, determine the category, and secondly, market research. We will initially complete these tasks. After that, then let the eyes of the sky check. Yang Kai said, "Eye of heaven." It was already the reserve force of the prosperous Tang dynasty, and everyone was using it more and more easily. Exclusion? How dare you? That is a sword hanging over everyone's head. From the beginning, it has grown together with Shengtang. Now, already integrated and inseparable. In other companies, there would probably be a lot of trouble, but with the system in place from the beginning, there is no basis for trouble at all. This is also a management frustration. System. Once formed, it moves like a mountain. This is a headache in corporate management around the world. Tang Qing was able to establish such a system from the beginning, and everyone admired him. Then, Tang Qing is still in the third year of high school. Be good. This brain. As expected, they couldn't catch up even if they rode 10 horses, because no matter how many horses there were, they would have speed limits and couldn't simply superimpose their speeds. A horse goes 50 miles an hour. 2 horses the same speed. 100 horses. 10,000 horses. It can't reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. The horse theory can clearly reflect the gap between them and Tang Qing. If the gap is too far, they will stop chasing. Just run along. Peace of mind. Save effort. The plan must reflect the key points that Director Tang just said, which is to be upstream, focus on design, light on production, strictly control, and give more opportunities to enterprises. These words, these are Tang Qing's original words. To this, of course, everyone agrees that building a factory and recruiting people are all costs, heavy costs. Let other companies do the manufacturing, and Shengtang is the master of the design. Even if Tang Qing doesn't say anything, they will still suggest it. Soon, the meeting is over. After, this good news immediately spread at the speed of light. In an instant, the entire headquarters building was filled with joy. Funds were raised to build houses and finally expand the scale. Great, we finally made it to the second batch. Tang Dong is mighty, great boss of China. Before, the group has built houses, but the scale is not large, mainly in Xinyan City, because in the past prosperous Tang dynasty, there was really no money, and the annual profit was only a few hundred million. This flower, that flower, maintaining the original benefits and expanding branches is already very laborious. There's not much spare money. Now that I have money, I will build a house. Really, my boss has not forgotten them. I don't know how to implement it specifically. I want to buy a house in my hometown for my parents to live in first. I don't know if it will work. One person was confused. It should be possible. Yes. I didn't say that this house must be lived in by myself. Everyone was discussing it hotly. After starting from scratch, many people were wondering whether they should buy a house in a big city. In this way, the value should be higher. To this, in fact, there is nothing wrong with it. But relevant departments of the group also quickly received news. This time the fundraising housing is based on household registration plus workplace. Choose one of the two, and there is no restriction on the use. Autonomy, family stay, rent, sell, all are available, but each person is limited to one set. As long as you work for Tang Qing Holdings and its shareholding companies, you can only enjoy it once, no matter who you are. At the same time, some other details have also been revealed, such as working years. After all, you cannot enjoy it just after you join the company. Only employees who have worked at Shengtang for 3 years or more can enjoy it, and the final deadline is the end of this year. In other words, by December 31st this year, it only takes 3 years of working in Shengtang, and the start and end date is today. What's the meaning? Simple. If a person has exactly 3 years as of December 31st, but will resign tomorrow, then the company will also include him or her on the list. enjoy the benefits. After all, counting that way, you have worked for the company for 2 years and 8 months, which is not far away from 3 years. Although you have resigned, your contribution cannot be wiped out. In this way, it can also be used as a severance allowance, which is quite humane. Actually, the turnover rate in Shangtang has always been very low, and this benefit can only be taken care of by very few people. After all, everyone is still looking forward to the year-end bonus. Resigning in the second half of the year? Stupid. Forehead. There are some. After all, there are always some people who have special reasons. Love, family affection, an unexpected incident. As a result, this year's year-end award will definitely be missed. Therefore, this provision can be regarded as making up for the loss of year-end bonuses for some people. Arise. 1. Elimination. Do the math. It will not cost Shangtang how much money it will spend to make it worth millions. For the current Shangtang, this amount of money can only be regarded as drizzle. Gradually, many people are losing their minds. 2. I can't let you choose at will. Moreover, the funds raised are definitely different in different cities. If the housing prices are high, the individual responsibilities will be higher. Otherwise, first-tier cities and third-tier cities both pay the same amount, so there will probably be a fight. Many people have calculated that in first-tier cities, it costs hundreds of thousands at least. Raise funds. It's not free, but the price per square meter is far lower than the market price. This needs to be understood clearly. What about the third line? Hundreds of thousands. That's enough. After coming to their senses, everyone calmed down and continued working. Moreover, they also heard the news that this time, all companies were raising funds to build houses together. The prosperous Tang dynasty. Eye of heaven. Comet. Qing Yuan. We must spend money together to build large-scale communities. Otherwise, in the prosperous Tang dynasty, most of the branches in various places would not be able to build communities at all. Now, taken together, that's a lot of people. You know, Tang Qing's employees already exceed 100,000, even if they only enjoy 30%. Also 30,000 people. TSK. Many employees are lucky that they have chosen the right boss. Comet Group. Have you heard that the second batch of fundraising housing is finally coming to fruition? Compared with the prosperous Tang dynasty, the establishment of the Comet Group was quite late. Before, it was built once, but the scale was not large. Really, 8 or 9 are the same. And unlike last time, this time the scale is bigger. All the major companies under our chairman have jointly contributed money to build it. A big deal. Who says it's not? It's good it's crowded. If it's just our company, we won't be able to build many buildings. This time the community will definitely be big. Look forward to it. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Qing Yuan Technology. Boiling. Now, I finally have a house. Many people lamented that Shanghai is a first-tier city, and there is no doubt how expensive housing prices are, even though wages are high. But, nor can the whole house be provided for. Lucky. Joining Qing Yuan Technology and becoming an employee of Tang Qing. Such benefits are almost unique among private enterprises in China. Expect. They know that Tang Qing has always had high standards for housing. Even the staff dormitories are kept to ultra-high standards, just like hotels. Housing, even more so. Before, whether it is a fundraising house or a subsidized house, the standards set by Tang Qing have always been implemented. Minimum, with a construction area of no less than 120 square meters. Although the public share must be deducted. But that is also the starting point of 100, and this is the minimum standard, which means there is also a medium standard. Generally speaking, it is higher than this, and the usable area is less than 100. In this way, it can be described as luxurious. Soon, the park also knows. Alas, many people sighed, because, this time, they don't have a share in the fundraising housing. No one is dissatisfied with this. After all, the park was only officially established in December last year and has barely made any money. On the contrary, spend money, but it's first class. Equipment, experiment, artificial. The monthly salary expenditure is a large amount. It has only been a little more than half a year since they joined the company. If only they could enjoy the benefits of collective housing. That's weird, unless Tang Qing is crazy. Pay. Return. It must be equivalent. Therefore, seeing the benefits of the parent company, the scientific research workers in the park secretly vowed to work hard to create value. Only then can you get rewards. Qingyan City. Suburbs. Zhongyu Tui. Headquarters. We have one too. Gao Ming couldn't help but be surprised. Even Wanqing Mining, a subsidiary of Tang Qing, has begun to make a lot of profits, but Zhongyu Tui is still a salty fish. Making money is hard. I thought nothing would happen to them this time. Which material? Tang Qing came to tell him that they also had the same benefits as other companies. After 3 years, they could be included in the list. Money? Of course. Loan. That's right. Loan. Tang Qing did not directly inject capital, but used corporate loans to pay the amount. As for who to borrow from, of course it's a bank. Disaster? No. Simple. Just because the boss of Zhongyu Special Guard is called Tang Qing. Generally speaking, enterprises cannot get loans for this kind of fund use, and banks generally only approve business loans. But there are exceptions, and that is those with strong repayment capabilities. Apparently, the nature of Zhongyu Tui falls into this category. If the boss of the richest man in China cannot be a guarantee of repayment, how many companies can qualify? Therefore, Gao Ming is not worried about not being able to get a loan at all. He only needs to consider which loan company to borrow from. As long as the funds are not too outrageous, it is a sure thing. Of course. Tang Qing smiled. This time, just treat it as a big show. At the same time, it was decided that from now on, its subsidiaries will not provide housing welfare alone, but if they want to do so, they will do it together and build large communities. Convenient. Save trouble. It also makes the relationship between various enterprises closer. As for the lending bank, don't worry yet. Let's count the number of people who meet the regulations first. After summarizing, design, site selection, and construction will take time. The house will not be delivered until at least next year. So, how much to loan will be determined after the cost calculation is completed. It will be approved at the end of the year. I plan to let Jinghua Real Estate Company do this project. It needs to be built. Just build some communities. They have experience. Tang Qing said. Jinghua, now one of the leaders in China's real estate industry. He is a partner with Chai Run and several others. He specializes in high-end residential and commercial real estate. He can rest assured when building a house. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Gao Ming bowed sincerely. Real. Gratitude. Forget about profitable companies. They, who have little prospect of profit, still take care of it. This bow is also for the company's more than 20,000 employees. 20,000. This was something he couldn't imagine before. Only Tang Qing could afford to support so many people. After all, a monthly salary was nearly 200 million. What about a year? More than 2 billion. Also, there are also various welfare expenditures, which without a strong sponsor would be impossible to support. Fortunately, Tang Qing, the sponsor, has reached a dazzling level. Subsequently, the news spreads. There was great joy, and this time even the heavenly I was included. Those who met the conditions were very happy, and those who did not meet the requirements could only wait for the next batch. Average. Everyone is still worried about whether there will be no next batch. But, with a boss like Tang Qing, they feel relieved. As long as the company keeps making money, there is no need to worry at all. Then, they only need to do one thing. Let the company keep making money. Big profit. They can also benefit. In addition to excitement. Homepage. Moments. Weibo. The employees express their emotions with words of praise. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang, you are so handsome. Mr. Tang is mighty. Seeing this, netizens were baffled. But soon after insiders revealed the news, the message area exploded with almost the same content. Envy and jealousy. Hatred. I hate myself for not being one of them. What a fool. Tang Qing is giving out welfare again, and it's on a large scale. Sometimes I have to wonder, does Tang Qing have a grudge against money? Same feeling. Same. +1. But it's cute, isn't it? After making money, you don't just spend it on yourself and use it to improve the lives of your employees, Cool. The best boss in China. Yes. Salary first, treatment first. We are worried that the employees will not be able to live well, and we, let alone the house, will be happy to have a pot of oil during holidays. I can't even think about it. The difference is huge. No way. House. For many people, it is a big problem in life. Everyone works hard just to have a piece of land of their own. But most people want to get very hard. Certainly, it cannot be said that Tang Qing's employees are not hardworking, but lucky. After all, there's so few such generous bosses that they can almost be ignored. I'm so lucky to be an employee of Tang Qing. I want to go. You're wrong. It's not that you're lucky. You have to be capable. Otherwise, the company will recruit you for free. Don't confuse priorities. Everyone thought. That's right. The prerequisite for this luck is to have the ability. Otherwise, you won't even be able to get in. Tang Qing's corporate recruitment still has requirements for personal ability. Educational qualifications. Ability. Want both. Now, it is difficult for non-excellent graduates to get in. Even if you are delivering express delivery, you must have a high sense of responsibility, enterprising spirit, and perseverance regardless of rain or shine. Anyway, none of it is easy. Pay. Return. There must be an equivalence relationship. Suddenly, someone remembered. Where is the hummingbird? Is it included? It seems to be short-lived. Yes. Someone answered firmly. But there are not many people. Although Hummingbird was established less than 2 years ago, don't forget that Hummingbird's predecessor was the transportation team affiliated to Xingtang. It mainly helped Shangtang Group to transport clothing. Later it became a transportation company and went out independently. So many old employees meet the conditions. After hearing this, everyone was stunned. 2. Hummingbird is the latest to be established, but does not appear suddenly. It is an upgrade of the transportation company, and the seniority of the original employees is included. Then, it was also rumored that Jinghua Real Estate would undertake the construction. Suddenly, there was another commotion. Jinghua Real Estate. It represents high-end and only sells expensive products. Its minimum area standard was 120 square meters when it was first established. From the year before last, it became 150 square meters, and generally 200, as well as various large villa areas. Anyway, when they think of it, there is only one word that comes to everyone's mind: expensive. Most people simply cannot afford it, and it belongs to a true luxury real estate brand. Now, does entrusting it to Jinghua Real Estate mean that the fundraising houses built by Tang Qing for employees are based on 150 square meters? I'll take it. Trench. It's too luxurious. I have no words. I want to be quiet. Actually, it's nothing. Tang Qing is generous. And in a good location and a large area, the employees will definitely have to pay more, and it's not free. Soon, everyone also calmed down. That's right. Fundraising housing is not given away, but employees have to pay for it. The larger the area and the better the location, the more money they have to pay. 150 square meters in the Shanghai stock market, even excluding costs. One person, it cost at least hundreds of thousands, which was a large amount. Netizens immediately felt calmer, because most people couldn't afford this money. Forehead. Suddenly, thinking of the high wages of Tang Qing's employees, everyone sighed again. Although the money is a lot, it is not a big deal for its employees as long as they work hard. And, don't forget, there is still a word in the world: mortgage. Therefore, in fact, Tang Qing's employees actually only need to come up with a small amount of cash, and the rest of the loans can be easily settled, without any pressure at all. Think about it. This was the reason why Jinghua Real Estate was entrusted to do it. After all, Tang Qing's companies were not real estate companies and were not qualified to collect housing loans. That must be the case. 3 days later. Chairman, the qualified people have been counted and screened according to their needs. A total of 27,325 people. According to your requirements, the green area shall not be less than 50%, the floor height shall not exceed 12 floors, and there will be a supermarket, restaurant, and gym. The minimum construction area is 150 square meters. The project leader reported on the newly released plan. After listening, yeah, Tang Qing nodded. There are more than 27,000 people, which is more than 27,000 houses, which is not a lot. Only less than 20,000 of them need to be built by themselves. Many others want to buy houses in their hometowns. In this way, 12 cities. On average, each city needs to build more than 1,000 houses, which is enough. One building has 4 households per staircase. If it is 12 floors, it will be 48 households. A community requires about 30 buildings. It's really not small. Certainly. In fact, it can be increased. 18, 24, 30. But Tang Qing didn't like it. The 12th floor was fine, neither too high nor too low. After thinking about it, Tang Qing said to the person in charge of the project, the total quantity is based on 36,000 units. Anything more will be left to meet the conditions at the end of next year. Yes. The person in charge nodded. Indeed, it's troublesome to build it every year. It's better to build more at once, and the rest will be scored directly when the employee's first year of employment comes and the comprehensive score meets the standard. Save trouble. Also, each community should add an additional comprehensive office building. Many of our companies are high-tech companies. They could be more humane and work nearby. Tang Qing suggested. 12. Mostly in big cities. North, Superior, Wide, Deep, Tianjin, Rome. These cities are very large. Since the office is not necessarily located near the community, commuting to and from get off work every day, whether by driving or taking the bus, they all suffered. Therefore, give me some benefits. Previous life. He was fed up with the pain of backing up. A dozen buildings were not worth much. As long as it didn't affect his work, he could work remotely. The person in charge has a big mouth. It's too humane. If this is true, its employees must be among the happiest in China. Go out. Take a few steps. Work. How many people dream of such a life? Every day I have to squeeze into buses and subways, get stuck on the road, and have to change traffic. If this is realized, Sky, the employees probably wanted to imprison Tang Qing. Yes. Understood. Then, Tang Qing made a few more requests. Anyway, the entire project was settled just like that. Soon, word got out. Quiet. Then there was a roar of cheers. Although the headquarters of Tang Qing's companies often have dormitories, they are mainly for single employees. Have a family. Apparently, it is no longer suitable to live in, and then you may have to commute to and from get off work every day, squeezing the bus, squeezing the subway, going around 3 times, and suffering once before going to work. However, there is a comprehensive office building. From now on, you can go to work just a few steps away, which is so wonderful. In this way, it is possible to save 2 or 3 hours of commuting every day. This means, first, get an extra hour of sleep every day. Second, you can watch 2 more movies. Third, there will be more time anyway. Oh my gosh. So happy. Want to cry. So touching. Certainly. This way, because we are so close, we may not be able to enjoy benefits such as transportation subsidies, meal subsidies, and high-temperature subsidies, but no one cares. Depend on. Compared to this, what are those subsidies for? Choose 1 to 2. Few people are willing to go out for a few hours a day for that small subsidy. 36,000 residential units and 12 office buildings cost a huge amount of money. To this, the major branches had no objection at all. Although it was a little over budget, it was not too much. Added up, it might be over budget by more than 10 to 2 billion. But who told us to be rich? Divide it. It's just a few hundred million more for one family. Of course, those with money will pay a big share, such as those office buildings, which are different from residential buildings. For this reason, Tang Qing made an allocation. One company will build 2 buildings. Property rights are clear. Comet. Qingyuan. Microcrystalline. The prosperous Tang dynasty. Qingyang. Evergreen. The top 6 most profitable companies, each with 2 buildings, will then rent each other out, with you renting to me and I renting to you with the rent offset. The rest. I have heaven. Nakai Utui. Hummingbird. Then you don't have to pay, and it won't make much money at all. Secondly, it is rarely used. Sky I is an enterprise service and belongs to frontline business, so it is rarely used remotely. The same goes for the Central Guards, who cannot provide remote security. Hummingbird, do you expect couriers to deliver goods at your doorstep? That's nonsense. But it doesn't mean that they won't be used at all. If necessary, it can be used, and a certain rent must be paid, but the rent is extremely low and can hardly be ignored. Then, the next step was quickly reached. By land. If there is no comprehensive office building, a good location may be needed to facilitate everyone's commuting to and from get off work. But now, the requirements are not so high. Certainly, there's one issue that must be considered, and that is the school district. There is no doubt that Chinese people attach great importance to education and cannot be careless. To this, Tang Qing naturally had some considerations. Simple. Talk to the local people. If there are no suitable schools around, or there are not enough teachers, there is no need to worry about choosing a location. At most, it won't cost much to open one. Not too big. It's enough. Generally speaking, private schools in the compulsory education stage are quite difficult, but if there is a shell, such as the primary and secondary schools affiliated with XX University, it's much easier. But, apparently, the situation did not develop to this point. The local people who learned the news came to the door very enthusiastically. After all, this is not a small real estate project. And there may also be follow-on investments. Don't forget, Tang Qing's enterprises are all wealthy and prosperous, with no signs of decline. They're selling them now to save face, so that others can invest in them in the future. Don't think too much about you, and make a good relationship. Settled? Green light. Educate? With the cooperation of relevant local departments, the city is expanding and the number of schools has been increasing. At worst, one can be placed next to the community. What a big deal. That's all. Something that was originally a bit difficult seems to have no obstacles. The only thing left is to determine the location. This is even simpler. What does Jinghua do? Estate. Its information database contains planning and assessment maps of major cities across the country. In the past few years, it has been constantly improving and is quite accurate. The area is determined. Size. Periphery. Matching. It was just a multiple choice question, so in just 3 days, a complete project report was handed over. After Tang Qing read it, he waved his hand and opened the whole report. Then, the outside world was shocked again. Tang Qing. This directly made the headlines the next day. There were countless headlines, but the central idea was one: a model Chinese entrepreneur, a perfect boss. Many companies took a look. Pout. Pretend not to see it. Otherwise, angry? Cut. Silly. He has long since run out of energy. As for welfare, Tang Qing has refreshed the screen so many times before. Annual leave. Travel. Office area. Dormitory standards. Holiday benefits. And on May 1st this year, the 1-to-1 Social Security subsidy was officially implemented. After working for 15 years, Social Security will give you a super killer weapon when you retire. Anyway, with so much excitement, major entrepreneurs have become numb. No way. Can't learn. No money. Most companies are still on the verge of survival and are far from being able to provide high benefits. A very few can achieve this, but the bosses are reluctant to part with it. After all, family business is to be passed on to future generations. We expect them to pay attention to employee welfare, which is obviously unacceptable. Moreover, many large companies are backed by many shareholders. Interests are complex. Money. Once you come in, how can you let it out casually? So, countless entrepreneurs just watched the excitement, and many even gloated. Let's sow, no food will be left in good years, but weeping in bad years. They didn't believe that Tang Qing could always be rich. By then, without any emergency funds, it is just a temporary moment of glory when watching jokes. In history, how many people built high-rise buildings and entertained guests, but in the end the buildings collapsed? Snort. If you don't save money, you will cry sometimes. To this, if Tang Qing knew about it, he would definitely spread his hands and say, "It is not very difficult to make me bankrupt, even if all the companies under my name are bankrupt. He, Tang Qing, still incredibly rich. August 7th, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. Tang Qing was bathed in the sunshine. The scorching light only made him feel warm. He didn't even break out a drop of sweat. It was another good afternoon. Today, the admission process for the 2009 class of Yintang University has been completed. Compared with last year, the number of students has not changed much. It is still more than 2,000, but the score line has changed a lot. Last year, in the first year, publicity was in place. 90% of the admitted students exceeded the second level, and 35% reached the first level, which can be said to be a good start. This year, the ratio rises again. All of them exceeded the second line, and the proportion of candidates in the first line also climbed to 83%. Tang Qing could only say one thing about this result. Feel sorry. No way. Behind the high score admissions, it means that more people will be brushed off. It is cruel. This is already 3 books. If they are brushed off again, there will be less room for choice. But the rules are like this. Merit-based admissions are not the rules set by Tang Qing, but the rules of the college entrance examination. Submissions must be admitted from high to low. Otherwise, that's another injustice. On education, truth. Huaxia has almost achieved the fairest level in the world, and admissions are based on merit. Although many people disagree with the score-only theory, it is undeniable. Fraction, the most representative. High, low, is clear at a glance. Although Tang Qing does not think it can represent everything from the perspective of identification cost, this is the most economical and direct way. Simple, efficient, such as large company recruitment. 985, 211. Naturally, it is the first choice, not necessarily because of how strong the ability is, but because the screening cost is low, the learning ability is above the level, and the trial and error time is reduced. That's all. Unappreciated talent? Yes. Have. There's still many people in this group, but the cost of screening is too high. From another perspective, a person who has worked hard to get into a good university will not get any preferential treatment. Just ask, is it also an injustice? 2 days later. Check the score. Haha, I was admitted to Yintang University. Many people were excited. Yintang, although it has only been established for more than a year, it has a good reputation. They often hear about it. What impresses them most is the various reward systems. A lot of people come down in a year. Thousands or tens of thousands were recorded. And accommodation. Environment. Needless to say, in terms of campus environment, Yintang is in the first echelon, and few schools can compare with it. I often watch the live broadcasts of Yintang students, and I feel envious. How many college students wish they could transfer there? Also, the teaching quality is not bad either. The various extracurricular practices and lectures by famous teachers are very attractive. This makes one thing clear to everyone. Tang Qing. It is really about education. Then, referring to last year's cutoffs, those who signed up were much more cautious. Few people applied for the 3-tiered exams, knowing that they would not be able to get in. 1-tiered courses gave them more confidence. Then, many second-liners are depressed. Score low. Not recorded. This year's score line seems to be too high. I exceeded the second line by 33 points and was brushed off. This year's admission limit will not be the first line, right? It's possible. Me too, it's too intense, but it's reasonable. There are 2 academic leaders in our class who have the first line score, but they applied to Yintang University. There's also one in our class, so I don't dare to apply, for fear. Oh, I really want to go to Yintang. Same. My second aunt is a teacher there, and she kept urging me to restudy, saying how good Yintang is and my parents support it, so I can only take the college entrance examination again. Moreover, my second aunt also said that this year's score line is very high. More than 80% of the admitted students have reached the first grade score, and the second grade score is only 12 points. Zhou Chao. So popular? Crazy. It makes sense that if you fall below the first tier level next year, it's best not to apply. There's almost no chance. Anyway, I've decided to take the exam to Yintang. Many people gathered together. Have to. If you don't get admitted this year, you'll have to repeat the course. Dry. They must be admitted to Yintang University next year, study for one more year, and change their future without suffering any disadvantages. They also envy the campus life of Yintang University. Even, some have older brothers and sisters who go to school in Yintang. If they're shown off by one of them, the balance will tip instantly. Outsiders may deceive them, but they are family members and cannot be wrong. At the same time, many people made suggestions. When will Yintang expand its campus? That's right. It only recruits more than 2,000 people a year, which is too few. It would be better to expand to 5,000. Strongly recommended. For ordinary universities, if you want to expand, suggestions are not useful, because it is under the control of ministries, but Tang Qing is a private university, so it is easier. Park. After listening to the suggestions of this group of people, Tang Qing just smiled lightly. Expand the school? Simple. It's not a big deal. It cost hundreds of millions, but not now. Yintang has just started for more than a year, and the progress of teaching work is only in the second year. Therefore, expanding now is inappropriate. At least, it is better to wait until we have taught a class of students and have enough accumulation before expanding. Even though we are strong, we still have to pay attention to our pace. At this time, Tang Qing was thinking about another thing. He had previously thought that if there were no suitable primary and secondary schools around various fundraising communities, he would build one himself. Which material? The locals are very cooperative. Household registration, school, land. They all had preferential treatment, but Tang Qing suddenly became interested. The universities were organized, and even kindergartens were provided, which were provided by various fundraising communities. Middle school, primary school. Is it also directly complete? Broad too. It was first built in Qingyan City, which is the headquarters of many companies, including Tianyin, Shangtang, Zhengyutui, and Hummingbird, which can be regarded as a base camp of the Tang family. Thinking of this, he dialed Do Jiao's number in advance. For this kind of thing, Tianyin would make plans first. Moreover, Do Jiao's father is the second in command of the relevant ministries. Ask her. That's right. After hearing her plan, Do Jiao was quite excited. Okay, this is a good idea. When the time comes, my daughter can also go there. With her connections. In the capital, she can go to any elementary school or middle school, but she doesn't want her children to be too far away from her. The school in Qingyan City is still a school run by Tang Qing. She was relieved. Okay, Tianyin will make a plan for this matter first. As for the scale, it will be about 300 per grade, mainly using small class teaching with a limit of 30. Also, the kindergarten will also be added and built next to it. We'll try to get approval this year and get approved next year. We will start to recruit the first batch of students next summer. As for the supporting facilities, one principle is the best. In short, we want to have what others have, and we have to have what others don't have. To be specific, you come up with a plan first, and the cost is not considered for now. Cost. Cut. For now on. Maybe his own children will be here too. No, it's not a possibility, but a certainty. I feel more at ease if I can attend classes in a school I built. In this case, I still have to consider the cost, and I won't be short of money. One listen. Do Jiao beamed. Okay. I'll start the project right away. After ending the call, she immediately began to prepare for this, not only for Tang Qing, but also for her own children to prepare for future education. Therefore, high spirits. Certainly, this matter does not require her to use too much brains. Tianyan's think tanks are spread all over the world, and there are partners in various fields. It can be said that there are a lot of talents. And it just needs coordination. Let them come up with several plans, and finally submit them to Tang Qing for review. She even called her father Do Chungwen, asked about the latest school policies. Opposite listen, Do Chungwen was also interested. He had no objection to Do Jiao's children going to school in Qingyan City. After all, he himself was also a native of Qingyan City. He just became the son-in-law of the Chui family. Advanced step by step, just arrived in the capital. For a while, the discussion between father and daughter became heated. Do Changwen is specialized in education, and this is what he is in charge of now. At this time, Australia, Western Australia, South, a mountaintop. Qin Shichi shouted into the empty world, and the penetrating voice spread far away, startling the birds in the jungle below. Behind, Qin Shiyu and Tang Qing stared at the screen of a controller in their hands. In the sky, a drone was rotating around Qin Shichi, constantly taking pictures. Bien roared. Qin Shichi stared at the drone out of the corner of her eye. After flying around, ahem, what a waste of voice. He finished. I quickly took a sip to moisten it. Looking at the scenery in front of me, I am quite satisfied. I have been traveling around Australia these days and have not stayed in any big cities. Boring. Boring. Same. Sydney? Cut. Except for one opera. Well, the opera house is just like that. 30 years ago, China could only envy it. Now, it is regarded as having some special features at most, nothing more. Then, together, they took a driving tour. From the east to the west. There is no absolute destination, so I just wandered to the top of this mountain. I was just interested at the time. I saw that this mountain was not too steep, and it was easier to climb. But it still took almost an hour to climb up. If it weren't for the 6 bodyguards who followed them, they wouldn't have dared to come to such a remote place. How was the shot? After finishing the drink, Qin Shichi leaned over to look at the screen. After a while, yes, she nodded with satisfaction and went to the cloud disk. There was no family group, and it wasn't that there was no internet. This had never happened to their mobile phones, even in the desert. 24/7. All terrain. There is signal everywhere, and it is still full. It is truly a super fast network companionship anytime and anywhere. I didn't feel it before, but as my knowledge grows, I can't help but feel it. They gradually understood how high the technical requirements were to achieve this. This was definitely military-grade technology, and they had no idea where it came from. Perhaps. Is it because my brother is too rich and the state is assisting him? It's possible. Compared with my tragic situation last time, this trip was much better. I brought my bodyguards with me and didn't encounter any bad things like abduction and abduction. But to say it was completely smooth was not necessarily the case. Because they were pretty, they would inevitably encounter people who wanted to chat with them on the way. To this, they all just had the same feeling. Spicy ears. Routine. Show off. Flattery. Humor. Each shows his or her own magical powers, and although it's a bit disgusting, it also makes him grow a lot. Just then, heaven. There was a sound of propellers. The 3 women looked up and saw a helicopter flying over. What is this helicopter for? Qin Shichi asked casually. The words fell. The bodyguard on the side spoke. Hunting. Wild wolves and wild boars are often found here. They're responsible for controlling the population. Sometimes, they're also responsible for hunting overpopulated kangaroos. Oh, Qin Shichi suddenly understood. Indeed, I've heard that the land here is sparsely populated and some animals are overrun, such as kangaroos and hares, and dozens or millions of them have to be killed a year to control them. Otherwise, affect the ecology. Certainly, the big reason is also because of economic interests. Is there a wolf? Hearing the wolf, Qin Shiyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although she knew that the bodyguard around her were skilled and armed, she was still worried. It's okay, our luck is not that bad. Qin Shichi comforted. This girl, just too timid. Well, what to do? Will I be bullied by my husband's family in the future? This worries her. Sky, on the helicopter. Why haven't I encountered a pack of wolves for a long time? It's strange. Today is a good day for hunting. The experienced hunter asked doubtfully. The past. When patrolling, you can encounter them from time to time. Today, after flying around for a few times, we saw a few wild boars and those annoying silly kangaroos. But this month, according to regulations, we were not allowed to shoot them. Then, not a single shot was fired. There's no rush. We can't run away anyway. We have a week's permission for hunting. The hunter next to him was nonchalant and took a nap lazily. Wolf, belonging to the minority, They were only ordered to break up some large wolf packs and were not allowed to kill more. In comparison, they still killed many kangaroos. After all, it is mostly kangaroos that destroy the environment. Also, you can still sell them for money, but not wolves. You can collect them, but selling them is illegal. If you encounter them, you will kill them. If you don't encounter them, it's not a big deal. Suddenly, the driver screamed in surprise. There's someone down there. Where is it? Let me see if it's a poacher. The two of them moved to the window and looked down. There were 9 people in total, but no long weapons could be seen. Go down and take a look? One person suggested. But the driver shook his head. I think it's better to forget it. There are many people on the other side. If they're poachers, what can we do if we get down there? We think they didn't rob us. After hearing this, the man was speechless. That's right. If there are poachers, the 3 of us may not be able to control the situation, and poaching is not a big deal. Australia is too big. There is no shortage of wildlife. Steal again. As long as it does not reach a large scale, it is impossible to destroy the ecosystem here if it is a tourist. The driver's voice comes through the loudspeaker. People below, please pay attention. There are wolves and other dangerous creatures here. Please pay attention to safety and don't run around to avoid causing harm to everyone. People below, please pay attention here. Go around in a circle. Shout 3 times. Withdraw. Seeing the helicopter disappear in front of her eyes, Qin Shichi was a little nervous and hurried down the mountain. If she encountered a pack of wolves, she would probably be recalled immediately by her family. Now, 6 miles away, in a jungle, a gentle clearing mission was being carried out. Woo, woo! More than 30 wild wolves formed a circle, looking around vigilantly, looking like they were facing a formidable enemy, and whining, as if begging for mercy. The Wolf King shivered. Now, they are being surrounded, but the ones surrounding it are not other wolves, but 3 people dressed in black, standing with their hands behind their backs, forming a triangle. He stood motionless, staring at them with cold eyes. The chill and faint murderous aura made them as sensitive to danger as if it was winter. Not long ago, they encountered 3 people. Then, there was a fight. The result was cruel. 30 against 3, they were beaten to a loss. Although many of our own side were not seriously injured, the gap in strength was as big as a natural chasm. After, they were surrounded. 3, around 30. No matter where they break through, they will be beaten back. After a few times, they are also very smart and understand the other party's intentions and do not want them to leave here. Nature, the strong are respected. Therefore, they were so scared that they could only gather together and whine. Suddenly, the Wolf King was startled when he saw the 3 people moving. Then he saw the 3 people running away in the same direction. They immediately knew that they were safe. Woo! The Wolf King howled. Turn around. Running away with the tribe. He is worthy of being a natural enemy. It is too scary. Before, I only thought that humans had strong long-range attacks, but now I see that Chibo is also powerful. Half an hour later, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out in the wilderness of Australia and Western Australia. The helicopter flew high and could see far away, and soon discovered several waves of wolves. Then, how many wolves were killed in each pack? Closed the team. Far away, Qin Shichi and the others had already gone down the mountain and boarded a huge white RV. In front of it, ordinary RVs could only be regarded as children and overshadowed. Lengthened, widened, increased height. It has everything common RVs have. It also has things that ordinary RVs don't have. There's even a section at the end that houses a rather large-looking swimming pool. Swimming is a bit more difficult, but there are 3 or 5 people inside, so it's definitely not crowded. Comfortable, reclining on the soft sofa, Qin Shichi looked satisfied. She had mentioned at the beginning that she had to choose the right hotel to stay in, otherwise who would know whether she would be able to do it properly. The words fell. Tang Qing said that he would provide an RV. Take a look here. Hua, this is completely a mobile home with a swimming pool. They like it very much. This way, they don't have to stay in a hotel. Safety? forehead. This was also what surprised them. The entire vehicle was bulletproof, and its level was slightly weaker than that of the marching army. As long as someone didn't use extraordinary weapons, they wouldn't be afraid. The coefficient is extremely high. Later, only then did they realize that this was also the masterpiece of their elder brother, but it could only be driven abroad. The regulations on modified vehicles here were relatively loose, and the roads were wide. There was also a chef accompanying him. Anyway, not bad. Soon, the car hit the road again, and when I sat on it, I could hardly feel any vibration, and there was no sound from the engine. When I asked, I found out that it was using a battery. Only, after 3 days on the road, it seems that it has not been recharged. All right, I don't really understand. I just thought that my brother's company was high-tech. You know, microcrystalline technology is the world's #1 photovoltaic company, leading in photovoltaic technology. At the same time, battery technology is also very advanced, and they often have access to experimental-level technologies that the outside world knows nothing about. Wash your face. Tea house. The three of them drank iced black tea and looked at the wilderness scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. They were very comfortable. From the outside, it looked like a huge black metal shell. Look inside. It's clear glass. Single penetration. Double see-through. The perspective can be adjusted, just like having an extra floor-to-ceiling window in the car. This is rarely so bold in the global automotive field. One word. Trench. At this time, Qin Shiqi called Tang Qing eagerly. Brother, your car is so interesting, but it's a pity that you can't drive it in China. It's too long and you can't go to some places. But it's really interesting and stable. Today we want to climb a mountain. It took almost an hour to climb up. We also encountered a hunting helicopter and said there were wolves nearby, so we got down quickly. We also met a kangaroo on the road, but when he saw us, he ran away. Qin Shiqi chirped. They were the only ones who dared to complain to Tang Qing about this matter. Tang Qing listened with a smile and replied a few words from time to time. Previous life. Even if you want to hear the nagging, it is difficult to hear. They didn't even know there was a sister named Tang Yinner, so they didn't find it annoying at all. This time, there were apparently 12 people assigned to them, including 6 full-time bodyguards and 6 drivers and chefs. Secretly, there's a small team. 36 people. Secret protection. Period. However, I have dealt with several waves of people with bad intentions, and even one foreigner wanted to kidnap me. Even with 6 bodyguards, I couldn't stop some. Evil thoughts. To this, soldiers faithfully implement a principle. Kill. Never mind. 10 days later. Sonia. Back. Qin Shiqi sighed. This graduation trip with her 2 younger sisters was finally completed, and she had a lot of fun along the way. But, still a little disappointed. For example, it broke a lot of illusions. Some places are indeed better in memory, but seeing them in person, it completely destroys the beauty. It is better not to go. Next time, still according to plan. Antarctica, Arctic, glacier, snowfield, aurora, extremely daylight. A place with fewer people would probably be closer to nature. Just last week, going to Canada was full of twists and turns, and the trip didn't stop at the end. They saw a little bit of the cruel reality behind this glamorous world. Anyway, they never wanted to go to Canada again. Certainly, the final solution was quite satisfactory. Otherwise, still have to worry for a while. Overall, Qin Shiqi felt that the trip was worthwhile. She gained more knowledge, understood human nature more clearly, and felt how good she is now. Soon, the 3 girls came to the Seaview Villa, treating it as the end of their trip. They planned to rest here for a week and then return to Qinyan City to report for the start of school. It's hot outside. Living room. The 3 of them were blowing on the air conditioner and watching the TV, which was showing local news. As of today, after 3 months of hard work at Yalong Bay, Sanya Bay, and other major beaches, the water quality has been greatly improved and has won unanimous praise from tourists. Go to the beach. At this time, the reporter is interviewing a tourist. Do you think the seawater quality after the treatment is satisfactory? Hearing this, the tourists had smiles on their faces. Satisfied? Very satisfied. When I came here last year, to be honest, I really couldn't bear to look at it. I thought the beaches were like those in the movies, crystal clear and without impurities. But when I saw it at that time, my heart dropped. The water quality was not as good as the river near my home. Every beach disappointed me, only worse and worse. Come again this year. Yeah, much better. The water is clear and has no impurities. This is what I, or those of us who have always lived inland, expect from the sea. Sea, blue sky, spray, fine sand. I have to say that the changes here are huge. In this way, if you want to see the most beautiful beaches, you don't have to go to the Maldives or Myanmar. Then, I interviewed a few more tourists. Same. The water quality has been getting worse and worse over the years. This is an undisputed fact. Pity. In the past, there was no way. At first, when Delhi province was open to the public, they were really envious of it, and many even went there to play. When they came back later, they found that their own beaches were indeed too far apart. Water quality, sand color, and service. Anyway, I was taught a good lesson. Now, once the technology is achieved, the water quality will be restored to previously unimaginable quality within a few months. Of course, everyone is happy because this means more tourists and more income. Next, we will continue to work hard to improve the quality of tourism and build this place into a world-class tourist attraction and welcome more tourists to come here. Finally, it was someone from the local tourism bureau who made the final speech. Finished reading. It was managed quite quickly, Tang Qing said. That's right. Qin Shiqi continued. If we don't save ourselves, everyone will be gone. The air tickets to Delhi province are not expensive, and the visa on arrival, in terms of cost-effectiveness, is a huge advantage. Outside world, there is naturally praise for Sonia's change. This execution is commendable. That's right. I went to Sonia for a trip at the beginning of the year, and then to Delhi province. I decided at that time that if the water quality of Sonia's beaches remained unchanged, I would not go there again. Same. Now it seems that we can still expect it. Final. There are many places where you can't see. Want to see. Either go to deeper seas or go abroad. Now I can finally see it nearby. Although the nearest Myanmar is convenient, it is. Air tickets are difficult to book. No way. So hot. Domestic. Foreign. It is the end point of countless flights, and you often need to book a month in advance or take the land route to go there for a fun trip, which is quite a hassle. Certainly, its status cannot be shaken. After all, this is the only tourist attraction on the Bailey coastline. On average, the density of the beach is far less than that of Sanya, which is also a bright spot. And this is an advantage that Sanya cannot match temporarily or in the long term. The large number of people is also a worry. In the hot season, it is exactly like making dumplings. Anyway, each has its own advantages, depending on the needs of tourists. Work hard. At present, there is still a certain gap, such as supporting facilities and prices. For the same money, Delhi province is more cost-effective. Indeed, but I believe it will continue to get better. Yes, I have confidence in our execution. I have visited several ancient towns recently and found that the water quality has improved to some extent. It will be better in the future. Looking forward to it. In addition to Sanya, after the emergence of water purifiers, many ancient towns and water towns in China are actively introducing them to improve local water quality and restore good water. This matter, it has become a trend. Otherwise, you are not correct. Others fix it. The water that looks dirty to you may look clean to others. In the internet age, there is no doubt that the speed of communication will lead to negative reviews immediately. Then, I have to think about change. For a while, the tourism ratings of these places have soared, further stimulating the development of more attractions. Everyone's tolerance for smelly lakes and smelly rivers is getting lower and lower. Local improvements have also begun, but the scale is not large, because many are waiting for the OVE Foundation, a global charity organization that has gathered countless donations and will release the funds when the 6-month period is up. By then, add a little locally. Fundraise a little more. Do the math. It will only happen next month. Compared with major scenic spots, lakes and rivers and non-scenic spots are not so urgent. Take your time, and it will be solved next year at the latest. Villa with sea view. Living room. I heard that the Shanghai Stock Exchange has also started to regulate the entire Huangpu River. It has been going on for a month now, and the effect seems to be good. The water is clear. Qin Shiqi recalled a piece of news. I'll check, he said. Tang Yinner took out her phone and entered keywords. Search. Suddenly, related news comes out. Indeed, it has been going on since the beginning of last month, including the entire area and the lakes and water flows upstream. All walks of life have donated enthusiastically. Nearly 3.9 billion yuan in governance funds have been received, and my two companies have donated 1 billion yuan. In this regard, Tang Yinner was not surprised at all. Rich, capricious. His brother likes to make money, but does not love money. He is lavish in painting. So he talked about Qingyuan technology, which was announced publicly not long after the water purifier came out. Take out 10 billion. Invest in water purification of inland lakes. TSK. Admire. Now, it has been very effective. The water quality has greatly improved. In order to reduce the discharge of domestic and industrial sewage, Shanghai has launched a very large project. What? Water purification plant. Tang Yinner said. To this. She's familiar with it too. Myanmar's sewage treatment technology has shocked the outside world. It can reduce the discharge of polluted water by more than 97%. Quite awesome. Truth. She also couldn't understand what path Mian Yao was taking. Every technology that could change the world came out as if it had been favored by the gods. Made countless amounts of money. But it is admirable because their technologies benefit the world. Wine. It has solved the addiction of some items, saved millions of families, and almost destroyed an industry. It is of great merit and significance. Demoning vehicle. So far, more than 20 million mines have been discharged, which may cause danger to people at any time. In some places, pictures of mine clearance vehicles are directly provided. Worship daily. Transcription, stock solution. Cancer, leukemia, as well as some terminal diseases, they have been completely treated. Millions of people are alive. There are medical and surgical cabins, and there are 0 manual mistakes which shock the world. Future. There is no limit to the number of people it can save. Filter the solution. 100% filtration of harmful gases achieved 0 emission of industrial pollution, changing the global environment. Later, the solid lock solution solved the volatilization of harmful gases. Last year, the prepared liquid is launched. All right, this can be considered a profitable project for now. At the beginning of this year, we launched a water purifier and supporting sewage treatment equipment, which was another good thing. One after another, one by one. World, it seems to be a little brighter than 5 years ago, and these changes are all positive. At this time, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Tang Qing was looking at a piece of data and nodded with satisfaction. This was the sales data of global water purification equipment. After being collected, his colleagues were very serious. Promote everywhere. Europe. Beautiful. Day. These developed countries. Orders are few. There is no way. People have been doing environmental protection since many years ago, and with the relocation of heavy industry, there is less pollution. Want them to buy it. Oh, Tang Qing was not that optimistic at first, because his foundation was there. In fact, the real consumer customers are the vast number of developing countries. Now, except Beijing, major first-tier cities, as well as some second-tier cities with large populations, have already begun planning to invest in water purification plant projects to reduce sewage discharge. Construction has already started in Beijing, completed by the end of the year. By then, if the effect is good, more will naturally follow suit. Now that air pollution has been basically solved, the environmental protection tasks in various places mainly fall on water pollution. As for solid pollution, temporary. I still don't have much of a clue, but more expensive methods have been developed, such as drying the garbage and then burning it. In the past, worry about emissions. Now, after the emission problem is solved, people can burn it as they please, so some people propose to build more garbage incineration plants. Tang Qing thinks this is a solution. But, after all, it is not a long-term solution, etc. Next year, we will roll out solid waste treatment technology, and we will have to eat our food one bite at a time. This will already be a big enough stimulus to the world. Early morning, Shanghai Stock Exchange, Huangpu River. Many citizens looked at the much clearer river water and sincerely lamented that the water purifier was so effective. The water quality of the Huangpu River has been impressive for many years. Now, it became clear. For a while, I'm still a little uncomfortable with it, especially the people who have been around me since I was a child. They're used to seeing it before, but looking at it now, I feel like I'm going the wrong way. Certainly, my heart is filled with joy. This water quality has not been seen in 100 years, right? Someone lamented. More than that. Yes. Historically, this place was an important coastal town. Many people lived on both sides of the river a long time ago. All the water was poured into it, and it has always been quite turbid. It looks good. I hope it will be clearer, like the stream. It's not easy. Someone shook his head slightly, saying that it was absolutely clear. Disaster. After all, it is a big city with a population of tens of millions, and urban sewage will not be discharged into it. But when it rains, all the wastewater will flow into the Huangpu River, which is more than 100 kilometers long. But most of the time, this is enough, and everyone can accept it. After all, no matter what, if the dust of a city flows down the river, how can it be expected to be dust-free? That's nonsense. I heard that the Pearl River is also under management. It seems that in a few years, the problem of river water quality in our country should no longer be a problem. Great kindness. Yeah, the Yellow River will also become a clear river. At this point in the conversation, everyone sighed again. Ox. It has been more than a year since the improvement of the Yellow River Basin began. Sand-fixing vegetation has been planted in the upper reaches. With the help of oases, the effect is remarkable. The sediment content in the downstream dropped sharply. After, the monitoring of the entire basin has laid a solid foundation for the prevention and control of water quality in the Yellow River. It is clear where the pollution started and if there is a problem. Easy to check. Period. However, a lot of news has been exposed, saying that a company secretly discharged chemical raw materials into the Yellow River and was detected. They followed the clues and found them out not long after. It's time to pass. The penalty is due. After a few times, this kind of behavior happens less and less. After the Yellow River is managed, the next step is to control the Yangtze River. Once these two rivers are managed, the water quality of their basins and tributaries will be improved immediately. We will wait and see. Everyone is looking forward to it. There is no doubt whether it can be done. The determination of the leaders is unquestionable. Just wait and see. By then, maybe we can really restore a piece of green mountains and green waters. At this time, Egypt, the sun is setting over the Nile River. Upstream, 5 large ships were parked in the middle of the river. The one upstream was working with huge spraying equipment, constantly spraying things into the water. A closer look. That's a lot of powder. The water quality in the central spray area is obviously different. The farther out, the water quality becomes worse and worse. It is not turbid, but the gap is obvious compared with the spray area. On board, the captain sat quietly on the edge of the boat. Days. As the captain, there is really nothing for him to do. The spraying equipment is automated, the raw materials are put in, and it is started directly, and then there is nothing else to do. This is the water purification ship that arrived just 2 weeks ago. The Egyptian authorities purchased it to improve the water quality of the Nile River. There is no other way. There are more than 80 million people in Egypt, and more than 95% of them live in Nile and both sides of the river. Irrigation. Drink. It all depends on it. However, this is the lower river. The upper reaches come from many countries and finally converge. The water quality is worrying, and the pollution of the entire river has been very serious. No way. There are many people. 80 to 90 million people eat one river. Industry. Life. The sewage generated can only be discharged here. The further downstream, the water quality becomes worse and worse. So, the Egyptian authorities gritted their teeth and ordered 10 ships, 2 spray boats, 8 recovery vessels. Very expensive. It cost nearly $300 million to purchase from a Chinese shipyard. It was not because of its speed in shipbuilding, but because the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company placed an order last year. Apparently, it was expected that some countries would demand it. Then, they became the first batch of buyers. Due to the long distance, it took more than 20 days to get it to them by sea. Training. On duty. Star drying. 5 boats are upstream. 5 ships are in midstream. It is used to improve the water quality of the Nile River basin. At the same time, Egypt has also carried out rectification of the surrounding sewage problems, rather than shutting down the plant. How dare? No more campaign funds? Compromise. The authorities build sewage pipelines in areas with dense industries, centralize sewage discharge, and then rely on Myanmar's sewage treatment technology for filtration. In this way, it can reduce industrial pollution by about 70%. Domestic sewage? Forehead. I can't care about it for now. Egypt's plan is to proceed step by step. Too much money has been spent recently, and the demand for water purifiers is a continuous consumable. Therefore, we can only wait until we have more time and then think of a solution. Soon, finish loading the ingredients. There was a row of people sitting on the edge of the boat. This work made the crew happy. It stopped in the middle of the river without having to walk, and the water purification materials were also transported by boat. Far away, the recycling ship was very busy. Recycled things need to be processed. When a recycling chamber is full, all kinds of impurities in the water, black and yellow, will be sent to the desert. What to do? Son, these impurities are the source of water pollution, various bacteria, viruses, microorganisms, miscellaneous, but for deserts, they're like half a layer of nutrients. It is different from pure chemical raw materials. And this. It was also the suggestion given by Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company at the beginning. It can be said that it was heartfelt and did not fool them into building a treatment plant. It looked very conscientious. Then, impressed by the sincerity and the cost reduced, Egypt took action immediately. Purchase. They also hope that this river, which has nourished them for thousands of years, will become clear again. At the same time, they're complaining about a kind of Egyptian scientist. It's useless. Waste. Nothing can be cracked. Look, is this a water purifier? It's money. According to cost accounting, the amount of spraying by the 2 ships in one day would consume raw materials worth 10 million Asian dollars. What about a year? $500 million. Depend on. Really quite a lot. Truth. They are also wondering why the authorities are so generous. Although the conditions given are good, spending $500 million a year is not their style. Oasis can still make money back. Water purifier. Almost pure devotion. All right, I'm too lazy to think about it. Maybe the Egyptian authorities are thinking about the people. After all, in terms of results, the Egyptians are the ones who benefit. Maybe there's lobbying power inside. But at least it produced good results. Chatting. They went to another country. Have you heard that the Indian side also wants to improve the Ganges River, but so far, they don't have a clue. It is estimated that there will be no results after this year. Why? Someone was curious. Money. The states that flow through are still arguing about their share. Some say it's based on the length of each state. Some say it's based on population, and some says it's based on emissions. They can't be unified. It's not surprising. We had a lot of quarrels over the transcription of the original liquid, the construction of cities, and the donation to the O Foundation's Oasis. Until now, I heard that the Oasis donation from the O Foundation is still being talked about and has not been implemented. However, the O Foundation has been open-minded and paid the money long ago. We will only start when the quarrel is resolved. At this point, they smiled inwardly. Fortunately, Egypt did not have so many troubles. India. At this time, watching water pollution control in some countries in full swing, I feel envious. Thinking back to my own country, many people are so angry. Depend on. At the end of March, the foundation gave nearly 1.5 billion US dollars to the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, but it is now the end of August and the construction has not started yet. Have no choice. Speechless. No solution. Each country has a posture that I don't have, and I can't let you have it. In the end, we have no choice but to wait until March next year. I'll go. Do you still want face? Look at other people. It only takes a month from the establishment of a project to the start of construction. Look at India. The money has been received, but the project has been delayed for almost 5 months. The corpse is a vegetarian. It's useless. It's so inefficient, so embarrassing. How many people are sad and lamenting, and there are a lot of curses, but the media is calm as usual because this is no longer a hot topic in India. 5 months. How many people were numb looking at it? At the same time, many people also suggested it. Discount. Let Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company refund the money. You can always split the money. Many people went to leave messages at the bottom of the official website of the O Foundation to see if this could happen. However, the foundation responded calmly. Most of the money was donated by overseas Indians. When people donated, they specified the purpose and gave it to the foundation to avoid misappropriation. Therefore, expect discounts. It's a dream. Even overseas Indian groups also made it clear that this money must be used for desert management and firmly disagreed with any form of misappropriation. Snort. Overseas Indians are not fools. If they're making noise now, will they stop making noise after discount? Among those who are clamoring for discounts, there may not be traces of various states. Therefore, they firmly disagreed with the discount. Joke. God knows whose pocket the money will end up in after discounting. More than 1 billion US dollars is a huge amount, and to many people, it is a big piece of fat. India. Somewhere. It seems that this money really cannot be discounted. Our overseas publicity has almost no effect. Damn it. How can these people be so rigid? Donating goods and donating money are the same. Humph. A bunch of bastards who have forgotten their roots. A pot-bellied Indian cursed and had more than $1 billion. If the governance project was implemented, they would not make a dime. However, if it were turned into a donation, I would be drooling just thinking about how much I could eat. Unfortunately, the donors would not relent, so they could only watch from the sidelines. Envious. Envy. Hatred. Why think about it? At the end of March, the OV Foundation donated more than 30 billion US dollars to Myanmar Asia Environmental Protection Technology Company at a staggering speed. It makes people vomit blood with envy. Depend on, do you have any sense of risk control? Do you have any insurance measures? And do you consider other people's feelings? It makes people so jealous. More than 30 billion. Still dollars. Oh my gosh. How much wealth is this? Paid directly in cash to a company. Are there any other companies in the world that have such treatment? No. No have. Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. This company, too, has received huge donations every day since the original transcription solution came out. It's really like lying down and getting paid. Well, gas. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Their medical technology is also ranked among the best in the world. Although their reputation is mainly based on generic drugs, they cannot imitate the original transcription solution. Annoying. At this time, a new message came. Overseas Indian donors have jointly requested all Indian states to make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will no longer donate to local public welfare projects in India. After listening, another shouting, but they're still somewhat rational. They know that the Desert Transformation Project that has not been implemented for 5 months has angered these people. They're not afraid of it, but they are afraid of public opinion. And this. It also appeared in the media of various countries that day. Tear each other apart. It is the favorite of all media. Before, it was India's unilateral inaction. This time, new forces have been added. With conflicts, there is something to watch. For a while, it was very lively. The other end, China, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. Whether India was talking about it or how long it would last had nothing to do with him. Anyway, the money had already arrived in the account. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. if you want whatever. At this time, he was in a meeting with Ali. Dear directors, after nearly a year of design and modification, we have completed all tests of Huawei and can update and go online at any time. A vice president reported the good news. Huawei. It came out much earlier than in the previous life. In fact, Alibaba has been doing loan-related business for a long time, but it has not been targeted at general consumers. Last time, Era went on sale, and because it adopted an installment payment method similar to white strips and greatly lowered the threshold, Mayan also started to have some thoughts. Then, project establishment. Start drying. Today, I finally have a finished product. Certainly, the name was given by Tang Qing. Although the histories are surprisingly similar, they are not identical, especially with him as a big butterfly. Okay. Mayan said 3 times in a row. Huawei. For Alibaba, it is of great significance. Firstly, it can stimulate consumption. Secondly, it can also make some small money from it. Thirdly, it can also accumulate experience. Now, Alibaba is not just sitting in a corner. It is only in China. It has opened its stalls in dozens of countries around the world, and some have even gone online and started business. Therefore, consumer finance is a product that Alibaba cannot avoid, and no one wants to avoid it. He has wanted to do this for a long time, mainly due to policy constraints. It's not something you could just do if you want to. After all, Ali's money is limited. This time, I only spent $600 million to test the waters. When the money is spent, I will either get a loan from a bank or do an ABS, issue bonds, and raise funds. All require policies. No. As soon as it was liberalized this year, Alibaba hurriedly launched with a base of $600 million and a loan of 1 minute and 2 seconds from the bank, and it could obtain nearly $2 billion in funds. Next, the bank won't give you a loan. It doesn't matter. The country has gradually liberalized ABS, asset securitization financing. If the $2 billion is spent, the existing high-quality Huawei loans can be used as support. Financing another $2 billion from the capital market. Spent. Remelt. 1 round. 2nd round. 3 rounds. As long as this securitized object has high credit, that is, consumers have a high willingness to repay, then Alibaba's Huawei will not be short of money to lend to consumers. Can keep looping. 10 times. 100 times. It is not difficult to build a fund worth hundreds of billions. But Mayan hasn't thought that far yet. What she mainly thinks about now is the stable operation of the project. Aside, Tang Qing was extremely calm. Huawei. It took a few years in the previous life to go from an initial capital of $3 billion to more than $300 billion. I have to say that this business is quite stable. Later, the central bank took a look. This leverage has exceeded 100 times. No. Later, the China Securities Regulatory Commission, banks, and the central bank decided after research to set the number of issuances at 5, but that will be in the future. Now, there is no limit. No restrictions. Good. Not good either. The good thing is that financing is convenient. On the bad side, there is another reason. The door is opened and the breeze blows in, but it is not just the breeze. Turbidity, fragrant food, fly, mosquito, it's all here. Many policies come out with very good intentions, but they cannot resist people with ulterior motives who want to take advantage of loopholes and take advantage of the rules to make huge profits. Disrupt the market. Therefore, the general principle of this type of policy is to loosen it first and then tighten it, because when the legislation was enacted, many new things had not yet appeared, so it is difficult to prevent them in advance. It can only be like clothes. There are holes. Repair it. Let people who need clothes have some clothes to wear, and it will not be a one-size-fits-all situation. Flies and mosquitoes can't get in, but fresh air can't be sucked in. That is a failure. Spend ahead of time. In China, it has never been widely recognized. The mainstream thinking is that as big a mouth as you have, you can eat as much food as you want. If you can't afford it, just endure it. Under normal circumstances, don't borrow money for consumption. Indeed, this is a good habit. No, it should be said that it is very good. There's a saying that goes well. If you have food at home, you will not panic. If it is like Europe and the United States, if you eat what you eat and eat what you eat, it will be fine in normal times. But a special period comes. Depression. That's how many people are bankrupt. How many people's houses are about to be repossessed by the bank. How many people can't even afford to fill their cars with gas, and they're desperately waiting for relief. It can be described as miserable. But the reason for all this is not the fault of excessive consumption, but the fault of excessive consumption of any item, no matter how delicious it is. If you eat too much, you will be exhausted. Therefore, what Tang Qing objects to is uncontrolled advanced consumption. If in moderation, it is a reasonable proportion to grasp a certain degree and spend forward according to the expectation of 1/5 to 1/10 of his annual salary. To oneself, to people, yu qi, yu gua, all have many benefits. First, I can enjoy it myself, and secondly, I don't have to ask others to borrow money, which will hurt the relationship. The company will make money, and the country will also have a tax. For example, a person's annual salary is 120,000 yuan, and the Huabei quota can be opened to 24,000 yuan. No matter how much this money is spent, it will not reduce his quality of life throughout the year. So, it is a business that benefits the country and the people. What we really need to be vigilant about is the rise of dark web loans. Personal loans were ruined by dark web loans with ultra-high interest rates in previous lives. Several thousand. Roll. Tens of thousands. 100,000. Commonly seen. Many of them are specially set up and are completely fraudulent. Of course, we must crack down on them. Once you encounter this situation, the best way is to call the police. Certainly, the principal and interest that should be repaid cannot be ignored. Usually, the definition is the annual interest rate is higher than 36%. A helpless reality is that in the current judiciary, loan sharking does not constitute a crime. It's just a civil economic dispute. Go to court. You also have to repay the principal and interest. If the annual interest rate is less than 36%, you still have to repay it. The higher part is not used. Tang Qing disagrees with this. 36. The following. It's a civil dispute, okay, but above. They should be sentenced directly to the appropriate levels and sentenced accordingly. This kind of interest rate has seriously disrupted the social and economic order and must be severely cracked down. Too high. Bad. Severe punishment is needed. To this, it's not that Tang Qing has done nothing. When some people take advantage of illegal online loans, they will be dealt with like fraudsters, crack down on them, report them, or use illegal online loans. Let them lose all their money. There are many ways. Otherwise, it was originally a good financial behavior, but someone crossed the line and everyone yelled about it. It was really unfair, and I want to let those scammers take a hard look at it. The cruelty of this society. Then, the vice president introduced the characteristics and interest rates of Huabei in detail, because this is what the whole company needs to cooperate with, and it can be regarded as a comprehensive report. Tang Qing listened quietly. Interest rate. Not too high. If you pay in installments for 1 year, 7%. If it is overdue, there will be a penalty interest of 0.05% per day, which is not low, but it also depends on the situation. Huabei does not stimulate large amounts of consumption. After all, no matter what, there must be a quota. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. The current set limit is 20,000. This still stipulates that the payment will only be given if the consumption exceeds this amount within a year. The annual interest rate is much lower than that of a credit card. And this is only 5/10,000ths if it is overdue. Not overdue. If the repayment is made in the next month, there will be no interest on Huabei. The longest interest-free period is 40 days. Even if it is an installment payment, the interest charge will be very small. Issue 3, 1.8. 6 issues for 0.5. 1 year, 7.5. Real. Very conscientious. Half the price than using a credit card. Secondly, it's credit. For the time being, we can only rely on the company's self-confidence assessment. The bank's credit report is not something Ollie can check. Therefore, we mainly use 2 aspects of the credit system. First, Ollie, based on its past consumption. Second, tiny. As the largest office software system in China, it has long had a huge working relationship and its own credit evaluation system, which is quite mature. In this way, some bad debts can be avoided. At last, the launch time is determined, and it is set on August 31st. After the meeting, connect with My Unilone. This attempt should allow Alibaba to move faster. When the test is completed by the end of the year, Alibaba's overseas financial services platform can also be launched. Mayan said, "Now, Ali went abroad and expanded aggressively. Nature, we will not let go of the foreign consumer finance market. After all, although the interest on Huabei installments is not much, as long as the amount is increased, there will be profits. Why not more? Do the math. Bank loans require interest, and the interest on commercial loans is expensive. Calculated, the cost is already a few percent. Also, the same goes for ABS. Financing is not about how much you borrow or how much you pay back. When people buy your ABS bonds, they also look at the income. If the income is about the same as depositing it in the bank, then they will buy it. This cost, it's 4 to 5%. Then, after deducting various expenses, tax rates, etc., the net profit left for Ali is less than 2%. How much money does the outside world think Ali has made? No idea. Bank, brokerage dealers, investors, all parties have to take a cut from it. Looking at the rates, we can know that Huabei makes almost no money. Relatively speaking, it is better to make more money by borrowing Bei. Directly 0.05%, the same as a credit card. But still not a huge profit, because Ali's money is borrowed from the bank or financed. The bank's credit card uses his own money, and his earnings are several percentage points higher than Ali's. This time, taking advantage of the opportunity, Ali also obtained consumer finance photos in many countries. At this moment, he deeply felt the power of those allies, as if there is nothing they cannot do in their country. Very powerful, accessible up and down. And at least 1/3 of them still have banks, but they vary in size. When they heard about online consumer finance, they were very interested and they all bought a share. Then, Alibaba has more than a dozen financial licenses, as well as these branches controlled by Ali and held by local partners have almost solved Ali's overseas financing problems, and some do not even need ABS. Borrowed directly from its bank, which greatly reduces the cost. Then, a rather embarrassing problem arises. The interest rates of Huabei in China are much higher than those abroad, and they may be criticized by unknown people in the future. He said he made more money from them. Black heart, eat inside and out. Profiteer. To this, just thinking of it as a joke, of course. This matter, it's not that it can't be explained. Most of the masses still have brains. Soon, finished chatting, Tang Qing stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the scenery of half of the park, and took a sip of hot tea. Huabei, Jianbei, was born 5 years early. Premature birth? No, exactly. The popularization of mobile internet has accelerated the development of e-commerce. Only after the credit system gradually matured and policies were opened, such financial services became available. Apparently, with his help. For G, it came out 5 years early. In the previous life, 4G commercialization began in China in 2013, but in this life, 4G licenses were issued 2 years ago. At the same time, real smartphones were launched 3 years ahead of schedule, and the era of 1,000 yuan smartphones was almost 4 years ahead of schedule. Therefore, it's not considered premature birth. Future, Alibaba has another way to make money. It won't be much at first, but the snowball will grow bigger and bigger. It will be no problem to earn 3 to 5 billion a year. And this is still the domestic market. Plus abroad, if it develops well, it will be a huge number per year. Although tens of billions are a bit high, 18 billion is still conceivable. Actually, he can also do it. For example, the lending institution, which is the original investor, uses a small financial services group instead of Alibaba's Ant Financial. But still gave up. First, after all, we are Alibaba's largest shareholder, and we have a hand in everything, making it seem like we have no way to make money. Secondly, We really don't like it. 10 billion. Is it much? The unit is still RMB. Third, Tang Qing is actually working on Xiao, WeChat, and Tushio. Personal loans on these platforms naturally uses loan companies. Only, it does not involve consumer finance, such as Huabei, and information sharing, such as borrowing from Ant Financial, will reduce the limit at Xiao Financial. Anyway, all to avoid expanding debt. Otherwise, someone borrows too much and cannot pay it back, and in turn scolds the platform for not lending him so much money. This kind of thing will definitely happen. Have no choice. You can't say the other person is wrong. After all, it's like a piece of cake that dangles in front of people's eyes, making people salivate. In the end, they can't help but eat it. Later they regret it and say that you used food to seduce him. Strictly speaking, that's right. But this cannot be used to negate this business practice. To this, all he can do is control the scale and mainly solve the embarrassing problems of small and medium-sized funds. In addition to controlling the borrower's risk, he also controls his own risk. At this time, Jingdong Baiqiao is currently in preparation and will be online within a month at most. After all, behind it stands the powerful ERV. Money. No shortage. ERV Commercial Bank has already opened a branch in China, but it is not well known because, like other foreign banks, it has fixed deposit restrictions. Every transaction, 500,000 yuan. Therefore, ordinary customers are out of reach. ERV owns more than 40% of JD.com shares. It's not easy for JD.com to borrow money from it. Technology. No more problems. Good. Tang Qing likes this kind of fighting each other more and more, but this doesn't seem to count because the groups on both sides are not quite the same. Besides, ERV is the majority shareholder of Penguin. This time, there is nothing wrong with it. Even in the previous life, Wild Eye's sense of existence was extremely low. In this life, WeChat has been taken over by himself. So, there is no need for Penguin to get involved. Its positioning is still in games. With the support of ERV's game development, Penguin can remain the #1 in the domestic gaming industry. 31 days. Early morning. Alipay update. Huabei? What is it? Many people were confused. After clicking in and taking a look, they quickly understood what was going on. This is not a credit card. It's just an electronic credit card. Immediately, many people see the essence. Then, be curious. After filling in the information and submitting the application according to the process, the quota came out almost instantly. The speed was so fast that many people shouted, "So fast!" Then, just see your limit. 5,000. It's not much. When I apply for a credit card, it's at least tens of thousands, but that's right. This is a private platform after all, and it doesn't have as much capital as banks. Many people came up with a reason. Because this is true. Then, learn more. It turns out that the limit can be increased later. It's good. It's very user-friendly. Although the limit is not much, you can spend it first and pay it back every month without interest. Hey, I still have a loan. Wow, this is good, this is good. When you need money urgently, this is a timely help. You don't have to ask people to borrow money and cause trouble to others. Not bad. Unfortunately, I only have 10,000. Don't rush. Take your time. The interest rate is 0.5% per day. It's quite high, but it's okay. It's not like a credit card, which has specified uses. You can do whatever you want. Many people like it. After all, who borrows money when they are in urgent need of money? Don't you have any point in mind about the other party's psychology when being lent money? Credit card, but cannot withdraw cash. If you want to cash out, you have to pay a handling fee. The process is troublesome. Now, as long as you move your fingers, you can get the money, which is convenient and fast, and 50% is the maximum amount. As mentioned above, you can borrow it if your credit is high. The minimum can be 2 10,000s. That way, simply a conscience. Soon. WeChat has also been updated. Sure enough, we are advancing and retreating at the same time. Like Ollie, we launch cash loans. Not bad, not bad. This is much better than what banks do. Everyone knows that it is difficult to borrow money from banks. Online. This function is great. My salary is due next month. Now I have nothing in my pocket. I want to buy a computer now. I don't have to wait until next month. Indeed, it is very useful. I agree. The interest rate is also suitable. This month is interest-free, and the installment interest is not high. Compared with a credit card, it is much more convenient, and the income is not as much as a bank credit card. Why? Money has a cost. Banks absorb deposits from depositors. How much is the interest rate? All these financing costs are at least commercial loan interest rates. Oh, the bank makes money. That's right. Ollie makes hard money, and the lending threshold is much lower than that of credit cards. It's a big plus for people who are in urgent need of tens of millions of dollars to turn around in small amounts. Yeah, there was a lot of praise, but everyone didn't think much about the risks because the limit is really not much, a few thousand yuan. Who can't afford it? Certainly. There are also those who are dissatisfied, such as student groups, college students. On both platforms, the Huabei quota is very fixed, only 1,000. It is the same for all this group. If they want more, they can only wait until they graduate from college. To this, a lot of complaints, but most of them agree that 1,000 yuan is just 1 month's living expenses for most students. No matter how much it is, they really can't afford it. They don't know. Actually, at first, we have discussed not giving a quota to college students, not even a dime, so as not to spend too much money, and the living expenses will be exceeded, and parents will complain about their dissatisfaction. But, still decide give 1,000. There is not one more point. This is the total amount of the two major platforms. After all, college is already half a foot in society and has independent thoughts. Denying its credibility is not a good thing. Early morning. The updates of the two major platforms have caused a lot of excitement on the internet. Everyone is rushing to see how much credit they have and how much money they can borrow. I'm only 3,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, huh? It seems to be related to my usual consumption turnover. My colleagues who work overtime with me like online shopping more than me. 13,000. Damn, I'm 500. 500? I guess it's because you didn't fill in all the information or it's a new account. Most of them are 2 or 3,000, and there are very few tens of thousands. Everyone gradually understands this credit evaluation system is very rigorous and will not suddenly give a person a large credit limit. In this way, it can also stop some people from irrational consumption. It's good. It's better to be more rigorous. It scares me to see more. That's right. The key is convenience. In the future, for urgent needs of 3 to 500, I can borrow it directly from WeChat, which is 50,000 yuan, and only pay a few yuan in interest in 3 to 5 days. Conscience. What everyone likes more is the withdrawal system. Whether it is a micro loan or a loan, you can withdraw cash at any time. This is divided into two aspects. Withdraw to WeChat or Alipay balance. Arrive in seconds. If you use a bank card, it will be slower. Most people like this because many people withdraw money to a bank card for spending. Buy groceries, have a meal, transfer, consumption, and these. With the popularity of mobile payment, there is no need to mention bank cards. Now, even the vendors in the vegetable market and any roadside stall support it. Therefore, many people love this feature. 5,000. One day, when you need money urgently, it is not high. Many people need it urgently. 3 to 5 days, 10 days, or even half a month is enough. How much is the interest? 10,000 yuan. If you use it for 1 month, you will only be given an interest of 150 yuan. If you ask a friend to borrow 150 yuan, when you pay it back, it will be almost the same amount as a meal. Someone said, unclear. Friend, what interest is there to talk about? It's not normal to borrow 10,000 and pay back 10,000 when the debt is divided. Otherwise, what are friends and relatives, so why should we give them interest? Forehead. Well, this is a person's way of life. Everyone has his own position and opinion. You can't say it is wrong. You can only say it. It's better to be nice to others. Beijing. Somewhere. Awesome. Lu Dong tested the 2 pieces of software and sighed his heart. This represents a big step forward for the 2 major companies to officially enter the field of consumer finance. Think about it. This will be a huge market. WeChat, Alipay. These two have almost occupied more than 85% of China's mobile payment field, and borrowings can be directly used for consumption. So, this means that it targets a wide range of groups. So big, deep, they are all on an unprecedented scale. Certainly, this does not mean that you can do everyone's business. After all, Chinese people's consumption habits are still based on their ability, and they prefer to save. And most people don't like to borrow money and live within their means. The number of people who actually use the two loan products is estimated to be no more than 10% of the total users. But this ratio is already very high, because the base it targets is too large. As long as the risks are properly controlled, the profits are quite considerable. Big profit? Forehead. He doesn't dare to speak nonsense. After all, even banks with such strict risk control still have bad debts. This is even true for banks, although the two major platforms have credit assessment capabilities. But, after all, the base is large. Bank. Those who fail to meet the standards will not be given a dime. Ali. WeChat. If the identity information is almost true, there is a minimum limit of 200, which is very risky. He calculated that the combined profits of the two major platforms were as high as 3%. Bank. The bad debt rate is just over 1%. Platform. There's a high probability that it will be a little higher than this number. If it reaches 2%, the two major platforms will almost be in a truly low-profit era. If it exceeds 3%, TSK, then you may face losses. Now, if the credit of the two major platforms is overdue, there will be no record on personal credit, which means that the overdue cost will be greatly reduced just thinking about it. Well, this business, it seemed like a boom, but the future was unpredictable. Unless overdue loans were included in the credit report, he could guarantee that a large amount of profits would be eaten up by bad debts. But, although there are pitfalls, but JD.com still has to keep up. Borrow it? Microloan? No. For the time being, JD.com will only learn from Huawei, engage in consumer finance, and only consume on the JD.com platform. In this way, it can control risks and avoid taking too big steps. Click. Paying. Immediately, an email was sent to various executives to determine the topic of tomorrow morning's meeting. Shenzhen market. Penguin. Alas. A sigh. Now, Penguin has almost been pushed out of the top spot in the social field. On the PC side, Penguin still maintains the #1 share, but in the mobile field, total defeat. WeChat. Having taken the lion's share of the market, Penguin leaves more memories for everyone. Under such user conditions, how can we get a loan? It's ridiculous. Say it again. That little money. Boring. He quickly calculated the profits of Alibaba and WeChat. If they don't increase the volume, they won't make much money at all, and they may even suffer losses due to bad debts. Therefore, this dish really doesn't taste good. At this time, how much money can be made from its games? YRV's strong game development capabilities have made it invincible in making a lot of money. Really, it is better to lean against the big tree to enjoy the shade. Yes, you guys are playing, and I won't accompany you. In addition to the two major internet companies, many giants seem to have seen a new world and then analyzed it carefully, and all their thoughts were immediately extinguished. License, user, cost, income, risk. After some calculations, it turned out to be a trap. It was like doing charity for a small amount of money. It lacked a credit rating and matching overdue penalties. Bad debts. Unavoidable questions can drag them to death. In other words, Alibaba and Tang Qing have a large business and a large number of users. They can use their huge transaction volume to pay off bad debts with their profits. So, it's better to go to sleep. They can't play the game played by the big guys. Many people have also seen that the loan limits of the two major platforms are not too high. 2 to 30,000 people will die. 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. These large capital needs are still not met. But when you think about it, such a large platform does not offer loans of 50,000 or 100,000. I couldn't help but think, is there a pitfall? Definitely. Must. Otherwise, The two major companies would not do anything for their own good, and they are not without money. Think about it. One person can have bad debts worth several thousand yuan, and one person can have bad debts worth tens of thousands. The difference is not small. Also, there are also some people who have evil thoughts. Loans are a good business. If done properly, they can make huge profits. These people quickly get up. The more I think about it, the better. The two major platforms don't dare to do large amounts, but they do. As long as they choose the right target and formulate a good collection process, they don't have to worry about making money. Haha, what a good business. At this time, many people seem to have opened up a new world. As for whether this is immoral or not, just like those who engage in fraud, they all have a reason to convince themselves. Snort. We're not doing anything bad. Rather, let those people understand that advanced consumption is not something ordinary people can play around with. We must learn to do what we can and let them understand it. The cruelty of this society. It's helping them grow. Early morning. The sun is rising. Beijing. Tang Qing dodged and appeared in the villa. Instead of wandering around the world for one night, he practiced diligently and enjoyed the fun of becoming stronger. Now, although he has no rival in terms of strength, the feeling of detachment is very enjoyable. As for the fact that he has to wait for a big enemy to come out and give him a fight. Cut. Never mind. Silly. Looking for excitement. It would be better for the world to be normal. It is good as it is now. A strong self provides a sense of security that money cannot bring. After all, more money. This life. It's also a matter that can be settled with just a peanut. It's even possible to go downstairs, fall down, and become paralyzed directly. This is not impossible. Or, when you go out, a man suddenly rushes up and stabs you. Be like that. Oh, how unlucky are you waiting? Look at the time. Go out. As the car drove towards Huaqing University, the graduate student reported that, of course, he had to come in person to meet his tutor, classmates, and school leaders. Previous life. He had also longed for this institution. What a pity. His strength did not allow it. In this life, he had cleared Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Fudan University. If he hadn't cheated, he really wouldn't have been able to clear them. It felt pretty good. At least, a dream I once had was fulfilled. In the car, after a night of fermentation, the personal loan function began to explode after dawn. The internet was full of jubilation, praising it and applying for it one after another. Certainly, not exactly looking for a loan. Rather, I want to know my limit. Many people gave it a try, especially Huabei, which offered free service fees for the month, which inspired many people to place orders in the early morning. Not big. Many are dozens or hundreds of items ready to be purchased. Borrow it. Microloans. The data of these two items are quite stable. After all, it is early in the morning and most people have gone to bed. As soon as this morning started, the data of these two items continued to increase. Not bad. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Earned? No. It's early. Whether a business is profitable or not depends on time. Just like stock trading, if you make 500 today, you will lose 1,000 tomorrow, and you will make another 1,000 the day after tomorrow. Lose 2,000 the day after tomorrow. Get up. Luo luo. Only when you exit and sell can you tell whether you made a profit or a loss. The same goes for loans. If you lend them out, you have to pay them back before you can give a conclusion. Bad debts. Inevitable. To this, Tang Qing didn't care. First, we have done risk control, so we won't lose too much. Second, if they really don't pay it back, they're either really in trouble or they are old people. If it's the former, you should also lend a hand and collect money. Maximum of 1 text message per month. Phone bombardment? Never mind. Don't do this immoral thing. The latter. Then for the time being, you should do good deeds and accumulate virtue. Since it is difficult to screen out, then don't screen out. Anyway, the credibility of this kind of people on the platform will not be very high. Several hundred. Thousands. We can afford to lose, and the worst we can do is eat up the profits, so it's not a big deal. Future. If you're overdue for a long time, you will definitely have to enter the credit report. This is unstoppable. It is not caused by the company forcing people to pay back the money, but due to the improvement of the social credit system. But by then, as long as it's not too much, just 1 or 2,000, Tang Qing won't report it and affect other people's lives. If the amount is huge, there's nothing he can do. World. After all, there are some rules that need to be followed. Soon, arrive at Tsinghua University. Southeast Gate. Door. Several men and women stood on the side of the road, watching the passing vehicles. Tang Qing was coming today. Of course, the school had to make careful arrangements and sent a vice principal, followed by several relevant leaders. Although, they all have administrative levels, which are not low, but it also depends on who the target is. If they are simply rich, they may still hesitate. After all, this is a school, and scholars cannot lose their pride. But Tang Qing is different. Straight a student. Study God. Xuexian. Almost any words that can be thought of are not exaggerated. They are not welcoming a businessman, but a learned master and scholar. Before, they all knew about Fudan's defense, which was shocking. A man so rich and smart was a rare sight in a century. Undergraduate. Take the 5th degree. And, when I graduated, I was recognized by almost all the defense teachers as having a knowledge level above that of a graduate student, or even higher, with an extremely solid foundation. Now, it is unprecedented to study for 6 postgraduate degrees at the same time. With such a genius in the mining world, they will not lose any respect as the receptionist. Future. This is a master who spans many realms. Here we come. There was a sudden sound, and everyone was shocked. In the distance, they saw 3 cars slowly approaching, 2 domineering off-road vehicles in front and behind them, and marching with domineering in the middle, coming in force. To this, they didn't feel any discomfort. Of course, such a treasure must be well protected. Otherwise, if it gets bumped, many people will feel distressed. For Tang Qing, the doctoral supervisors of the school were all crazy. At last, it was 2 academicians who stood out and became Tang Qing's mentors in 2 majors at Tsinghua University. Not only at Tsinghua University, but also at Peking University, 10 minutes away. The same is true. No way. Tang Qing is too evil. Talented. Have wealth. A teacher, of course, hopes to have outstanding students. And Tang Qing is not just outstanding. He has already reached the rank of rare treasure. Therefore, the 2 final winners from Peking University are also academicians. As for the tutor at Fudan, only one is a professor, and the other is just a professor, but he is well known in the industry. Anyway, none of Tang Qing's 6 graduate tutors were mortals. Door. The car stops. Classmate Tang, welcome to Tsinghua University. Seeing Tang Qing, the vice principal stepped forward and looked at the face that looked more mature than 5 years ago with a smile. Have to admit, handsome. This time, since Tsinghua Graduate School starts 2 days early, Tang Qing has to report to Peking University the day after tomorrow. As for Fudan, it has to be after Peking University. Anyway, Tang Qing has been very busy these days. Hello, Principal Su. Tang Qing smiled politely. Then, after greetings, the vice principal followed the march, introducing the situation along the way. He knew that Tang Qing would rarely come in the future. But, special people, special treatment. As agreed, Tang Qing only needs to participate in some necessary activities, such as the opening ceremony and final exams. If he is in class, he is allowed to connect remotely. If something happens, leave available. No restrictions. Anyway, there are not many classes for graduate students, and they're not difficult. The main purpose is projects, experiments, and papers, and Tang Qing can do these by himself. Anyway, to Tang Qing, extremely preferential treatment, because there is really nothing to restrict. Once someone is a top student, he will be ahead of countless others and participate in scientific research projects early. Even, working every day is a very dedicated job. Subordinates. Tens of thousands of scientific research teams work day by day. Being busy every day and working around the clock is a bit too much. Because overtime is restricted, it has become a laughing matter in the industry. Among these tens of thousands of people, most are postgraduate degrees. Doctors gather together. Next year, Once the other 5 parks are completed, Tang Qing's scientific research personnel will easily exceed 50,000, plus the research institutes that cooperate with all 211 universities. Its research and development capabilities are definitely second to none in the country. Soon, Tang Qing met the other school leaders. Another welcome, the principal looked at this face and sighed. It is really a boy who is a hero. The miracles this man created are beyond the reach of countless people. Money is one aspect. After all, Tsinghua University is one of the highest universities. Talking about money is too vulgar. But knowledge. 5 undergraduate courses. 6 masters. Future. There is a high probability that Tang Qing will continue to study for a doctorate under the names of these mentors. And if this continues, the possibility of obtaining it is almost certain. No more running. Therefore, 6 doctoral degrees. Unprecedented. Although many people in history have received doctorate titles exceeding this number, those are titles, honorary doctorates, not real doctorates. Former. It mainly depends on fame and honor. The latter. It is learning with real talent. Although Tang Qing will be accepted by Peking University, Tsinghua University, and Fudan University is still much better than not getting any at all. So, they're also very satisfied. After the introduction, Tang Qing met the 2 mentors. He had met them before and was relatively familiar with them. Both mentors were very old and had passed the retirement age. Like many academicians, retire. It does not mean the end of the job. Usually, he will be reemployed to lead certain projects or lead graduate students. Looking at Tang Qing, the more he looks at him, the more satisfied he becomes. Modesty. Polite. Arrogance is restrained and not arrogant. Subsequently, everyone sat around, chat, drink tea. As for the registration matter, Tang Qing didn't need to bother. With such high scores, the school directly waived the tuition. Should such students charge tuition? This is nonsense. Spread the word. Shame on you. Fudan and Peking University both offered free tuition. As for scholarships and grants, Tang Qing declined them, saying they would be reserved for those in need. At this time, other side, Qingyan City, Yintang University. Today, Yintang University has also ushered in the first day of school. There are banners at the door. Compared with the opening of school last year, this year, there are finally seniors and seniors to take care of them. Airport. Station. Yintang's buses brought busloads of students. Compared to the previous class, the benefits for this class were not as good, so they could only come from home at their own expense. To this, no one has an opinion. After all, I have to ask the school to pay for the travel expenses to go to school, which is a bit much. Parents who send their children here can't help but admire the school environment. Of course, they have known about it before applying to apply here. After seeing it, they feel relieved. At least, in these 4 years, the child will not suffer too much. Dormitory. Satisfied. Wander to the cafeteria. Door. A banner is posted. With the student card, new students can receive a cake for free with their family members. This is one of the school benefits, and there is no need to prove that your mother is your mother. Can come in. First of all, a screening was conducted. Yintang University is semi-enclosed, and students can come and go freely, but outsiders are not allowed to enter at will. Take a look. Many people are queuing up. Free pastries, of course. Come forward. Take out your student card. Brush. There was an extra piece of pastry in his hand. It was so exquisite that it made people want to eat it. One bite. Parents are even more satisfied, and students are looking forward to it. While eating, go into the cafeteria. Okay. The transparent kitchen. How to cook is clear at a glance. Looking at the busy figures in the window cabinet, eating exquisite and unambiguous pastries in a clean environment. I feel relieved about my children's food. Chinese food, Western food, everything is available. The key is that it's not expensive. All major cuisines are available. The learning atmosphere is rich, and the school is also equipped with a health clinic, which is almost comparable to a small hospital. The facilities are quite complete. After, many parents took the free coupons and happily went out with their children. Qingyan City is also well known in the domestic tourism industry. Take a trip. No turning around. Why didn't you come here in vain? Afternoon. Tang Qing met his new classmates. Compared with the dozens of undergraduate classes, a graduate tutor usually only has a few, but this class. Add Tang Qing. 3. It's rare. Looking at Tang Qing, the other two students were a little excited to be under the control of an academician. They said it didn't matter, but that wasn't necessarily the case. They were all scientists at home, hold an important position. Even, some of them directly participated in secret-level national defense projects and became familiar with their instructors, so they became their disciples. Before that, they knew that Tang Qing was a classmate. Quite happy. Chatted for a while. Withdraw. He wanted to meet another classmate under another instructor, and there was one more here. Tang Qing didn't talk to them much, and just agreed to have a meal together in the evening. After Tang Qing left, several people were also excited. There is no doubt that there are many benefits to such a classmate. Putting aside some utilitarian factors, just talking about academics. From now on, I could also use one more person to ask for advice. Anyway, they have earned it. Go out. Before returning to the villa, the car drove all the way to the west. It took nearly half an hour to reach the destination. What appeared in front of us was a huge construction site. Of course, it's not a crowd-funded housing. Faster. Not so fast. The design work has not been completed yet. Just like designing the park, Tang Qing set a basic standard. No cage-like rooms. Feature. Fine. Interesting. Safety. Big tender. I strive to create some unique features. In my previous life, I saw too many cage-like communities. They were all the same and boring. Life was too devoid of a sense of ritual. Therefore, building your own house must be different. In front of you, it is the construction site of the Beijing Park. The project was established at the beginning of the year. After the land acquisition, design, and bidding were completed, construction began. Now, how many buildings have emerged? Each one is very distinctive. What to say? This is also a collection of the best of the Chinese design community. Thousands of design institutes participated in the competition, and in the end, more than 400 designs stood out. Now, it is in full swing from drawing to reality. Aside, the project leader introduced respectfully. Chairman, the underground engineering of the entire project has been capped, and the construction of above-ground buildings and the decoration of underground facilities are beginning. 2 shifts. Modularization. The progress has been faster than planned. Estimated. The main construction can be completed 1 month ahead of schedule, with quality and quantity guaranteed. Tang Qing nodded silently. Last time, for this matter, he personally spent a week traveling to many provinces across the country to determine the location of the park and experimental site. Construction site. Tang Qing is wearing a safety helmet. Wandering around. There's a buzzing, busy scene, and dust suppression facilities can be seen everywhere. Even though there are many construction vehicles, there is no smoke and dust like ordinary construction sites. Pretty clean. Far away. A pillar. Standing on a platform. If you know it, you'll find that this pillar is a positioning pillar, used to provide positioning services for projection equipment. In this way, then it could be the same as over there in Roy City. Drawing. It becomes a 3-dimensional image. Visualization. It is difficult to repair errors, which greatly improves the convenience of construction. However, although it is advanced and easy to use, it is mainly used in projects of the Myanmar Bank Group. Elsewhere, not much, mainly because it's expensive. After all, one set costs several million, which ordinary construction companies would be reluctant to part with. But their own project is still a big one, so the money is spent. It's trivial. While walking, in front of Tang Qing's eyes, it was rendered into what it would look like after it was completed. He was quite satisfied. He spent a lot of money and energy on the design, and the effect would not be bad. On area, it's bigger than the one on the Shanghai Stock Exchange. This time, 5 new parks have been added. The park in Beijing is not the largest. The largest one is in Rongqing, which is 1.8 times the size of the Shanghai Park and 1.3 times the size of the Beijing Park. Aside, seeing Tang Qing nod. Party A's representative. Party B, Design Institute. Supervision. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This is Party A's biggest boss. The aura is too dazzling. If there is any dissatisfaction, it is their negligence. It didn't take long. Finish shopping. Very good. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. Finished. Evacuate. Next time I come, I have to wait for completion and delivery. At this time, in order to put it into use after it is completed, the relevant recruitment work has already begun. It is obviously impossible for these people to be relocated to the Shanghai market and cannot be accommodated. Simple. Rent. Find some office buildings in major cities, book a hotel nearby, and start training directly. The first part is mainly about the company's rules and regulations. Secondly, training professional skills. After all, even if you're a graduate student or PhD, you may not be able to do everything in the industry. Therefore, you need to be promoted before you can officially take up the job. At last, it's half a job. For example, some projects in Shanghai require manpower, so you can temporarily join a team and start contacting them, mainly responsible for some research and development assistance. If you're super capable, okay, you could be dispatched to a park in Shanghai to participate on-site. Anyway, Tang Qing's goal is simple. After the park is completed, there will be a group of highly skilled and professional scientific researchers who can go directly to work. Evening. Villa. A group of people are sitting around wearing clothes. Eat. Drinking. 2 academician tutors, 5 classmates, and 7 other people including Tang Qing, ate food prepared by top-notch cooking skills, even the 2 academicians. I can't help but admire it. It's delicious. The effect of the prepared liquid is too strong. Although they are not in the field of biochemistry, how could they not know about the prepared liquid, which shocked the world? Now, the ingredients it cultivates are popular all over the world. One word: expensive. A complete treat for the taste buds. In March this year, the global share of prepared liquid was only 500 billion Asian dollars, which is not as good as Oasis. But next year, I estimate that it can double. It's possible. It's so profitable, this technology. Yeah, pity. Globally exclusive, no other semicolon. Imitation? Anyway, I didn't see any success and they were not in the field of biochemistry, so they could only sigh with emotion, and they didn't have the idea of, I want to crack it. At this time, another classmate spoke. Oasis, as expected, should also cover 100,000 square kilometers, plus 1 trillion yuan of prepared solutions, transcription solutions, filtration solutions, and water purifiers. Conservative estimate. Next year, with these technologies alone, the Myanmar Bank Group's product sales will exceed 350 billion yuan, or about 500 billion US dollars. Do the math. Everyone is shocked. 5,100 million. Still in US dollars, this kind of sales is truly astonishing. It ranks first among the Fortune 500 companies. It is definitely not in the top spot. Even last year, it was already the number 1. But Fortune doesn't rank that way. Perhaps it is because they think the Myanmar Bank Group is a bit complicated, or maybe it is the pride of Europe and the United States, which separates its subsidiaries and lists them separately in the top 500. A top 5. A top 100. This year, last month, the 2009 Fortune Global 500 list was announced. The ranking of Myanmar Asia environmental protection technology companies did not rise. On the contrary, dropped a bit. No way. The one in front is too perverted. First, Royal Dutch Shell has annual sales of 450 billion US dollars. In 2008, its sales were still 350 billion US dollars, an increase of 100 billion US dollars a year. Second, ExxonMobil, with annual sales of 440 billion US dollars, has also increased a lot, from more than 37 billion US dollars to 70 billion US dollars. Third, Walmart, 400 billion. Fourth, BP, 3006. Then, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company ranked 5th in the last statistical period. As for Myanmar Bank Group, it did not appear on the list alone. Otherwise, if on, the number 1 company is definitely not gone, because the business of the Myanmar Bank Group goes beyond that, involving almost all aspects of local people's livelihood, as well as banks. Very complicated. Statistics are difficult. Simply, Fortune simply gave up and did not count everything. Despite this, no one dared to ignore this behemoth, a giant that was as rich as the country. Chatting, the topic returned to the project. By the way, classmate Tang, how is your research on helicopters going? Tang Qing is working on airplanes, which is no secret in the industry. Hear the words. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. It's progressing very fast. At the end of the year, in December, the first flight test will be carried out. It's so fast, a classmate exclaimed. Suddenly, several other students also continued to behead their heads. It takes a lot of time for an airplane, even a helicopter, to go from conception to maiden flight. After all, first voyage. It is not the first test. The first flight is almost equal to the inside of the game. The project is almost completed, and only the stage of checking for leaks and filling in the gaps and finding some bugs is left. But everyone thought again. That's right. With Tang Qing's scientific research team, it doesn't seem too difficult to get a helicopter. After all, the threshold for helicopter technology is relatively low. Not a fighter jet. At that time, if you have time, you can go and observe. Tang Qing invited with a smile. Knowing that he was renovating the aircraft, many people wanted to see him. Simply, be direct and generous and bring it up. One listened. Everyone laughed. Okay, I must go. What kind of helicopter is it? One instructor asked curiously. The words fell. Tang Qing had nothing to hide, so he took out his mobile phone and pretended to operate it a few times. The next moment, the wall on the right immediately turned into a TV screen. Above, Project Introduction is playing. Moment. They were attracted by the Big Mac on the screen. Huge. Huge. Extra large. This was their first feeling because the first thing that caught their eyes was the figure parked on the runway, with 4 people standing side by side in front of it. The proportions are clear. In front of it. People. It's really a bit small, just a little taller than the wheel, with 4 huge cantilevers stretched out. To be honest, at first glance, they thought they saw a drone. So similar. For wings. Science fiction. Without people in the picture, it would be hard to imagine it being real. So big. Handsome. Good-looking. Everyone's eyes shone. They were all science majors. For industrial design, their love for industrial design was engraved in their bones. The helicopter was like a giant beast in front of them. The more I watch, the more I like it. Then, the introduction begins on the screen. The more you listen, the more shocked they were. What did they hear? It has a load capacity of over 100 tons, a speed more than twice that of ordinary helicopters, and an ultra-long endurance. It's amazing. Yes, with such a big lifting capacity, Danke can lift several trucks. Awesome. And its safety system is incredible. The 4 cantilevers can not only extend, but also rotate 360 degrees, and the same goes for the rotor. It's so bold. Everyone admired it. Not an exaggeration. It's all from my heart. The 4 cantilevers can rotate, which means if one of them is broken, it doesn't matter. The 4 cantilevers that are perpendicular to each other can be turned into a triangle. Equally stable. Another bad one? Okay. 2. When used as an Osprey helicopter, it can still be balanced. If 3 of them fail, the last one can still drive the other one through the variable speed connector. Therefore, quadcopter. It can fly as long as everything is not damaged. Such designs are not unprecedented, and there are many, but they are difficult to manufacture and have poor concealment. Military. Clearly a target. Civilian. It seems that few people can afford to use it. The most critical thing is that the operation is complicated, various power switching, and technical modifications are required, especially under complex conditions, such as the American Osprey. Yes, Ox. But the requirements for the driver are extremely high. If you are not careful when switching modes, or if your mental quality is not up to par, the machine may be destroyed and someone may die. At this time, everyone couldn't help but look at Tang Qing. Only such a rich man dared to play like this and turn it into reality. Tang Qing like this is so cute. 10 minutes. Finished reading. Only then did they realize that it was not made for fun. Transportation. Put out fires. Medical. Rescue. Go sightseeing. This is a complete set of design purposes, and they couldn't help but marvel. If the scenes in the picture were real, This would not be a toy, but really designed for practicality. At last, we must go and see it when we wait for the first flight. Everyone made up their minds. Okay, I will arrange everything. After meal, they left separately. For the convenience of watching the Olympic Games, Tang Qing's villa was not far from the Olympic Center, and Tsinghua University was only a few kilometers away. Pretty close. In the car, the students sighed for a while. On the first day of contact with Tang Qing, they felt very good. They were humble, gentle, easy to talk to, and had amazing professional abilities. They could even chat with academicians. One word: clothes. We have to work hard, otherwise the gap is too far, and it would be embarrassing to talk about it. A classmate looked out the window and faced the monster Tang Qing. They are too different. The next few days, Tsinghua University, Peking University, Tang Qing ran in both directions, attending 2 opening ceremonies, and both were asked to give speeches on stage. He had no choice but to go up, but it felt a bit weird. Tsinghua University, Peking University, Fudan. He was asked to speak at the 3 opening ceremonies, so he simply blocked out those sensational words so as not to embarrass himself and get over it. The students from the 2 major universities were very happy and proud. Tang Qing's aura was so dazzling. In the past, when people mentioned Tang Qing, they would only think of Fudan. From now on, they can also form a relationship. Alumni. September 6th, afternoon. In Chiren's big villa. I have been here for a week and will go back tomorrow. Before leaving, the few friends in the capital naturally want to get together. This time, Peiyang is here too. Tang Qing smiled in his heart. There's a background. Really awesome. The difficulty of asking for leave is not much more difficult than drinking water. Of course, Peiyang is not a playboy. The main reason is that there have been no big exercises or events recently. Not busy. Otherwise, we also need to pay attention to the impact. Chatting. Then he pulled it on the thermostatic clothes. You know, the test results of the thermostatic clothes I bought from you were very good in various places. When he said this, Peiyang felt happy. Train. It is an inseparable connection. Therefore, the General Logistics Department noticed the emergence of constant temperature clothing and saw a good response from the public. It was finally defined and made into military uniforms, and was first tested on a small scale. They're the ones here. Give it a try. The effect is really good. For summer training, the benefits are not too great. It is praised by everyone, although there is no complete conclusion on the safety of training uniforms. But it is not very comfortable for the user without strenuous exercise. If nothing happens, you will receive a big order soon. Peiyang said firmly. At this time, the old man and the family also praised it. But is there any excess production? Peiyang asked. Yes. Tang Qing nodded. The output of 60,000 tons is for external sales. After deducting the use of the Shungtang dynasty and working overtime, it should be enough. The amount is 18 million sets. Little things. That's good. Peiyang laughed. In front of you. I first met this young face in an accident. The more I got in touch with him, the more I felt I had earned it. It was not easy to be an interesting friend. At this time, Zheng Lin next to him said, I heard that the core raw material of the thermostatic clothes comes from the Myanmar Bank Group. This matter has actually been gradually spread, but it has not been broadcast in the media. After all, at the last banquet, these words were only revealed to the upper echelons of Yangqing. I heard it at that time. An expression like this seems to be much more reasonable. After all, no one can imitate such technology at present, which is unscientific. However, put on the Myanmar Bank Group. Everything has become reasonable, just like the holographic projection technology that was previously cooperated with Tang Qing. The core components also come from the Myanmar Bank Group and cannot be copied. Also, there are a lot of coveted technologies that can only be seen from a distance. Therefore, I don't feel any shame, and I can't help but envy Tang Qing's luck. Have a look. Relying on Tang Kai, Tang Qing has another flagship product. And, exclusive, earning tens of billions a year is as easy as drinking water. It is enviable, but not enviable. This is the relationship between people, or in other words, the relationship between relatives. Outsiders get involved? Oh, come to your door. The Myanmar Bank Group will not pay attention to these second generations at all, let alone them. People may not give them the face of their parents. Is a country. I don't have time to write today, just this chapter. A country, no matter how weak. It also has a status internationally and is a member of the United Nations. Although the right to speak is different, it is as strong as the United States. Stamping its feet, the world trembles. Weak. Even the name is not known to everyone. But it is a country after all. What's more, it is still a country with a population of over 50 million and an economy that is now in the top 20 in the world. Even the United States cannot completely ignore this country. Second generation. On this level, it is nothing. Yes. Tang Qing nodded. Actually, at the beginning, the progress was very slow. Later, because of a good relationship, I discovered that there was such a thing, so I used it to develop derivative products. That's how constant temperature materials came into being. Random nonsense. But hear it in everyone's ears, but believe it to be true. What a good luck. Zhai Jihua sighed. These words, not only talking about Tang Qing, but also Tang Kai. Only this relationship will allow Tang Qing to get the exclusive supply and have another money-making tool. 1 year, 60,000 tons, priced at 60 billion renminbi. Envious? Sort of. But that's it. Now, he's not the Zhai Jihua he was 4 years ago. At that time, his heart was still beating wildly for a while when dealing with hundreds of millions or more. Later, Chai Ren, Zheng Lin, Tang Qing, Bao Kaiyu. Together with him, 5 people jointly founded the Jingcheng Huatian Real Estate Company, which has now not only become the leading real estate company in China, but has also been successfully listed on the A-share market. The value skyrocketed. Therefore, the attitude towards money has also changed a lot. Although tens of billions are a lot, so what? We are also rich people. Tens of billions and hundreds of billions are just numbers. Nothing more than more and less. The emotion of envy rarely appears anymore. Chatting. The topic changed. Can your small loan make money? Chiron was curious. It's difficult, Tang Qing said. One listen. Zheng Lin couldn't help but nodded. I also feel that although the coverage area is large, it is difficult to change habits. What is more important is the interest. Your microloan averages 3/10,000ths. After deducting capital costs, bad debts, and operating costs, it is really difficult to make how much money you want, but it is a business that benefits the people. That's right, in Zheng Lin's opinion. Not making money is Huiman. Tang Qing was speechless. Your logic is really true. It suits me. Indeed, he never thought about making money from this, as long as he didn't lose money. Let's solve everyone's urgent needs. Good. Just treat it as a meaningful thing. Anyway, the quota is not high, tens of thousands, and it was promoted on many platforms in the previous life, up to hundreds of thousands. Completely different. After, he would not open such a large quota to individuals. First of all, these people are no longer in urgent need, and the bad debt rate may soar. Yes, we want to help people. But even if I don't make money, I can't still let me lose money. Okay, I'll accept the loss, but once the other party doesn't pay back, they may change the situation. Why did you loan me so much and ask me to pay it back? In this way, what else are you playing? So, Tang Qing's limit for personal loans has been fixed, and only small amounts are for urgent needs. As for loans of more than 10, 200,000, or several million, they are only for businesses. At this time, he then heard Chiron say, recently, with the emergence of Alibaba and WeChat, many people are preparing to invest heavily in internet finance. Unlike you, they mainly use personal funds. What do you think? Danger, Tang Qing said. The cost of personal funds is higher than ours. If you can't raise the interest rate, you will lose money. The most important thing is to collect the debt. High interest rate and high risk. The online loan wave is coming. Moreover, it is easy to create various black online loans with ultra-high interest rates. The entire industry is not standardized now. I can only say that when the waves rise, they recede. The vast majority will lie on the beach. In the courtyard, Tang Qing and several young men sat in a circle. Barbecue, drink wine, chat. Although Tang Qing has been involved in the second-generation circle in the capital more than once, he still has a few friends, and it's not like there are none with better backgrounds than them. Only, they don't quite get along. Although these people who are born with a silver spoon in their mouths have good education, not all of them can become good trees. It is actually enough to understand these things. Behind everyone in front of you is a big tree in a huge circle. And he, Tang Qing, he is not the small businessman he was a few years ago. Even without these protections, he is not a fool. However, Tang Qing has no interest in really fighting with others. Silly. If I have the time, wouldn't it be nice if I could bask in the sun for a while? This is how it is now, making friends with a group of people and spreading benefits to others, such as the listing of 3 companies. Everyone earns. Took the money. Eaters are short-tongued and can help block things out when needed. In this way, life will be more peaceful. The next day, morning, Tang Qing returned to Shanghai and started to get busy, mainly on several projects that he personally took charge of. After more than half a year of project establishment, none of them were completely completed. His busyness. He just walked around, kept an eye on the progress, held meetings, discussed improvement plans, etc. That afternoon, he came to the aerodynamic building. At this time, dozens of people were busy inside. Research, install, logistics. Everyone looked at the huge electric fan in the middle of the factory, which was nearly 4 stories high and larger than the rotor body of the American Osprey helicopter. And it has a more sci-fi feel. Tang Qing originally went for this thing in terms of luxury, with almost no regard for cost or so-called fuel consumption. How cool. How come? Picture a comfortable picture. Otherwise, compromise here, compromise there, pursue economy, and build something else? It's not entirely for commercial interests. Looking at it, Tang Qing likes it. Same. Others like it too. Design. What he fears most is not the technical problem, but the fact that the employer will take the project budget sheet, slap him in the face, and yell, "Cost, cost, cost, lower it for me." But here, cost is a second or even third consideration. In short, no consideration. Looking at that handsome young face, every employee has enthusiasm written on their faces. It feels absolutely right to choose to come here. Not short of money, allowing them to play whatever they want. As long as the design is good, Tang Qing does not care about the cost. This is what many scientific researchers dream of, and they laugh even in their dreams. Research. Dull. Tasteless. We still have to be chased by others to make it economical here and cost-effective there, without degrading performance, and at the same time ensuring lifespan compared with other places. It's like heaven here. Let's get started. Looking at this big electric fan, Tang Qing said with a smile. Not surprisingly, this should be the last rotor model, the version that will actually be installed on a helicopter. Yes. Hearing this, the person in charge also looked excited. Woo, woo, the sirens sounded, and all personnel began to retreat a certain distance. A minute later, the huge engine roared, and the fan blades began to rotate slowly. Soon, a huge sound echoed in the building. It is too difficult to reduce the external noise of this kind of thing. The only thing that can be done is internal noise reduction. Tang Qing didn't pay much attention. After all, it is not for military use, so there's no need to consider concealment too much, as long as it can meet the technical requirements. So the main focus is on internal sound insulation. The effect is good. Like a passenger plane. In a cockpit, it feels just like in a car, quite comfortable. But the cabin sound insulation test is not here, nor is it today's project. The power is 15% stable. The power is 20% stable. The power is 50% stable. Data keeps coming. Soon, when a maximum power is reached, the entire building is already filled with gusts of wind. The 4 propellers must provide more than 100 tons of lift, which is extremely powerful. Everyone almost couldn't stand still. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Time passed slowly, and most people stared at the screen, observing the information sent back by the internal sensors. This was the first step of the test environment. 3 days, 72 hours. It runs continuously, and all operating indicators meet the requirements before it goes to the next place. Before formal assembly, more than 30 tests must be completed. Cumbersome, complex, tired, but the people present were very motivated. Designing an aircraft in 1 year was a huge challenge for them, and they felt full of accomplishment. Someone asked, "How is that possible?" 1 year. Many foreign projects take 10 years or even longer. Generally, companies build them in 1 year, which is a complete joke, but they just make it. It's not that they are awesome, but the requirements are different. Like an Osprey, it took several decades from the conception of the concept to the final batch of the first batch being put into service, but don't forget, it was for military use and had a lot of requirements. What about this? Civilian. Pretty. Big. Thick. Most technologies are not very cutting-edge or advanced, just like military trucks. The most basic requirement is not to be equipped with advanced electronic equipment, but 3 aspects. Durable. Strong. Easy to maintain. What's the point of having so many bells and whistles and driving into a quagmire and getting scared instantly? Therefore, the core concept of the entire project is non-technical. Just want it to be useful. Certainly, it does not mean that there is no high-tech equipment, but the core concept cannot be lost. The simpler, the lower the failure rate. Then build on this and expand. 1 hour later, Tang Qing withdrew, leaving them to continue testing. According to the requirements, this thing would take 3 days to complete before entering the next test. Rain, snow, fog, wind, dust. It must be tested in various environments. After the individual tests are completed, assembly and molding will begin, and all will be tested again, and new projects will be added. Amphibious, extreme cold, plateau, nighttime, low altitude, maneuver, troubleshooting, maintenance, malfunction test, another pile of projects. At last, only then can the test flight begin. By then, it's already December, and the prototype will be assembled on November 1st. The assembly location is in Nova Scotia, where a test base is being built. Finish trying. It does not mean that it can be put on the market, because the test flight is internal, and it will need to fly for up to 600 hours before it can be considered as a basic test. Fortunately, this is not a military project, otherwise there would be more testing content. Due to the project registration, as far as Tang Qing knows, the military seems to be somewhat interested. It's not difficult to understand. First, good-looking and domineering. Second, big. The 100-ton lifting capacity, ultra-long battery life, and ultra-fast speed are all eye-catching and have strong scalability. And Tang Qing had expected this, joking. It doesn't matter who made it. Change it. Military use is not a bad idea. But Tang Qing himself has no plans to do military projects. It is too troublesome, with too many requirements and restrictions, and he is too lazy to worry about it. With this time, let's design something. The days after. Get off work. Work. Attend class. Get out of class is over. Have a meeting. Life. Tang Qing's life is simple and fulfilling. If other people want to stabilize such a big industry, it would be strange if they're not so busy that their feet cannot touch the ground. But he is different. He is not fighting alone. Every time, every moment, he has tens of thousands of sincere subordinates who are looking after his business, any bad habits, internal gangsters, deceiving superiors and deceiving subordinates, etc., all in a dream. Phew, another weekend. Forecourt. Tang Qing was basking in the sun, feeling comfortable. Lin Jiaxue did not quit her job at Comic Group at this time, because graduate students really did not have many classes every day. What's more, she is still studying journalism, and the tutor's topics are mostly related to liberal arts. She doesn't need to study in a laboratory every day, so she has a lot of time. In front of you. Messages flashed by. September. After the equipment gradually arrived and became familiar with the partners of thermostatic materials, almost all of them joined the competition for the thermostatic clothing market, and their sales abroad were booming. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, UAE, Algeria. Business is booming in these Arab countries. People wear white robes all year round. It goes without saying how hot it is. The emergence of thermostatic clothes has exploded the market there. Sales are booming. No, it should be a hot mess. Even due to the limited supply of constant temperature materials and the high profits in the Middle East, many companies there are purchasing materials from their peers and raising prices by 20%, even 30%. However, but few companies sell it because the share of constant temperature materials is related to annual sales. If you sell the materials this year, you won't be able to sell your clothes. So, next year's share will definitely decrease or even drop significantly. Calculated in this way, the gains are not worth the losses, which also causes the prices on the black market to rise steadily. See this. Tang Qing didn't even think about increasing production. No rush. Things are rare and valuable. I just told the leaders of Yangcheng that it would be difficult to increase production, and now we are immediately adding production lines. For a mere 10 to 20 billion, think about it, let's forget it. No one can compete with him anyway. Subsequently, Tang Qing checked Douyin again. Good. 1,000 basic videos represent 1,000 short video directions. Through this guidance, Douyin's content has experienced explosive growth. Brush, brush, brush. Couldn't stop at all. Algorithm. Let people's preferences be revealed, and they can't stop watching. In fact, Tang Qing was not interested in this in his previous life because it was too much of a waste of time. Good years were wasted. But think about it. Human beings are like this. They like to indulge in things they like. If a person becomes useless because of Douyin, is not Douyin's problem. Certainly, there are also problems. Lower your head. Indifferent. It hurts the eyes. There are a lot of crimes, but they cannot cover up their role in culture and entertainment. These apps may one day disappear, but it has brought joy to some people, and that is enough. Soon, it's October. 3 days. Park. The huge office is full of people. Except for Hummingbird's management, the others are mainly Hummingbird's partners in various countries. Certainly, as the second largest shareholder of Hummingbird, Ma Yin was also there, and the projection position was right next to Tang Qing. At this moment, Ma Yin couldn't help but feel a little excited. As of September 23rd, after half a year, all 39 core warehouses have been completed and passed the acceptance inspection. 185 secondary warehouses, 131 have been completed. The number of distribution stations has completed 60% of the plan. Today, it has reached Hummingbird's operating standards. President Hummingbird reported significant progress. For this reason, the specifications that came today are relatively high, and many of them are important beings in various families. Everyone glanced at Tang Qing from time to time. His expression was complicated. Privately, all parties are extremely satisfied with this cooperation. Although they're doing everything they can in various countries, and they're not short of money, no one thinks it is too much money. Estimate. Unless a person can print money, they will feel that money is just how much it is. They are not yet at that level. They still like money very much. Have a look. A young man in his early 20s, in a few years, has reached heights that countless people cannot reach in their lifetime, and he looks back at his descendants. Well, it can't be compared. It's far worse. I wish I could strangle a few of them to death. And, as long as he has money, he is extremely talented. He's like a Winkuxing. He has a 5th undergraduate degree and is studying for a 6th master's degree. He is a monster to the extreme. Simply, in the past 6 months of cooperation, although the number of exchanges between the two parties was only 1, it left a deep impression on them. The biggest feeling was acting vigorously and resolutely. Anything. No procrastination. Dry. Just one word. Constraints? Not all. They also had a deep understanding of Tang Qing's business management system. In addition to admiration, they still admired it, but no one imitated it. Disaster. Each of them has a big business, a long history, and deep roots. It is extremely difficult to change. The system of Tianyin is only suitable for running enterprises, not suitable for running a family. Later, after thinking about it, I was too lazy to set up a third-party supervision company myself and let Tianyin entrust it to the family business. The relationships here were too complicated. It should not be known to outsiders. Also, neither can some welfare companies. They have big businesses, but they also have to win over a lot of people, and their account books are unclear and cannot be trusted. Those who are actually entrusted with supervision are mainly investment companies, partners with others, and it is not a big business, and the people sent there are not confidants. Therefore, simply host it, save worry and effort. After all, if something goes wrong, the loss will be more than just the custody fee. Sitting in his seat, listening to the report, Ma Yun couldn't help but sigh. Even though he was an efficient person, he couldn't say, "I'm convinced," in front of Tang Qing. March. Hummingbird's overseas partners determined that after half a year, although all warehousing and logistics have not been completed, the major core cabins are almost there. Land. Delivered locally quickly. Policy. Nothing to worry about. Construction. It took almost 3 shifts, and in the end, it took only half a year for the core modules of 39 countries to be completed and put into use. It can be said to be very fast. In the past 6 months, Hummingbird has not opened its doors, but its talent training has not fallen behind. Talents recruited from various countries have taken turns to come to China to work and study, and they have become proficient and return home. First place. Tang Qing listened quietly. Hummingbird. It has finally taken off and is blooming in various countries. Although there is not much movement in countries such as Europe and the United States, there is still bread, and you can eat it one bite at a time. If you drink it hard, you'll easily choke. As planned. After the meeting, Hummingbird's business will be online soon. This is a report and a launching ceremony. In order to make Hummingbird operate quickly, shipping will begin in August. Far away places will be shipped first. In early September, some of the major core cabins will have warehousing conditions, and they will start loading goods, waiting for logistics docking. 1 hour later, the meeting is over. At the same time, the overseas version of Taobao, as well as the self-operated e-commerce companies that cooperate with them, have begun to officially connect to Hummingbird's order system, and everyone is paying close attention. Malay. Capital. A man is shopping on Taobao. He likes this newly launched shopping website very much. There are many products, but the logistics is a bit expensive. Shipped from China. Freight costs are not small, and it takes a long time to travel across the ocean. When it is delivered to your hands, it can take as little as 1 or 2 weeks, or as much as 2 or 3 weeks, which is common. Therefore, many people who come to Taobao to shop forget it is too expensive. For some products, the logistics fee is more expensive than the product, and they are really reluctant to part with it. Suddenly, one swipe. Dazzle. The man's eyes widened. Previously, the logistics showed that the goods would arrive within 15 days, but what happened now? It directly shows that it can arrive today. Software failure? Yeah, definitely. He thought it was a failure. Then, I looked at a few more items. The goods can also arrive today, but there are also some special points. It is said that it will be tomorrow. Looking at all this, he can only sigh helplessly. Ollie, it's just that. There was such a serious technical failure. Oh, Nuo Da's reputation has its share of missteps, so the man took a screenshot and posted it on a local social platform, hoping to gain attention. Which material? The eyeballs are drawn. But the message was one of "You must have been in a daze. The wait is finally over. Starting today, we will bid farewell to slow logistics." Even the hummingbirds don't know if this brother has just joined the internet. I also saw it. He went online silently. Surprise. I also remind this brother that it is good to attract attention, but you have to be smart. Agree. Can't blame him. Maybe he just woke up. It took a long time. The man figured out that because of Hummingbird, he seemed to have an impression when he was studying in the United States that China's richest man founded it and cooperated with many countries. Among them is Malaysia. Only, its information is almost invisible in the United States. Graduate. Return home. It had only been more than a week, and I rarely paid attention to local news. Unexpectedly, Hummingbird's core cabin in their country's capital had already begun operations. 10 kilometers. Pack. Loading the car. Transportation. Distribution. It was indeed possible to achieve half-day delivery or one-day delivery. After finding out, he quickly removed the post. If he posted it again, he would probably be despised by more people. Then, log in, place an order. At the same time, he was also calculating the processing speed of the warehouse. What shocked him was that in less than 10 minutes, the things he bought were packed and ready to be loaded into the truck. 20 minutes. Loading the car. 40 minutes. After arriving at the nearest distribution station to his home, within an hour, it showed that a courier was delivering. Although it was because of the proximity, it really was. So fast, the man exclaimed. Do the math. It could be delivered to his home in 2 hours. Immediately, he couldn't help but go online and started searching for information about hummingbirds. He had no other ideas and just wanted to apply for a job. Soon, the man found the official website. Take a look. My heart suddenly went cold. The recruitment for management has ended long ago, and the remaining positions are general positions. I have studied abroad at least. How can I accept it? But I really want to make some money. Immediately, he called a relative of his. Although he was not a high-ranking official, he was at least a small leader in the Kuala Lumpur Human Resources Bureau, so he had some respect. What's the matter? I want to join a private enterprise. Where? The person on the other end didn't say no, obviously thinking it wasn't a big problem. Hummingbird. After a few seconds of silence, the relative said, You'd better find another one. With your ability, you probably won't be able to withstand the intensity there. Huh? The man was stunned. Strength? With your relationship, it shouldn't be difficult to get a relaxed position. The other person seemed to know what he was thinking and continued. This company has strict management. Moreover, the entire recruitment is rarely open to the outside world, especially the management. It is recruited independently by a company called Tianyan. What I said is not very effective. There's another sentence he did not say. Hummingbird. It contains shares of several major families in Malaysia and has a strong background. His little face is really not enough to fill it with people, and he may cause trouble. Therefore, it can be done. I don't want to do it either. Okay, change to another unit and think about it carefully. I still have something to do. After that, snap, hang up the phone. The man was left stunned for a while, and it took him a while to realize that there was more to it than strictly speaking, and he began to ask his friends. 10 minutes later, damn, I just wanted to study abroad for fun. I didn't expect that Hummingbird's background is so strong. Tang Qing really knows how to do business. None of his allies are simple. The man was shocked. 39 countries. Every country. The partners are all from powerful families. It is a bit excessive to cover the sky with one hand, but together they can cover half of the sky. It is a good business practice. Clothes. With so many powerful allies, at least in various countries, there's no need to worry about official difficulties, and various preferential policies can be obtained. Anyway, life would be infinitely better. Have to. Never mind. We'd better find another job and just get by. Tianyan is really strict in recruiting. If he went to the United States to get a third-rate diploma, people would recognize him as a ghost. Eye of heaven. Even in the United States, they are relatively well-known and elite. Generally, those who can get in are mostly outstanding graduates from well-known universities with outstanding abilities. The height of vision is not comparable to that of ordinary companies. Study abroad? Cut. They're all over the world, and their talents come from all over the world. They are not graduates from prestigious schools. In their eyes, there are no bonus points at all, so it is better not to challenge it. A bit salty. Good. Algeria. Capital. Suburbs. Outside a huge core warehouse, Suleiman looked at the vehicles coming in and out with a smile on his face. In October, operations finally started. To say how big this project is, it's not that big, but in the Booty family's business landscape, there are not many at the forefront of business. Most of them are traditional businesses. Food, agriculture, light industry, oil, mineral. These are businesses that have been inherited for decades, or even longer. Cooperating with Tang Qing is also an attempt to try new things and try new breakthroughs. Hummingbird, Ollie, self-operated, logistics. The four major sectors are advancing at the same time. Although delivery is not a new business, nor is selling goods, e-commerce and efficient logistics management contain technology. Watch. It's more high-end than sugar. In front of you. It was the starting point for a new business. And the results satisfied him. The efficient logistics system with one-day delivery had only a vague idea of its impact on business. But now I am gradually understanding what is the speed. It is competitiveness, which can be seen from the e-commerce data currently in operation. Efficiency. The proportion of orders placed by people to purchase goods is rising rapidly, and users in Algeria are now busy enjoying modern logistics. Such a scene occurs in many countries. It's so fast, unparalleled speed. After enjoying one-day delivery, as long as the logistics takes more than 3 days, I may have no patience. What should I do? Yeah. Is this a disability? A bit. Yeah. But such a disability is a positive thing. I have to admire the logistics speed. Thank you, Hummingbird, for bringing efficiency to us. Almost everyone in the capital, where the core cabin is located, is surprised by the amazing efficiency of one-day delivery. Such speed was unimaginable for e-commerce before. It would be great if it can be shipped on the same day. Subsequently, some second-tier cities in various countries are also lively. Haha, we have a sub-warehouse here. You can also enjoy same-day delivery or the next day at the latest. It's great. It feels like it's suddenly in line with international standards. Sub-warehouse. Is the goods complete? Of course. It must be complete, but the quantity may not be large. The difference between the goods in the sub-cabinet and the core cabin is mainly in quantity, and the categories are also very complete, unless there is a hot item or it is sold out. Otherwise, no need for cross-warehouse scheduling. Those people who are used to slow logistics suddenly saw such speed, and many downloaded it out of experience. Register, log in, bind the card, place an order, pay the bill, done in one go, taking advantage of the strong influence of its partners. Although Alipay is of little use in various countries, it does not have to be as useless as before. Privacy, safety, policy. Its functions are greatly limited, but it is still no problem to use it to pay for goods. With a financial license, you can also use Huabei. Borrow it? No. Huabei is consumer finance, and Jiabei is a loan. The business scope of the two is different. Therefore, Jiabei is not available in the overseas version. After all, among the partners, many are engaged in finance and loans. The content of cooperation with Alibaba mainly comes from consumer loans and does not include general loans. But future launch is also a matter of time. Any platform with large traffic would be a fool if it does not monetize. It just needs a process. Hangzhou, Alibaba headquarters. Ma Yin looked at the data of 39 countries, and the smile on her face never stopped. Before getting through with Hummingbird, Taobao was not very competitive abroad. After all, information age, origin, price, market, they are all transparent. You are not the only cross-border e-commerce company. In terms of competitiveness, it is actually very difficult. Compared with the local e-commerce companies in the country, it has almost no advantages. However, it's different now. Same day, the next day, these two logistics benchmarks. It has greatly enhanced Taobao's overseas competitiveness. Compared with getting it in 2 days today or tomorrow, the 1-week logistics time will gradually become unbearable. Like now, just merged. The sales data of the overseas version began to grow significantly, and it has already reached the initial vision. That night, Alibaba headquarters was filled with joy. Ouch! We succeeded. Huh! Everyone hugged each other excitedly, expressing their joy. Before, Taobao had almost no reputation overseas and could only make ends meet. But it is different now. Hummingbird, let Taobao gain wings and usher in a new world. Alibaba will also step onto a new level and gain a firm foothold in overseas markets. Even after half a day, the number of orders is just like flooding the screen, and the number of orders continues to increase because the 39 countries are spread across all continents. It is night here while it may be dawn or noon in other countries. Therefore, the data keeps coming. Previously, the total number of orders in 39 countries in a day is only 1.1 to 1.5 million. This figure would definitely make ordinary companies happy. But this is Ali, and there's still 39 countries. On average, in one country, only tens of thousands of people buy it a day. Obviously, this is an unsatisfactory figure. Today, in one day alone, the order volume exceeded 3 million. If by tomorrow morning, within one statistical day, the order volume is likely to exceed 5 million. Yes, on the first day, many people came out of curiosity. But curiosity killed the cat. After experiencing such a speed, the probability of converting into a loyal user has skyrocketed, as expected, 1 month later. The daily order volume can be stabilized at least 2 million orders. This is still a conservative estimate. As time goes by, there will definitely be more and more orders in a single day. Think of this. Hey, many people laugh from ear to ear. How much will our stock price rise when the market opens the day after tomorrow? It's a pity that the market is closed today, Saturday, so we have to wait until Monday. While they were excited, they also looked forward to it. After Alibaba went public, its market value continued to rise. As loyal employees, of course they have shares in their hands. Now, such good news. Not rising. That's really unreasonable. Many people and institutions even raise their bets in advance, causing Alibaba's stock price to rise slightly by 12 points last week. And this, falling far short of their expectations. I guess at least 5 percentage points. 10, 15, 20, 30. Some people were speechless. You were bidding 30, 50. Thought it was before? The current share price of Alibaba has already ranked among the top 3 Chinese internet companies. First, Qingyuan Technology. Second, Comic Group. No way. These 2 Buddhas are too important. The annual sales of one are in the hundreds of billions, and the profits are exploding. It is even expected to exceed 100 billion in profits this year. It is a real big brother. The valuation of another one has also skyrocketed recently, and its market value has been rising steadily. Headlines. TikTok, like 2 engines, pushing its market value to new highs repeatedly. It seems to be catching up with Qingyuan Technology, and both companies have the same boss. Forehead. No. In addition to Alibaba, as Alibaba's largest shareholder, Tang Qing can be considered half of the boss. In other words, Tang Qing alone dominates the top 3 private enterprises. Terrible. Terrible. A godlike man. In the first 18 years, his reputation was not significant. After the age of 18, he became famous all over the world. The most important thing is to have a solid foundation, unlike those short-lived rich people. It can be said that people at that time did not know Ling Yun would, and they waited until Ling Yun became a master. I think 20% is definitely going to increase. Today's Ali is different from the past. Just the Huabei has increased by 15%. That's right. 50 is a bit exaggerated. 20 is definitely there. Yes, this time, Ali may break into the hundreds of billions of dollars club. At this point, everyone was extremely excited. Chinese private enterprises have hundreds of billions of dollars. Only the top 2. Next week, Ali may be ranked 3rd. At this time, outside world. Today, Hummingbird and Taobaw's overseas logistics docking, same-day delivery and next-day delivery, began to cover the capitals of 39 countries, and the local response was enthusiastic. Alibaba has officially established a foothold abroad. It is reported that in more than half of the partner countries, Alibaba's overseas version has also launched the Huabei service, and Ant Financial has officially entered the international field. Major media. The Hummingbird operation began to be widely reported and praised, especially in China. Many people were excited and felt that it was too much for the Chinese people. Subsequently, I also started to care about Alibaba's stock price. Oh, if I had known, I would have held it for another month. The last time Huabei Jibei appeared, Alibaba increased by 15%, and I actually sold it. Silly. Stupid. I didn't sell it. Investing in the right company will indeed bring good returns. Waiting for Monday, one more house will be added to the account assets. Me too. Maybe I can get an extra Lamborghini. Envy. Big brother. How many people lamented that they did not buy early or sold early? When a market opens next Monday, it is estimated that there may be a sharp rise, and there is no daily limit for Hong Kong stocks. Maybe it will rise immediately. Europe and America. As always, it was all sour with a few good words, but they were drowned by the tide. Most of the words were in the same tone. What are a group of indigenous people so happy about? Half day. One day. Snort. When we go out, we can't buy it. The supermarket is not too far away, and the logistics is not weak. At most, when shopping cross-border, it takes a long time. One-day delivery, we also have it. That's right. Amazon is now blooming everywhere. The hummingbird model is not born out of Amazon. With the support of ERV, one day, the hummingbird will break its wings. That's right. In the end, they have set their sights on Amazon. Although most online shopping is very efficient, Amazon's logistics speed is improving rapidly. Under normal circumstances, it can be delivered within 2 days. Hummingbird's model is similar to Amazon's warehousing model, which is why they look down on Hummingbird. Think of it as posterior. Soon, Amazon responded. We are planning to deploy in developing countries to allow more people to enjoy efficient logistics and improve the efficiency of world commodity circulation. It doesn't hurt. Time. Undecided. Nation. Undecided. Everyone was quite happy to see it. At least this was an attitude. It's just that some people saw this news and were complaining like crazy. What the hell are you talking about? Before, you just said that you want to get involved in the markets of developing countries. Yes, it has been advancing steadily or slowly, which is okay, but why the hell are you seizing the European and American markets and ruthlessly attacking your own people? Show no mercy. Depend on. Asshole. Shit. Damn it. Can you learn from Tang Qing and be more aggressive with your colleagues in the same country? This will be easily robbed by labor and capital, which is very painful. Can we be more united? It's great to have an ERV as a backer, and so does the ERV. Can you restrain your subordinates and not be so cruel? Woo! So infuriating. Have the ability. Go fight the hummingbirds. Go and confront Ollie. If you go against foreign companies, why would you beat us if you catch them? Look just how long ago the major e-commerce companies in Europe and the United States have been in trouble. One after another has closed down. It's so unprincipled. Amazon. Headquarters. The proud CEO swept away the curses and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In a capitalist society, there is no such thing as benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Cut. He even raised his voice a little bit. Roll. Go aside. There is no such word in our dictionary. In history, countless companies merged and major giants emerged, including oil kings and steel kings. Behind, they're just shrimps that are only eaten. The primitive accumulation of capital comes up by stepping on numerous dead bones, hoping to be merciful and joking. It's a dream, capital, but there is no good or evil, only success or failure. Although it has said that it will develop business in third world countries, for Amazon, its core is Europe and the United States. Here, the market is big, high profits, strong consumption. It is Amazon's main market. Let's defeat the competitors here first, and then worry about cheese from afar. Hummingbird is, after all, a logistics company. Plus Taobao. It is impossible to shake Amazon at all. This is determined by the nature of the market. It is probably because of this that neither Hummingbird nor Alibaba dare to come in. Therefore, he never regarded Hummingbird and Ali as opponents. The real opponents come from within. Instead of going out to fight with others, internal integration is a higher priority. Take one risk. Hit one. Risk two. Hit a pair. This was the tone set by Amazon a long time ago under the guidance of the ERV man. Thinking of that man, the CEO's eyes were filled with admiration. Awesome. For years, this created the current grand situation and established the ERV consortium, a giant in the world. Although its foundation is not as good as that of several established consortiums, its strength cannot be underestimated. Game, social contact, e-commerce, media, finance, manufacture. It is blooming everywhere, and it is the only company in the world with a market value of over $1 trillion. And that was just 2 years ago. 2 years later is even stronger today. Now, The market value has reached 1.6 trillion US dollars, which is very stable. This is just the parent company of ERV, which also has many listed companies. Amazon, Must Die, Twitter, YouTube. Also, holdings. Holding. A whole lot. It has really become a trend, and it has grabbed the tail of the mobile internet, designing and manufacturing microprocessors, and even Qualcomm has to bow its head. Unparalleled in the limelight. Also, the global layout is also huge, and many operations are difficult to understand, but the results are gratifying, and ERV's territory of power continues to expand. Clearly, dark, gray, white. He was vaguely involved, but he could no longer see clearly. He only knew that this big tree was taking deep roots in Europe, America, and other countries around the world. Think about it. Just a burst of excitement. Over the past 100 years, the top group of capital in Europe and the United States has basically not changed. There's still the same group of people who made everything possible 100 years ago. No one succeeded in counterattacking. This counterattack, it's not about becoming Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos. This kind of people only have a little money at most, but their background is too poor and they are too far away from Morgan, Rockefeller, etc. Now, the sudden appearance of a counterattack is also an inspiration to ordinary people like them, and it is the spiritual support of people like them. Now, what ERV lacks is precipitation. Take time. Come and let its crown shine in all directions. It is an honor to walk with such people and achieve this great feat. I just hope some people won't be too mean. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Looking at the data that kept coming, Tang Qing was quite satisfied. Although the orders were not too many, he still had to consider the network and economy of those countries. Do the math. The combined markets of the 39 countries have a population much larger than that of China, but the number of people who have the ability to shop online is not as large as that of China alone. Still in the development stage. No rush. There is ample time. 10 years later, it will be a different story. I looked at the mainstream opinions in Europe and the United States and couldn't help but smile. The company you admire is the same as the one you criticize. Have the same boss. At first, ERV allows Amazon to clean up European and American e-commerce companies and delay its international pace. It is in Amazon's interest and also in the interest of Hummingbird to retain the market. Certainly, there will definitely be competition in the future. Otherwise, why are the theater-goers eating melon on the sidelines? Being gentle and peaceful is too weird. Fighting life and death, you come and I go, is the way to dominate the market. A peaceful atmosphere. European and American consortiums will look down upon it. In fact, the major consortiums do not welcome the rise of ERV, but they are forced to recognize its status as a consortium due to the situation. Therefore, privately, everyone has their own agenda. Even, some people plan to find a way to wait for ERV to develop for a while, and everyone will work together to eat this piece of fat and realize the achievements of ERV over the years. How awesome is it now? Future. This cake is so delicious. This trend of thought is not unique. Everyone looks at ERV like looking at a thriving fruit tree. The melon is ripe. The pedicle falls. Everyone shares the food, and they believe that ERV has no resistance at all. With the combined efforts of a consortium, ERV is the meat on the chopping board. Let everyone share their food. To this, Tang Qing could only say, "You are thinking too much. One day you will sit in a circle holding knives and forks and want to share the fruit. It is not certain who will be on the table." At this time, watch the news. There are still many people who are depressed, such as those small workshops that produce substandard products. Generally speaking, domestic Taobao does not have product inspection. It can be found abroad. Previously, when Hummingbird starts to recruit investment, it needs a product sales license from that country because it needs to be stored in the country, which is completely different from overseas purchasing. Want to go? You can only apply for a certificate, but their products are substandard and cannot be sold at all. At the same time, Hummingbird also has various restrictions. We will not accept any counterfeit or shoddy products, or those involving infringement. They will also randomly sample products, which is quite strict. most of them were immediately brushed off. Therefore, it is almost impossible to make a profit overseas for their products. We can only watch some competitive companies' sales surge on them. Envious? Regret? No. Compared with the production of genuine products, the profits of counterfeit products are not low at all. If you can't make money in overseas markets, then you can honestly make money in China. Other side, I'm happy about it. After all, there are also many people who really want to start a business and pursue value. After months of hard work, they have obtained the license and are selling well overseas, in addition to making money. Also famous. In this way, everyone can see that if it can be exported overseas and enter the Hummingbird warehouse, the quality should be good. Nowadays, Hummingbird standards have become somewhat famous, vaguely synonymous with quality. So, for those of them who want to become bigger and stronger, this is basically a good thing. Many times, what everyone is afraid of is not how strict the rules are. But there are people who don't follow the rules. Counterfeit, shoddy, plagiarism. This greatly undermines a company's innovation drive and eventually turns into copying each other. From a perspective of reshaping business ethics, Hummingbird has merit. Yangsheng, a factory. Boss, there's another store that sells our imitations. They are very similar. The key is that the price is only half of ours. How is it possible? Yes. They must have cut corners and made shoddy products. Damn it. Too bad. We can do it at this price, but the service life is hard to say, and there are safety risks. These people have no bottom line at all. In the past, everyone would just break the pot. I was sulking for a long time. I worked so hard to make it, but in the blink of an eye it was copied and sold at a very low price. Who can bear it? Now, their mentality has become much calmer. As major platforms pay more and more attention to quality and intellectual property rights, their lives should become easier and easier. Copy? Cut. Copy it. At least in foreign markets, you can't grab it. Even if foreign companies copy it, they can't get on the Taobao platform or enter Hummingbird logistics. Therefore, the advantages of originality are still considerable. And, don't forget, they also have an ally, the Eye of Heaven. If foreign companies copy too harshly, in the past, if they wanted to file a lawsuit, they would have to go to other countries. There, they have the home field advantage, but with Tianyin as a legal advisor, no matter which country you are in, even if it is the United States, there's still a professional team. His lawyer is Wuyang. The only thing to consider is the cost. If you fight it, will the compensation be enough for legal fees? If it is enough, then fight it. If it is not enough, wait until the amount of infringement is large. Hit again. Snort. See if you still copy it. Truth. In the past, they didn't know much about Tianyin. They only thought that it was a company that provided enterprise services. It was very big, spread all over the world, and was very professional. The specifics are not clear. Now, after cooperation, everyone discovered how awesome Tianyin is. Just their own lawyers, plus the cooperating lawyers, there are tens of thousands of them all over the world. Strong strength. What's more important is not this, but its meaning. In the past, when Chinese companies went out to do business, they were blind and confused about many issues. You may get tricked if you're not careful. All this comes from opaque information. But now, with my eyes, I want to do business in a foreign country, where the markets, policies, laws, and consumption habits there. Everything. Everyone is well educated. Know everything. Policy. Law. Discount. All the business problems that enterprises will encounter when going abroad can be solved properly, which greatly reduces the difficulty for Chinese enterprises to do business abroad. Don't be afraid of being cheated by the locals. Trick me? Sue you. If you want to bully me, there is no one in the area. It's a good idea. Thinking of this, everyone respects Tang Qing even more. The existence of the sky eye is really necessary. Late at night, Yangqing Port is brightly lit. Pier, a giant ship painted Tang shipbuilding, was docked, and the huge loading and unloading bridge was hoisting containers one by one, ready to be shipped abroad. Home appliances, clothing, food, digital, bags. A giant ship of tens of thousands of tons, fully loaded with cargo, This ship will arrive in 3 countries respectively to supply the core cabin of Hummingbird. And such a ship. One departs every day. On board, the Chinese captain looked at the dock and was in a good mood. Since Tang Qing acquired the shipping company last year, their benefits have been improved. The average salary increase is 10%. Happy. Happy. It's really good to have such a boss who is not sure of money. At least you don't have to worry about not being able to pay wages. It's more stable, and it also gives you face when speaking out. In the past, when it comes to which shipping king you work for, you were the most respectable, but now how much assets did those shipping kings have even in their heyday? Account for inflation. $10 billion. $20 billion? Even if we give it the highest possible salary, $30 billion US dollars. This is something that even the Li family in Xiangjiang cannot reach at present. And what about the Tang family? It's 10 times that number. The richest man. If it weren't for ERV, it would be number 1 in the world. In the middle of this month, the Huruan rich list will be released. He estimates that the bottom line will still be 2 trillion. TSK. Trillions. In front of the work unit, he is still second, which is really rich. One day later, on Monday, Hong Kong. The Hong Kong stock market has not yet opened, and the exchange has been busy with the overseas docking between Hummingbird and Alibaba, as well as various good news in the past 2 days. The eyes of investors are shining. If we don't chase a wave of gains at this time, when will we wait? Many people regret that they should have bought it last week. The reason for their hesitation was the launch of Huawei at the beginning of last month. Ali rose more than 10 points. Therefore, some people thought there would be a shock and a fall. Which material? Last weekend, he suddenly connected with the Hummingbird and flew directly with Ali without any warning. In other words, few people observed it, which was why he didn't predict it. Now, it was brewing for 2 days and became more and more intense. Major experts strongly recommended it. As a result, within 10 minutes after the market opened, Alibaba's stock price rose by 9%. Then, after shaking for half an hour, personal, mechanism, enterprise, start gaming in it. Under such good news, the bulls will naturally overwhelm the bears, squeezing out short-term funds at this price. Subsequently, the stock price is rising again. Same. Market value has also risen. $87 billion. $89 billion. $92 billion. Closing in the afternoon, it exceeded $99 billion US dollars and was only 1 step away from the $100 billion US dollars mark. Many people immediately understood that there was another $100 billion US dollar giant coming soon. Looking at the final data, many people sighed. It was almost it would break through $100 billion US dollars by closing today. That would be a new level. The difference between 999 and 1,000 is 100 million, which is like a gap. Everyone can only look forward to tomorrow, but the majority of A-share investors are very helpless. Want to buy? Can't buy it. Moreover, it is the National Day holiday, and the market is closed. Everyone has nothing else to do but drool at the Hong Kong stock market. It seems that this wave of market conditions cannot be grasped. The next day, under the gaze of countless people, Ali has officially entered the $100 billion club. From top to bottom, Ali is full of jubilation. He even toasts to celebrate, which is widely reported by the domestic media. The third house. It's not easy. Alibaba is great. Third, 100 billion US dollars, more than 700 billion yuan. This is by no means the end, but the beginning. In the next 3 years, Ali should be able to break through 1,500 yuan. 1 trillion yuan. Great criticism. The one who is criticized is not Ali, but Tang Qing. That's right, Tang Qing. One person, taking the top 3 spots, is incredible. Not to mention anything else. Ali's sharp rise this time alone can increase Tang Qing's net worth by tens of billions of yuan. It can be said that you make money while lying down. Market capitalization. Although it's not cash. But, after all, they are valuable assets. A great advantage of listing a company is that after listing, the company's shares can be pledged at a discount to the market price. At this point, it is worthy of countless companies vying for the top spot and rushing to go public. General companies can also pledge equity, but its valuation is very troublesome. They're almost always valued at a discount based on a company's existing assets. Do the math. It is much less than the value inflation after listing. Many companies have assets of $1 billion, but after listing, the market value may jump to $5 billion, even tens of billions. The difference? Too big, too tempting. Many companies are flocking to it. Pulling. Many people talked about hummingbirds. I don't know how long it will take for Hummingbird to be listed on the market. Now, it owes so much money to the bank, so it should go public for financing. I strongly urge that Hummingbird go public as soon as possible. Yes, Hummingbird owes so much money, so it's time to go public and make a profit. That's it. Hurry up, we can't wait. Netizens cheered. Stock picking. In the past, everyone was more optimistic about companies that were not short of money, because going public if they were short of money meant that they had insufficient hematopoietic ability. Going public at this time is just a way to make money. Toss it around. Toss it around. Cool. Who can I talk to reason with you? Therefore, deeply disgusted. It was then and it is now. But there is a type of enterprise that is different, and that is Tang Qing's enterprise, because everyone believes that Tang Qing will never lose money. History. It proves Tang Qing's vision, a man who creates miracles. Although Hummingbird currently owes a huge debt, they believe it is nothing. Have a look. Shengtang Group, which once thought it would prosper forever, has made a counterattack with a thermostatic clothing, and even Wanqing Mining, which everyone thought was losing money, has also turned around. Yes, Hummingbird is now in debt. But the prototype of its giant has already been established, with a logistics system all over the world. Even if such a system does not make money, the value is there. After all, stock market, what we look at is value. If there is value, there's a basis for investment. Although it is a bit of gambling, most people who play stocks are gambling, so of course they choose the ones with a greater chance of winning. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Roof. Tang Qing looked at the bright moon, listened to the chirping of insects, enjoyed the light night, and watched the excitement of netizens. He just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. Listed. It's definitely going to be there. At first, when signing contracts with partners from various countries, there are clauses that promise to go on a market, but it will not be this year, but next year. Hummingbird still needs time to accumulate. Scale. Financial reports. Data. There's still a lot of room for growth. By then, the valuation will be high. As for the listing location, A shares are definitely not acceptable. The threshold for profit in 3 years is there. Backdoor listing is too boring. Even the GM launched this year has a 2-year profit limit. Tang Qing supports this, otherwise the GM will be crowded by companies. Although the listing requirements in Europe and the United States are not high, they also bring about many problems. That is, various money traps are becoming more prevalent. Once the money is burned, they will be delisted directly. Leave hair all over the place. Each year, there are 300 to 400 new companies listed on the U.S. stock market, which looks very grand, but only 300 to 400 are delisted. The vitality is strong, but the risks are also huge. Therefore, regarding listing, Tang Qing has always supported strict control. Otherwise, when the tide comes, countless people surf on it, and when the tide recedes, there will be nothing but floating corpses. Too bad. Behind the feast of capital is blood. At this time, the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Kinshasa. It was just afternoon. Hey, your express delivery has arrived. A delivery employee dressed as a hummingbird rode a battery scooter to the downstairs of a community and made a phone call. Okay, I'll be down right away. Soon, a woman walked down, took the package excitedly, and went upstairs happily. She placed the order in the morning, but she didn't expect it to arrive right after lunch. Amazingly efficient. At last, the courier boy chuckled and moved towards the next company. He was also happy in his heart. It was not easy to find a good job, although the courier was a bit tired. But the treatment is good. Just now, the salary offered by Hummingbird was comparable to that of a white-collar worker. Plus subsidies and benefits, it was not very good. He cherished it very much. He joined the company 3 months ago. Training. Train. In addition, after getting familiar with various streets and visiting, I finally stood out from a group of people. Not everyone who comes in can eventually become a courier. Endure hardship, responsibility. Hands and feet are clean. In addition to the general requirements, there are many additional requirements. Subsequently, he started delivering it to one house after another. Thank you. That's fast. Thank you for your hard work. Same-day delivery for online shopping. Truth. It was really the first time for them to experience that this was not just ordering a cake from a nearby store and having it delivered to their door, but a new shopping experience. Unpack. Photograph. Blueprint. Online shopping trip. Beautiful. Looking at the streets outside, enjoying such logistics, and blowing the air conditioner. Many people can't help but lament that today's Democratic Republic of the Congo is different. 3 years ago, electricity. There are many stops a day, and even the capital cannot guarantee electricity consumption. But today, 3 years later, the power generation capacity of the Democratic Republic of the Congo ranks among the top in Africa. Transportation, law and order, educate, medical. After weight came to power, there have been fundamental changes. With the economic development, everyone's wallets have also become a lot bigger, and only then can they have money to use the internet. Otherwise, in the previous environment, not to mention using smartphones, it would have been nice to have a bang-bang phone. It was not entirely because of lack of money, but the bigger reason was poor network. Buy a 4G mobile phone. Open. But I found out it was a 2G network. Why? I can't even imagine that picture. It's not like it is now. Although full coverage is a bit far-fetched, network coverage in big cities in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is already quite complete. True, there's still 2G signal coverage in more remote places, but it is much better than before, and they're satisfied. There is electricity, with money. What to do? Of course, buy. Furniture, home appliances, digital, transportation. Relying on commodity loans, they could buy many affordable Chinese products, which are of high quality and low price. Compared with Europe and the United States, they are much cheaper, and they are used to them. Leave it to the past. No electricity. Washing machines, refrigerators, and air conditioners are all just furnishings, bought in ash. Now that there is electricity, even in many villages, it is selling like hotcakes. As for how much foreign exchange it costs to import so many goods, they don't worry about it. They can always get it by selling minerals or exporting agricultural products. It is also due to the improvement of the local economy that many people who plan to go to China and then stay there have changed their minds and even came back from China to develop. After all, having good food to eat in your hometown is more interesting than being a gangster. Recent. The hottest thing is the loans and cities not far from the capital. Many people are looking forward to them, looking forward to moving into their new houses in a year. Bright and clean. The streets are clean. Complete supporting facilities. Anyway, they are very satisfied with the DRC now. Qingyan City. Early morning. After eating, Qin Shiqi took her sister to Tianyan. What to do? Part-time, although it is a National Day Golden Week. However, they just came back from traveling to various countries a month ago. During the holidays, when many classmates were traveling, they had nothing to do and simply worked part-time. 11. Many of Tang Qing's companies have forced breaks. But full rest is obviously not possible. Shiqi, good morning. Good morning, Sister Wang. Shiqi, who is this girl? She's so pretty. My sister. Many people greeted Qin Shiqi on the road. After all, she had been working part-time here for more than a year, and she was still running around in various departments, so she inevitably came into contact with people. To her, very few people in the company know the background, and what they know will not be spread randomly. Therefore, everyone only thinks that Qin Shiqi has high-level support behind her. How high? I don't know, but it's not low anyway. Otherwise, how come in a company like Tianyan, a freshman came to work part-time, worked in customer service, and then worked in human resources for a while, and now he is involved in some projects. Anyway, there must be an extraordinary existence behind him. Soon, come to the end of the 3rd floor. Qin Shiqi greeted her former customer service colleagues enthusiastically. 90% of Tianyan's customer service staff are women, and they were quite enthusiastic when they saw Qin Shiqi. I like them all. They are approachable, lively, and cute, and not arrogant. They have seen Qin Shiqi holding hands with Tianyan CEO Dou Jiao more than once, and it seems that they have a good relationship. Therefore, many people speculate that Qin Shiqi may be a relative of Dou Jiao. Press Qin Shiyu on the workstation. Let's go. Come on. After that, she turned around and left, went up to the 4th floor, and left Qin Shiyu to start today's work as customer service. The reason was that she wanted to practice her communication skills. After all, in the eyes of parents, the child grows up. She will eventually have to face the world on her own. Qin Shiyu just has a soft personality, which is okay, but she lacks experience in communicating with others. Not so good. Then, she was arranged to come here. Don't say it. Since October 1st, she has made dozens or hundreds of calls every day, incoming and outgoing. Her growth has been rapid, both in terms of mentality and business. The next day, the last day of Golden Week, the National Day holiday, is coming to an end. There is a peak return journey everywhere. Congestion is intensifying, and transportation, such as trains and planes, are operating at almost full capacity. Listening to the radio, people blocking the road have already been scolded. If I had known, labor and management would be out of the way. I'm looking at people everywhere. I can't find a parking space anywhere. Why? Next time I go on a self-driving trip during the Golden Week, I'm just a stick. When will it be opened? What's going on ahead? Traffic jams have begun everywhere again. Many people lamented that they are more tired than normal work during the festival, and once again strongly called for holiday breaks. However, same as always, useless, because it is difficult to implement work arrangements, attendance, wages, and other reasons make this good proposal difficult. It's a dream. It's good to be able to give you 7 days off. I'm also thinking about taking a day off. Look, how many companies are still working overtime on May 11th? I'll be satisfied with the day off. That's right. I can't wait in this life. I'm so envious of Tang Qing's employees. Yeah, said Tang Qing. Many people's mouths twitched. Everyone sees how well he treats his employees, with high wages, good benefits, and excellent benefits. However, this is not friendly to others. Paid time off, tour at public expense, fund raising housing. Everyone, what it brings to everyone, in addition to envy, is tons of harm that follows. It makes people feel that they're not living in the same world, and they question what kind of life they are living. The more I look, everyone's mentality is getting worse. I simply turned off my phone and lay on the bed, thinking about the stingy boss, the scheming colleagues, the crowded bus, and the morning when I couldn't wake up tomorrow. Alas, life, so difficult. If I had 100 million, only ghosts would work. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. After 11 took a break. Everyone was grateful, but also helpless. All non-essential business departments under Tang Qing did not allow 11 to work overtime. Take time off? Have, but rarely. It is not unlimited. After all, scientific research is mostly an overall project with strong correlation and clear division of labor. If one person is missing, what will the others do? The entire project may be halted. Simply, it was necessary to take a break together, and it was a relatively urgent project, so 11 was allowed to work. As a result, 90% of the park's scientific research personnel have a holiday, travel, go home, stay in bed, visit friends. Casual. You can't work overtime anyway. Everyone before the spring festival, everyone may be very busy, but the company gives us such a good treatment, not just to let us have free time, but to achieve results. As soon as we get to work, the project leader started mobilizing. Hear the words. No one is disgusted, but on the contrary, they feel full of energy. Having such a boss is both a blessing and helplessness. They can only repay with actions. Elsewhere, I am afraid of being busy. Here, I'm afraid I won't be busy. A few days later, the single-day order volume of Taobaw's overseas version has begun to stabilize and is around 2.6 million orders per day. The main reason is not that the customers have been tapped, but the coverage of Hummingbird. Core warehouse. Secondary warehouse. The current coverage is large, but not deep enough. The construction of logistics and distribution points is actually still in progress. After all, it has only been half a year. March. Hummingbirds are blooming overseas. October. To start operations. It is obviously impossible to say that it has reached the extreme. Hummingbird still has a long way to go, and the logistics system still needs to be improved. 12th day. Morning. South Africa. In a huge mining area not far from Mozambique, 3 major families and Wanqing Mining signed a cooperation project for the Wanqing South Africa Industrial Park. So far, Wanqing Mining has landed its 3rd chess piece in Africa. To this end, almost all of South Africa's top executives came together to cheer for this project. On the one hand, it was to give face to such a big project, and on the other hand, it was to give face to the boss. 3 major families. Each of them is powerful. As for Tang Qing, in terms of influence, it is not as powerful as the 3 major families in Africa. There is no doubt about this, but no one dares to underestimate it. With a net worth of hundreds of billions of dollars, it is a dazzling halo. On stage, Chu Shan delivered an impassioned speech and felt so comfortable working with Tang Qing. He was like a child of luck, and everything he did was successful. Now, North, Middle, South. The 3 major parks will completely account for the largest share of steel supply in Africa and radiate to the entire Africa. Just thinking about it is exciting. Yes, Africa is poor, but there are also wealthy people, such as urban construction projects, which range from 7 to 8 billion to tens of billions of dollars in funding. It is not fake, it is real money. Future. The potential of this land is enough for Wanqing Mining to have its mouth watering. October 13th. Morning. It's so slow. How soon will it be announced? Some people can't wait to know. 10 o'clock. I don't know what Tang Qing's net worth will be this time. It's 2 trillion at the bottom. I guess it may exceed 2,300 billion, or even more. Ow! It's not that exaggerated. Huh? Is it an exaggeration? You don't even think about what Tang Qing's companies have done in the past 6 months. The global financial crisis has caused the company's stock prices to shrink. But Tang Qing's 3 listed companies have bucked the market trend and risen. Although they knew it wouldn't be low, everyone was still very curious about Tang Qing's net worth. They were eating melons one by one, waiting for the announcement of the Hurun list. Finally, 10 o'clock. Information disclosure. Let me see what it is this year. Dormitory of a university. One person quickly clicked on the link. Tang Qing had achieved such great achievements while in college, and was already a godlike existence in the hearts of the students. Therefore, they are very concerned. Look, hold the grass. He couldn't help but exclaimed. What's wrong? How much? The roommates rushed over and saw that their hearts beat faster. They saw that Tang Qing was at the top of the rankings. That's right, and the numbers behind were huge. 20,700 billion. One person read out in a trembling voice. Shocking. Why is there so much? Another person was puzzled. On the Forbes list in March, Tang Qing's assets were only a little over 2 trillion. That's right. Unscientific. Everyone was confused. Half a year. Increased by hundreds of billions. But soon, they saw the explanation about Tang Qing's wealth below. In 2009, none of Tang Qing's companies declined. They were not affected by the global economic crisis. Instead, they rose despite the crisis. Comic Group. With the support of apps, such as Douyin and Tushio, the market value has repeatedly hit new highs. Just one company owns several unicorn-level application software. There is a bright future ahead. Qingyuan Technology. The launch of the 2nd-generation Nano phone, its high quality, high reputation, and high sales have laid a smooth future for the Nano series. It has become the best-selling mobile phone in the world. Microcrystal Technology. Although no new business has been born, the deep exploration of the original business has made its profits continue to increase, and its business in the photovoltaic field has increased by 50%. WeChat. It has firmly established itself as the leading position of China's social software. Relying on personal loans, corporate loans, payments, and other businesses, the small financial services group, although not listed, has a conservative valuation of $5 billion US. Wanqing Mining's assets in Africa and around the world have expanded rapidly. The two major steel parks it has built are already receiving continuous orders. Qingyang Audio continues to expand its position in the field of audio equipment, from general headphones to car audio to various equipment. The business is growing rapidly. Today, Rebirth has introduced a large number of powerful supply partners through equity reform. If it is listed, it will be conservatively valued at $50 billion US. To sum up, shareholding, controlling, together, Tang Qing's worth can be increased by nearly 600 billion yuan, and considering its growth, it will only be less, not more. After reading, everyone was stunned. That's right. Over the past year, Tang Qing's business has never stopped. Even those that suffered losses before have now turned losses into profits and become high-quality assets. Awesome. Awesome. As expected of my idol. TSK TISK. 2,700 billion RMB, converted into US dollars, is almost 400 billion. Hold the grass. I estimate that Forbes will announce it next month, and it will be higher. What? European and American valuation methods are bolder than Huruan. Huruan is relatively conservative. The valuation given by Forbes may be higher than 400 billion US dollars. Everyone was speechless. 4,100 million. Still dollars. A few years ago, it would have been unthinkable that China would produce such a wealthy person. Even the people of the world would not have expected it. Too fast. For years. 400 billion, converted into 100 billion US dollars a year, nearly 300 million US dollars a day, more than 10 to 2 billion renminbi, which is really scary. A long time. Only one person said, "Why is the gap between this person and other people so big?" Yes, God seems to have given all the good things to Tang Qing. His appearance, IQ, and wealth. This is exactly the template for the protagonist. It is so enviable. Alas, if you're not envious, study hard. There are only one Tang Qing among the 7 billion people in this world. We should study hard and become excellent. That way, it's also possible to go to one of its subsidiaries and take advantage of the fortune. Outside world. 2,700 billion. My eyes are so dazzling. What's even more amazing is the growth potential of Tang Qing's major enterprises, which are almost impossible to fail. Awesome. 600 billion in half a year, 100 billion a month, one day, more than 3 billion. It has been overestimated before, but this number still underestimated Tang Qing. Yes, I'm convinced. Kneel down. I just did some calculations. The total wealth of the second to 99th on the list totals 1,930 billion renminbi. It has shrunk a lot. Oh God, please. The psychological shadow area of the bottom 99 on the rich list. There was a heated discussion on the internet. The wealth of 270 billion renminbi shocked everyone. Last year, it was just over 2 trillion renminbi, but this year it has increased by 30%. 30%. It doesn't seem like much, but you also have to look at the base number. Put on a trillion base, a 30% growth rate is already quite astonishing. An increase of 600 billion. Horrible. It is directly equivalent to 5 second places. To put it more vividly, Tang Qing's total wealth completely exceeds the total of the second place to the 100th place on the list. 30% more. Depend on. As in previous years, there are people who have delusions. If everyone in China gives me 2,100 yuan, I can surpass Tang Qing. Recall that this number was only 1,500 yuan last year. This year, soar by 30%. Calm down. Don't panic. The future is still long. Fortunately, we are all witnesses. Please support Tang Qing's products more in the future. Use our actions to make Tang Qing stand higher. Although we are ordinary, it is not only Tang Qing, but also us mortals who can create miracles. First place. It has special meaning in the hearts of Chinese people. Tang Qing became the richest man in China, but he did not become the richest man in the world. Many people were upset. Yes, in the past. The richest man in China and the richest man in the world are not the same concept at all. The gap is too big. Let's talk about the last year before Tang Qing became famous, 2004. The wealth of the world's richest man exceeds 40 billion. Still dollars. That year, Li Jiaqing's assets were only over 1.2 billion US dollars, making him the richest man in mainland China at the time. First place, Huang Guangyu, total assets, 10.5 billion. Dollar? No, RMB. When converted into US dollars, it's only a few billion, which is a huge difference. But things are different now. Tang Qing's personal assets exceeded 300 billion US dollar last year. Even in the world's richest list, Tang Qing is not ranked 3rd to 10th combined. Bill Gates, who has dominated the list for many years, is far behind. However, with such a result, he didn't become number 1 in the world. I didn't dare to think about it before. Now, how can you be relieved when you're like this and you're still being suppressed? From now on, everyone should try their best to support the products of Tang Qing's companies. Although ERV seems out of reach, we have to believe that miracles will happen. Work hard to get the first place. The richest man in the world is ours after all. Must. ERV is powerful, but we're not bad either. If we add up, our individual strength can be enough to shake things up and push Tang Qing up. Do it. That's right. Everyone was in awe of ERV with a strong sense of challenge. Although they were a bit overestimated, everyone had great confidence in Tang Qing. For years, 400 billion. Although such achievements are not as good as those of ERV, they are not hopeless. As long as Tang Qing's companies get better and better, there will be opportunities. And this depends on the market. Therefore, everyone suddenly felt he will be the decisive force for Tang Qing to surpass ERV. For a moment, his self-confidence is overwhelming, and he is ready to buy something in the future, and Tang Qing has it. Just buy him. Then, Tang Qing's products have experienced a consumer boom. Park. Office. Tang Qing was also shocked by this logic. This was not the result of the soldiers adding fuel to the flames. It can only be said that a good idea has many people agreeing with it. Taste carefully. Pretty good. After all, this is something that is good for him. But for their enthusiasm, Tang Qing can only apologize from the bottom of his heart. It is not in our interest to surpass ERV. Tang Qing had high hopes. Development is rapid. It is deeply rooted in Europe and the United States. Its territory of power is getting bigger and bigger, and the number of potential companies or large companies in which it holds shares is increasing every day. At the same time, the global expansion has not stopped. The current ERV is very different from what everyone thought it was a year ago, and it is difficult to surpass it. Tang Qing didn't want to surpass it either. What to do? Is it fun to be number 1 in the world? Cut. We are already there. To pursue someone who has already arrived, but has a false name without status, really cannot arouse any interest at all. Not at all. Second, there is a secondary benefit. As in front of you, although he is a bit cautious in terms of results, it is beneficial to him. If he rushes to the first place, everyone will have no goal and their interest in supporting him will decrease. Such as the Olympics. No way. Expect. Done. Let's hold it for the second time. Lack of interest, dispensable. Simply, let's leave everyone with a long-term goal and a head start. In this way, everyone's happiness in life will be increased out of thin air. Because, have expectations. Saudi Arabia. It was evening, and Ayman was at his coastal farm. The fragrance of grass and trees mixed with the sea breeze, which was extremely comfortable. He came to the farm for vacation for the convenience of his family. He built a villa with sea view. Simplicity. Modern. There are 2 large swimming pools near the sea. One is fresh water, and the other is connected to the seawater in the distance. You can even drive a small yacht directly to the sea from here. It cost him a lot of money. Certainly. The last time Tang Qing came to Saudi Arabia, he even invited him to play. Looking at the sea in the distance, he thought of the news he had just received. Alas, I'm inside. Tang Qing. This is going against heaven. With a net worth of 400 billion US dollars, even as a Saudi prince, he couldn't help but be shocked. Saudi Arabia is rich because of its unique resources. Where is Tang Qing? Own. Yes. There's also some element of help from others, but there is no denying his talent. Last year, Saudi Arabia's GDP was just over 500 billion US dollars, ranking 20th in the world. Not much more than Tang Qing's worth. For years ago, when they first met in Hawaii, he felt that Tang Qing was extraordinary. Later, step by step, he reaches the top, reaching the point where he can only look up to him. His little assets, even a fraction of others, are not enough now. Talk about it. It is also my luck to be so lucky to become friends with such a person and cooperate with him. I can fly by riding the east wind, like a hummingbird. At this time, it has already been rolled out in Saudi Arabia, but the response is not too good. Self-operated e-commerce is like having wings flapping upward, and there will be huge returns in the future. To know, this cooperation with Tang Qing is divided into 3 parts. First, Hummingbird branch. Controlled by Hummingbird, they hold shares. Second, Alibaba branch. It is controlled by Alibaba, and they hold shares. Third, it is a self-operated e-commerce company. They control it, and Alibaba and Hummingbird hold shares. The first 2 can be said to be branches, while self-operated e-commerce is independent. Future, it can be listed. As long as it has a firm foothold in Saudi Arabia, it can be listed at any time. As the controlling shareholder, it will naturally gain the maximum benefits. By then, he will also truly own a listed company. Thinking of this, Ayman is overjoyed. He is really satisfied with this cooperation. Qingyan City. Jinghua Plaza. First floor. At the door. After the Jinghua Plaza was built, Tang's father and Tang's mother moved there. They had the best location and were envied by others. In the cashier, the 2 of them were reading the news. Reading the message, he looked happy. They are indifferent to Tang Qing's assets, but are happy with the attitude of netizens. They do not hate the rich. On the contrary, they hope that Tang Qing will have more assets. Think about it carefully. Then I understand. After all, it's not that there are really so many good things, but because ERV is like the Olympic Games. Everyone competes for a breath. Once the competition is over, the popularity is gone. Therefore, they hope not to surpass ERV. The money is enough. There's no need to climb to the top of the mountain and be dragged down again. It is good to keep climbing. Just a little emotional. 5 years ago, they still open a clothing store in a small county town, earning 200 to 300 yuan a day. After deducting rent and expenses, they can save tens of thousands of yuan a year. Live frugally and live an ordinary life. Which material? My son is too ambitious. Until now, he has so much money that he can't spend it all. The richest man in China is as rich as the country. Just last year, China's annual GDP was only a little more than 10 times what he is worth today. That is the GDP created by more than 1 billion people. This day, worldwide, the employees of Tang Qing's companies can't help but feel excited. Who doesn't want their boss to be strong? The stronger they are, the better their treatment will be. $400 billion. How can one person be so rich? 5 years ago, the world's richest man only had 40 to 50 billion US dollars. 5 years later, this number was raised to 1 trillion. Second half of this year, ERV's net worth has exceeded the 1 trillion US dollar mark. Even at Bill Gates' peak, it was only 1/10 of this figure. World. The changes were so fast that they were overwhelmed. Europe and America. Online. TCH. It's only 400 billion US dollars. Why are you so excited? One person typed this sentence with extremely jealous heart, then entered the message and sent it out. Subsequently, the answer is like a cloud. That's right. 400 billion US dollars is not even half of ERV's. If you give Tang Qing 10 more years, it's impossible to exceed ERV, so I'll just leave it here. Yes, ERV is invincible. We will eventually crush it. This world, shouldn't it be centered on Europe and America? How? Want to shake things up? No. They firmly disagreed and couldn't imagine how they would get out after the first one was taken away by Tang Qing. Although there are consortiums, some are stronger than ERV. But that's the consortium. impersonal, and most of them rely on a series of glory, such as blood-sucking, war, and plunder 100 years ago, mixed with a history of disgraceful capital growth. It can be said that money isn't very clean. Therefore, they did not blame the consortium. ERV is different. It started from scratch and built a huge business with a modern counterattack spirit behind it. Pressing Tang Qing. Must. And it must be ERV. Our ERV is the future and must not be compared. Everyone must hold firm and use our actions to make ERV stand firm. That's right. ERV is our pride. As long as we have it, we will only buy ERV products. So, the common hatred made their already formed collective consciousness stronger. No matter what, they could not let Tang Qing take away the first place. Definitely not. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. After a day's work, Tang Qing returned home and soaked comfortably in the bathtub, watching the development of public opinion in Europe and the United States with great satisfaction. Look, this is what he wants. The European and American people don't want him to surpass them, so they will definitely support ERV a lot, because the European and American people's face and their sense of superiority will not allow ERV to lose. Officially because of this. Its interior. The various voices of splitting up the oligarchy and anti-monopoly that should have existed have been suppressed. This is a balance point that Tang Qing likes very much. First, of. Second, he. The existence of both. The maintenance of ranking for both sides. For Tang Qing's interests, it is the best. Once this balance is broken, it will be very troublesome. After taking a bath, living room, relatives gather together, and holographic projection allows everyone to eat at the same table, chat, and even whisper, but looks a bit weird. Like a ghost. Certainly, now that we have adapted to it, this function of projection for the whole system has been widely used among the people, with friends and relatives who are thousands of miles apart. Roommate. At the same table. Go the same way. Chatting, drinking tea, and enjoying ourselves. Although the price is a bit expensive, a set costs less than hundreds of thousands, but never underestimate the number of wealthy people. This kind of dinner party. It has even become a fashion. Tang, a 400 billionaire. Do you have any thoughts? Second Aunt Human smiled and looked at Tang Qing, the most outstanding descendant of the Tang family. No. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. How could it be? No, really it's not pocket money, and I have no intention of pledging or cashing out, so this number is really of no use to me. Tang Qing said honestly. Same. Tang Kai nodded. Worth. It doesn't mean that there is so much money. Most of Tang Qing's companies are very high-quality industries, and they are not short of money. There's almost no possibility of selling them. And, not for sale. It doesn't mean it can't be sold. In many companies, major shareholders may not be able to cash out even 1/5 of their value, because the company is really worthless. They're all hyped up. But, if Tang Qing's companies are really willing to cash out, there will definitely be many suitors because the company is valuable, has good prospects, and has an overall valuation of $400 billion. Sold for $200 billion. Not too much. Certainly. Just thinking about it. What is the point of selling the company? Tang Kai still hopes that one day, the Tang family's assets will reach a higher level and exceed $1 trillion. By then, what would it look like? TSK. Beautiful. It's beautiful to think about. $1 trillion is about 7 trillion RMB. At that time, we will rush towards the 10 trillion renminbi barrier, and we will break through 10 trillion renminbi one day. Sky. The Tang family is really in heaven. Early morning. On the bed, Tang Qing suddenly smiled because he saw that the Asian dollar's global trade share surpassed the previous Canadian dollar in the new settlement cycle. This means it's time to upgrade. Really? He heard the system prompts. Level authority increased. Now it is 5th level authority. Permission. Determined by the ranking of the Asian dollar share of global trade, at the end of last year, it surpassed the Australian dollar, which ranked 7th, and was promoted to the 4th level authority, getting a money spinning. Today, finally surpassed the 6th place, the Canadian dollar, there are still 5 mountains ahead. Dollar, Euro, GBP, JPY, Chinese currency, Taiwan, Macau, Hong Kong, RMB. Truth, it's quite difficult. Just look at the trade share. The US dollar tops the list, accounting for 38%, and the Eurozone ranks second, accounting for 35%. 6% of the pound. What about the Asian dollar? Now, it is only 2.3%. It is clear how big the gap is. At this time, there's only a gap of 0.2 percentage points from the proportion of Huaxia currency. Therefore, very likely to be overtaken quickly. Then it will not be too difficult to break into 5th place in the world and overtake the Japanese yen, with a share of 3.3%. The real mountains are the last 3. Dollar, Euro, GBP. The total proportion of the 3 has reached 80%. If you want to exceed it, it is impossible without extraordinary means. Fortunately, you have cheated and you are confident. Otherwise, facing such an opponent, one can only despair. System, what are the rewards for 5th level authority? Tang Qing asked. This system, as always, doesn't ask questions and doesn't say anything except for necessary prompts. After listening, Tang Qing's eyes lit up. Hold the grass. Good thing. It is a bit similar to the 4th level permission reward, and it is an upgraded version. The only difference is that the former is aimed at countries and harvests the Asian dollar trade area. The latter is personal. This time, many things are much easier to handle. At the 4th level of authority, what he got was a piece of covenant. Tang Qing thought it was mandatory and could solidify allies and advance and retreat together. But in the end, he found that he had thought too much. That's right. Country, not an individual. A single reservation can tie you up. What a fuss. Even for individuals, it is not uncommon for them to tear up their contracts and be bound by a piece of paper. Oh, how is that possible? Now, this idea, what could be achieved in disguise? For a long time, the most loyal people under Tang Qing are the soldiers. As for the others, even if they can be bribed, they may betray. Therefore, there are many things that are difficult to handle. When major interests are involved, people may not always stand on your side, and it is difficult to keep secrets. Still have to monitor. Anyway, very troublesome. For example, previously, in the global umbrella plan, the spread is huge, and many people can be brought into compliance just by spending money, but this relationship is not strong. And when doing things, if there are traces of being too strong, they are likely to analyze something and hide the risks. Tang Qing has always been worried. However, from now on, things will be very different. The reward for the 5th level authority is a semi-mandatory agreed protection, as long as the conditions are met, even if the person knows that the final boss is Tang Qing. It's okay. That person did not dare and would not reveal even a single word. Powerful. For example, ERV supports many congressmen in the United States. However, these members of Congress have 2 more distinct identities in the United States, members of both parties. Behind it, who is? It goes without saying. Therefore, even if ERV is truly co-opting, it is just a sign of co-optation. If those big consortiums want to get ERV in the future, these people will switch sides in a minute. Or maybe, it is not possible for all operations deployed in the U.S. intelligence agencies to be replaced by soldiers. If 1 or 2 out of 10 can be replaced, it is usually nothing. Just do some small tricks, nothing will happen. But once a major incident occurs, it will be difficult to handle it, and it will be easy to expose the secret. Therefore, all the time, when these soldiers take action, their hands are tied because they can't get it done with money. Even if they can get it done with money, they may rebel at any time. Same, and so on. Too many scenes restricted the depth of power expansion. So, even though the entire stall is very large and spread all over the world, the depth of its influence has always been a headache for Tang Qing, but he has never been able to solve it. Now, there is hope. Awesome. Tang Qing couldn't help but marvel. It looked a bit fantasy, but compared to more fantasy systems, this kind of thing doesn't seem too unacceptable. This time, his power will usher in an explosion, or in other words, the solidification of power. In the past, except for warriors, he had almost no binding force on others. It will be different in the future. It can really draw people into the camp, and it's easy to get in. First, the other party admitted to join. Second, there is a peer-to-peer transaction. The former is easy to understand, while the latter is more complicated. In a peer-to-peer transaction, the other party feels it is worth following you. Threat to join if you want to beat him to death. That's not possible. This transaction does not have to be money. It can also be a thing. In short, no free votes are allowed. The camp is not plundering, but an exchange of equal value. Like, someone loves money and thinks that 100 million can buy him anything for the rest of his life. Then, giving him 100 million will be considered an equal exchange. Another example. Whoever can help me avenge XX, sell my life to whomever. This can be regarded as a transaction of equal value. Certainly, the two are relatively extreme. It is for a lifetime, and more often, it may be a type of money transaction, such as, you will give me XX money every year from now on, and I will listen to you from now on. This is the norm. After all, there are really not many people who sell themselves for life. This also creates a problem. That is, if you want to gain more powerful power, you can only Krypton gold. That's right. It's Krypton gold. The world is bustling, and everyone comes out to hang out, mostly for this reason, and the higher the status of those congressmen or FIB and other high-level officials, the more they spend money. If you want to bribe the FBI, CIA, etc., 1 year. Don't talk about tens of billions of Krypton. Speechless, Tang Qing covered his forehead. After all, the system was related to money. As expected, these three sentences couldn't be separated from money. At this moment, he suddenly felt he was going to be poor again. This is an ongoing expense. Second servant. Here we are. Calculate how much it will cost per year to bring the non-combatants we are currently recruiting into the camp. Tang Qing hoped it wouldn't be too outrageous. That's right. Only the valuable ones, he added. Do the math. All members of the CIA may be valuable, but only a few leaders of a certain underground force may be valuable. In that case, why waste the money? 1 second later, the waiter gave the answer. Commander, 270 billion Asian dollars. Hearing this, it doesn't seem like much, but this is still the current situation. It is not deep enough. With such good things, Tang Qing certainly hopes to become more and more powerful, so it will definitely not stop. For example, if you want to buy in the entire FBI, it will cost you $5 billion a year, and you will definitely not be able to stop it. A conservative estimate of the camp maintenance fee in the future under ideal conditions. 1 year. Let's say less than 1 trillion Asian dollars, or even higher. Depend on. Grab it. Fortunately, the fourth-level authority rewards can provide continuous income from the WCO's international trade, and gold can be used as collateral. Otherwise, we really may not be able to afford it. Tang Qing sighed. This world is really reality. Krypton gold becomes stronger and comes again, but Tang Qing likes it. In this way, he can save a lot of worry. Tang, here. In the new plan, the people currently recruited from all parties will be screened and drawn into the camp, and the people who have been recruited from the original risks will be included in the progress plan. In the past, usually, they will only win over each other when necessary. Everyone is very cautious and is afraid of losing their temper. After all, someone may vomit everything after a meal of wine. The risk is too great. There are many such people. Therefore, the upper limit of authorized funds is 500 billion Asian dollars. Tang Qing continued. Although money can't solve everything, it can achieve most of the goals. The rest. Take your time. Camp. It is not the same as control. It is fundamentally different from a warrior. It is impossible to let the opponent die. The main functions of the camp are two. First, in terms of cooperation content, we will abide by the agreement. Second, no secrets will be leaked, even if tortured or other means are used. Anyway, this is similar to the World Health Organization, which is more loose. But in the field of cooperation, the same camp can be achieved, and equal exchange must be observed. Be more vivid. This is a contractual protection mechanism. Krypton gold. Can be maintained. No money. Hee hee. It's good to think about it. Simple and clear. Don't worry. Although many people can't be bribed, what Tang Qing wants is for the overall situation to develop in the direction he wants. Not controlling everything. Island country. Tokyo. It's late at night, but for many people, this is the beginning of life. At this time, in a residential house, Kosuke Onoda was sitting on the sofa, looking at the familiar furniture, familiar decorations, and everything familiar, and he couldn't help but sigh. This was his original home, which he bought back when he had money. Pity. Things have changed, and people have changed. Only memories remain. Family, love, career. 3 drastic changes caused his life to undergo earth-shaking changes. 3 years ago, just after graduating from college, I fell into the conspiracy of a group of gangsters. He became destitute and almost fell into the abyss. 3 years later, he is no longer what he used to be. With the help of that group of people, he counterattacked and became a senior secretary of the island country's Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, with a prosperous career. Looking back, alas, Kosuke Onoda couldn't help but sigh. Then, the conversation with that group of people is vivid in my mind. Last night, your money was stolen by a group of people who asked you for money. The people who beat you just now, the people who poisoned your parents, and the people who made your girlfriend what she is now. A total of 6 people's lives. What can you exchange for them? These words. Onoda Kosuke will never forget a word, because that was the turning point of his fate. At that time, he thought about it for a long time and finally replied, "My everything. What is lost is nothing to lose, only one life left." Deal. From then on, he joined this mysterious organization without knowing its origins, who its senior leaders were, or even its purpose and goals. Quite mysterious. Later, under the arrangement of the other party, he has come step by step to where he is today. To be honest, he is still very grateful for having taken revenge. But as time goes by, he will inevitably have thoughts. Betray? No, he's just not that loyal. Once he encounters a better choice, such as the island country's Chable, he doesn't mind changing his master. This is called choosing a good tree to live on. Suddenly, dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Onoda Kosuke came to the door. When he saw the person outside clearly, his pupil shrank because the person outside was his superior liaison person. Open the door. Kosuke Onoda bowed respectfully and said, "Good evening, sir." So far, he didn't even know the other person's name and only addressed him politely. Yeah, as usual. With an expressionless face, Kosuke Onoda quickly closed the door after entering the door. "Sir, do you have any new instructions?" It was late at night, and he was definitely not here for fun. "Yes," he said. Sitting on the sofa, Kosuke Onoda quickly poured tea. "From now on, many things need to be accelerated. You will be promoted to another level by the end of the year at the latest, so you can't let go of your usual studies and relationships." Hi. Kosuke Onoda was a little confused. This is something. Do you need to come late at night? He didn't think too much about it. Being promoted to another level this year was a complete surprise for him. In terms of promotion speed, he could almost catch up with those with a background. Suddenly, the other side mentioned something. "You haven't forgotten the original promise, right?" Hearing this, Kosuke Onoda was shocked. "What, did you find something?" "Impossible. He was just thinking about it at the moment and had no plans to change the owner for the time being." "I dare not forget." Kosuke Onoda quickly replied. "Yeah." He finished. The man got up and left directly. This made Kosuke Onoda confused and thought he was being beaten. For a moment, Soki's thoughts dimmed. Even disappeared without a trace. Absolutely no betrayal. Suddenly, this idea gradually became ingrained in his mind. South Korea, Seoul, in a high-rise residence. Prosecutor Park Jung-won looked out the window, a little absent-minded. Ever since he took the man's money, he had been worried, fearing that he would be discovered. Although, the person who gave the money was a big leader of the South Korean prosecutor's office, and he worked in a secretive manner, but many times, he still couldn't help but be afraid. If you follow the other party, will you get a happy ending? At this time, Ding dong. Door. Suddenly the doorbell rang. USA. It's just dawn here in Washington. A villa. Forecourt. TCH. Yarvi still wants to win over me. I'm dreaming. We are from Morgan, a newly emerging consortium, and we still want to shake things up. Wait, you will cry. But Yarvi is really generous. Congressman Ace looked at the funds in the account. Of course, he is happy to earn this kind of extra money. It is a verbal promise anyway, and I will not abide by the contract. Can you still sue me? Snort. In his opinion. After all, Yarvi's foundation is too shallow. Now it is in harmony, and its power is expanding wildly. This is not because other consortiums are waterproof and blocking people. Future. After all, the world is dominated by established consortiums. Once their interests are violated, almost no one in the entire U.S. high level will turn to Yarvi. Centuries of precipitation. It's not a boast. At this time, someone is visiting. Ooh, Mr. Zwa, A.O. Oh, of course he is familiar with this person. People from Yarvi's lobbying company usually contact him, and he doesn't know why he is looking for him so early in the morning. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Tang Qing looked at the names being added one by one on the contract protection list and felt relieved. People's hearts are indeed the most unpredictable. In theory, if he was really loyal, he would be on the list directly without the need for a soldier to remind him on the spot, but he overestimated the tendency of people to be fools on the wall. Except for warriors. Others. To be considered a loyal person, no more than 100 people are considered loyal. What is this concept? Most of them were swaying on the wall, counting on them. Tang Qing was so angry that he died. Took the money. The wall shook. Depend on. Fortunately, we are cautious. Period. In fact, there have been many accidents, and they have all been resolved because the impact range was small. If the impact was too great, the soldiers would not dare to move at all. Fine. The system helped to make up for this flaw and ensured the execution of the transaction. Otherwise, hundreds of billions spent by labor and capital every year would have been fed to the dogs. This time, I feel more balanced. This is the right thing. Even if you don't want to, forget it. But once you take my money and make a promise, don't default on me. At this time, looking at the growing numbers on the screen, Tang Qing was in a good mood. 300, 500, 1,000, 2,000. The numbers are rising steadily. After all, those people took the money, and many of them just thought about it and did not actually betray them. So they made the promise easily. This time, Tang Qing has more room for maneuver. For example, although Kovalo has been conquered, it has too many members, and the proportion of warriors only accounts for nearly 2 levels. From now on, this type of organization will be transformed into absolute control. After all, everyone works for him for money, which is very different from the ordinary people who work for him. For example, employees under the company are not included in the contract protection. Only those who almost put their wealth, life, and future on the line and follow him all the way to darkness. Only then can they be regarded as contract personnel. Fine. Anyway, for Tang Qing, the real trouble is the global network spread by the soldiers, those influential and powerful beings. Ordinary people. No need. After all, in comparison, even the loss is still more than 1 order of magnitude greater than the former. Europe, Finland, and estate. Basement. More than a dozen people are busy. They are peripheral members of Kovaro. They mainly do intelligence analysis work. Once they join Kovaro, it will be difficult to quit in this life, unless there is a consortium or certain departments willing to accept it. Otherwise, quitters. D. Ends of the world. It is impossible to escape. Behind Kovalo is a European and American consortium with influence all over the world. It takes both black and white. Over the past year or so, Kovalo has experienced drastic changes. Gradually, everyone was worried. Because I don't know where this change comes from, many things are different. There are frequent personnel changes, fierce internal struggles, and many people died. Dare not say. Don't dare to ask. Don't dare to discuss for fear of getting into trouble. Those with connections who have gone to consortiums or some special departments in Europe and the United States can join Kovalo after all, and they're not weak at all. No way. Like them, they can only continue to do it. Afternoon. A little. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. They met their superiors. Not the original contact person, but the new one sent a year ago. He has strong ability and tough skills, and they are quite convinced. Supervisor. Supervisor. After greeting, everyone came to the conference room. They belong to the intelligence analysis team, and their content is not to kill anyone, but to handle some CIA outsourcing business. After all, the CIA has limited personnel, and some less important regional intelligence tasks are outsourced to Kovaro. But this does not mean that Kovaro's activities are restricted. On the contrary, no restrictions, because a lot of the time, the people of Kovaro, due to the complex personnel, are very suitable for infiltration or as middlemen, so they can be said to be all over the world. Each year, Kovaro will spend a lot of money to actively cultivate talents and infiltrate some targets. After success, in addition to obtaining valuable intelligence, you can also approach the CIA and other departments. He said domineeringly, from now on, this land, if you have anything to do with me, just give me money. Generally speaking, cooperation is very pleasant. After all, the CIA and others are not omnipotent and cannot use all their own people. The cost is too high. Then, this resulted in the current situation. Kovaro, the world's largest underground force, is not just a rumor. In addition to fighting and killing, 95% of its members actually do intellectual work. Intelligence, penetration, money laundering, gambling. Also, there's also a huge legitimate industry all over the world, in addition to protecting it from wind and rain and making it easier to do things. It can also provide some funds for activities, which is very complicated. Assassination. It's just a small business, towering over the entire underground world. Standing at the top, like a giant beast that swallows the sky, no consortium can ignore it. Conference room. Everyone looked at the first place. Just listen. I'm here today to formally inform you of something. In other words, I want to answer a question you have had for more than a year. So, upon hearing this, many members of Kovaro felt their hearts tighten. What is this for? Showdown? Then they heard their supervisor say, before. There have been many changes in Kovaro, but now they have stopped. The new management has stabilized the situation, and some of the bugs have been almost eliminated. From now on, you have only one loyal object, and that is Kovaro. On the surface, you can respect those consortiums, but in fact treat them as outsiders. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. Chilling. Heartbroken. Two. It's too straightforward, and it means that there is a gap between the organization and the consortium. Previously, the consortium may have placed too many people in the organization, which caused some people to be dissatisfied. But isn't this too outrageous? Not scientific. They have only known about such a big thing for more than a year now, and they have been able to hide such a big thing until now. Very incredible. What I just said will only reach your ears. After the meeting, you are not allowed to discuss a word, let alone reveal it to others. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. To this, do you have any objections? A pair of cold eyes glanced around, also because of the compulsory nature of the contract. Otherwise, these words would never have been stated clearly to them. Hear the words. More than a dozen people shook their heads vigorously. No objection. No. Path of loyalty to Kovaro to the death. Just kidding. If you don't show your loyalty at this time, when will you show it? If you say you don't agree, you will probably be killed in minutes. They're all sensible people. Yeah. Very good. You guys continue working. After that, the supervisor left. He came and went in a hurry. Looking at the supervisor's back, more than a dozen people breathed a sigh of relief. The amount of information was too great. But soon, the mentality is a little different. USA, FBI headquarters, Office of the Deputy Director, sent away his capable men. When he returned to the office, his mood was completely different. It's more calm at this moment. Why? Because of taking sides. Between major consortiums and ERV. I've always been hesitant before. On the one hand, the consortium is large. On the other hand, ERV has his dirty stuff. Once the news breaks, disgraced, prison, the disaster of silence. They will all break out together, and he will be done playing. However, now I no longer have this worry. Sometimes people's troubles come from having too many choices. Now I have made up my mind to follow the path of ERV to the end. Feel good. Feel refreshed. Even breathing seemed to come with a little bit of freedom. This is a spiritual relief. It feels pretty good. And the faintly revealed strength of ERV made him even more determined, because just now, there was a deputy director who came in with his capable men. But he was transferred from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and has a very good background. This night, worldwide, countries, similar scenes are happening. They have powerful people who sit in certain high positions. There is a businessman with great wealth. There are scientists. There are reporters. Even ordinary people. All walks of life. All walks of life. All classes. They don't know who their biggest boss is. But know it. There is one more agreement that cannot be broken. In short, an object of allegiance. These years, ERV's global sphere of influence is growing rapidly. Do the math. Those who are truly qualified to be on the list. There are less than 20,000. Certainly, this has already been conquered. The second stage, some risk targets, will be added to the list. Count it down. The total will remain around 100,000. And this is in addition to Myanmar. Myanmar is different. It is the absolute sphere of influence of the soldiers. Even if they don't do it deliberately, many people will gradually join in. Therefore, the number of people in Burma, there will be many in the future, especially Zero's men, those who were brought up by Zero. Of course I support Zero. Only, still the same sentence. Absolute loyalty is a luxury. Even if you add in the absolutely loyal personnel in Myanmar. At the beginning, there were only 100. Fine. We are hooked. The next few days, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. The list soon exceeded 100,000. Most of them are from Myanmar, and their business is very in-depth. If you just mention something or even hold a meeting, many people will be on the list. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. Looking at the progress, Tang Qing was very satisfied. In just a few days, his territory of power had been greatly strengthened, and he would feel more confident in doing things in the future. 3 days. Money opens the way. In the United States, ERV has roped in more than 30 members of Congress. Up and down, in every department, inside and out, hundreds of key positions in the United States have been consolidated. In the past, if you give money and people agree on the surface, they may sell it later. From now on, as long as a contractual relationship is formed. Tang Qing can only obey obediently. Tang Qing does not feel any burden about this. After all, this is an exchange of equal value. You don't have to exchange it, but you only need to agree. So, it must be followed. Previously, if someone takes money and does nothing, the soldier's methods are not very gentle. It can be said that this contract also protects those people. This is the good thing about capitalist society. Spend money. Work. Equivalent exchange. And, as a country of immigrants like the United States, it is easy to imagine that money is paramount in loyalty to the United States. This provides conditions for transactions. After all, some people, you can't buy it off even if you want to. Moreover, people are not short of money at all, and they will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. There is no place to spend money at all. Have lofty ideals. These years, the liberalization vigorously advocated and promoted by the United States has led most countries in the world to embark on this path. With economic freedom, people's hearts are also free. Loyalty. The price has been clearly marked, which is convenient for them and also convenient for Tang Qing. This is the way the West affects the world, and it also provides Tang Qing with a basis for counterattack. Anyway, make it happen. Defeat. A week later. Yeah. Okay. Let's get started. After reading the reports submitted by the soldiers, Tang Qing almost raised a toast to celebrate. Within a week, he had completely consolidated the existing depth of power. At the same time, it has also been greatly expanded. We only need to expand slowly on this basis and make every step very steadily. The surface strength we had before will never come back. Lots of planning. There is a basis for implementation. For example, expand the reserve currency countries of the Asian dollar. Previously, there were only 29 countries in total that recognized the Asian dollar as a reserve currency, which is not many. This way, it has restricted the circulation of Asian dollars because the country does not reserve it. If you use Asian dollars to buy things in that country, the companies there will not be able to exchange money with the country. Therefore, Tang Qing has always been concerned about it. However, the progress is too slow. If you want the country to issue policies, there are too many people to operate it. If there is a problem in any link, it will be betrayed. So, it's definitely going to make headlines. After all, this is a kind of transnational bribery behavior, which is a bit similar to interfering in internal affairs. No, it is not similar, but it is interference in internal affairs. It is real. So, in the past, this matter could only be promoted by providing loans to the other party. And people may not keep their promises. From now on, this kind of thing is much easier. As long as no one in the middle is betrayed, many things can be done with confidence and boldness, such as promoting the circulation speed of the Asian dollar. Certainly, this kind of thing, you definitely can't push forward in groups. You have to have a reason. You have to build momentum. You have to come up with a reason that can block most people so that it looks normal. 23 days. Morning. The Myanmar authorities have once again announced a new batch of loan approval lists. Many countries have applied for previous large loans, but not many have been approved. About 1/10. Then, many people are willing to give it a try. No matter how big or small they are, just throw it to Myanmar anyway. If 10 projects become one, it is also a kind of profit. This time, turn it out and pass a new batch. Suddenly, the outside world is lively. Another one. We have money. There is so much money that there is nowhere to spend it. There are so many projects, the total amount is at least 80 billion Asian dollars, more than 10 billion US dollars. I really can't understand. Many people are sour, mainly because they are too envious and they turn over too fast. Many people can't stand it, and more people are paying attention to other information. Strange. These countries have not passed many projects before. It seems that this is another poverty alleviation project. The Myanmar authorities are so benevolent and righteous. That's right, a model. There was a lot of praise. These few years, many people cannot understand what the Myanmar authorities are doing. It makes no sense to say that the previous large-scale lending was to allow the Asian dollar to go out, rely on various technologies. Life is countless times better than before, so why should you help others? Forget about those who are closer and worry about those far away in Africa. This is obviously illogical, but no matter how illogical, it happens. Therefore, for this kind of behavior, everyone can only sum it up as benevolence and righteousness. The internationalization of Asia Yuan is just a byproduct of this benevolence and righteousness. A certain country. So good. Many people were stunned when they saw the official letter. Why did it suddenly pass? Is it because of conscience? Or their subsequent diligent contact had results? Not bad either. That's great. Benevolence and righteousness. I think we can't express our absence at all. I think we also have to be a little sincere. Please tell me how to thank you better. Then, after a while of discussion, they finally came up with a plan that would not cost a penny and still show goodwill to adopt the Asian dollar as a reserve currency, and investors are welcome to invest. At the same time, provide the most preferential policies to Myanmar capital, etc. Once announced, let's take a look. Yeah, not bad. Okay, this idea can be learned. It doesn't cost anything, and the currency value of the Asian dollar is obvious to all. More importantly, it also has more than 2,000 tons of gold. Yes, it's so enviable. 2,700 tons, one of the top 3 in the world. The reserves of Tianduanshan gold mine are really amazing. If the 800 tons are not sold, it will be 3,005. A week later, the 12 countries that received the project this time have successively adopted similar policies, including the Asian dollar in their national reserves, and emphasized the friendship between the two countries. At the same time, Many countries took a look. Oh, as well as this good thing, everyone has also begun to consider whether it is worth exchanging one for one. And under such normal thinking, an undercurrent is surging. To this, Tang Qing no longer paid attention. The soldiers carried out the process step by step. It was absolutely impossible for these countries to pass so quickly without guidance. Next, wait. Just like dropping a tungsten rod from space, gravity will do the rest. As long as you guide well and get the desired results, the probability is naturally high. At this time, it's already November. 2 days. Tang Qing comes to Sanya again. Get in the car and drive all the way towards the second uncle's shipyard. Of course, he is not going to see the yacht, but the testing base next door. At first, I thought the location was good, so I bought a piece of land next to the shipyard to build a test site for submersibles. After day and night construction, it has been completed. Today, just going to take a look. There was no need to come. But, after all, it was a project that I personally took care of. It was not a hassle to pick up and drop off the car by car. In less than 2 hours, the car arrived at the destination. Door. Standing in a row. Here it comes. In the earphones, the voice of the guard came from a distance. This road was specially built, and a pavilion was set up at the fork entrance. No outsiders would come except them and the shipyard. Hear the words. Everyone was shocked. Stand up straight. They are all members of the project team. They have just arrived and will be stationed here permanently in the future. No one is dissatisfied with this. It is not a wilderness. Have something to eat. Have something to drink. There is internet. Hotel-like accommodation. Close to the testing site. Not too good for them. And it's not too remote. Not far from Sanya, so you can go there on weekends. Also, next to the beach. Sand. Seawater. The tide rises. Ebb. You can also go diving, catch a glimpse of the sea, etc. It's very relaxing, and the conditions are no worse than those in the park. They've only been here for a week, and they already like it. Get off. After a simple greeting. Come in. All I saw was a sea of flowers. Since the place I bought was too big, and the main building was close to the sea, all I could see from here was a sea of flowers and woods. The environment is very nice. Tang Qing was quite satisfied. The environment is good. The employees will be in a good mood. It is far away from crowded places. If you want everyone not to hate this place, the supporting facilities must be perfect. Go around the flower bed. Straight. At the end of a few hundred meters, you can see a building. It is not high, only 3 floors, but it occupies a large area. It has a glass curtain wall on the outside. The overall style is simple. That is a scientific research building, which is very beautiful. In the future, some project personnel will be stationed in each test base to do design and testing at the same time. Diversion. Reduce the burden on the park. As planned. Future. The total number of personnel in all test bases will exceed 10,000, which is no less than one park. Tang Qing just looked outside and didn't go in. Turn right. You can see a mountain call where there are many buildings. It is close to the sea, and it is easy to encounter typhoon weather. Therefore, the dormitory was chosen there. Rock on 3 sides. To a certain extent, the impact of typhoons can be reduced. Moreover, there are 2 floors underground in the entire dormitory area, with the warehouse on the bottom floor and the upper floor for people to leave. From now on, even in typhoon days, go underground. Take a few steps. You can go to the canteen, sports hall, etc. There is no need to brave the typhoon to get food. Anyway, whatever Tang Qing thinks is good, it doesn't cost much. Go around in a circle. Return to the main office building. Bypass. Go forward another 100 meters. Down the slope. Then I saw a huge seawater pool. Considering that I had to apply to go directly into the sea to conduct submersible experiments, I built a self-made pool here. On both sides. Connected to several docks. From now on, all shallow pool experiments will be done here. Go down and have a look, he said. Tang Qing stepped down, and everyone followed and looked at the pool. They were also shocked by his generosity. It was said that this pool alone cost hundreds of millions. Poolside, looking at the square pool, Tang Qing had the feeling of looking at the sea area of the training area. Under that vast sea area, he had been conducting submersible experiments. Soon, come to the dock. Now, there was already a ship parked inside. When they saw it, many people's eyes were full of obsession. This was their masterpiece for more than half a year, and they already had test products. After all, that's technically what a submersible is. Power, resist stress, make gas, safety. It's not advanced technology, it's not of military-industrial quality, and it has various needs. The one in front of me is just for civilian tourism. Therefore, the submersible in front of you can be said to be perfect in terms of appearance. It looks a bit like a batfish with a flat body and a long glass cover on its back. Driving ahead, central guest seat. The tail is a long tail. It has an almost completely bionic structure and is very large. From a front end to the tip of the tail, it is nearly 6 stories tall. Longer than a whale. Certainly, not just one. Period. Tang Qing has designed as many as 10 models, but currently, only one has been carried out to accumulate experience. When this one is completely finalized, he will start the next one. Anyway, specialize first. Think more. Chairman, 3 days ago, we conducted a routine underwater navigation test, which lasted 2 days, with 6 people driving underwater the whole time. Power, air filtration, pressure, shell deformation. All met the design requirements. After another day of maintenance, next time, we will challenge the highest design limit of 3 days of continuous diving. You said, the person in charge gets more excited. Most people who do scientific research like to do all kinds of interesting things, but there is no way. The reality is cruel, and few people will do it regardless of the cost. However, they met Tang Qing. Rich, and it's also a technical control. Many ideas coincide with theirs. In short, I like it, regardless of the cost. Such a boss is hard to find even with a lantern. Love it to death. After listening. Yeah. Okay. Come on. I'm looking forward to the day when all the tests are completed. Tang Qing encouraged him. Then I watched them board the ship and operate it. I didn't go on board in person. It wasn't because I was afraid of danger. It was impossible. Up to this point, everything had been tested at all levels. Very safe. Only, not to mention myself in the training area, even in the Pacific I have tried many versions, but there's still a style that they have not produced, and I'm already satisfied. Today, I'm just going to take a look at it as a project commander. 1 hour. After most of the test projects ended, the submersible did not surface, but continued. According to the test plan, it will be tested continuously in the next month. Various hazardous situations must also be simulated. Spare parts replacement, etc. Very complicated. For a complex industrial product to be qualified, these are inevitable. Although Tang Qing is confident, he cannot violate the regulations and reduce mitigation. Want to sell? We also have to come up with data. 1 month later, the sea survey is about to officially begin. For this reason, Tang Qing bought a large crane ship, which will be delivered next month, to take the submersible to the deep sea. Noon. Had a meal here and chatted with them about the project. Withdraw. Door. Watch the convoy go away. Everyone lamented that they had come up with such a thing in just 1 year, and the efficiency was not bad. Many times, some team members had a flash of inspiration. Technical difficulties. That was it. To this. They didn't find it very strange, because the mechanical technology was not innovative materials, but many things were just a layer of window paper. This layer of paper. Disaster. But once exposed, everyone will suddenly realize. So, it is not difficult, it just requires some innovative thinking. In this way, I only feel that the team members are powerful. Didn't think about anything else. Even, some people think that this is Tang Qing's halo bonus. He achieves whatever he does. As if provided by God. All the projects Tang Qing was working on were progressing rapidly. Such as aircraft. Heard. It has been assembled at the Gobi test base in Nova Scotia. After seeing the renderings, they can only say one thing. Domineering. I had a drumbeat in my heart before. After all, that design is too bold. However, in less than a year, it actually entered prototype testing. The technical difficulty is 1 level higher than that of submersibles, but can maintain the same progress. Incredible. Difficulty? Have. but everything was solved quickly. In a technical field, strength speaks for itself. Elsewhere, scientific researchers may be dissatisfied with leaders who only know how to manage. However, here, for Tang Qing, the boss, the biggest reason for their acceptance was not money, but superior technical strength. But the pressure was a bit high. The boss was so powerful, and they were under a lot of pressure. Because, if you don't work hard, you may be replaced by your boss at any time. Then, study hard, drill hard. Tang Qing was like a beacon, stimulating them to pursue it. Suddenly, someone mentioned something. In a few days, the Forbes China list will be released. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked again. The previous Huruan list shocked them. 27 trillion yuan. Depend on Ox. 5 years ago, Tang Qing is only a high school student. Heard, the monthly pocket money was only about 100 yuan, which was just a few bottles of water and the internet. At that time, many of them went to college and were richer than Tang Qing. However, 5 years later, with an unrivaled attitude, Tang Qing stood tall in the Chinese business community and firmly occupied the top position among private enterprises. His speed was unbelievable and he exceeded his standards. Look forward to it. This money, although I have nothing to do with them, it is an honor to walk with such a person, experience it together, witness it together, and go further together. Outside world. Looking forward to the same. It's coming, 400 billion US dollars. We must pass it. It will definitely happen. Yes. If it doesn't happen, I'll probably be upset for a few months. 2,700 billion US dollars is only close to 400 billion US dollars, but it has not exceeded it in the end. Therefore, many people with obsessive-compulsive disorder are waiting eagerly. Not this time, though. Next time, we have to wait until March next year. Hope and hope. Finally, November 5th, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Forbes released the 2009 Forbes China list. Once released, many media reprinted it, and almost all reports focused on one person, Tang Qing. On the morning of November 15th, the Forbes China list was released. Tang Qing's total assets topped the list with more than 420 billion US dollars. Suddenly, there was a lot of excitement. Passed. Great. It's more than 20 billion US dollars more than Huruan. It's normal. European and American valuation methods are always higher. I have to say that Tang Qing is too rich. Hold the grass. Nearly 3 trillion. The difference is less than $20 billion. It is very likely that he will be surpassed in next year's global rich list, because Tang Qing's companies do not see any signs of decline and are all booming. At the same time, a sad fact arises. Huruan, only the top 100 are counted. Forbes, the statistics are based on the top 400. This year's Forbes list is 250 million yuan. I did a good calculation. The total assets from 2nd to 400th are 2,600 billion yuan. That is to say, Tang Qing. Once again, the facts prove that there are only two parties on any rich list in China. One is Tang Qing, and the other is someone else. The former even has an advantage. And even if Forbes reaches the top 500 this year, Tang Qing's personal wealth will still be the total of everyone else, just a little bit more. This time, the internet is even more heated. Oh my God, kneel down with all 3 views. I am convinced. Kneel down and submit. This is true invincibility. This reminds me of a song. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible, alone at the top. A godlike man. Heaven. Looking at the small mountains, I ask, who else is there? They are really a little confused. One person is ranked 500 at the bottom of the list. What is the concept? Anyway, their 3 views are a bit unbearable. People on the list have particularly complicated feelings. Have no choice. He has 500 people, but none of them are as rich as the number 1 Tang Qing. Yes, there are many hidden rich people, or the asset statistics are inaccurate, but worth nearly 3 trillion. Hidden again. No matter how untrue. There is no one in China who is richer than Tang Qing. Not even a fraction of it. because the fraction has grown to more than 800 billion yuan. Envious. Envy? No. I can no longer be jealous. The gap is too big. This is not just a little bit, but an insurmountable distance. Such an existence can only be admired. Like a giant. Foreign. This time I am very calm. There have been speculations about the net worth of 400 billion US dollars before, but now they have just been realized. It seems that our prediction is quite accurate. Calm down. Calm down. Not paying attention. Woo! But I'm so envious. With so much money, who wouldn't be tempted? With so much money, one can spend 100 million yuan a day from the age of 25 to 100. No. After including the interest, it is impossible to spend it all. Oh my gosh. This is the dream of many people. It doesn't matter if it's 100 million or 1 million a day, but you can only think about it. After all, there is only one Tang Qing in the world. A few days later, the popularity of Forbes has begun to decrease. People are like this. For more than 360 days a year, it is really difficult to maintain the popularity of one thing for too long. But Tang Qing's popularity has never decreased. Because his companies often take turns to make financial headlines, one company disappears and another comes again. They all have the label of Tang Qing. Movie, TV drama, music, variety show, literature, cartoon, communication, clothing, home appliances. Tang Qing's industries are broken down into dozens of categories, each of which is expanding in depth. If it is not the first in the industry, it is on the way to the first. The stall is huge. Every day, there are related corporate news posted on major portal websites. If it weren't for the cheating, Tang Qing would really be unable to control it. At this time, he was basking in the sun. Weekend. Why not bask in the sun? While drying. While paying attention to the implementation of some new plans with the guarantee of the contract. Tang Qing seemed to have returned to the time when the soldiers first started to penetrate the world. At that time, high-spirited. But, after all, there is no way to use any tricks. This time's permission reward provides extremely powerful assistance to the soldiers' global plan. It doesn't feel too good. Africa, West, Republic of Mali, capital, a meeting. It was held at the headquarters of the country's third largest communications operator. This is a state-owned operator in Mali that is outnumbered by foreign operators. Today, the main topic is not complicated, whether to purchase 4G equipment on a large scale. Buy, you pay. But if we don't move forward, we might as well close the door. Instead of being forced to sell in the end, it's better to give it a try, instead of like this. Where's the money? The two sides argued that the main issue was money. Such a large-scale equipment update requires more than just a little bit, so we have to be cautious. Previously, we had quarrels many times. To no avail. Now that it's on the table again, it's not too abrupt, but this time it's different. The new boss, sitting at the top, squinted his eyes and listened to their quarrel. Final. Bah! The man clapped his hands. Bye. Many people were stunned. So simple. Although I know that your new official has taken office, we still have to consider our actual situation. If we want to buy it, we will definitely need a loan. But who can I borrow from? Home country? Cut. That requires the use of foreign exchange reserves, and the possibility of approval is too low. As for seeking loans from foreign countries, such as Europe, it is even more impossible because they will not approve it. After all, Mali's first and second largest telecommunications businesses are both European companies. If you don't compete with them explicitly when you get a loan, others will stop you. Where does the money come from? The core question is raised. Hear the words. The new boss laughed. Borrow. Who are you looking for? Burn. Then, just listen to his explanation. The Myanmar Bank Group has branches in Africa, and we also have one in our country. And don't forget that 4G equipment is not only available in Europe and the United States, but also in China. That company, the Myanmar Bank Group, has half of the equity, so as long as it buys China's 4G equipment, it is a good thing for it. Then, the probability of approval is high. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Forehead. It seems that because it is close to Europe, the first thing they thought of was actually buying 4G equipment from Europe and the United States. Now, they heard that they wanted to buy 4G equipment from China. So, there's indeed some room for maneuver. Are there any questions? No one dared to say there were. After all, there is no better solution than this. If money can solve the problem, everything will be easy to handle. As for whether they can still afford it, they are still a little confident. The worst thing is to pay it back slowly. And 4G network, traffic, and mobile phone updates will be faster than bang-bang phones and consume more money. Previous 4G tests in the capital have shown very good results. I just keep getting stuck on money. Agree. Okay. Agree. Try it. Passed unanimously. This time, maybe we can grab more shares, but we have sat in the third position for too long. Seeing this result, the new boss nodded with satisfaction. Half a month ago, he also served as a leader in the Communications Management Bureau of the Republic of Mali. The boss of the bureau suddenly came to him and said that he would be transferred here. At first, he was a little resistant. However, as soon as he heard the benefits, he immediately agreed. Later he found out that he wanted to do this. He immediately understood the reason and was willing to earn the fee. Not far, the second largest operator. They decided to take out a loan to purchase Huawei's 4G equipment. At present, we don't know the exact outcome, but there's a high probability. What should we do? Now, they're a little restless. Previously, they only did a small number of 4G pilots in the capital and a few big cities for cost reasons. Here, not that rich after all, afraid of loss. What do you think? Follow up. It's a bit risky, but if they can get the loan, we will be very passive. In the end, a similar decision was made. If the other party's loan is approved, follow up immediately and not lose the interview. And this scene also happened in the first place. 3 days later. Passed. Ouch. Great. There was great joy. They really didn't expect that so quickly, in 3 days, the 4G project bidding contract of 600 million yuan was approved. They are very proud of having a finger on the pulse of the Bank of Myanmar. Sure enough, as long as they buy products related to its related industries, there is hope. Good. Also, they have also signed a large number of contract phones. In the future, their 4G contract packages will mainly use Huawei models, which can be said to be a win-win situation. See this. The other two major operators are also unable to sit still. Overweight. Purchase. The largest operator is from Europe, but for cost reasons, it decided to purchase most of Huawei's equipment and use a small amount of European and American communication equipment. After all, our money doesn't fall from the sky. Next, seeing this, as if they had discovered a know-how, communication operators in many countries have applied for loans from Myanmar Bank to increase 4G coverage. The reasons are the same. 4G, sooner or later will be built, is the future. Therefore, if you build it early, you can grab market share or earn more traffic money. In short, it is foreseeable that the coverage of 4G in these countries will increase significantly. Everything. They all look extremely normal. Okay, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing left. The charm of money was clearly demonstrated at this moment. Through lobbying, countries were allowed to increase their 4G purchases. No money? Borrow. This time, the main operators are short of money. In this way, borrowing Asian dollars and buying Huawei equipment can be regarded as international payment. As for repayment, Tang Qing is not worried at all. Risk control is not just for free, it is also targeted. He had this worry before, but there's no need to worry about it now. Borrowed money. Just have to pay it back. No one can escape. This time, Tang Qing's new large-scale recharge plan for G equipment is only a very small part, and there are a large number of project catalogs that will be gradually added, such as, for the next batch of countries that have incorporated the Asian dollar into their reserve currencies, they will increase project loans, mainly for electricity and roads. With these two, everything will be available. By then, warriors all over the world, direct, indirect, those companies that are under control can also start to explode. In the past few years, this industry has been huge, but it has never dared to join forces and make big moves. Because of identity. Once a group is formed, background checks will be very troublesome. The system can forge identities, many of which are based on missing persons, but it cannot forge memories. Dig deep. A lot of common ground will emerge. Can. But here comes the problem again. After a few sips of wine, someone might say something or indirectly control a person on the front line, and that person might betray him. Therefore, many things could only be put on hold before. Now, it can be activated boldly. Tang Qing's plan is for the soldiers to gradually retreat behind the scenes and act as liaisons, with each person developing dozens or hundreds of subordinates. Bound by contract, these people, obedient, loyalty, as long as a cooperative relationship is reached, is almost like a warrior. His wealth is clean, and he can withstand investigation. In this way, it feels like a big shot behind the scenes. From now on, the main task of the soldiers is to develop their subordinates, do some behind-the-scenes work, hide in the dark, and gradually control the circulation of their international trade commodities. If the industry giants cannot buy it, okay, support the second place. Fight. He doesn't kill people, nor does he let the other party go bankrupt. He just uses some means to win the first place. In business competition, Tang Qing doesn't want to bleed. Africa, South America, Southeast Asia, Middle East. Let's focus on this first. Developed countries are more troublesome, but Tang Qing doesn't care too much. He has mastered the trade initiative between developed and developing countries. That's enough. After all, Tang Qing's goal is to upgrade the proportion of international trade payments, not to control everything. He wants to surpass the US dollar and the euro and become the number one. There is no need for the Asian dollar to account for more than 50% of international payments. Don't forget, there's a word called one and the other. For 100 share, the Asian dollar is a little more. Other currencies are less. At present, the US dollar and the euro are about the same, both accounting for more than 30%. Therefore, in fact, as long as the Asian dollar accounts for more than 30% of international payments. So, the two major currencies will inevitably be compressed to be similar to this, or even smaller than this. 30%. Think about it. There is still hope. In the days that followed, many Myanmar Asian companies discovered that orders suddenly increased. It was not a single customer who increased orders, but many new customers. Sources are wide, available on every continent. Clothing, home appliances, digital, hardware, material. It involves so many areas that even if you want to investigate, you can't find out the cause. In the end, everyone can only blame it on the quality of their products, which gained recognition. After all, the most important thing about joining the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce is that you cannot produce inferior products or cut corners. Once discovered, you will be severely punished. Gradually, word of mouth spread. Expensive? Not really. Cost. Channel. These two items are the bulk of the price of a commodity. One is manufacturing and the other is circulation. The former is under the strong supply chain system of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. The raw material prices obtained are definitely the best in the market. Channel. Same. For sales in Myanmar, there are various tax incentives, and there is no price difference at each level. As for products sold in the form of commodity loans, the prices are all unified. Leave enough profit. Therefore, it cannot be said that it is of high quality and low price, but it is definitely good quality and good price. Relying on the reputation that has been slowly accumulated, more and more orders have been obtained. Only, the order growth rate during this period is a bit high. Okay. The icing on the cake. Our choice is indeed the right one. Many business owners laughed and laughed, right? Following the Myanmar Asian Chamber of Commerce, we'll have meat to eat. He didn't think much about it. Dry. If there are orders, we are not afraid that these customers will have problems or make false orders. The Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce's own business intelligence system has already matured. Scam. False. Deadbeat. All kinds of commercial chaos will almost never exist. If discovered, the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce will intervene in the investigation, help with prosecution, or other operations. Anyway, take good care of them. They love each other so much. It feels so good to have someone protecting them. Looking back on the past, when they were helpless and alone, now they wake up laughing when they go to bed. Previously, many loans from chambers of commerce are used to invest in manufacturing industries in China, which also allows them to catch up with many opportunities, such as home appliances going to the countryside, car subsidies, etc. Of course, they don't build cars, but make accessories. Cars are easy to sell, so naturally the parts business is also good. There are also many small household appliances, etc. Relying on the close cooperative relationship between the Chamber of Commerce and China, their products can also enjoy these subsidies in China. Therefore, it was a huge profit. Same. From the end of last year, almost 1 month earlier than China, in November, it announced a nationwide policy of sending home appliances to the countryside. Proportionally larger. 30. It is more than 13% of China's. The main reason is that Myanmar's population is small. The total population is only 1/28 of China's. Therefore, a larger subsidy ratio can be implemented. December 2nd, morning. Tang Qing is back in the capital. In addition to the annual China Business Leaders Annual Meeting starting in a few days, he also has to go to CCTV to participate in the program, such as clocking in. Each year, he would go to the annual meeting to meet with his colleagues, but he had almost no contact with them. Firstly, he was not familiar with them, and secondly, his halo was too great. Come to Shanghai. I wanted to invite him, but I didn't have the nerve to send it. As for the show, or a conversation, the year before last. This year, he was invited by CCTV's dialogue. He knew that he didn't like the excitement and would not bother him, so he was invited by this program. Naturally, there is no reason to refuse. Anyway, there is no need to come all the way. Do the math. I officially appear on a TV show once a year. Compared with other entrepreneurs, I am already extremely humble. At noon, Tang Qing and Ma Yun were drinking tea in the villa. This dialogue, the theme is related to mobile internet content. Therefore, he, Ma Yun, Sina, Whoosh, Grand, the founders of the top 8 Chinese internet companies have all been invited, and the recording will start tomorrow. CCTV's arrangement is also to take advantage of the large number of people at the annual meeting. December. It has become cold in the capital, and it even snowed for the first time. Drink tea. Chat. Mayan looked at the young man next to her and felt that she was getting old. The man in front of her was only 23 years old. What was she still doing at this time? Can't compare. Ability, wrist, vision, scholarship. Except for age, there seems to be nothing that can compare with him. I don't feel inferior, but I feel sad. After all, there's only one Tang Qing in China, and there is no second one. Compared with the only one. Silly. This is all depressing. How many people in the world are not depressed? In the past few years, everyone has experienced enough excitement, but it can't be surpassed anyway. Ma Yin knows it very well. Ali. Even if he works hard for 10 more years, it is impossible to push Ma Yun to the same position as Tang Qing, because Tang Qing is Alibaba's largest stock. The next day, morning, the motorcade headed towards CCTV. It is also the old building of CCTV. The underpants building has not been built yet, and will have to wait until 2012. The road is quite familiar. Come in. The director has come down. Mr. Tang, Mr. Ma, welcome. The director smiled. No answer. It's your duty. After all, the director of CCTV is not a low-level person, but going downstairs in person is a sign of goodwill and respect. Many of Tang Qing's many companies advertise on CCTV. Not a stranger. What's more, Tang Qing is not an ordinary businessman, nor is he an ordinary richest man. Behind him is a huge network of relationships. The Tang family is not unknown 5 years ago. Now, it has become a trend. One person. It represents a powerful force. Domestic, foreign, upper layer, lower level. Tang Qing can be said to have allies all over the world, and the higher-ups are particularly optimistic about Tang Qing's overseas relations. It is said that high-level officials have investigated Hummingbird's overseas partners. The results were shocking. They're all stomping and trembling figures in the country. Even the presidents of those countries can only bow down in front of these families. Therefore, Tang Qing is not only rich, he is also successful. Look, it's Tang Qing. Really? Let's go quickly and get an audience seat at Dialogue. Maybe we could take a photo with Tang Qing. That girl from my family is a die-hard fan of Tang Qing. I'm going too. Anyway, I have nothing to do in the morning. CCTV also became lively with Tang Qing's arrival. It's not that they are too reserved, but mainly because Tang Qing is too hard to see and appears on too few scenes a year. Handsome, versatile, just these two things. He has attracted a lot of sister fans and mother fans. He often educates his children without consciously mentioning them. This is rarely seen in other rich people. Without it, young, other rich people, when they became successful, most of them were middle-aged, and their looks could not be called all-age killers. They were talented, but they were not as outstanding as Tang Qing. Therefore, not considered typical. Tang Qing is different. 5 bachelors, 6 masters. Depend on. The talent is simply overflowing. Up and down, inside and outside. All of them are idle configurations. So, Tang Qing has become the embodiment of other people's children, which is why he has so many fans. He is not in the entertainment industry, but in the hearts of countless people, he is the top class. Reception room. The bosses of several internet giants, such as Sina, Suhu, and NetEase sat together and talked, but they did not receive the same treatment as Tang Qing and Ma Yun. It's just a reception by the program team. To this, I accept it calmly. I am old and not a young boy. I am angry here and resentful there. In this world, strength is what matters. Strong. There is nothing wrong with enjoying more resources and attention. Just like this time, at the Entrepreneur Leaders Annual Meeting, Tang Qing must be the brightest kid in the audience. Soon, spectators enter. The guests are here. In addition to the bosses, there are also 1 or 2 management staff, and in addition, there are some experts and scholars in the industry. Wait for Tang Qing to enter the studio. Suddenly, the scene was lively again. Tang Qing is handsome in a suit. Yeah, much better than any K-pop idol. I think this is good. In recent years, the K-pop has invaded, and Tang Qing's existence can also suppress this style. Yeah, Comic Group, Qingyuan Technology, and Tianyin are all its industries, and many internet products should be familiar to everyone. Xiao Xiao, Comet Video, Douyin, today's Tushio, WeChat. There are many introductions to this person. No way, because they have really done a lot of things and the data is correct. The apps of Tang Qing's companies are like a mountain in the field of mobile internet. Incomparably powerful. At last, let's welcome him with applause, Tang Qing. He finished. Wow, everyone looked at that young face. At this age, he has reached the pinnacle of his life and is worthy of competing for the position of the richest man in the world. Okay, well, Mr. Tang would like to say hello to everyone. Hearing this, Tang Qing smiled and picked up the phone. Hello, everyone. I'm Tang Qing. Short, insightful, but we still received applause, and Tang Qing was helpless. Our aura was still too strong, but the people around us took it for granted. $42 billion. It was close to 1/10 of China's GDP last year, and it was more than the combined GDP of the 2nd to 500th place. People can't help but doubt the significance of this list. After all, it's like a marathon. Hundreds of ordinary people. A flash. Compare a bunch of strings. Back in the studio, the host began to introduce each guest again. Each one was explained in detail, and corresponding editing would be done later. But Tang Qing is sure that AI is the one with the highest appearance rate. We all know that the beginning of mobile internet was in 2007. In that year, 4G technology matured, providing the basis for the existence of mobile internet. At the same time, under Moore's law, microprocessor technology has developed to a certain extent. In early 2007, Apple released a smartphone, but it was quickly replaced. Era became the key to unlocking the mobile internet. Speaking of this, many people couldn't help laughing. That year, Apple released a first-generation machine. Its powerful performance and beautiful appearance were blown up by Western media. However, not yet on the market. Epic was released. A comparison. What is that thing? Apple is in trouble. Apple's first-generation mobile phone has almost become a typical failed product in the smartphone era, listed in business textbooks in various countries. Tang Qing became the biggest winner. This year, Qingyuan Technology's profits are even expected to exceed 100 billion yuan, and it is still within the tax exemption period. Therefore, it is expected to save a lot of tax. Only, Qingyuan Technology makes money, but also spends a lot of money. It has a secretive boss, 5 parks, and a large number of test bases, which cost tens of billions of yuan. Also, research, operations, charitable, too expensive, future, unpredictable, because this boss knows how to spend money. Mr. Tang, what did you think about the Era project at the time? Why were you so convinced that this was the future, and why you spent huge sums of money in such an environment? The host asked. One listen. Tang Qing picked up the phone. Epic actually did not originate from a business vision, but a technological pursuit. A long time ago, the world had the imagination of future communication tools. Call, SMS, email, office, video. Many people have this idea of bringing together mobile phones, computers, TVs, game consoles, etc., but it is limited by real-world technology. At first, I wasn't sure it could succeed. Later, I sent someone to check what kind of component configuration standards are needed to realize this. The results were gratifying. So, I decided to give it a try. After all, everyone knows that most of the components of a mobile phone come from major suppliers around the world. Self-produced? Impossible. There are specialties in the industry, such as chips, screens, cameras, various things. It is not a question of whether they can be made, but the high cost and long time of individual production. Do them all. Without hundreds of billions of investments, it won't be possible for more than 10 to 20 years. So, since I can't make accessories, I just want to do assembly. The ultimate goal is to produce products. Obviously, we are very lucky. Bullshit. Tang Qing is professional. Speaking of which, around, it's all envy. Epic was so successful that it stepped on Apple's body and climbed to the position of the world's technology giant and was accepted by everyone. Era, a pioneer in the smartphone era. From now on, when everyone talks about smartphones, Era is a brand that cannot be avoided. This brand, like a brand, has extremely high brand recognition. Now, even though smartphones are coming together and the profit margin of Era is much higher than that of its peers, its sales have not been affected and it is still selling well. They use. First, is the product. Second, it is a spirit. As long as the quality is not bad, the Era series, whether as a mobile phone, tablet, laptop, etc., will be loved by consumers. At least, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Subsequently, the second question was raised. The traditional internet is based on PCs. At present, the number of mobile terminal devices in the world has surpassed the number of computers, and it will be even higher in the future. So, do you think the traditional internet has begun to decline? This is not to ignore other guests. Don't forget, there is also editing. Later, interspersed, you can balance the program effect. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled. I don't think you need to worry about this. The existence of both PC and mobile terminals corresponds to a demand. The mobile terminal is just a new expansion. It's not coverage. After all, it's like playing a shooting game, which can also be operated on mobile phones. However, the flexibility and operation feel of the mouse are difficult to match on mobile phones. 10 years. Even 20 years later, Tang Qing believes that the PC market still exists, but it will continue to shrink and be reborn in a different form. Subsequently, the third question, Mr. Tang, in the mobile internet era, traffic has become an important factor, and a large number of apps have emerged. The largest ones are all of you here. Xiao Xiao, Penguin, WeChat, Weibo, Tushio, Douyin. The real opportunity is gone. Or are there other opportunities? In this regard, of course it's not difficult to answer. Opportunities are definitely there. With the emergence of new value, the emergence of new demands, the emergence of new innovators, there may be the next outlet. The future, infinite possibilities. Past lives. Tang Qing is still a little confused as to why the big guys like to describe the future so well, stimulating the young men to dive into it one after another. At last, most of them rushed to the street. Now, but I found that I had to say it, otherwise what? Tell others. Don't bother, it's useless. We are already ahead. You can't catch up even if you try hard. That way, he was scolded to the heavens every minute. Therefore, try your best to avoid trouble and spread positive energy. When the good times are good, everyone will be smiling, and when the times are bad, you can also give people hope. Worldly people, just live a thought. Subsequently, the conversation turned to a few other people. Ali, Penguin, Baidu, Sina, Whoosh. Ask one by one. Each person has 3 questions. Generally speaking, if each person answers a question once, it can completely support the program. However, the topic this time is a bit big and many. In the field of mobile internet, from its birth to the development of various branches, there is no shortage of questions to ask. Therefore, in order to enrich the content of the program, I simply asked different questions. When it comes to starting a business, everyone is different, and some have it smooth sailing. Some struggle to move forward. Below, everyone sighed after hearing this. Have a look. Which of these giants has gone through various difficulties when starting a business? The more difficult it is, the greater the success, such as Penguin, which was originally poor and prepared to be sold. And a faltering Ali, Baidu, Whoosh, Sina. The entrepreneurial stories of all 3 have ups and downs. However, everyone looked at Tang Qing with twitching mouths. Tang Qing's entrepreneurial history was simply a miracle. For years, create the prosperous Tang dynasty in Tianjin. Then, it's not impressive at all, just a small consulting company and a small clothing company. 5 years. Breakout. Comic Group, Wanxing Mining, Zhouyi, Microcrystal Technology, etc. were all established in this year, and their business has nothing to do with the former 2. Then, Tang Qing appeared in public view for the first time. Thereafter, he quickly became the richest man. It can be said that he encountered no difficulties at all. He went to school and ran a business at the same time. He is a legend. Well, can't compare. 1 lap later, back to Tang Qing again. Question, Mr. Tang. It is obvious to all that the internet has changed the real economy. Do you think the impact of the mobile internet on the real economy will become greater and greater? Of course, any economy must rely on the entity and solve various needs for people. The existence of the internet has reduced transaction costs. The proportion, in the future, it will become bigger and bigger, and the impact will become deeper and deeper, penetrating into all aspects. The information age will be upgraded to the data age, with more. Later, everyone expressed their opinions on this, and the general theme was similar. At the same time, other guests also participated in the discussion. After all, this is an interview show. It's not a one-person show. At last, it's time for audience questions. That one. The host pointed to one. Then, a young girl stood up and said, "Hello everyone. I am a sophomore computer science student at Peking University. I am very happy to meet you all. Just now, Mr. Tang mentioned the data era." Finally, the entire dialogue was recorded for 2 hours, which was about the same as usual. There was a 10-minute break in the middle, and it had to be edited into a program of about 40 minutes. Goodbye. Walk slowly. The program team sent them to the door. As soon as you go out, there was light snow falling in the sky, not heavy, and it melted when it fell to the ground. People in the south rarely see snow, but Tang Qing was not surprised at all. He had seen no matter how heavy the snow was. Antarctica, Arctic, he has been to all kinds of rare snowstorms, and he likes to teleport there to see them. If he is bored, he will build an igloo to play. Very interesting. Speaking of the weather, Tang Qing couldn't help but complain that the current weather forecast system was really bad, especially the weather forecast in local areas. 10 minutes ago, it will rain tomorrow. 10 minutes later, it will be sunny tomorrow. 10 minutes later, it became cloudy again. In one day, the forecast changed more than 10 times, making people want to strangle the person who provided the information behind it. So infuriating. One day, the forecast changed dozens of times, faster than changing faces. Therefore, Tang Qing had to start a new project for this purpose, striving to let everyone see reliable forecasts.